haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe all my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. This will
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I'll say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold
need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, my eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you upset me. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you upset me. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
much as I love when you leave. Would you walk away from me? Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us down. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this. Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
A very good morning. It is Patch Day. 7.39 is upon us. There is a lot to talk about. It's also the first day of the second group stage, and that is best of 3 territory. We got so much Dota coming your way, so let's get started with the Puck Jump Pandas. Hey there, we have so much to talk about. We've changed some things up as well because just going to give you the rundown. We're setting up still on the tech desk. We'll have Kevin there later on. But for now, we're keeping it here with the four of us, as Jenkins is also still helping set up there. We got BSJ on my left. We got Sunsfan, Synderen, Brian. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Always love new patch mornings. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Sunsfan, do you not, or do you? Do you like
say
new
such
patches?
a things? Of
I don't
course.
know. I don't know if you do.
Do you like anything?
I've said many a time, patching in the middle of a tournament is my wet dream, Sheever. Not to get
Okay.
too explicit
I mean,
here.
we
He
did
told
talk
me not
about
to get
your kinks
explicit
earlier.
before we went
So what were you
live.
up to? What were you up to last night when the patch dropped?
I was
on that note?
sleeping.
Oh.
Oh.
But then I had really good dreams, so I
Yeah.
woke up and at 5 a.m. looked at my
So
phone.
you knew exactly. It was your spidey
Man,
senses tingling.
this is going to make casting so much more enjoyable.
It's gonna be.
It was
a
pretty
really fun
miserable with
day.
Synderen, so now I have something to
You're
distract
still
me.
with Synderen.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
He was
there-
distracted for a moment until you just said that, Sheever.
Sorry for ruining that one. Quick PSA first. Obviously, we're here for DreamLeague 26, and it's the fifth and final stop for the EPT. And I do want to show you guys the updated leaderboard for that, as we have a lot of points to give out. And with us moving from one group stage to the next, we do have some teams creeping upwards. I do think you guys should all be paying attention to the teams that are still in the competition. I know that at the moment Avalos is in eighth, but they are eliminated, so there's a high chance they won't make it further. And then the teams that are still in, Flipster Talon, Aurora, Gaming Gladiators. I don't know if you want to count Gaming Gladiators considering they get an invite anyway. Yakult Brothers, all still in and all still fighting for a line share of the points that are to be grabbed here. So keep an eye on that as we are entering our second group stages. Now, I want to talk about the patch.
yes.
I want to talk about... Okay, what's your favorite change, Shannon? Let's just start with that.
Oh, okay, well, there's several. First of all,
Okay.
the quality of life stuff is really good for playing.
Yes.
Not going to notice too much of it when we cast, but the neutral items a little bit more interesting.
Yes,
I forget the name of some of them,
that's
but
fine.
the Obscurio something is interesting.
What?
The one that's blank.
The Dormant Curio?
Obscurio, yep.
Obscurio.
That's right. That's very cool.
It is. It is
Is
very
anybody
cool.
going to
Okay.
actually hold that for 5 tiers?
No.
So I think we gotta assume that at this point there's gonna be people tuning in that have not read everything.
Noobs.
So let's just give people the the information that they need. That's why we will in a second hopefully have also a computer set up with Kevin in the back. But Brian,
You know the
what
best
is
thing about the
Dormant?
patch, Sheever, not to
Yes.
interrupt as
Yeah,
usual.
interrupting, yeah.
Nature's Prophet has been deleted from the game. Aren't we
Not
all
literally,
really
but
happy
the
about
hero's no
that?
longer good.
What about the money tree? Okay,
Oh, hi. Nice to see you.
one
You gonna
thing
join us?
at a time.
Yeah, I'm joining.
Oh, you sitting here?
Oh,
The dormant
the
neutral
podcast
item.
boys back together.
God, this hat's really small.
Oh,
Right, you know what?
Jenkins, for people at home, can you explain what a dormant neutral item does? The dormant neutral item.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything until you get a later active. What's the component that's
Artifact.
No, it's
Artifact.
the artifact.
Artifact.
It's not the enchantment.
It's the
the
artifact.
enchantment. Yes.
It makes the enchantment on a
The
later
artifact.
neutral the artifact on a later neutral item better. So if
But it does nothing for the current tier.
it does nothing for the current tier, so it's like an investment. I think you're griefing probably if you take this in most games.
My theory about when it would be used mainly is if you're like a support or perhaps you had a rough game as a core and you don't get your neutral tier 1 until like 12, 13, 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I can just have no neutral for 3 minutes.
Or if you
and
get a
better
useless
one.
one for you.
But that one's going to happen, but I think it's more likely that
If you get
nobody's
it late,
going to keep it past tier 2 because you're allowed to keep it as long as you want and you can upgrade any tier of neutrals, but then you're effectively like, if I'm going for a tier 4 neutral, I don't have an artifact from tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 all game, and I think that's like...
What if you're owning? You know, your team is owning. Like, yeah, I might as well invest for the future in case we throw. Like, if GPK is on your team, for example, you know there's a possibility.
Why
You're gonna-
GPK?
It's the first
Catching
person that came to
strays over
mind.
here.
There's no hidden me. I mean, there's no hidden me because we talk about it blatantly every time we cast them. But anywho, what were we saying?
I think it's unlikely that people will do that, but I definitely think, like, I'm not going to act like I know
No.
exactly what's going to happen. You know?
we also now do have Kevin joining us properly. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
I'm on Jenkins' account, so I'm currently trading all of his items to myself.
Nice.
My second PC.
Stonk.
I think I'm on his friends list. Will you send me some things too?
Yeah. What
I'll
do you
do that.
want? Anything
Don't
good?
do that, Kevin. Don't
Oh
do
yeah,
that.
Jenkins. By the way, it says you have an alert that your credit card for Dota Plus bounced the last 6 months. You might want to look into that.
Kevin, it's been really rough. I don't know if you know, we're making a game called Relic Arena. It's very expensive.
Wish list it, please.
Okay,
please,
well.
please wish list.
Kevin, what's your favorite change of the patch?
Oh, my favorite change was I got to sleep this morning. That was really nice.
Yeah.
Just by reading through the patch notes. I like that there's more facet options because I like theory crafting little things that aren't viable but are slightly viable. And there's lots of stuff like that to think about. Like Pugna mid got buffed. Big fan of that, even though it's not good. You know, there's a lot of things.
Wow, that was out of all the things to choose.
Yeah.
Well,
Pugna mid. Yeah.
I will say, you say that, but I'm gonna walk over to the wish list. We can tick some stuff up.
Okay.
Off. There was a couple things that I haven't added, so continue the conversation while I add Mulreens and Satanics.
Well,
Heroes.
Me and BSJ were talking about Carry Bat Rider. Has some potential. You get to napalm people just by attacking now.
Can I shit on your guys' cornflakes?
Yeah, sure.
Bat Rider's win rate went down by 4%. I'm the stats man today. I looked at Dota Buff once, so I'll be letting you know. Bat Rider's win rate did go down, apparently. People are trying that shit. It's not
Yeah.
working.
He also lost 10
Interesting.
movement speed. Big deal.
What about Nature's Prophet? Did his win rate change? Stats man?
Couldn't bother looking at that. I can't
That's your
remember.
favorite hero. I'm surprised.
It is, but I saw Money Trees, and I got excited. There was a Kendrick Lamar reference in my favorite video game. It's my favorite artist and my favorite video game together, so I just forgot.
I actually have a theory based on
An
his
announcer pack.
his stat on Bat Rider. I think maybe Bat Rider then could be like an offlaner that goes like treads drums or something.
You guys want to see the money trees?
I do
wanna-
wanna see the
wanna
Money
Trees.
Oh, show me the money.
Let me see what the winner is.
Hopefully it doesn't crash. My game was crashing last night. Don't press the level up button too fast in Dota Plus after switching facets. You're going to have a bad time.
You can
How
also
come they
just push
never
level
tried
max.
changing the 25 talent just to be 2x? Like, they never did that. Is that weird? It's like, let's just get a new facet entirely.
Just an interesting.
Okay.
So his win rate went down by 2%. I would imagine that's just due to the lack of.
They
Money
got the dice.
tree.
Nice.
Wait.
Oh
But
my
the
god.
enemies can take it.
Do it
where-
again. I don't see the tree.
Yeah, it was right there.
Where's Shireen at, BSJ?
Shireen?
It's a Kendrick Lamar reference.
Oh,
Where's
that
the
gold.
trees? Pick them up.
Well, how much gold do you get from each bag?
It's like a percentage of the bounty for killing the person. Or no, it's based on their level. It's like 1 or 2 per level, I think.
I think 1.5x.
1.5 per level.
So you're just getting.
You're getting 1 gold right now, but if these were like level 10 enemies, you'd be getting like, I think it's like 140 gold if they're level 10.
How many Nature's Prophets are going to overextend to try to pick up these money bags?
No, it's more so like, I want to see these money bags because the enemy can pick them up too.
Yeah.
So suddenly there's now a new brawl on top of the dead bodies.
That's true. A new objective, as it were.
Yes.
You can kill them globally, and a tree, you can't even get to it
Yeah.
without using TP.
I hope my carries will die to it, and I will be around because I will be just too late to save them, and I will pick up the money tree. Shall we tick off some wishlist items then, as we do have fully updated? Shannon, you wanted an Ags and Shard dependent facet. I don't think you got that.
Nope. Sure didn't. That's next year, though. I know it's coming.
Jenkins wanted Pudge support to be viable. Jenkins?
I don't think that's.
I don't
They
think
didn't
that
change
happened.
They didn't do anything.
Remove
Anything.
neutral items. Cinderin also did not get what he wanted.
Well, I will say they cycled out some of the egregious ones.
Yeah, they removed
Sure.
some of them.
They
They did
cycled-
remove certain ones.
They
But they
cycled
do
out.
what? But they added also some.
True, but they did cycle out Ogre Seal Totem that we saw way too much.
Yeah.
They cycled out Ninja Gear, which has been a thorn in my side forever.
And Gossamer's Cape.
What about Orb
And
of
Gossamer Cape.
Destruction?
Honestly, and
That
Orb
one
of
was a good one to
Destruction.
cycle out
I
as
actually
well.
think they cycled out a lot of the ones that I personally think are a bit stupid. So that's-
Trusty Shovel was
Trusty Shovel, I'm fine being gone.
Every mid would go for this just to.
And it's
have
unlucky
bottle
if you didn't
refills.
get it because the opponent just has like a free 3 charges of bottle every minute and a half.
I
if
think
you
you
don't
could have
get it.
maybe kept Trusty Shovel and just remove the dig up water rune aspect.
Yeah.
I think that was
All right,
way
can we scroll
overpowered.
down a bit? I want to talk about some of these neutrals. Keep going. Yeah, I'm close. Keep going.
The pollen bag
Oh,
is
wrong way.
Just messing.
Okay, there we go. All right, so let's talk about some of these tier 4s.
Oh, these are cool.
Oh!
These are really cool.
Can we talk about the Dezun Blood Right?
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk about. Imagine Black Hole with this thing.
Yeah.
15% AoE increase, but
It's a
everything
massive
costs
hole.
HP.
I think the damage you take from it is too much for a lot of supports. Cores,
Good.
maybe it's okay, but like, imagine casting Freezing Field with this. Like, you're just gonna take like hundreds of damage every time.
Yeah,
you
there's
cast a
definitely
spell.
heroes with like 700 mana
Yeah.
cost spells that they
Like,
cannot take this
yeah.
for sure.
So
But
That's a cool one, though.
think
like
of
it.
the Underlord that people used to play with, or still might do with the Gleipnir. Underlord has
True.
plenty
Oh,
of
yeah.
HP to do anyway.
Those
Yeah.
pits of malice
Oh,
are going to be
my
global.
goodness.
Can you
God.
actually can you show us what Underlord's Pit of Malice
Yeah.
looks like with this spell?
With Gleipnir.
Yeah, before and after this neutral.
I actually think if
It doesn't
you,
matter,
if,
yeah.
if you get that neutral and you don't already have a Gleipnir on Underlord, you kind of have to go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like you change your build based on this because it's 15%. It's not like a flat number. This is the only percentage-based AoE increase that's ever been in Dota.
Yeah, so let's see what his Pit of Malice looks like now.
What are these hotkeys? Oh,
Okay.
Already huge.
Okay, so that's pretty large. Okay.
Thank you.
Nice girth.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Now what?
Put
It's
it
gonna
on-
cost me 49 HP.
Oh, my
It is
god.
slightly bigger.
Yo,
Dude,
yo,
dude,
yo.
that is literally like.
Oh, wait. Do it with the Dormant Curio. Because then it gets 90% instead of 15%.
I don't.
Sorry,
Can you
I don't
do
know if
that
that's
in-
possible,
Oh.
is it?
Yeah,
It is,
sandbox.
but-
I
There
don't-
is. He can buy the
Can he
level.
buy Dormant Curio?
He can buy Dormant Curio,
Okay.
and then you buy
I
the.
don't think this is gonna work, but we'll
It might
try.
work.
It does not
No.
work.
Oh.
It's not
Shiva,
natural,
you were very
Shiva. It has to
confident,
be.
like-
Get an eggs.
Thank
you.
Okay,
It's my
get
job.
an eggs and then
You're
ult
right.
somewhere.
Yeah, old like right as close as you can.
Yeah, let's try to get as many pits as we can. Oh my god.
Dude, just do that in a fight, actually.
Oh my
What the
gosh.
That is insane.
Like, actually, just do that in a fight. What the hell?
That
Look at this Gleipnir AoE. It's puny.
that is not okay. That's not
Puny.
okay.
Dude,
That's actually
That's awesome.
probably gonna be used.
that
Like,
seems
yeah, this hero.
unironically good, yeah.
This
Yeah.
is really good on this hero. Strength heroes with this stuff.
All right, go back to the art of the neutrals.
I'm also thinking, like, if you think about the health cost, every hero that would want to have spell lifesteal could just use this item quote unquote for free. Like if Leshrac has this but also has a bloodstone.
Oh, yeah, Leshrac wouldn't
All
go.
right, this. Okay, am I
cool, I
crazy? This is the best neutral in the game right now.
Okay, what is it?
The Undying Helm.
Okay.
Oh, that one's
I don't
insane.
understand. Like, they looked at the numbers. I could be wrong. You know, you get 5 seconds of, this.
Being alive.
But then any enemy that dies while you're in that state, you get 5 more seconds.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna be alive for like 30 seconds. But there's
This
like a
is
team
broken
fight.
in theory on any really high damage hero, right?
Yeah, this
Like,
seems really just too good.
But it's a tier 5, so
It is a
who
tier
gives
5.
a shit.
But like later on
I
in the
do.
game, I feel like people always prioritize like Magic Lamp, the item that keeps you alive longer. And at that stage of the game, most supports have some high impact spell that they can
Yeah,
do.
isn't this just a better magic lamp in most cases?
I felt like
debatable, actually.
I felt like the tier 5 actives were kind of limited anyway. Like
I agree.
3 of them were really good, and then the rest were like experimental
True.
Yeah, but this one's
or niche.
again. I don't.
Oh, what is the silence with the thing?
That's only Gleipnir.
It's a
I know.
big AoE.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit. The
Alright,
Crypt Swarm.
The other new tier 5 is very cool. BT dubs.
Yeah, it looks about the same.
Up the hizzy.
But this
What's
silence.
the other tier 5 that you're excited about?
It's the divine thing that breaks if you die.
Oh, the Divine Regalia.
20%
Oh, that one is
Yeah,
cool.
really cool
increased
design.
damage.
I love this.
Watch. Look at that. 20% more. You can tell.
Wow.
But so the way this works is until this is like a rapier neutral item basically. So all damage you do is 20% higher, but you lose it when you die. I think it does not break if you have Aegis.
Yeah, can you try with Aegis real
I
quick?
think you need to truly die.
Yes. You have to be killed for the item to lose it, and it turns into this one. And then it's boring until you get a new neutral item.
until
like
you get to
10 minutes
reroll.
later.
It just does literally nothing, right? The Disgraced Regalia.
Other than disgrace you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
thing
You
about
have
Divine
died and thus
Regalia-
get nothing.
I feel like Divine Regalia is better for spellcasting cores than it is for physical damage cores because 20% is effectively a rapier on
Of spell amp.
on spell damage casters, right? Because the Divine Rapier spell version is 25% spell amp,
Yeah, it is.
and this is 20. And if you think about how much physical damage, attack damage heroes do late game,
All right,
20%
Purge,
extra
can you
is
go
not
into the
300.
demo mode? Can
right?
you
Yeah,
pick up
that's not
that
enough.
neutral
you
with
could buy like a
Zeus?
Crystallis or something.
This one?
I think this could be pretty sick
Yeah.
on like a late game.
And then
Zeus,
what,
but-
die?
Put it on Zeus, and then put 6 divine rapiers on spell in your inventory and see how much damage your ult does.
No, it's really important. Do that, but you also have to have the
I don't wanna do that.
enchantment that gives
Spell amp.
the spell amp.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, because that's theoretically possible.
Make Shannon's fountain dream here.
Yeah.
So this is 25. So if you have 6 of these, just do some quick math.
150%.
150 plus 20.
But the 20%, the question is it 20% extra of the 250%
Yes.
or of the 100%?
Yeah, it's outgoing damage, so it should be after your spell amp is calculated.
Oh, God.
This is sick.
So it's just raw 20% more damage at the end.
I like it raw. Hit it.
Well, no, I actually...
6 rapiers and
yeah,
then level
six
max.
rapiers and just
6
ult.
rapiers now, Purge.
Okay.
Good boy.
And then...
And then level up.
So that's 150 spell amp. Oh, sorry.
That's the
Don't know
number
my
for getting him
hotkeys here.
excited, not the actual
Someone's got
thing.
really dumb
Purge,
hotkeys.
please level up the hero. Stop being excited by the numbers for a
And
moment.
make your enchantment on your
And
neutral.
use your talent.
Enchantment on your neutral.
Oh
item.
my goodness.
Okay,
That was
1,000
900
left.
damage from
How
a
do
W.
you make your enchantment? You want me to go farm neutral camps here? Let me go look for those quick.
Does it actually
Sorry.
not let you make an enchantment from the menu?
I don't know. I don't know how to do that shit.
Can
Open
we
the
can
item.
we use ultimate?
What here? Madstone?
Yeah, how much is your
No
ult?
idea.
There you go.
Which one would you like?
It's the spell. There's a spell amp one.
It's on the previous tier.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, never mind.
That's debuff duration.
And spell amp.
And spell amp.
Okay.
Only 8%?
Wait, only
Is that wrong?
8%?
I think
clicked wrong place.
that's bugged. That's
That's
the tier
dog
4
shit,
version.
dude.
The
That's
tier 5
not
version
good.
is twice as good.
It's right here.
Yeah,
It's just showing wrong.
yeah. Okay, it's buffed
Okay,
for,
that's
buffed
fine.
for some reason.
Okay. Make them level 30. Let's see how much damage they do.
I mean, it's a lot.
Oh, there's
is,
a
of
level
course, a very
25 talent on
realistic
Zeus that
You,
you're
got,
not
you gotta
taking
get
either.
you gotta get the
Take
talent.
your
Oh,
talent.
you're so right. The AoE lightning bolt? Or
No,
you
no,
want
the,
this 1.5%?
oh, I thought there was a Thunder
There
Wrath
is. It's
talent.
15.
Oh, the 15 talent. There you go.
This?
Just take all
yeah.
of them.
Just take all of them.
I
Dude.
mean, you're level 30. Why not?
Wait, what's your facet? Is that the? Did they get rid of that other one?
No.
You're right. It's
The
divine
one that like
rampage.
spills
Yeah, yeah.
onto other heroes.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot. What about
This is
dummy
very
damage?
feasible.
You also need to have an Ag, so you need to put a Nimbus on him too.
I mean,
how much damage?
400 damage is pretty good.
Holy
That's
It's
sick.
supposed to do 1870, but then it's getting amped.
shit. Drop one of the rapiers.
Oh,
get
wait, you're
get
getting a lot of
get
extra damage on
refresher.
from static field, right? Because it has a lot of health. So you need to be away from it.
Yeah, Purge.
Okay, let's just put these guys together a little bit.
This is exciting.
Yeah.
It's gonna do like 20% more.
What are your hotkeys? Oh my god. I'll just mouse click everything.
This
Just
guy
keep
clicks
pressing it.
spells.
Oh, this is how it works, guys.
All right, try Invoker. Speaking of confusing hotkeys.
Oh yeah, that sounds
Can't wait for you
great
to see
on
my
your
Invoker hotkeys.
Yeah.
I want to
Oh,
see the Quas.
the Invoker. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
pretty good.
For people that scroll through the patch notes, Invoker had the most text, I think.
It was either Invoker or Kez.
Oh yeah, true. Kez was
had
the
a
other one.
lot.
But to be honest, I scrolled past Kez. The only thing I checked for Kez was, is he kept this mode?
Yeah.
No.
I want to ask,
Easy.
like, if we have an interview with any mid players today, I want to ask them if they read the Invoker changes and they have like any idea of what the implications will actually be.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Find it
'Cause,
out.
like, it's just an entire.
I mean, the
dissertation.
Ag Shard from Invoker on Quas seemed very good. I mean, the Wex one was just the tornadoes, which was really dog shit, like conceptually. So I think that's bad.
Okay.
But they buffed both
Did you guys-
both Quas and
They
Wex,
buffed
but
both.
they nerfed Exort.
Yeah.
Did you
'cause-
see the ice wall yet?
No.
not-
No,
see
let's
the
see the
ice
ice
wall.
wall. Let's see
Show
the
us the moving
Okay,
wall,
that's
Kev.
Sorry, do I need eggs? I think I need eggs.
Yeah, Ag's Shard.
Is it on Exort or what?
So it does this?
What the?
And if you
It's-
stand,
Oh.
it takes damage. If you stand there too long, you get rooted.
Oh.
No. Is it rooted or bound?
It said rooted.
So what if you have a Gleipnir with this and you can like root into root into root?
You're so right.
Get that tier 5 item as well.
So you're gonna go like.
Yeah. Can you do 5
Stars
rapiers
start
too
with
for
your
this?
hotkeys.
Oh yeah.
Wait, how does
Wow.
it work at the start?
What?
Why
That's
was it
good.
like
That's
brewing?
good.
It's kind of like EMP in that
Oh,
it takes
like and then
time.
it has like
Maybe-
a detonation time.
Would you get a Witchblade with this build? You would, because you're
Which one?
You're Quas Wex. What was that, Brian? Yeah, there we go.
So it has to be paired with tornado in order for it to work, pretty much.
I mean, it's pretty safe,
probably do
but
it with
I mean,
cold
you can
snap,
do
too.
any angle.
Because it's vector drawn, right?
Yes.
So if you're forcing them, if you're like making them run away from you, you draw it in the direction they're running.
Yeah, imagine you get a team in like a choke point and you
Yeah.
put this down.
I think this is pretty good, actually. The
Which
vector
facet
drawn.
is it on?
This is blue.
Quas.
The blue. Okay.
There's still the tornado spawns if you're on Wex. Exort, you don't get the big meteor anymore. But I think the most interesting thing is that Ice Wall level 1 damage is way better than it used to be.
Yeah.
It's at 30 damage per second at level 1. It used to be like 8. So
Can
cold
you actually
snap.
like clear waves with it, or like how long is it? 3
I mean,
seconds?
probably it lasts 3 to 12 seconds. Does
Okay, late game, like mid game, you can clear a wave with like level 7.
but it takes
walls.
eggs to get it, so it's not.
Oh.
What? But ice wall, I guess so. Probably if I don't have this.
Well, I think one issue with Quas and Wex Invoker is they never had wave clear. Like Xort Invoker would just meteor waves, right?
Yeah, look at that. It's gonna kill this.
This kind of stuff really
It's gonna
matters
die
on cores like
tomorrow.
Invoker that need farm.
You don't get lifesteal from cold snap either anymore. Is the other problem?
So that was level 3 Quas, and you took out half the wave.
Yeah.
So it's level.
So if you tornado into
Oh no,
Ice
if
wall.
he has like level 6 Quas, it would definitely clear the wave.
4.
And the important thing is you could never
Oh, I
do
have
anything
X,
like this
that's
in the past.
Let's move forward a little bit.
Can we get Clockwork eating chainmails, please?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that's
yes,
boy,
please.
boy, can
That's
I.
a really important change that we're going to see a lot during this tournament.
So
For
for
sure.
people unaware, Clockwork now has a facet that you have to choose, and when you choose it, you can consume chainmails. Unlimited.
Wait, don't eat
no
it yet.
cap.
You're not on camera. Hold on.
What?
We want to see him eat
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
We
we
wanna
will
see
see
the
it.
eat.
Put a bunch of
sorry,
chainmails and then start eating them when we zoom in on you.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm so ready. You guys ready?
All
Those
right,
chainmails.
Watch this.
Keep going.
Oh, it even
Oh,
gives
it has
you an
a little
icon.
effect. That's cool.
And he gets bigger.
Yeah, okay, but the icon goes away.
Keep eating them.
Keep eating chainmails.
Max,
now-
this
now-
is called armor power. Oh, it actually makes you larger
Yeah,
as
now
well.
get Bloodlust, please.
This is called infinite scaling.
Wait, look at his innate. Look at his innate. What does his innate do again?
well,
his-
it gives
his
you
damage
he gets
output per
damage
armor.
per armor. So this is
each
it's
chainmail.
a lot of
gives you
chainmails
1%.
for that much amp, actually.
But it's all damage. So that's
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'd be physical and it would be magic.
All right, now get a BKB and Bloodlust, please.
And about 17 more chainmails.
Go.
Ogre.
I'm gonna play this. I'm only gonna eat chainmails.
Yeah, of course. There's gonna be a lot of people that do that.
3.
There you go. Oh, now keep eating chainmails while you're golden.
Keep eating chainmails.
Yeah.
And it's a Giant's Ring to it? No, right?
I hate when this happens.
Nah,
in like
well,
the
there's no
clock
dra-
gets
there's nothing that
bloodlust,
changes your-
BKB and fountain, and starts eating chainmail.
That is awesome.
What is the max we can get it?
I'm
It's
sure it's
infinite.
unlimited.
Let's sit here for infinity, Shiver. Yeah.
No, yeah. Well, while you do that, obviously, wishlist wise,
So huge, what the hell?
there is no model updates. Save did not get to keep his current pack that he likes. DM wanted Venomancer to be reworked for viable
He did
position
get
3.
that.
He did get that. Is Death Prophet viable for position 3 again as well?
I think Death Rock.
Cryptsworn level 1 buff was pretty big.
I think she is.
Yeah?
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, it's our first winner!
He'll definitely try. He'll definitely try Death
Yeah.
Prophet.
I mean, he tried Death Prophet in the previous patch.
A Necro's win rate also went up. I mean, Veno's the highest win rate increase to the patch.
I'm sorry. While we're doing this, Purge, can you keep eating chainmails?
Yeah,
I know
keep
we're not
eating
going to
chainmails.
the camera
Alright,
right now, but just
I
he's
reset.
switching. He's checking
Gone.
other heroes. Bro, you had like 15 chainmails already. Just keep eating them.
Lacoste
over,
wanted
I'm
to make
sorry.
jungle viable again.
I feel like they did the opposite. They took the one hero that could jungle and made him not be able to jungle. So.
Okay.
You mean Iron Talon?
No, the Venomancer class that used to be able to jungle.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know. Yeah, Iron Talon.
Effie wanted stacking to be nerfed.
They did not do that.
They did not do that.
I would like to check something specifically.
Misery wanted to remove Watchers. Sorry,
Purge,
Jenkins.
check out Muerta. See if the carry facet is actually legit. The
It should be.
They did not remove Watch.
make sure you do not replace the Clockwork that has the chainmails on him already.
yeah, keep eating those on the clock
Oh,
while
he's
you're
gone.
doing
So
these
the
tests.
Muerta should be better for carry because with the right facet, you just have higher gunslinger chance by hitting a dead shot.
But it's only if you fear them, right?
Yes, you have to hit the dead shot, but if you do hit the dead shot, then you are going to be doing more damage.
I'm just confirming if you shoot the dead shot at them without fearing them, it doesn't count. You know what I'm saying? Because like you can just target the ogre with the dead shot. I'm wondering if that works too, or is it?
Increased gunslinger proc chance. You have to hit them with it.
Can you try to shoot it off the ogre?
That's what I was saying. Yeah. Do that. Like use the ogre as the primary target. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, you
darn
have
it.
to fear something.
Brian, did they change the numbers at all? You wanted brawls to be more rewarding.
They gave Prophet money tree for sure.
Okay, but that's
That
not
definitely
it.
helps,
No.
Yeah.
We also did not get a new hero in Chipper. Okay, so
Wait, no, they added a neutral item with Chipper as the ability name.
Yes.
Chipper was added.
Okay.
That is actually true. That's
I'll give
Was
you
that actually your specific
actually-
request?
no.
Was Chipper?
He
Oh
wanted
yeah, the
Chipper.
Han hero. Of course.
Oh, I see.
Malrine wanted Pugna to be mid-viable. You just mentioned that that's
Oh.
now viable?
Slightly better. They buffed Phylactery. They made the Spell Amp Facet better.
Okay.
He does a lot of damage. I think this is a real possibility of being played.
And he
If
also
he's thirsty
wanted,
for it.
He
Oh,
also
wait,
wanted Primal.
He's out of the
Pugna.
tournament. Never mind.
That's true, actually.
Got him.
But he did also want Primal buff. Did Primal get any buffs?
That AoE
not that I
item?
remember.
And Tusk. He wanted to play Tusk mid.
Nah,
There was
I-
definitely no core buff
I don't
for
think
Tusk.
Okay, Satanic, still in the tournament.
I want to try PL, so
Yeah.
I think the carry buff for PL might have come true. I think the Jugger changes are also potentially huge buffs, so it's mainly a revert.
And you know who got nerfed the absolute most, Brian, in this patch?
Sand King.
The most nerfed
Yeah.
are the Griefers, because the Ofrenda facet on Muerta is gone.
Oh, that's a big one.
Hey.
The rundown mid 050.
Isn't this sad that we have to consider the grief potential of a facet? So
Is it
gets
That's
moved?
surprising?
Nature's Prophet, though, can spawn money trees in the enemy base. Just kill himself.
Wait, does it work on Nature's Prophet dying?
I don't know.
I think it's
Purge?
only enemies.
Open
right?
that up.
Is
Let's
Faces
check it
No,
out.
it's only on enemies he kills.
Let's give people a new
Is
Griefer
Faces
tech
Void
for
viable?
I don't think Faces Void. He did get talent buffs, but I think he's still
We'll
bad.
give them. But that's 3 out of 2.
The
yeah.
PL Ags is interesting to me.
2 out
Can
of
you
3.
actually show it real quick? I wanted to see what it
Yeah.
looked like.
I think it looks bad.
I wanted you to like go like Phantom Rush the range creep like through the wave, and I wanted to see like does it clear the wave really fast? Like is it a viable like first item to farm with, kind of thing?
Sure, I will check this out. I'll have it ready in approximately 10 seconds.
I like how he recreates
Yeah,
the
just like
demo
Tread's
thing
Ags
for
is
no
good.
reason.
Yep.
Purge?
You guys, did you already log into the computer to the game?
Of course not.
You gotta do that right now. We are like a couple minutes away from the
Okay,
draft.
yeah, just Phantom Rush the
You
range
should
creep.
really just do that.
Okay, bye everyone.
No, you're not leaving. You're still there. You're just logging in so that you don't miss
Bye,
the
clear the
lobby.
wave
bye,
decently?
bye,
You're not
guys.
leaving.
Bye.
No,
Oh, you
you're
can't see, huh?
Yeah.
I just did it.
Can you spawn a new wave and show one more time?
Yeah, we're ready.
This is important for me and all other carry players. Okay.
Holy fuck. That's a lot of creep.
It's a lot of creeps.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
When there
they're
is a
satisfying.
25 stack,
It does
it's
no
But they do
damage.
like no
They
damage.
don't do any damage. They're actually dying
Well,
very fast.
This is unbelievably pathetic.
That's actually, it looks good, but it is bad.
Okay, never mind, Shivs.
That's bad.
I was about to say, good riddance. Since when? Like, what are we ridden him from? Like 3 years ago?
To be honest, we did have a full 3 years of PL in
hey,
a lot of games.
very good for tanking towers.
You know, I want to see Omni Knight. I feel like the buffs to his Hammer of Purity have made him actually good at laning.
Is it something you can like feel in a demo though? Because it's just no mana, right?
It's attack range on it.
Oh, yeah. Show us how far he attacks from.
It's plus 75. It's not going to be very noticeable.
That's not very much.
That's crazy.
No.
That's good. That's
It was noticeable with Earthshaker and Chant Totem. I feel like it's hard to notice it now, but you probably feel it in the game.
This is good.
And the fact that it's 0 mana is kind of sick.
I think
Yeah.
if there's anything Omni Knight needs right now, it's to try to become a core, not be a support. So,
Are you being sarcastic?
yes.
Okay.
Are you still
Or
wearing
am I?
Oh, you are. Yeah, nice.
I never know
We're
with you, Cinder,
downloading
and that's
the
why I
patch sheet,
explicitly
okay?
asked.
What?
We're downloading the patch.
Oh, yeah, it's a
Take a
good
while,
thing I sent
actually.
you up there.
Yeah.
We're like 2 minutes away from the draft.
Can't wait.
I'll probably make that, I think.
Yeah, you'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Maybe,
60%
maybe we'll
off,
have
are
to
you?
remake the lobby again like last time. Who knows?
Can we show Clockwork with chainmails, please?
They disabled it on my hero for some reason. I don't know.
Is there anything we feel like, because I would imagine, I mean, we look through it and we look for stupid stuff. Pros look through it and they look for possible things that they can win games with. Is there anything in particular that we'll be seeing?
I unironically think Death Prophet will be good because
Yeah.
giving a hero like 20 base damage on a level 1 nuke is
Yeah.
pretty insane for their laning phase. I think we'll see a lot less of the popular supports.
80 mana for 100 damage is one of the most ludicrous like trade-offs.
Yeah, I think mid and off lane is viable.
And support, dude. Soxa was playing this support forever. Like I genuinely think this is a 5-4 mid and off lane.
I guess I'm just thinking like maybe if you use the delayed timing, like that makes her have like Kunkka Rum basically on all damage plus this buff.
Yeah.
Can you
I think it
show
might
the
be
new
enough.
Monkey King facet, please?
Oh yeah, the Monkey King where you can hide in the guard.
That's
And
right.
while he does that, Clockwork is tanking the monkey ult while eating chainmails.
Yeah. he's
Oh,
probably-
a hero I also think will be good is Dawnbreaker.
Ooh.
Because they made it so that when the sun comes out, Dawnbreaker gains 25.
Whoa, that was actually a really good throw.
25%.
I realized this.
You
it
knocked
hit-
my headset off the table.
I realized it's his hat, not mine.
It's broken now.
That was really, really good. Holy
I'm
shit.
calling Dawn either way.
Dawnbreaker.
You guys watching this Monkey King thing? I
No,
didn't see.
here we go.
Oh, okay,
yes.
do it.
Yo,
Do it.
Jenkins,
Yeah.
you ready?
Yeah, ready.
No,
That was
wait,
Cheever. Oh, almost got her.
Kevin is trying to show us
Kevin's
something.
showing us something.
Oh,
Sorry, I put
let's
too
see
much.
it.
I
Wait,
put
how does
too
it
much
work?
Heiser on that one. That's my
You're
bad.
just invulnerable for 1.5
You just
seconds out of 3
hide.
Oh, and then you
seconds.
swap to that
You
position.
turn into a different guy.
But it's like a
Pretty
3-second cooldown, so you keep doing it. Right?
Can
Yeah.
you come out of it early?
That's quite good.
Still patchy.
Yeah, it seems like you're like half the time you're invulnerable. Isn't
Yeah.
this broken?
Yeah,
Yeah, that seems really good to me.
but you do the same amount of damage, right? It's not like you do more damage.
I mean, it's still kind of broken.
But you're
defensively.
literally invulnerable half the time you're in your spell
Can
thing.
you leave it early if you wanted to?
No. You're basically just invulnerable half the time. Look at this.
Which is pretty nuts.
This is probably the most overpowered change we've seen so far, right?
Did he get nerfed at all as
crazy.
well, considering he was still one of the higher ban and pick?
I think the
feel
only
like
thing
he did.
about this change is that you can now counter him again with like Vengeful Spirit and like Batrider, like heroes that actually drag him out of his ulti will
Yeah.
be.
Hey, I think
Oh,
we need to
Primal
make Val a
Spring.
little bit more money. Can we see the Pudge persona taunt, please?
Yeah, we'll get there. Primal Spring cast range got decreased by 200, so you're gonna be less mobile. That's the biggest thing.
What was the cast range on changing of the guard? Could we just jump into any of the monkeys in
Yes,
the ring?
any of the
from
monkeys in the
anywhere?
ring.
Yeah,
And
you
then-
can do it to any of the
It
monkeys.
sounds really good.
And where your hero was, it remains a dude. So that means
Yeah.
that guy that you casted the ulti on is gonna have an extra soldier hitting that person probably for that first second and a half, you know?
I think this is really good.
Can
I
we
don't know.
check Venomancer, please? I think that's going to be important for today's games. I think we need to get a read on how much damage the wards are actually doing. Because it's hard to understand that from just
Like how you haven't
seeing the
found the
numbers.
password yet, Sinner. It's really
I
efficient.
guess the only other thing I would like to test if we can't test that is I'd like to know if level 7 Earthshaker, like 1 point Echo and 4 points Fissure, one-shots creep waves.
It doesn't. No, it only the fissure upgrade only works if there's a hero there.
All
It's only
he-
heroes?
All he
Oh,
cares
enemy
about
hero.
is
No, dude.
farming waves.
No. If you think about it, it's only heroes. So that's my bad. But if you had a support shaker level 7 that could one-shot creep waves from 1400 range, that hero would be broken.
Yeah, that would be broken, but
But
that's
it's not in the
creep
game,
waves.
so ignore me.
Let's check out the Venomancer damage on the wards facet. Because I remember when this shit first got added to the game, it was Imba. So you need debuffs on
I
him.
still think this damage is not terrible compared to normal.
well,
I mean, this
you
is
need
a
to
level
you
1
need
hero,
to
but
put you need to get the passive.
I
Otherwise,
mean,
there's no
okay,
debuffs
make
on it.
Ogre also not level 1. That's kind of skews my perception anyway.
Wait. I'm telling you. Purge, level up the Veno passive. He's got a passive that benefits from this. You get 2.
Level up Ogre.
The passive.
The Ogre.
what are you talking about? This thing?
Clockwork.
Yes, his only passive.
Well, no, that's not the passive that levels it up, is it?
No, but
It
it's
doesn't level up. He's just talking about you need debuff.
get an
Oh.
extra debuff. That's a serious amount of damage.
It's still a level 1 hero, but yeah.
And if you gale him as well, you get another debuff and you get 2 extra wards.
I just want you guys to be aware that we're literally moments away from the draft. And when the draft begins, we are gonna move over there.
That's
pretty
crazy
good.
damage.
Can we get that Pudge persona, please?
Can we get Clockwork eating blade mills, chain mills?
We
yeah,
might
the
be
Pudge
able
persona.
to
Yo, the Pudge persona.
Let's
We're not
do
gonna
the
see
Pudge
Pudge all day,
persona.
so
Let's
he was
do the
nerfed.
Pudge
Is that
persona.
important?
This is the
Is that
only
important?
time we'll see Pudge. We'll do the Pudge persona and then we'll go to the draft.
Do you have the Pudge persona?
I'm glad that we all have
Yeah.
mutual understanding of our priorities.
This is very important, Kevin.
Very
the main
important.
screen, view the treasure.
He's struggling here.
You're gonna have to
Get it,
load.
Kevin.
Give it a second. This is a really ancient computer that we're using.
It's not ancient.
It's not the.
It's Jenkins's computer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Clown Pudge.
I thought he
that.
was in a cart. I saw the
Can you
picture.
go ahead and buy
It's a
me
taunt.
the chest?
It's part of the taunt.
Oh.
What's your taunt button, Jenkins?
Taunt?
taunt?
P.
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 That
P
totally
for
makes sense.
taunt.
It's not working.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Purge.
Wait, is there a different Pudge set in there? Or you have to select the taunt, maybe?
Yeah, we can just see this.
Wait, I didn't see it.
Go back. Go
I
back.
was trying to get it to work. It doesn't work.
Let me show it in here.
That's like Mario Kart inspired. Do you remember how you used to, in in original Mario Kart, you'd have the balloon battles? Do you remember
Yeah,
those?
you would.
Oh yeah.
It actually is exactly that.
Okay, gentlemen, we are gonna move.
All right,
So
let's go.
Let's get ready for our first series. By the way, we're having 4 series today. Aurora versus Bedboom's up first. So we have last series today, Talon Power Vision. We have Game Enigma Galaxy. We have your Cold Brothers and Liquid. And the first series is Aurora versus Bedboom. It's the same series as just a few days ago. Different patch though, and of course different stakes potentially as well, as especially for Aurora. This is very important. They're one of the teams still fighting for getting those points to be able to go to Riyadh based off of the points rather than having to go through qualifiers. And we're gonna see what they have in mind for the patch. And Omni Knight, first pick. It was second pick, of course, overall, but like first pick for Bedboom after a Tiny. So yeah, theorycraft me this. It's interesting to see that the Temper Assassin is still banned and a lot of the usual suspects are still there.
Yeah, TA didn't really get like super significant nerfs, it feels like, and minimum the hero's still gonna be good at objectives, so I think probably worth removing her. I think the Omni Knight is going to be quite viable against a melee core. If he gets a melee to melee matchup where he can actually hammer routinely for low committal, I think that's going to make the hero probably decent. It is going to take a lot of skill points. The ability doesn't scale fantastic, but once you get to 10, you get that 40 base damage talent. Like it can be good.
Are you thinking core or support? Because it also could potentially just be a good 5, like running at the 4 with no mana cost. You know what I'm saying? You go like early boots. You know, like you don't need anything else.
I think it's a better core because if you're a support, like sure you're getting no mana hits, but it's still like a 16-second cooldown.
Yeah.
And what if like you're like, oh, my hammer's ready, and you go run at the support, and he's like, haha, and he just walks away from you. Then you're like, this skill point's sitting there. And then later on, the hammer it doesn't do anything as a support.
Okay,
basically.
fair enough. I was
you just don't use
just
it.
being devil's advocate.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's like all the pro players say when it comes to facets, like this facet is good, but it doesn't help you with laning, so we go the other one. So I kind of feel like it's like that, where you know you have an ability that yes, it's useless as a support going later, but laning is so goddamn important that having a ludicrous lane is very important. Although I say that and they have an ancient apparition, so there's
Well, he did get nerfed a little bit, but it was only minorly so. Like the core hero and all his abilities remain the same. The numbers just got tweaked. The AoE just got tweaked slightly.
Yeah, it's the cast range for Vortex is smaller, but who cares? It's still like 1200.
Is it just me, or did Sniper get like gutted by this change, or is this like really good? The fact that take aim gives you like the seeing red type thing, where you only see you see really far in a cone.
that's hilarious.
But like, what if I don't want that? Do you know what I mean? Like, what if I don't?
Yeah.
I want to push take aim without being able to see really far in a cone, but it's like tied to the hero in general. I did think some of these things were like a bit too cute. I was just.
I feel like
it does make sense though.
That's
I feel
gutting.
like it's very, realistic.
They should give him
it's
bonus
lore
damage.
friendly.
They should give him bonus damage as well. I feel like this is we'll just try it. Nobody really likes Sniper anyway. The
can't
Heralds are going to pick it anyway.
Yeah, he can't tank anymore. They took the armor away.
That's true. Heralds will be very confused when they click that, and then all of a sudden
They don't have any.
They
Like,
can't
where's
see
my
shit.
20 armor? I needed to tank
That was
this
a lot
quick
of
wave.
armor.
Yeah.
The tiny nerfs were actually pretty significant, in my opinion. The attack range on tree grab is 50 less. That adds up. The grow attack speed reduction is 5% more, and the avalanche damage at max level is 30 less. So, just stuff like this. I don't think these are negligible nerfs.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. That's one that you're gonna read it and be like, oh, it looks small, but then when you play it and feel it, it's gonna
just little things, right?
like
Yeah.
losing 5% attack speed on all of the attack speed items you buy. It could really make a DPS difference.
It's probably going to be mid-tiny, but either way, like, you're still wanting to hit people a couple times. You also farm with your attacks.
Wind Ranger's a potential core that could be a lot stronger. They buffed a lot of her. They buffed her facet that ties heroes together. It's 40 per person shackled per hero. So if you shackle 2 heroes, you get 80 damage for like a couple seconds.
once again, I think about laning, is that if you shackle a guy and you get plus 40 damage, is this a viable, like, level 1, I'm going to trade and
Literally
harass?
double damage.
Yeah, it's double damage. Like, that's kind of crazy for laning.
Is that only if the shackle lands?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if I could just literally throw a Q on them and not have it land and get.
Well, how long is it for?
3 seconds. So
It's
you'll
3
get
seconds.
2 or 3 attacks off for that.
That still seems pretty good.
I would view it similar to like AA's third spell, where it's like you're getting 2 or 3
Yeah.
attacks of bonus damage.
You're legit just shackling. You're just shackling for damage, pretty much, for trading.
What's Shackle's mana cost? Is it
I think
low?
it's like,
is
it's
it low
like
up to
80
spam?
level 1.
Okay.
It
80
is.
to 120 maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's possible for sure.
And she has good stats, so I think she can actually spam.
I assume that's their support though. I think it's
Yeah.
going to be Omni Core, probably Omni 3, and then those are probably the 2 supports. Keep in mind, before the patch, Windranger's win rate was not good. It was like 25%, and it was picked a decent amount of games. I think they made the Whirlwind a little bit worse, but as a whole, she definitely got some buffs. Lena, that one surprises me. This was one of the biggest heroes in the dumpster in the previous patch. Her win rate was god-awful. They buffed her passive, her neutral or her innate slightly. It's like it does slightly more damage than it did before. So I'm surprised to see this hero picked on the first game. Someone must have really liked what they saw.
This is cool. I like seeing 2 teams. Like, one team is just like, you are overestimating the patch. All the broken stuff is still broken. Then the other team is like, I'm going to pick Lena Omni.
Omni Lena is a classic though.
It is.
Some turret hero that gets buffed up by Lena. But one thing I will say is, when I think of Omni plus turret hero, the last thing I want to deal with is dislocation spells. Like, just somebody who says, okay, yeah, you have people behind you, but I'll just move them out of range of your saves. So the fact that they had Tiny Tusk, I think this is a bit strange. I think they had an idea coming into this game, like, we're going to try this strat. And I honestly just don't think it's good against what Aurora has picked so far. And I think they might have, like, overcooked
They're just doing
their
it
own
anyway.
strat. Yeah. I mean, I see what they're going for, and maybe there's something I'm missing, but it's like, especially hyper late game, Tusk gets Ags or something. It's just, like, there's no scaling portion of the game. Mid game, Tiny's gonna have Blink and dislocate you. Late game, Tusk will have Ags. So I don't think there's any point where there's like a unkillable Lena with an Omni behind him. You know.
I will say it's gonna be GPK Lena, and that is one of his main. Used to always be his signature hero. So maybe he knows something that we don't. And he just feels that confident on it.
It's possible he's so confident, and he felt like it was maybe situationally viable in the previous patch. Is a kind of a thing. So he's like, oh, if it got buffed past that, I think I'm comfortable now.
And it probably owns Tiny in lane. If the Tiny's mid,
Yeah.
it'll probably do well there.
I mean, we all force strats in the new patch. There's
course.
just usually less on the line for us in our little pub games to buy 18 chainmails and no boots. You know,
Yeah.
just gonna be a little different here.
That
in this
15% bonus damage you got from all those chainmails.
Yeah, I mean,
the boots.
the hero's win rate was bad. It was like 43%.
You talking about
pub
Lena?
games. Yeah, it was really bad last patch. I'm very surprised they picked it here.
Well, one hero that I think is completely in the gutter is Morphling, for the record.
You think so?
Losing 0.6 strength gain. It's effectively losing 0.6 agi gain because like you'll now have
Yeah.
to have that. And then the mana regen nerf, and then the stat gain nerf, because the attribute shift, like, you were paying an X amount of mana to shift it per second. So now you're just getting 20% less shifting, not only by rate, but also how much mana you're spending. And then they nerfed his base mana regen by 0.5. I think these type of, like, Morphling's always just been a numbers hero. I think he's always just been, are his stats too high? And then he's broken. If his stats too low,
Of course.
he's useless. And so I think Morphling's in the gutter.
If
but-
there's any hero that's a numbers hero, it's the one that can literally trade stats one for
Yeah.
another. It makes sense.
I'd be surprised if we see it any more this event, to be honest.
They banned out Sven and Gyro, heroes that can't
Yeah.
deal with Eidolons. Eidolons are worse at level 1. I think they lost like 25% of their level 1 damage. So
They did, yeah.
last hitting against them should be easier for whoever it is.
I have a really funny stat for you guys.
Give it.
Clockwork's win rate went down by 6%.
I'm not
It's
surprised.
because loads of people are trying
People
it
are
out.
eating chainmails.
It's not worth it to eat
This
the
is
chainmail.
that's like a crazy decrease.
And keep in mind, this is all by people under 8.5k MMR, so, you know, maybe they just also don't really know what they're doing.
the pick rate's up by 8%. Those
Yes.
motherfuckers are eating chainmails.
People
out
love the idea of permanent scaling.
Yeah,
They love
They're
it.
getting rid of a facet that's good and does good things for you, and they're doing something,
Snap comes
taking a
up.
facet that's only good when you're like 6 slotted, basically.
I love the Kunkka carry idea against the offlane Enigma. You have an easy way to clear Eidolons. You did kind of need a initiator of some sort as well with your lineup. All you had was Windranger Shackle. I still like Aurora's draft better, but I do like the last pick from Bedlam Team here.
I mean, there are some things that are going to matter for the Storm pick. They really nerfed mana regen tier 1 neutral items. The mana flask
did.
isn't there,
shovel.
and the shovel's not there. So if he doesn't get like a +1 mana regen neutral item at tier 1, he's going to have a lower farm speed. He's not going to get his items as fast. Kaya mana regen got nerfed too. You need to upgrade it to get it back to 50%. So the one thing that I was worried about in this patch was these spellcaster mid heroes. I think they're going to have a harder time.
I actually agree with that. Those little indirect nerfs, that's probably pretty huge and something you wouldn't figure out overnight. Like, just playing it out.
Yeah, I agree. Aurora they went for the completely like picking previous meta stuff, and I don't know. I like what BetBoom has cooked here.
Because you feel like that Aurora has stuck too much to the old meta,
Yeah,
and maybe
I think this
BetBoom
is-
did too much crazy stuff?
I think this is completely old meta stuff from Aurora. It's nice that on the very first game of the patch, we get to see the clash of these ideas, because usually we have to go experience this by losing our pubs, whether it's like we should really adjust or not adjust so much. But we literally get to see whether adjusting or not adjusting is the correct move here in Dota.
It's basically Aurora saying we don't think this patch changed enough for us to... Maybe they think these heroes aren't as good now, but you also have to factor in you're not going to play the new heroes as well as you've been playing the heroes that you've been
True,
spamming for the
very
last
true.
2 or 3 months. So are the changes big enough to warrant playing heroes you have not been spamming? Because
Yeah,
that does
true.
matter a lot.
Anything you wish to add to that, Kev?
I can't wait to see how good the Omni is. It could blow this game out of the water by like dumpstering the laning stage more than what we expect.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest X factor for BetBoom team. I don't have enough faith in the Lina, but maybe that does a lot too.
Well, we can get an opinion of to other experts. Actually, we will get that during the game because we are ready to head over there. It's Sunspan and Stinnerin for Game 1, Aurora and BetBoom, and of course first, some PuckJam Pandas.
Welcome to the first game that we get to cast on this new patch. Sunsfan here with Cinder and Aurora versus BetBoom. I don't think we could have asked for a better matchup. And not only are we talking about the dynamics between these teams, the history between these players, but also the differences in approach to this new patch. The panel kind of touched on it. One side, which is Aurora,
30 seconds.
just the old meta. Nothing has really changed. This is as if there was no patch this last night. And on the other side, BetBoom, we're seeing some somewhat crazy stuff with the Lina and Omni Knight.
The thing that stood out to me a lot in this draft was that the first phase bans were very much the same. It was like many of the top tier heroes from the previous patch are still getting removed. Namely, I immediately was wondering, okay, how much does this nerf affect TA? They first banned it again. So we'll see. But yeah, you're right. I'm not going to say Aurora made 0 adjustments, because the heroes that they picked and the priority that they put them on, I think, is slightly changed. Like the order in which they were chosen and what was available, that they chose it over. But this is, as you said, still every single hero they play here is something they already were. Whereas for BetBoom, we're going to see Miro on, I believe this is actually one of his favorite heroes. So I think he was super excited to just try this out, the offlane Omni Knight. And GPK is back on one of his absolute classics in mid on the Lina. Lane Dominator that really takes advantage of strong lane mechanic skills and has effectively 0 bad matchups in mid, more or less. This is one of the most bulletproof heroes to put in that lane.
Yeah, Kiyotaka on the Storm Spirit. That hero I don't think was touched at all based on what I'm seeing on. I'm just going to be hovering over the tooltips for the most part in this game.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that one seems to be completely untouched. The Storm was already good in the last patch. It should likely continue to be good in this one.
Yeah, I really like what Purge touched upon, though, that because this is something that I think people don't put enough emphasis on, is sometimes, you know, what do you think? When people open the changelog, let's say you're an average casual player, you open the changelog, where do you go? You go and check what happened to your favorite heroes, right?
Well, no, you check out the Clockwork Chainmail and
That's
then
right.
the Pudge Persona.
If I had to guess, I think what most people put the most emphasis on in the patch notes is the heroes that I love to play, are they better or worse?
Yeah,
right?
I did the same thing with Centaur, so
Right.
yeah.
So you just go and check your favorite heroes, and then perhaps you glance over a little bit whether there's like some systemic changes where multiple things adding up will make certain heroes better or worse. And Purge just pointed out, there's multiple things about Storm. Trusty Shovel is gone, so you can't get that.
Yep, true.
There's less mana regen on Kaya, and I forgot what the third thing he said was. There's like a pattern, right, of like multiple things. So maybe Storm is still the same hero, but he might be significantly worse because of external factors, right?
Yep, very
so, and on the flip side, perhaps other heroes that didn't even get buffed will be a lot better because their counter matchups are worse and because you know, certain items they like to buy are better, whatever it is.
Yep, save in a bit of trouble. Gets purified, but eventually will fall to Nightfall for first blood on the Tiny. Tiny was nerfed a bit in this patch. Avalanche does less damage, and more importantly, Grow, attack speed reduction is increased, so overall nerfs it looks like for the most part on this hero. Still playing it in this position 1, but really the hero I want to talk about is Miero on the Omni Knight. The Hammer of Purity having 0 mana, that's a big deal. And it slows the target, and the attack range is 75. I feel like this was one that was sometimes harder to get off. Now the extra 75 probably makes a pretty big difference.
It is going to help. I'm a little bit worried for this bot lane for Betboom that... Oh, they're actually in big trouble here. Miero surely dead for this.
Yep, he's ticking out. Nope, never mind. The slow from save, preventing any further chase. Now Panto in the trees. Miero actually comes back. We'll use the purification on himself as Panto eventually taken out. So save, getting the better of that exchange. Nightfall wants to continue though. And it does have Avalanche in just a moment with the toss, so that should ensure the trade. So Nightfall already with 2 kills in this early game.
Yeah, pretty unusual to see Tiny's skill toss level 3 as a carry, but moment of opportunity there, a rare one to get value. Yeah, so I was just thinking in this lane whether Omni Knight should skill Repel on level 2 instead of Purification. The cooldown is just so insanely long. Like, Repel level 1 is 55-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's like an ultimate almost.
Yeah, the thing is just this ability in theory is incredible against Jakiro because Jakiro places so many debuffs on you, even on level 2, with Dual Breath as well as Liquid Fire. If you repel that, you get a lot of HP regen, and of course with the magic resistance. You can kind of negate everything Jakiro does, but you can do it once every minute. So perhaps it's a little bit too naive to think that will work for them.
And what about for Lina? So GPK, you talked about that's one of his signature heroes from back in the day. I haven't been seeing it too much in this last patch. But with the new one, we're going to see a little fight in the bottom side of the river. Kiyotaka and Miero will be joining this as well as GPK is going to take the brunt of it. And the Ice Shard blocking off save. He's going to get a kill in Panto. Gets the win run off as well, so actually I think he might be okay. Kiyotaka is only level 4, so ends up being a 1-for-1, but definite favor to Aurora.
I like the new pings as well. You're seeing them here when the team's ping. There's like a lot of... There's multiple new options, I believe.
Oh, a heart. Very useful.
And they have different sound effects, so it's easier to distinguish what exactly is being pinged for. And
oh, yeah, that's a nice sound. That's very calming, actually. Miero continuing to get harassed quite a bit in this lane. Does have better CS than the opposing off lane in Toronto, Tokyo, but it is pretty close.
I guess something you didn't touch upon yet is going into the series, you would think Aurora should be favorites based on group stage performance, group stage 1 that is. They looked like one of the best teams of the tournament, whereas Betboom were a little bit of a mixed bag. They made it through, but not by a lot compared to Aurora that had plenty of buffer. However, of course, a lot of things can change now. Toss back onto Miero, he will die. Easy pick.
Yep, so both offlaners dying around the same time globally. Mira going to get X'd into the torrent is Kiritich looking to finish the job. And Kataomi will get credit for that one. Double kill for the AA.
Yeah. This is a very good lane for Kunkka. This is just... Tusk Enigma is in general a very powerful lane, but Kunkka probably up there with the best carries to play in this lane. You're pretty durable. You can cleave down the Eidolons. X-Mark interacts very nicely against Tusk in every situation that you get ahead.
Yeah.
So, hearing a Laguna Blade here. Bit of poke from GPK, just harassing with it effectively. Gets 10 stacks, of course. Off of that,
and
we'll
get the
rune. Good news for him.
Yeah, good regen. Going back to Kunkka, the Tidebringer was slightly buffed in terms of damage. And you remember, I forget who it was that was X marking themselves in like little baby, the very short X's. I think it's probably muscle memory from the other facet, the Grog Blossom. Because when you return back with X, Kunkka and nearby allies gain Admiral's Rum buff.
But he did it to just hit creeps with.
No, I understand. I'm just saying maybe it's muscle memory from pubs or something. As Toronto, Tokyo, I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. Gonna get the ice. Okay, he's actually gonna run that off. His Heritage is taking a lot of damage now from the Eidolons. A big Tidebringer, though. We'll delete most of them.
Well, this is... Okay, it looked like Katomi was going to try to steal the Wisdom, but that's just not going to happen here. It's way too much coverage from the Radiant, but Save will take their own. So 1-for-1 trade, standard stuff here. Coming out. I mean, overall, the biggest winner in this game so far is the Tiny just off of kills, but nobody is really pulling significantly ahead in lanes aside from that. I guess, you know that Lina is winning mid. She should. So she's 500 up on the Storm. I think that's kind of par for the course with how these lanes are supposed to go. So in terms of individual performance, with what you would expect as an outcome, nobody really being left behind here. Enigma and Omni Knight with the same net worth. I don't know, man. You're overall first picking Omni Knight, and then you're just losing your lane.
Okay, gonna use the Laguna Blade. 2 versus 1, but you can see the TP coming in, and the Tusk is the one that's in trouble. Mr. Mira completely surrounded from all angles. So good rotation from Beppu, maybe even overkill.
Yeah, they brought a lot of assistance. That was unnecessary. Honestly, it looked like GPK could have held his own there. Didn't even really need the help against that initiation.
8-minute power rune.
Nice
Gonna be bottom as Shackle and the right clicks of GPK should suffice. And he is off to a pretty good start, 2-1 at the moment. Top net worth in the game.
Radiant's top tower.
This is one of my
is under
pet
attack.
peeves about mid Lina players that I know this is popular, so I can't say, like, I'm sure this is just good. It just looks wrong to me to not have 1 point in LSA.
Oh, you can see the Invis being used by Kataomi. I think he might be regretting this choice. As Mira with the snowball. Now the zip from Kiyotaki. He's very low on mana, though, but AA still falls. What were you saying?
I'm just saying, this mid Lina stuff where you go 4-0-3 or 4-0-4 even, I just think, I don't know, like how much effectiveness are you getting out of this 1 extra point versus all of the utility of having Light Strike Array for when you get gone on, for when you're looking for kills?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I am completely on board with maxing Fiery Soul over the stun. It's not that. I just...
Yeah,
there are very
value
few
level
builds that pros do that I genuinely don't like, but that's probably one of the ones that stand out. I'm like, surely this 1 point in stun will, like, it just needs to make a difference one time, right? Literally once.
Yeah.
Saving your life one time or getting you 1 kill you otherwise wouldn't have had, and it has to have been better than a 3rd point in Fiery Soul. But yeah, it's a pattern. This is not a GPK only thing. I've seen multiple mid laners do this 4-0-3 stuff.
Because mid players are very greedy. They're min-maxers.
Yeah, but...
And they have mental issues. So all three of those together combine into not going for anything in LSA.
I see.
The value point surely is better. There's no way.
I could see how mental issues would make you not skill your stun. That makes a lot of sense. I get it.
Yeah, you knew a lot about that.
Yeah. Speaking of mental issues, first pick Omni Knight. A choice one can make.
I was excited, and now I don't know how I feel.
Nah.
I mean, this hero, the biggest issue with him historically, past Dota 1, that is, because Dota 1, he was a mid hero. He was ownage. You get S&Y Basher, you just beat the shit out of everybody. But lately, it's like this identity issue. Are you a support? Are you a core? It's trying to be both to some degree, and it just feels, I don't know. A lot of heroes that does work for, though, so I can't really put my finger on exactly what it is.
What do you call a jack of all trades who's not even a jack? That's kind of Omni Knight.
Jenkins.
He's a jank of all trades.
Yeah.
That's Omni's problem. And I mean, this patch, I don't know if this Hammer of Purity change is intended to be, oh, this will make him better as both a support and a core, because obviously it will. Like, it's just, this skill just got better.
Yeah.
In every way.
I just thought of something similar.
But it's like, I don't know.
I thought it was the coolest
really
facet ever.
Okay.
We're going to get to this in just a moment. This is a really good idea, and Valve is going to be listening and definitely taking it.
Yep, for sure.
And it looks like this is going to break things up. Now, I'm not saying that it would be balanced right off the bat. You'd have to make number changes in several places. But what about the idea of Omni Knight? Let's try a black and white approach. The facet is like support versus core.
Okay.
The support, you're a ranged hero. Think about changing something fundamental like that. Your stats are different, obviously. That sounds kind of interesting to me.
Okay, so if he's a ranged hero with that facet, why would you not take that facet and be core?
Well, your stats would be significantly worse. Even your abilities, in some cases, would be worse.
Oh, I see. So
I'm just saying it's like a pretty drastic
okay
difference between the two. It's not like the Tidehunter one, which is still relatively so. As top lane, you can see Panto.
He's trying to do some tower damage. That did not work out very well for him.
Yep.
I'm not necessarily against that idea. I guess it's somewhat what they tried to do with Vengeance, right? Where she remains ranged but gets the melee aspects of being ranged.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
For me, I would rather, I don't know. I think Omni's biggest problem, honestly, is just the cooldown on Repel. I think if you want to make him either a support or a core, this spell just needs to change in some fashion. Like either lower cooldown and then have it be worse, or make it his ult and make it really good, and then rethink Guardian Angel into something else, right? Like something in that fashion, I think would maybe help out. But we're at least getting to see him one game today. If this doesn't go well for BetBoom, maybe they won't run it again, but so far so good overall in the game, of course.
I mean, he's not.
Team as a whole are doing
You're making
fine.
it sound pretty grim. He's bottom net worth of the cores, but we can see the separation is not too.
No. It's just, okay.
Crazy.
Okay, think of it this way. You overall first pick this hero, right?
Yeah.
And the buffs that he got have not really made any difference to the game. And at this point, how much is this going to matter down the stretch? Because I think the primary buff to this Hammer of Purity should be about, the mana cost when you're spamming it as much as you can in lane.
Oh, a good bait. GPK is going to get caught by the Avalanche into Ice Path. Mega stun after stun. That was a really good bait from Kiyotaki. He used all his mana, baited in GPK to be out of position just slightly as the smoke gank arrived.
Kiyotaka with his patented Boots of Travel Rush on the Storm.
Oh, here we go again.
But he's going Kaya second.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
What was it he did? No, he also did that last time, right? What was it? He went.
Oh, yeah, it was Kaya into
then
Nullifier.
Nullifier.
Yeah, which Nullifier is also very good here against
Windranger.
Well, doesn't it work against Omni anymore? Well, it works on Guardian Angel.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Repel, I guess.
No, Repel is...
This is dispellable.
It is dispellable. Wow. Okay, so both Guardian Angel and
But it
Repel.
also gives you debuff immunity. So I don't know, this is like weird. I don't actually even remember, man. I've not even seen this hero for like a year.
I mean, if it says dispellable, then it should.
Sometimes it's like some parts are dispellable and some aren't. Like maybe you can dispel the HP regen, but not the immunity, you know what I mean?
So it's a mixed dispellable.
I think you can, if I had to guess, I think you can dispel the strength and HP regen of it, but not the
PKB.
debuff immunity.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't know for a fact.
No, that sounds right.
Who knows?
Tier 1 tower looks to be given up for Aurora. That Boom's grouping up with 3. And the Radiance just about there for Kiritich. Actually buys it now on the way. So 13.5-minute Radiance.
Yeah, not too shabby.
With the Phase Boots Bracer. Pretty good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, what's the build on Omni Knight? Let's see. He's going for Echo Saber, I believe.
Echo Saber Orchid right now. I mean, this is the core way of playing Omni, where you get up close and personal and do some serious damage. But just to reiterate, he's not. Oh, hang on. We don't have time for that just yet.
A fight for the rune, but it is not there. It is top. And Kiyotaka will use all his mana to get it, but he's going to be greeted by Kiritich, who grabs it for himself. X back into the LSA, or I should say the Laguna Blade from GPK. They're going to get a second on top of that. GPK with a double kill. Panto, X. This should be a third kill. Torrent keeps him in place. Save gets credit for that, and they can likely just get the tier 1 on top of it.
They lost 3 heroes in a tower because they really wanted a rune.
Yep.
That's, I'm going to say that is an unworth for me.
I would also like to throw it out there that these two teams know each other really well.
Yeah.
And if you know Kiyotaka, you know he's going to really be greedy for things like that, right?
He wants the runes very bad. I mean, there's also a mental aspect of this. I think earlier we saw him...
I have to interrupt.
Okay, excuse me?
He has a dormant Curio on the Storm Spirit. Let's see how long he keeps it, shall we? As the Enigma caught off guard. and deleted by save. So are there any other? Oh, there's a bunch of them. So Kiyotaka, along with Mira, have it, and Heritage.
Yeah.
And of course, we should mention Miero has chipped vest, which the passive is called Chipper.
Yeah.
I hope Shiver actually checked that off the list because I got one right. Chipper was added to the game.
Yeah. They had a different name planned for it, but then they chose this one after you made your prediction.
Wait, what was the name before?
I don't think it was Chipper. I don't remember, though.
I wonder if is there a way for us to even know? Somebody tweet at us, except don't use Twitter. Use something else.
Chip Vest is kind of an interesting choice in general, especially in heroes that buy Blade Mail. It actually increases your farming rate in the jungle quite well.
PK. Laguna Blade goes off, and they get the connection they need. Betboom with a great counteract onto Kiyotaka. Boots a travel. Not working out there. So
he's going BKB next, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Tired of getting stunned.
So no nullifier.
Understandable. Not yet.
This is more acceptable, I think.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, things are looking quite good here for Betboom, to be sure. Especially GPK, I would say, is having a great game on his Lina. He's 4-2-3. Approaching this BKB timing that makes this hero so much better. You're going to have BKB and Repel to work with.
Yeah.
Kunkka, one of the carries that doesn't necessarily really need Repel very much, so you can reserve it for your mid hero more so than the carry. Wow, this is a very late wisdom for Panto. Steals this minute 1640. They just never went there.
A nice little treat. I mean, speaking of Panto, we can discuss his neutral item as well. The Sister's Shroud. Sounds like something from the Dune show. Great show, by the way. Highly recommend.
Oh, no.
As save. Well, he's going to dodge out the ice path. I'm going to turn this around onto poor Panto. Will shatter to Cat to Omi.
You talked about Kiyotaka being greedy. He went there and dropped one liquid fire into TP out. He really wanted that tower damage, and he died for it.
Yep. Well, we'll see if it's worth it in the end.
I looked at the Sister's Shroud. Well, that's hard to say.
It replaces the... I forget the name now. The dodge item. Neutral.
Gossamer Cape?
Yep, there you go.
It's a bit different, because Gossamer Cape was guaranteed evasion on the first hit, and then it would go on cooldown, get ready again. Sister's Shroud doesn't get refreshed until you kill someone or die, right?
Yep.
But you block the first 2 hits guaranteed instead.
Okay.
I mean, I think the Sister Shroud item is really good on supports. You enter a fight, you haven't been fighting so far, and the first 2 or 3 attacks against you are going to miss. It's pretty strong. And then, sure, if that's it, and then the next fight you haven't got a kill or a death, it won't work, but you're going to die a decent amount as a support in many games, so
yep,
it's actually quite nice.
It's an interesting one.
I think
and I wonder how easy
good.
it is for the enemies to know what status it's at.
Yeah.
Right now, right?
That's part of it too. You don't really know for a fact.
I don't see any. Well, I guess he got rid of it. So
and he changed it for Searing Signet.
Oh, Kunkka in a lot of trouble. We'll get AA blasted. The boat's going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but 5 members of Aurora here to get the kill. Mira a little bit too late to the party. Looks like they want to fight though. Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, he actually used Black Hole. Died instantly. That is unfortunate. As a big shackle into the LSA. He finally leveled, but the snowball save. Does he have the mana? He does, to get a good amount of distance away onto the high ground.
He doesn't have TP ready.
Oh, 8 seconds on the TP. Do they think he's out already? Yes, they do.
Choosing a great spot to hide here, taking advantage of his observer.
Ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of Betboom. That's despite losing the Kunkka first.
Yep.
But yeah, the Black Hole being down, pretty big deal as well.
It was a very good Ice Blast. He gets it in on the... Actually, yeah, he had Enigma and the Tusk, and then the reinforcements arrive. Toronto, Tokyo already half health when the fight breaks out. That is the shortest Black Hole of all time.
Yep, I think it's up there in contention.
This is a crazy good save from Mira, by the way. He has to more or less max range snowball pick him up. If he tries to go a little bit closer to make sure he reaches, then he's dead.
Yep.
That was within...
Betboom will take advantage of this fact that there's no Black Hole and go for good old Roche. And the Aegis onto GPK.
We'll take care of bottom, get X marked back. That in itself is communicating some intent to Aurora. If GPK is X marked, that would seem like they're planning a move, whether that is for an objective or for a fight.
Yep.
And the Tormentor seems to be where it's at.
Oh yeah, it spawns at 20 minutes now, so that's another big change with the patch. A little bit surprised they didn't change location or at least tweak it in some regard. But this will be a freebie for Betmus. They get Aegis and the Tormi, Kataomi with the Shard, which is quite a good one. The Ice Blast stunning.
They have a lot of nice setups for Ice Blast, right? They have Shackle Shot, X-Mark,
Dire's middle tower is under
Atos
attack.
on the Wind Ranger. So it's a pretty reliable follow-up stun in this game. The Ice Blast should be hitting the majority of the time.
Okay, there's no dormant Curios anymore, by the way. So I guess some of these...
Tier 2 is Kiritich is in trouble.
Oh, interesting.
But he could TP out, I guess. He's sticking around.
GPK gets spotted, but Panto's the one that pays the ultimate price. So if you highlight the neutrals that are buffed, it has an unleashed icon and saying it's 30% artifact potency. So for Kiyotaka, for example, you're getting extra damage from the Searing Signet.
Yep.
So I guess we're not going to see the Obscurio into the late game syndrome.
But then if he takes Searing Signet again...
That's a lot of damage, but the reinforcements are coming. They've already lost their Omni Knight. The LSA onto 2 heroes. Mira getting super low. Will be the first to fall, and Nightfall on the run. You see the other side of the trees. Torrent is going to hit along with the Shackle. Enough damage for BetBoom. Kiyotaka and company, despite having the Arcane Rune, are going to have to retreat. So another instance where a core for BetBoom die, but BetBoom comes back and gets 3 kills on top of it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
One thing that Omni Knight has always been, I mean, he's like decently tanky, and if he gets some sort of spells off, he can get a counterplay. That time didn't really manage to get anything defensive off before his death, but didn't matter. The reinforcements arrived just in time, and some great spell casting once again. GPK really going to work this game now. 8, 2, and 6 on the Lina, hitting seemingly every LSA on the dot. So very nicely done. I was wondering what I was going to say was, let's say the Searing Signet on Kiyotaka, right, that is currently unleashed. If you pick Searing Signet again on tier 3, is it still unleashed? Or does he not get to upgrade it at all?
He doesn't get to upgrade it again, no.
Okay, so if he were to take Searing Signet Mystical
you're
again,
saying if it's the same item
and the same enchantment, or another enchantment.
I would guess no, but I'm not 100%.
Okay, we'll try to keep an eye on that. Maybe I could also read the text. I guess I'll do that for you.
My initial understanding after reading it is it's a one-time thing.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to double dip, as it were. Kiyotaka showing himself. A blast going to miss here.
This enchantment is tied to the next non-curio artifact you select. It will be saved as long as you keep the upgraded artifact. Selecting a new one will make you lose the unleashed enchantment.
And the artifact is the enchantment is like the stat related stuff.
Yeah.
So if he keeps Searing Signet, then it stays then. Sounds like. Oh, X actually was successful. Kiyotaka has to burn most of his mana. We'll be fine though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This game definitely has a different feel to it than most games of the tournament so far. Obviously for us, because we're trying to wrap our heads around a lot of stuff going on as well, but also just the fact that you're playing against heroes you aren't really used to for Aurora, I think, is a little bit... Just some different nuances here. That does not mean that their approach of running previous meta stuff is wrong. We've seen this in plenty of tournaments in the past where a patch comes out and some teams will make quick adjustments, some will make slower. Sometimes the stable stuff just keeps working really well. I have to say, to me, once again, the standout hero of the game has been Lina. And she wasn't buffed that much. I don't really think the Omni Knights had too much of an impact compared to other stuff Miro could have played.
No.
Unless if specifically Aurora feel like they cannot make certain moves because of Omni Knight's just presence in the game with his ult and repel. But all of the changes to the hero did not matter for that here.
Yeah, GPK, they'll be able to get the trade.
Yep.
Nightfall with the Shadow Blade.
see BetBoom make a lot of use of the pings, actually. It's kind of interesting. On the side of Aurora, I haven't really noticed it much. BetBoom keep pinging different types of pings for like spellcasting locations, or I think he went here, or attack here. It's kind of cool to see that they're immediately playing into the new toys.
Wish there was
now
a
on GPK. Oh my gosh,
wish there was
so
a wheel for don't throw.
Yep. Yeah, that would be good for
Non-toxic.
GP Cake.
That could be an
course.
unlock for TI or something.
No. You cannot. Suns fan cast GPK game without mentioning tilt or throw. Challenge level impossible.
Okay, don't tilt is pretty good too, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
So Kiritich on this Kunkka, he has the Radiance, BKB going for the Assault next.
Yep. Unsurprising. Pretty
And
standard
Miro.
stuff.
No, he's got the Blink Orchid. Gonna force out the BKB from Kyo. We're calling him that from now on.
So X is too short.
Still has the zip regardless.
Dire's
High ground.
is under attack.
Siege is still alive. There's no fortification either. This is a tower.
It is a tower.
It is no longer a tower. BetBoom,
Has fallen.
without the Aegis, able to take a pretty significant structure. Big ol' zip, but the creeps actually survive. Macropyre used just to ensure that they die. Nightfall
Dire's bottom
looking for an opening, but decided against it. He has the Crystallis. We'll be upgrading it to the Brooch. And we'll be going for a Blink on top of the Shadow Blade that he has.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if he just feels the need to assassinate the support, or if he thinks they're going to need it to catch the Omni, but Miero's itemization allows him to play very far back. He's got Blink Orchid, so if he wants to play defensively, he can be like 1500 range behind the fight. And of course, a change in this patch, you can't overshoot your Blink and panic anymore. They removed that part of Dagger. The range penalty no longer exists.
Yep, true.
So
We have a smoke on both sides. Won't know about Roche for another 15 seconds. Mira looking to be the one to open things up for Aurora. No, they're again
Dire's
deciding
top tower
against
is
it.
under attack.
As BetBoom, they make their aggressive play now.
GPK with a gem. Leading the charge.
Waiting on the high ground. Mira gonna pop the smoke as Toronto Tokyo would be the big kill. Shackle hits. Laguna. Ice Blast. Goodbye. No Enigma. 50 seconds. And BetBoom feels like they've been getting better of
Dire's top tower
pretty
is
much
under
every
attack.
engagement so
Scanning.
far.
Yeah. When's the last time it feels like Aurora took initiative?
It's been a while. Panto gonna get hit by the ship and will eventually be brought down to his knees. I think dragons have knees, perhaps?
Well, I'll let you have it.
Okay. Can ask ChatGPT that one, actually.
Are dragons wyverns? Are wyverns dragons? And of course, the most important question, do dragons have knees?
Yep.
Yeah. X mark onto Toronto's Black Dragon. Speaking of dragons.
Yep. The zip in. A blast is coming. Nightfall gets the last hit on Miero. Okay, this might be the first time that they've killed a core without losing 3 heroes afterwards.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, we're gonna see a new neutral on Panto, the Jiddy Pollen Bag.
I don't know what GD is.
I don't know either. But basically health reduction, right? So against the Omni Knight, for example.
And then it does 12% of their max health over 12 seconds. So 1% max health damage per second. And reduces their health.
I mean, that is an insane blink cancel.
Yeah, if it works for that.
12 seconds?
That's kind of crazy if it works against Blink. I think that would
Why
be
wouldn't
changed
it?
if it does. If the damage type is HP loss, right, then it doesn't cancel Blink. Is that how it is?
No.
There's some things that don't cancel Dagger, right? Or are they all gone?
There might be like one in the game, and it's not HP loss.
Oh yeah, there is one in the game. It's called GD Pollen Bag. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really good.
Thank you. You really thought I was going to come up with a serious
You fooled me.
That's how I get you.
You fooled me real good.
If you say stuff with enough confidence, people are going to believe you.
Oh, I make an entire career out of that,
Yeah.
so I know. How big of a difference do you think this Tormentor being 20 versus 15 makes?
It definitely slows games down a little bit in terms of the winning team accelerating.
Ice Path onto 2 heroes. Black Hole to follow. That's on 2 cores as well. A-Blast to try to counteract this, but GPK is already dead. Actually trying the Nightfall away on the Kunkka. He's going to get away, but still, they lose Miero. That's 2 dead, 2 cores for 1 support. Well, 2 supports, I guess, as buyback came out eventually for Panto.
It's actually such a surprisingly weak result from Aurora to only get 2 kills out of that. 2 for 1. I mean, it's 2 cores. Of course, it's great, but that looked like it could be a total disaster.
Yeah, that was an insane Ice Path, setting everything up on the staircase.
Great Ice Path. They get a 2-man Black Hole with Midnight Pulse, and those are the only 2 heroes that end up dying, so BetBoom kind of cut their losses and get out. It's of course huge to get these 2 kills, make no mistake, but this late in the game, those types of Black Holes oftentimes lead to a team wipe or some sort of objective at the very least. But Roshan unclaimed, Tormentor also unclaimed for Aurora, so they just got the 2 kills and that's it.
Radiant are scanning.
And for the Blink Dagger change, does that have any impact on pro play? Other than for crit?
It's a niche reference, I like it. Well,
because this is something that we've been wanting for a long time, because it's like a hidden mechanic almost.
Yeah, it's archaic. It's just, how to say, so when you had range finder on your Blink, whenever you click it, you could see what the max range was. The main impact it's going to have on pro play is that you can just be faster, right? You can just instantly, if you want to get out or want to go in, you can just blink as far as you want.
Yeah.
So that's the main impact it's going to have, is just smoothness, but obviously at this level of play, people weren't like consistently
Roshan has roared. He is being attacked by the Dire.
He's dead.
In case you don't play with sound, GPK gets the Aegis.
It's understandable. In case you guys are watching without sound.
True.
Then,
well, then you can't hear what you're saying.
That's right. That was the joke. That's why I didn't follow up the sentence.
You know, people that aren't listening to us can't hear what we're saying.
Dire's top tower is
Yes,
under attack.
that was once again the joke. I want to talk. All right, maybe my delivery was bad. Who knows? The joke was
really
definitely good. It was not the quality of the joke.
You're really good at your job.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, a very even game despite the score not being so much in that department. Aegis, though, picked up by GPK, so they'll have a little bit of a extra leg up, you would think, in the coming minutes. But, I mean, that's a pretty big power spike. Silver Edge and Bloodthorn for Aurora. As Kiyotaka gets on top of Miero, that's another death for him. No way to dispel while silence for him at the moment. And saved. It's going to get stunned as GPK doing a ton of damage on the backline too. Panto does take him out in the end. LSA onto 2, but the BKB TPs. X actually did connect. Nightfall's BKB ended too early. Big kill for BetBoom. Kiyotaka was not there, of course, because of the solo kill onto Miero.
No Nightfall for Nightfall, but a Nightfall for Mira.
Yeah.
He actually has BKB Blink on the Tusk. It's not that common to see this 30 minutes in. It's having a
Dire's bottom tower
pretty rich.
is under attack.
Yeah, like you said, Kiyotaka just going to work, but Storm not the best hero at accomplishing this split push goal. But he's not showing any signs of stopping. And this is in spite of not having BKB ready. He was just confident that they weren't TPing back and finding an angle onto him. They were going to make their own push play, and he would be right.
Yeah, they're going to continue here. They have Roche's banner ready to go as Kiritich taking a ton of damage, forced out the BKB. The Laguna, I should say, onto Mira. X back into the arms of Kiritich and company. Kiritich does have to be a bit careful. He's not the one with the Aegis. Roche banner placed. No Nightfall for 20 seconds. Let's see how much more damage they can do here. Fortification expended already on the Aurora side. The tower goes down at the very least. Can they get the melee? It'll be a little bit more difficult. Nightfall in 8 seconds. They don't have Tusk for 30, though, so either way, this is a 4v5, not including the Aegis. So it will be a clean push for GPK and company. One lane. And this
he's
tower
gonna continue.
Yeah, why not? Range racks down.
So long attack range. He's got Hurricane Pike and a vast rated Shiv. This Lina's attack range is 930 right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to defend this. There's the Orchid from Kiyotaka. Miero gets off the repel, though. Nightfall trying to delete Miero. In the meantime, gets a nice knockback down to 2. Toronto Tokyo with the black hole onto both cores. That is the Aegis, though, onto GPK. He's not going to use it quite yet because he's still very healthy. They cannot take down this Lina at all. Buyback onto the Enigma, though, as GPK continue to right-click away. Ice Path onto 2 on the sideline, though. I think GPK can still finish off this barracks if he wants. Aegis finally down, expires in mid-air. And Kiritich and company surely want to finish off this barracks. Maybe they can get more kills, but the Ice Path's going to be reserved for GPK. They do get the second lane. It's going to cost them GPK's life. Double kill for Kiyotaka. Kiritich looks to be next on the list, so relatively heavy price for Bet Boom, but they still get 2 full lanes.
They get 2 full lanes and an Enigma buyback, so I think that overall that's well worth it. You want to use this Aegis, you know you're going to get black holed, but yeah, they were able to just carry through afterwards. The Lina is super tanky and very strong. As long as you don't 100-0 her, she gets the Satanic off, she stabilizes. It was a very heads-up play from Aurora to begin with, by the way, baiting out the Omni Knight to show with the repel and then instantly tossing him back into a black hole. Couldn't really have executed that much better as far as I'm concerned with those 2 heroes, the Tiny and the Enigma together. That was good stuff, but yeah, the advantage of the Aegis, just a really big deal there for Bet Boom. Tiny will be on the hunt here. He manages to take the tier 2, and they do have Boots of Travel level 2 here on Kiyotaka, so they're using him as a connection point.
Yep, and they're going to find it a lowly AA. Bet Boom have to be careful.
Yeah, and I think the goal now for Aurora is to, you're 2 racks down, just stay out on the map. Don't let Bet Boom get you back into your base. You're going to get at least 1 lane here yourselves with Tiny. The Storm is actually pushing surprisingly hard. He's level 25 now on Kiyotaka as well, so Overload attack bounce unlocked. Got so much experience from some of these kills.
All right, they get their own lane. Most of the members of Bet Boom will be up in a few seconds. This is going to be without AA, but of course Aurora do not know that he does not have buyback. Well, actually, yeah, they do. It's on timer. But they're still going to play it safe. And it's important to note that this lane that they got is one that they still have their own barracks for, so...
Yeah, this is an interesting dynamic. We don't see this very often.
Very uncommon.
One team has lost 2 lanes, and the 3rd lane is lost by the other team. I wonder what the optimal approach is now to playing the map. Like, if you were to choose for both teams, if because mid is the connection point between the 2 lost respective side lanes for either team, if that becomes the most important lane to push out. But once again, well, there's a clear Radiant advantage here with that lane, or excuse me, dire advantage with that lane being taken already. But distributing resources is kind of interesting in this stage of the game, and I will give Aurora the edge primarily because Storm has travels too. It's actually super valuable right now, because it means he can push out whichever lane they need, and he will be in the fight within a matter of 2 seconds. He's just going to connect onto Tiny. He finds a jump, they find a black hole, whatever it is, he'll be there. And the counterpart on the Dire, Lina only has Boots of Travel level 1, so connection points will be harder to come by for him. There is an amp damage rune here if anybody were to find that. Lina still has the bottle in the backpack. It'd be a massive grab for GPK heading into the next fight.
Yeah, both teams farming up a bit to be able to get these tier 4 neutrals, and I wonder if we're going to see any of the new ones come out.
Yep, GPK has one ready. Hasn't chosen yet. Now he has. Chose the tough serrated Shiv.
So no change, other than the stats.
And knockback resistance. That's new,
yeah,
right?
That is new, yeah.
It's an interesting mechanic. I don't know.
I mean, what is considered a knockback? Like a 4-staff things like...
What's a knockback? Headshot, concussive grenade.
What items, though? Because those are the most consistent.
Items that knock back.
Like, 4-staff isn't considered a knockback, I don't think.
I don't remember. They changed this, like, terminology, right? Of what is considered what.
Okay, Kiritich took Outworld Staff, which I was reading. I'm like, who would ever take this? And we're going to see it in the first game, so obviously I'm a moron. 0.7 seconds of invulnerability. It costs you 5% max HP to use. It's like a baby Astral that costs you HP. 30-second cooldown. We'll see if he can make it work. Nightfall. Oh, he's spotted. Oh, gets the blink off in time. Big zip from Kiyotaki as the Aghanim Scepter Electric Vortex onto 2 with the Avalanche to follow, but GPK does get off his BKB in time. Nightfall dies before the black hole comes off. Only onto 1, but GPK is taking quite a heavy bit of damage. A second black hole reserved just for him. They will eventually take out that pesky Lina, but on the sideline, Kiyotaka died as well. So a 2 for 2 as BetBoom buys back on both members that dropped. Mira's BKB is forced out. And with this, I mean, this is, feels like they need to get the mega creeps here with these buybacks. They're going to find a straggling Jakiro as well. No buyback for him, so Kiyotaka does have his will expended, but Nightfall.
He has
no
to kill the
buyback
wave here, but it's a siege wave.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, this is at least megas. The question is if they can end the game, but this being a siege wave is super important for BetBoom. If that was a normal creep wave, the backdraw protection would start kicking in now, but no concerns about that whatsoever. They still have plenty of time with that mid
They're
wave.
going for throne now.
And they'll even
This is
keep
a
their
5
siege
versus
creep
3.
alive. They didn't manage to kill it, so the backdraw will not kick in at all until somebody deals with this one siege
Indeed.
creep.
Oh, they actually find a connection onto Kiyotaka, and that should end the game. 2 minutes of no Storm Spirit. GG comes out. GPK super tilted and happy at the same time for this game #1 victory for BetBoom.
He popped off. He's the MVP of this game for me, for sure. Great Lina performance, and it's cool to see, you know. Hero we haven't really seen played much in this tournament. He just picks it up. He likes some of the changes in the patch. Got a little bit more damage on the combustion innate and a little bit of love here and there. Other heroes get nerfed. It's the usual dynamic of heroes don't actually need to get buffed or moved that much around. It's just a little bit here for you, a little bit less for the others, and all of a sudden it's interesting, it's appealing, you give it a shot. First pick Omni Knight, it ends up winning this game. I personally do not feel like that hero did that much in this game, and especially not anything it couldn't have done last patch. But they got inspired to grab it. It worked.
Yeah.
It's easy to be results-oriented in this game. Hand on heart, do you feel like Miero could have won this game on any other offlane hero?
Yes.
I personally do,
Yeah,
but maybe overall first picking is a bit of a stretch, but it could be back.
Yeah, perhaps. He went for the Blink Orchid, so yeah, I feel like that could be on just about
Yeah, you could have bought that in a lot.
a good percentage of offlaners.
But and how many GAs do we see?
See, it's
Did he
harder
even
to tell.
cast it?
Well, it's
Like
harder
once?
to tell because isn't it single target now? Or
It's
they
like,
changed it back?
it's like the AoE thing, right?
It's back to AoE again? Man,
Oh.
I have not seen this hero in forever.
It's been a while. I think it's. I remember the ground cast. Yeah, it's ground cast. It's an AoE that you choose on the ground.
it's a very
not around
small one,
you.
though,
It's like a
400
ring
radius.
that you
Yeah.
choose. So, but all right. Well, I will say in this game for me, I thought it was very unpredictable, which is interesting. It didn't feel like at any point, okay, this lead that BetBoom had from the early game is going to win, or Aurora with that comeback fight in the mid game was going to turn things around. I genuinely did not necessarily have a read on the state of the game a lot of the time. And I think this is often what happens for the players too when a new patch comes out and other heroes come in. Your overall feeling of power levels and are we ahead or behind, what exactly do we do, is less obvious, and that's great. It's entertaining, it's unpredictable, and ultimately BetBoom get the better of them in game one.
All right, first game on the new patch. BetBoom, take it, Shiva!
There's a lot to break down with this one. We said that Aurora was having a little bit of an old patch draft, with BetBoom having a new patch draft. And the new patch draft definitely won with the Omni Knight first pick. I'm here with Jenkins, BSJ, and Purge, and ready to break it down and talk to you about all the new stuff we saw, and the old stuff I guess we saw as well, Kevin. Do you want to start with neutral items? Do you want to start with the Omni Knight? The Lina?
Yeah, I think the heroes are more interesting than the neutral items. Neutral items were fine, but they weren't that shocking. I think the Omni underperformed a little bit in lane, but as a whole was good in the game. I think the Lina was by far the biggest, the big impressive thing. Like GPK played classic Lina, the hero barely got buffed, and it looked amazing all game. And it made me think, like, why wasn't this hero played yesterday? You know, like, and all of a sudden he just felt confident. So that was, I think, the story of the game was GPK playing amazing.
It could partially be because, yeah, Lina's a mid that requires mana, but she's not like a Storm Spirit level of requiring mana. And you did talk about all these neutral items in the mid lane. I don't think Lina requires that as much because she can play for runes. but she's more of a like go hit neutrals, farm up kind of mid. So maybe that's something that indirectly buffed her. And I just want to mention, I didn't even realize at the end of the draft that was a carry Tiny, and like that because you see it in the draft, you don't think much of it, but the Tiny nerf that he received that I thought was the biggest impact was attack range on his tree, which affects carry Tiny more than any other Tiny because it's also a late game thing, and then 5% attack speed. That kind of stuff, when you're like trying to kill Lina late game, you're like manning up against her, and Lina gets this like small buff to her passive, and she probably has an extra 200 net worth because of it. It's all these tiny little things. Suddenly you're losing this fight.
Yeah, that's
winning it.
That's exactly what I was thinking, is that like Tiny is one of the best heroes traditionally in Dota against Lina because you have repositioning and you can find her with the Silver Edge with a blink and like man up and kill her. But Tiny just seems shit. Like with all the nerfs, like the armor nerf, you would see him in the last patch, he would die a lot quicker than he did previously when he was overpowered. Now his like ability to actually carry the game is hindered as well.
Yeah.
Like maybe part of what makes Lina, or might make Lina look like a strong hero, is that the heroes that are good against it are just worse.
That's fair. Maybe GPK felt that already, and he's like, it's my
He's
time
like, hell yeah,
again.
like, I was already going to pick her, and now she's got extra stats.
No, it worked out. It worked out very well for Bedboom. I do want to talk a little bit about the neutrals, because I was very happy to see 3 dormant curios coming out. We talked a little bit about that. You skip basically the first tier to buff your second tier, and I think actually probably Storm got the best at that with having the Signet after that.
The Signet's really good. I think, Brian, the way you're describing it is if the other 3 just aren't, or if the other ones aren't good, you just take it, which seemed valid. Like they ended up grabbing 3 total. So I think it probably didn't matter that much, but it's fun to see the little change. The Signet upgrade is definitely good because Signet is already seen as a good item. So it going up by 30% is probably the best you can get for the tier 1 to tier 2.
Yeah, the interesting thing is on every tier of neutrals except for tier 1, you only have 3 new choices anyways.
Yeah.
So I view it as you don't like your first 3 choices, you get effectively a reroll that's like upgraded later. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you're just like, I'll invest in the future. And I think that Dota and any MOBA is just exciting to have these trade-off decisions be made. And they're not like they're not hugely significant, but it's a 30% buff on the artifact of your next one in exchange for not having one.
Yeah, that can feel really good.
Yeah, so then it's like, man, like I could have a chipped vest, or I could have 30% on my next one, and it's like that's just something to think about.
You're a numbers guy.
True.
Kevin, what time do the neutral items come out? Because on
5:15.
5 and then 15.
Yeah.
Because on this patch, I feel like I'm always getting new neutral items. That's really how it feels. Like, I mean, coming from the patch the previous patch, the previous like neutral item timing patches, they for some reason feel like a lot quicker now. So it's kind of like
2 minutes. Yeah.
Is it really 2 minutes? Is a big deal.
It is. I'm not saying it, but it is. Yeah.
Sometimes you get chip vest at 5 minutes now. That's got to feel broken. Like
on any blade mail offlaner,
that's gotta feel.
That's insane.
I saw Axis win rate went up by quite a lot, and it's like legitimately you get a chip vest, and that's hugely significant.
Yeah.
Can I take it for a second though?
Yes,
because
you can.
There's also some clips I wanted to show from the last game, and I think the hero I wanted to focus on was Enigma, because I do like that hero a lot. I like Helm of the Dominator Enigma, but his laning stage presence was just not quite the same here. Here he is getting killed at 15 minutes, but his early laning stage aspects were not as good, and he did have some really good looking black holes, but the damage output was at times a little bit rough. Like, he kept almost killing heroes, and it was just a little bit short, unfortunately. Lina did die here. They did kill the Omni Knight, but that looked like a guaranteed 1 fight to me. And even this fight was extremely instrumental. Again, an amazing looking black hole that ends up killing Omni Knight, but Lina Satanics through it and fights for so much longer.
Imagine Tiny has 15 extra damage and 5% extra attack speed. I bet Lina dies there.
It's possible, yeah.
Like, this is the kind of stuff that you just gotta respect these nerfs. And yeah, the Enigma itself, like, the damage was the Tiny, I think. Maybe Jakiro.
Yeah.
And they were definitely lacking a bit in order to finish the target.
But it was the laning stage as well. There was a lot of times in the laning stage where he just got gone on and took a little bit too much damage, got behind, and that was with extra armor and extra regen. So I may be feeling the Eidolon damage implications, but for level 1, level 2, basically.
And there's one thing that I was curious about. There's one of the changes is that the Tormentor spawns 5 minutes later, right?
True.
We in the previous patch had, I don't know if it was complaints, but definitely a trend where games were getting longer and longer, and I was a little worried that maybe the Tormentor being later, I don't know, would kind of play into that as well. How did we feel about, because this was still a relatively long game, a bit back and forth, at least longer than the average of the patch before the previous one. How do we feel about the impact of the Tormentor being 5 minutes later? Because it kind of...
I'll take this one. I couldn't detect it specifically from that game, but as a carry player, your first item, Battle Fury, Maelstrom, this type of stuff, always comes out around 12 to 15.
Yeah.
And it made every carry that did that feel a little bit worse, because at the time where you felt like you had to fight the opponent, you had a Battle Fury. So now what happens is that 5 minute delay is actually a Battle Fury plus Manta, you know, or plus BKB. Or
it's the timing that you actually want to fight.
yeah, so I think it will, over time, that will have a significant impact on the viability of carries that we haven't been able to see for a while, because they actually have some time where they don't feel like they're forced to go do something.
And
that game, I don't think it mattered
and
that
it's
much.
not just the carries. I think that's a great point, but also all the other heroes that have to prepare for this. The supports that are having to ward and sentry that around 14 and a half minutes. And then the team heroes that have to stand around that point waiting for their teammates to get there. It's like that people can do what the heck they want now until 20 minutes.
And
I think that's good for strategy.
The Sand Kings of the world that wanted to just get a Blink Dagger then Brawl, they're worse because you can get 2 items.
Being fight ready at 15 minutes was a big part of last patch.
Yeah, it's just not necessary anymore.
So this is a better change, but it also sounds like by the time that you do fight around that Tormentor, you obviously will be more geared up. That means that the fight that happens then will be more impactful. So I feel like that's maybe a tool to speed the game up, because that feels like it will be a bigger sway point, if you will.
I would say it should slow the game down in some ways,
Okay.
because higher farming heroes like Battle Fury heroes are going to be higher win rate because their timing is more aligned. And also you're getting less gold and shards earlier in the game. That's coming later. So it's going to accelerate the game a little bit slower. It's not going to be like a lot slower,
the 3K
but
gold you would get from it is like relatively not as good. Because the 3K gold lead at 15 minutes is much better than a 3K gold lead at 20 minutes.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. This is a little bit of a theorycraft, so we didn't really see the impact that hard in this first game that we saw. What we did see was BetBoom taking that first game. Now, it's a best of 3, so we're going to see if Aurora can adjust and force out the third game of this series after a break.
Sleep in real life or in Dota?
The speed boost is actually really useful, I think.
I know it's something new, it's Dota, and I don't know how good it's or not, but I think it's not bad at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's pointless. I think any map change can be cool, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
Yep, I like fishing.
我觉得有就因为能跑得很快啊，就可以更快的去刷野啊。
Maybe there should be more than one creep camp in the river.
但是玩起来好像是会爽一点，可能有吧，我改了，可能有吧，玩起来会爽一点吧。
I think the new river is fun. It makes you fast, and being fast is fun.
I like the new. I agree. It's a good. It's you know, you're fast. Sometimes it's nice. It helps. Sometimes it's a bit annoying. The enemy runs away too fast, but it's cool.
Sometimes it's too OP to run away. Maybe they should nerf it a small bit, you know.
Overall, it's not pointless. It's not stupid. It's interesting.
It's like just rush speed like change, and it's I don't know it's good or not, but it's just change you can play.
I don't think anything changed.
You like it better now?
Yeah, I think so. I don't like the Storm King.
No, I think the Tom's cool. Maybe you're a hater because you don't get the first shot.
Yes.
It's just different. Balanced is a weird thing to say. I think it's nice that it's easier to like contest.
Yeah, I also like the new Russian position. I think it was better like this. The old one at the edge of the map was kind of weird, because sometimes you just, you know, it's not even worth to go and contest.
Before it was like the team is doing Roche, okay, just let him be over there and do Roche. But now when it's more central, it's more likely that the enemy team will come and show up and fight you. And I think that's a good thing. Like it often gives time or buffer for the other team to get ready on position, and is also just on a better space on the map.
是的，因为这边因为每个时间点天辉鹰眼都有不同的打盾时间，就是相对来说比较公平吧。
I'm not sure that I need new hero because there's a lot of hero already.
Dota need to balance his heroes already, not need to bring more heroes to Dota, I think.
I don't agree. I like new heroes.
I think the pacing in Dota generally is good, where there's like one new hero every year.
Oh, I strongly disagree. Dota needs more heroes. There's so many good heroes in this game that died, where many people came from, called Heroes of New Earth, Civic as well. There's so many good hero concepts, let's just copy them. No, you don't need to think about anything, just bring all of these heroes.
I disagree in a sense, not with that there's great hero concepts that I would like to come alive, but I disagree in the sense that it's already become very difficult for the balance team to keep all heroes viable, and it's becoming like difficult for the pros.
是不需要了呀，他的英雄都像从英雄联盟穿越过来的一样，是不需要了。
Yeah, I think it's good how it is right now. Like, just remember from many years ago in League of Legends that like every month or every 2 months there was a new hero coming, and that's definitely too much.
I just feel like the hero diversity is pretty small right now.
Yeah, so far it's just not worth it to, spend a lot of time on trying to find really good new things.
It's just easier to copy what the best teams are doing, or like stick to some basic systems. Like some teams don't even practice that much during the regular season.
Probably not. There's a lot of games, I think.
I would say agree the most complicated, but there's a lot of games out there, so I'm not exactly sure.
It's 100% more complex than CSGO, I think.
I don't know, game is harder than Dota.
I heard a lot of times that there's a lot of games like StarCraft where you need a lot of APM and it's more harder than Dota 100. So I think Dota is not the most complex game.
If you compare with some of like team-based games, I'm sure Dota is like one of the most complicated.
Dota is the most complex game just because of how many heroes, how many items, talents and all this stuff. It's getting more complicated, maybe too complicated even.
Out of the big esports games, it probably is the most complex. Like strategically, it's super complicated.
以前可能是，现在估计不是。
现在我感觉还是啊，因为现在加那个又是命时又是天赋，新手就玩家玩着就玩的会很复杂，就是要学很久。
更复杂，更复杂多了呀！星际争霸2绝对复杂。
Sleep is very important for every game.
For sleep, it depends everything: your health, your health status, and how you will play a game.
Yeah, I like my sleep.
I also like sleep.
I think it's pretty important. We do sleep for a very long time in our lives, and just to like recover and be refreshed, process some things. I don't know, it's very needed.
No, sleep's important. I play well when I have good sleep. I play bad when I have bad sleep. I feel good when I sleep well as well. So sleep is definitely top tier.
Sleep is the most important thing.
不，一定要按时睡觉，早睡早起，好吧？
我觉得应该也是。
Bye, CM.
Bye bye, guys.
再见。
Bye bye.
Game 1 between Bedboom and Aurora is done, and we need to see how Game 2 will play itself out. What adjustments is Aurora going to come with? Because in Game number 1, they came with a pretty previous patch draft, and even though that is nice to still test if everything still works, the answer is clear: it does not. There's our answer. They're opening once again with the first pick, Tiny. We do have switched sides, but Aurora still has overall first pick, and they went for the Tiny once again.
Really?
And that's a little bit surprising, as we did kind of trash talk it a bit.
He did win his lane, though.
He did.
He did beat the Omni, who's supposed to be a very good laning hero. And it was a melee-to-melee matchup, so I would say that should have been a good place for Omni to be. So that part was good. Maybe they just don't get smashed by...
What do you guys think about the Timber ban? Look at that. Both games.
Huh.
Timber ban.
They buffed his innate, right? Where he gets more mana from how many trees he kills?
Yeah.
It's probably a pretty big deal.
That's like later, though. I think the scaling was basically the same early.
Oh, and then
so like
later.
18 plus would be better. So I don't think that's it.
I do like that we do have the Omni Knight ban,
What if it's just because they're going to play Tiny Core and they just didn't want to have to deal with the pure damage and the whirling death thing?
That's less fun to think than like specific changes in the patch that I don't remember the numbers for.
Like, how can Tiny grab a tree?
We do have a
cut all the trees down.
technology,
How are you going to grab
What does it level up with?
Your ulti.
Probably
It would be your ulti, yeah. So it's the same in lane like Purge mentioned, and then better lane.
Well, I always felt like this was an underrated innate. I would get a Quelling Blade, and I would just eat trees constantly in the lane, and you just see that +6/+6.
So what's Quelling Blade is 3-second cooldown, right?
Yeah.
So it's 1.33 mana regen if you're spamming Quelling Blade.
And if a Nature's puts you in a Sprout and you Whirling Death it, you just get the mana back.
Yeah, you get like a half refund on it. Yeah.
But now you get a full refund on it.
Later on in the game.
Would, yeah,
later on in the game, you get a full
would.
refund.
Like it actually matters for the hero.
Okay.
That's cool. Shadow Shaman did get a huge buff.
What was that? The 12 damage?
Boy, Serpent Ward. Yeah, 20% more damage
Oh,
from your ward.
for God's sake.
Slacks is just rolling around in his sleep right now, imagining Shadow Shaman placing that 12x ward.
So what do? We bloodlust the ward. We get
I don't think you can bloodlust the ward.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it's effective.
Chen Penitence should work.
That does work.
Does it work with like AC? Like Vlad's AC?
I don't think you make the wards do anything different, other than like Bloodthorn, the guy you're attacking, which obviously is what you do on Shadow Shaman.
That's Coldplay.
But if I was Bloodthorning somebody, I'd rather have 10 small wards than one large ward.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
No. Their interpretation.
Well done.
Potentially.
Oh wait, no, that's if I could walk 1,000. You know the one.
That's not Coldplay.
What's her name? That's the only. What? Vanessa Carlton.
Yeah.
Interpretation of Vanessa Carlton.
Of course, it works. Yeah. Ringmaster got some nerfs, a decent amount. They weren't like super huge. The box is going to cost a lot more mana now. That was one thing. It went from 80. Was that 80 mana spell?
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
10 now. Yeah.
Search one moment. Can we get We Will Rock You? Your interpretation for Tiny.
Impalement Arts does 25 less damage on the stab, but you did get a 10 talent that increased the damage by 75. So it's
a lot of heroes received like nerfs that then got canceled out by a talent buff later. So I think they were targeting their laning stage, which is definitely what made Ringmaster really strong.
Sorry, Brian. I got distracted by a new hero.
I totally understand, Chiefs.
The Chen
Because that's a
Eggs?
hero I'm super excited about. Chen.
Is it?
The Chen Eggs.
No.
Do you guys know what Chen Eggs does?
I don't know what it does now.
It gives your
AoE BKB for your team.
No way.
For 6 seconds.
What?
You have to channel it though.
Yes. You don't
Wait,
believe
you standing still
Yes.
channel? It's like Lion's old shard.
But for everyone else near you gets BKB.
Whoa.
It's like literally Ag's BKB refresher Chen. It's like 12-second BKB for your whole team.
What the hell?
It's cool.
Is he BKB'd as well? Like you have to.
That's why you buy the BKB. Of
Oh,
course,
because
you
you yourself are not BKB.
Yeah. That's why you get
Okay.
the refresher with it, so you can do it twice.
Ah, that
Yeah.
sounds totally viable.
I think the more important thing is the bonus damage on Holy Persuasion.
No, tell us about the.
It got
new Ags.
doubled. It got doubled at level 1.
Okay, from 2 to 4. Very
From
good.
2 to 4, which is genuinely impactful. For
You'd be a
laning.
good salesman where you say it got doubled. When it's
It
like
did,
it's 2 damage.
2 to 4.
It got doubled.
I mean, when that's on a neutral creep, it's just beating your ass the whole time. That's actually worth it.
200%.
It's going to matter more because sometimes you just have leftover creeps and they're just going to get more damage as you level up, which is the nice thing. So you don't necessarily like the power. You're going to feel more of a power spike hitting like level 5 and level 7 on Chen than you did before.
His units also get the Divine Favor buff. So if you're teleporting them, they heal, which is nice because that means you don't like.
Do they heal? Don't they just get more restore and temporarily more
I think
armor?
you get some regen with it too. It's like a flat amount of. Well, let me check. I haven't played Chen in a long time. I only played to grief.
Of course. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
This is not a good Marsh Mage convert facet choice game. I assume they're going to go the standard boring one, the Satyr, that everyone has to take because it's good in the laning stage. Who cares?
You get 6 regen per second, 20 armor, and 20% heal amp.
So they're all getting, 36 HP when you scream? Wow.
Well, with 20%
with buff on it, that's like 41. I
Do
think.
the math really
It's 42.
Sometimes
42.
you would
Extra
send
8.
creeps back to base to heal if it was a good creep.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if you're bringing the creeps around,
So what do you need the regen for if you're bringing them from the fountain?
Well, you shouldn't. That's the point.
You can pull them to you like 2 seconds earlier because the
that's
regen.
true. That saves time, and that's
You guys joke, but the win rate of Chen went up by like 4%, so it clearly matters.
4%.
Something happened there.
It's probably just the Holy Persuasion thing. Oh, his base damage got increased by 2. That's why.
What is there anything else that like is like generic change?
He got
Base
some
damage
talents.
by 2. Oh, base and Is that base? I thought, yeah, it's base damage. I wasn't sure if it's
So
base
his creep has 2 more damage, and he has 2 more damage.
You know who else got 2 damage? Undying.
Wow.
He literally
True.
did get 2 base damage.
That's literally, together with the Soul Rip heal being rescaled, it's the only change.
There are no good heroes to kill the Tombstone, and that's a core Undying.
I was gonna say, there has to be a core in there somewhere.
Core Ringmaster.
This is a Miro offlane Undying we're going to see here. Which
Are you sure it's not carry Undying?
No, man, he played Omni that last game. He's strength filled.
He's
right now.
he's enjoying.
It owns carry Tiny for the record.
Okay.
Like in lane, maybe they'll swap the Tiny over, but even then, Tiny has always hated Undying. I've played this matchup before because in teamfights you blink in, and your whole idea is to disengage, no matter if you're carry off, like if you're off lane or mid or whatever, and then you just have a Tombstone on the ground and you can't kill it, and then you're slowed by these zombies, and you don't even want to attack the zombie.
And if he slaps you on the butt one time, not getting away.
Ooh, exactly.
Too bad you can't just get rid of that rock. Be like, oh, that one's yours. You can have it, and then you run away or something.
Yeah. I've actually always hated Tiny into Undying, so I like this idea of Undying here. They don't really have... he's not the best at dealing with summons, but they do have Kunkka for that. I think that's why they covered that base for the Chin.
It might even be hard for him to toss the right person too, because there's going to be zombies everywhere.
Yeah,
He might accidentally toss the
it's
zombies.
so annoying.
And you just can't blink. It's like you can't toss somebody because there's zombies next to you. You can't blink because there's zombies on you. It's super annoying matchup.
I actually like. I kind of don't mind Undying against Chen either because the zombies do piercing damage or what runty damage, whatever it is. So they
you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's just a really weird name.
They destroy. They actually destroy the creeps if you can get enough little zombies on them.
They actually really did need the counter push. That part is really important, because if not for the counter push, the Chen push and the Tiny push was going to be too oppressive for sure. So Tombstone to slow down pushes. They didn't really have that much wave clear prior to this, so I think this is a good place to go.
How do you guys feel about, number one, I want to say there's Tiny Mag, so we're going to see some nice tossbacks into skewers.
Of course.
Some excellent repositioning potential here, but I feel like Magnus also doesn't like playing into Undying. You drop the Tombstone, you commit to a fight, get some zombies on you. This feels pretty harsh, pretty rough. Can't cleave, kill the zombies or something.
I love what Bedboom's doing on this new patch so far. Like, after seeing their first game play out, they're clearly trying some new stuff. Maybe it's just purely Miro. I mean, GPK did pick Lina, but we've seen now Omni Knight, then Undying. His Omni Knight even got elevated to a phase 1 ban.
We have a little bit of changes on Aurora too.
What do you mean, the Chen?
The Chen.
Everything else is the same.
And I mean, we've seen Toronto Tokyo Magnus before, but you know, not that often.
His mag is really good though. It's really, really good. Every time they play it.
This is how they
he'll
make
be
up
fine.
for the Tiny damage nerf, is they just give them power.
Oh yeah.
That's a really good way to look
Well,
at
it's
it.
actually not a tiny damage nerf. It's quite significant, I would say.
Yeah, 5 attack speed reduction. That means all the attack speed items he gets in the game are just 5% worse. It's kind of a big deal. But I do like what Betboom's going for. Even like X combo, like Kunkka plus Undying is good too. It's forcing them to stay in like the Tombstone range longer. It's elongating that.
How about Juggernaut?
TB got quite a few nerfs actually.
That's unusual. That does mean we have a Tiny Mid. No?
Yeah.
It was a buff to 9 class though. He has 1 less health regen, so it's
Oh,
easier.
so it gets the armlet will tick faster.
Yeah, you're gonna get that Sunder ready to go. So buff to
So
9
he can
class.
die sooner.
Exactly.
Yes. To an iron shell.
Meta is better late game. Does 80 damage. That's 1 buff. But it's worse at level 1. Does 20 damage instead of 30. So.
Let me go ahead and pull up the stats here on Terrorblade. Let's see.
Is this Carry Kunkka again? Yeah, it looks like Carry Kunkka again.
Okay, and some more team fight for Betboom team, which looks like their team fight's incredibly good this game.
I think they cooked. I think they cooked really hard on Betboom team this game. I'd like to beat them in this draft. I think the Aurora Gaming draft all the nerfed heroes. I'm just not a fan. They drafted Chen. He got 2 base damage, and his creeps got some damage.
Yeah. I mean, the mag is about the same, and Toronto Tokyo cooks on that hero, so it's still going to come down to like skewer backs and RPs. But Betboom has really good heroes for team fight. Like all their heroes are really good at fighting.
Who's their target, like for these skewer backs? Do you know what I mean? You have like a Kunkka, an Undying, a Pangolier who's probably not going to be showing
Bowling,
himself.
yeah.
That's my concern.
Good
Is
point.
like they have the tools, but who are they using them on?
Maybe the idea is you skewer people away from Ringmaster save, and you know, some tanky Kunkka Undying. They feel pretty tanky if they have their team to back them up, but if you take them out of the fight with a toss back and a skewer, not so much, because it is a mid tiny.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the idea.
But it sounds like you at least both are on board with Betboom taking this too. Are you sharing that sentiment, Kev?
It looks pretty good, but I do think the TB pivot was good. It gives him a Tombstone hitter, which is good. We don't have to worry as much about Tiny falling off. Empower plus Nightfall, it's going to be good. Like, they definitely have tools, but I do like what Betboom has better.
Terrorblade's win rate actually went up, by the way, by a little bit, 1.5% about, and this is Nightfall. He's one of the best late gamers in the game. Best carry since Prime Nightfall.
And we've talked about this in our previous, like, 3 or 4 days ago against Aurora. I think the best hero in the game versus Nightfall is Gunka because of that X against the BKB TP. Once you have the 6-second BKB, it's really hard to TP out without the X hitting you.
Well, we'll see if that comes into play. If Betboom will take this one 2-0, or if Aurora will force out the third game to the series. We're going to check in with Sunsfan and Sidran, but first, some PogChamp Pandas.
Hell yeah! Just in time for the pause on the face of this Greevil.
I like that. 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton. Thank you, guys. Good stuff. I recognize the song. I'm proud of myself.
Good job, Cinderin. You're so good at listening.
I remember the good old pop bangers from my childhood. Back in ye olde days of the 2000s.
Yes.
Some of these players were not even born then. That's back in the early 2000s.
Very accurate.
It does put things into perspective. You know what? Miro just woke up today and he was like, I'm tired of my good old job. I want to do new stuff. And he's playing offlane Undying. He just wants to bring new stuff to the table. This is not the first time we ever see this, obviously. There's basically no novel ideas left in Dota. At this point, every hero has been tried in every position, more or less. The offlane Undying, though, I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. I'm curious to see if Toronto Tokyo can get out of this trouble. Probably not if they skill Shackle.
Shackle is there. Only question is who gets the kill. It will be GPK. First blood.
Not one to skill Skewer. I think he might have lived, but yes, it's really important to show up to lane with Shockwave.
Yes.
Sometimes it's better to die than skill the wrong spell, to be honest.
I don't know how many times you've said that this tournament, but
that's not the same thing as
it's
not
close enough.
It's not the same.
Close enough. Cinderin. As Kataomi and Kiritich into the water they go. And Mira. So, I do want to mention one thing. I'm going to be very transparent here. I consider myself to be a very unbiased caster in general.
Okay. Well, you're biased against heroes, not
this game. I will be rooting for Betboom because I want Terrorblade to have a dog shit win rate. I would just like there to be a 2-month period where this hero is just forgotten. Is that possible to happen? That is what I wish for. I should have put that on the list for Shiver.
Remove Terrorblade from Dota.
Yeah, just for a couple months.
Remove Terrorblade
every game, man.
So would you like to have like a rotating pool of heroes that are removed from the game? So like every month there's like 10 heroes that just don't exist.
Yeah, it's like Underlords.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. What was it called in Underlords again?
The Jail.
It was called the Jail.
Or Jailbreak or Jail something, yeah.
Straight to jail, Terrorblade goes. I believe he actually broke out of some sort of astral prison, right? In the lore.
You're going to have to ask Slacks that question. There's another here I do want to discuss, but he's getting gone on right now. Panto pops the Fairy Fire on the Chen, will die to save. And they're going to get some good damage on a Nightfall as he retreats as well. But yeah, this Chen pick, talk to me about it.
I'm not sure. I mean, it got a little bit better in lane. The panel was covering this with some more damage and whatnot. I think there's some potential in the Ags, but you need to get there. You need to get rich. It reminds me of... oh, hang on.
Toronto Tokyo dead
Toronto
again. This is a rough start for him.
Did you ever play Warcraft 3? Like,
yes.
Regular Warcraft 3? With the...
I mean, yeah, but I don't think I finished the campaign. But yeah, I played it.
Do you remember there was a a hero called the Shadow Hunter?
No.
Okay, it's an orc hero. He has an ulti called Big Bad Voodoo, where he makes everything around him invulnerable except himself.
I'm looking up. Oh, yeah, I actually recognize him.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Witch Doctor became?
This is the model Rasta uses.
Yeah.
That's not Witch Doctor. Rasta is a different hero.
Wait, I said Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, they're close to the same.
We get things wrong sometimes, some more than others, but it's fine. It just reminds me of that. It's like you are channeling and making your team incredibly powerful, but you're vulnerable. We'll see if he
Stone
gets
place. Nightfall. Taking some licks of damage. He's in trouble. Into the trees he goes. Miero. Decays will continue. Gets it off. Gets the kill. And, well, save might be the trade, although his innate coming in handy there actually does survive. And so the safe lane and the off lane for Aurora, kind of disastrous, which leads us to look into the mid lane, where GPK is 13-5 right now, and Kiyotaka just a little bit ahead. I say that as they trade a bit, 13-7. So basically a wash in the mid lane. It's the only lane that's not a disaster for Aurora right now. Now the Soul Ring online for Miero, so he is going to... So, I mean, let's talk about the Undying before we get to Chen, because everybody's, I know, waiting with bated breath on that one. Why core here? I mean, I love seeing it core, don't get me wrong. But it was something open in the draft where you're like, oh, actually, this looks better than usual.
Do you mean the Undying?
Yes. What did I say?
No, I think you said Chen.
No, I said we'll get to the Chen later. Oh. Wait, a lot of aneurysms today, it seems.
You're just saying too many words. I can't focus. Oh, save, hang on. See if Save can get out of trouble here.
Oh, they're going to go on top of him despite being in meta right now. Miero very confident. Fairy Fire pop by Save, and another death to Nightfall's name. Mira drops on the other side as well. Whoo, doggy.
They are getting crushed. I don't think there's anything else to say. These side lanes are a total travesty, especially top.
And the courier dies on top of it. It had a stick and a tango on it. My goodness, Save. Getting blocked. Nice micro from Panto. Will eventually lead to the kill. Chen will take it.
Finally, Aurora gets something back the other way, but yeah, what prompted this Undying to go core? I don't know. Like I was saying, I think Miero woke up today and was like, these are a couple of heroes I want to play today. And then they looked at the matchups. I think Undying against Terrorblade in lane is actually really interesting as a core-to-core matchup because Decay just gets his health so low. He has very little strength to begin with. You cut off whatever is left and Shaman can kind of kill him with you.
Undying had very small patch notes. Base damage increased slightly by 2. There's GPK. Being blocked by Kiyotaka. Again, this lane pretty close on both sides. Soul Rip damage heal per unit was increased for the later levels, but again, just very slight changes. As Mirat caught off guard. X marks Torrent with the whip to follow. Nice blocks. Fairy Fire Force gets off the win run just in time. They're actually going to chase this?
No.
Okay.
Oh, whoa. All right, he dropped the blood grenade in defense. It missed. And then he almost died to a dart. If that would have hit,
if only you could kill yourself with your own blood grenade.
Yeah. Do you think self-denying was bad for the game?
I didn't mind it personally. I know
me neither.
It tilted some people, but I loved it. I loved it on Centaur. I don't even know if that was in Dota 2. It might have just been Dota 1. Save.
Shortest shackle ever?
Yep, but it does ensure that GPK gets the illusion rune. Not the best, but refills the bottle, so can't complain. Yeah, the rot deny. As that looks hilarious. Skewer Torrent simultaneously going off. But Toronto Tokyo trying to get back into this game, Cinder, and it's a rough one so far.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, let's not get too carried away here.
It's a rough one for him.
It's 6-1, but it's not like the lanes of Aurora have nothing going for them. They can still recover this. You're down about 1,000 gold in total across 3 lanes, but well, it might be a bit more now. Save again with Miero, Tombstone.
Yeah. Full duration shackle again as the Nightfall might be able to get one here. The X brought Mira back, I believe. He was actually TPing to help his
team out. Nightfall getting pretty close. Miero gets the better of it again. Gets his ult off of that kill as well, and now he can go on top of Panto. There's going to be some TP coming in from Kiyotaka. Will be able to get the Ava toss to finish the job. And he instantly comes back to life thanks to his innate, but man, oh man, he's having himself a game right here.
Yeah, Miero's bossing it up. I love seeing whenever there's a new patch day like this, and certain players just gravitate way more toward new stuff than others, and Miero just happy to play something else. And he's playing a beastly lane so far. Seems to very much understand the limitations of his hero, like when he can commit for the kills, when he needs to back off. In that instance, levels up his ult and actually gets the Panto. With the rotation from Tiny coming in, sure, it ended up costing your life, but that was you forcing the enemy mid to TP to kill you after your team already lost the fight. So
man, this is going to be devastating for Nightfall if they can pull this off on the BetBoom side.
Seems to have a good read of it, though.
Yeah, he does.
Toronto is communicating this. He's pushing the wave all the way into the bot tower, and nobody's showing, so this is pretty telegraphed that there was a top move planned here from BetBoom. And
Radiant's bottom tower
yeah, this is effectively just going to turn into a little bit of a waste of time on their side. Toss back, GPK into Windranger. Can't really combo this very well. They don't even have Shackle Shot.
Oh, gets a nice courier kill. We'll be able to get his Rolling Thunder off either way, though, as another member of Aurora shows up, so forces that out, but he's not going to be too bothered by it. So yeah, this Chen, the Aghanim Scepter you were talking about, it just sounds so weird. I can't wrap my head around this actually being a thing, and I understand this is a hero that can get a lot of farm for a support, but this is channeling. It feels like one of those instances where your team is ahead a lot, they're going high ground, and you're like a mini Roche banner. You put yourself in a safe position, and if they try to go for you, then they put themselves in bed. Like, other than that, I just can't see this being a thing, but I would love to be wrong because it sounds interesting.
I think it's just one of those where it gives Chen a different way of scaling in long games. Instead of only really having one build path where you focus on getting auras for your team, now you can play more of you can almost transition into, I don't know what you would call this, like a protective core almost, where you BKB yourself and then you BKB your entire team. I know I'm talking about it a lot, and it's probably not going to happen this game because Panto, you need to get really rich for this to make sense. But if this goes to the stretch, I would love to see it, and you know, it's one of the more fundamental changes to the way certain abilities work of the patch. That acts as just a total rework, and it's a conceptually completely new thing that we've never had.
Yeah.
Think of it as AoE repel, I guess.
A better version of Omni Knight, huh? Yeah. That's what you're telling me. Or Omni Knight repels Chen, and then he can cast it.
There you go.
Hype combo. Ultra heals. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Looks like he'll be finishing up drums first, and then, of course, straight into Ags, I'm sure.
Yeah, the tricky part is if you don't have protection for yourself, how good is the Ags ever going to be? Like, is it just mandatory BKB first to even make it feasible, or not sure. Maybe we'll never see it. Maybe nobody's ever going to buy this. I hope we get to see it at least once.
I feel like somebody always buys it just to try. But like you said, they do have to be rich, so
yeah,
that is the caveat.
Chen, one of the better supports at getting net worth, though, so
GPK drains a lot of mana from Kiyotaka, so doesn't have a whole lot to work with. And the Hex coming out from Save as well into the Shackle. They have the damage. Hand of Gaben to keep him alive. Kiyotaka super low, gets diffused, inhibited, I should say, and eventually drops. Wheel of Wonder, a little bit of a miss there. GPK's got haste, though. Doesn't mind trying for this. Drains all of Mira's mana as well, and the knife will assist in this, and they're going to put the snakes down to try to take out the Tier 1 tower as well. So BetBoom feels like they're on top of everything today. They ate their Wheaties, as the saying goes, Synderen. I'm sure there's a different one in Denmark, though.
Yeah, in Denmark we say they ate their breakfast up the hizzy.
That's pretty hype, actually.
Yeah.
That's probably where I got the saying from.
Yeah, I've been saying that all the time off camera.
finally spread to you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Can't really put much of a finger on BetBoom's play so far today, absolutely. Coming with some fresh angles, and a lot of the time when you try something really different, like this game offlane Undying, the previous game offlane Omni, a lot of the time when you do that for the first time, like, it might not go very well. It's pretty polarizing results you often get. Ironically, last game was polarizing in two ways, because it didn't feel like the offlane Omni did that much from our perspective. So it wasn't that successful in the lane, but it still won the game. And Aurora banned it first phase. So their read on the situation was definitely that the Omni Knight was a problem. Miera beating the crap out of Nightfall here. He'll get sundered. He's just going to chase him.
Continue, but he's going to try to go through the gate. Oh, did he cancel on his own?
Huh?
Wait, what? What just... Oh, he did.
XD.
Oh my god, he's used to the BKB TP Nightfall special. The timing is different through the gate.
I mean, he was dead regardless. The entirety of BetBoom were waiting behind
Still, Cinderin, still. Why do you have to ruin every moment? Wheel of Wonder.
My bad.
Onto the Magnus. Nice shackle onto 2 from Mira, but they clean up 1. That's 2 cores dead. Kiyotaka is spotted. That'll be the trifecta. BetBoom dominating right now.
All the cores are down. Time to hit the tower a bit, perhaps. When, I don't know, there's just something funny about watching a hero run a Terrorblade and bully him out.
I know, it's
refreshing.
very refreshing, thank you.
Just pop your ult, you run at him, you start smashing him with your Flesh Golem, and he tries to go through the gate, and he's like, wait, if I go through the gate, the enemy team is there. You stay, and you still die.
Yeah, Radiant's online for Kiritich now. The 14-minute Wisdoms are coming. Will be a trade, though, as Kataomi is forced out completely. Gets off the whoopee cushion. RP onto 2. A nice connection from Tokyo. The whip actually prevents the skewer from being full duration. And they're just going to walk away because this tombstone is so much to deal with.
What an amazing Tame the Beast from Kataomi. Really, really nice.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Does that put this push to an end completely? They use Hand of God as well. Tier 1 tower super healthy. And Aurora just have to hightail away.
I don't really think you can go for much more here. We're going to see the replay. So Kataomi with great anticipation here, or rather just good reactions. That is...
Yeah, that's nice.
Really nice. I think they both die if that skewer goes off, because he was pushing them another 500 range to the right.
Toronto, Tokyo, Wheel of Wonder going to prevent any usage of them abilities.
It's very quick to drink water,
When did
though.
GPK die? What happened there?
Yeah, good question. He got killed by Kiyotaka. Okay. I'll tell you that. It looks like he just died in the mid lane. I guess he just got comboed by Blink Tiny with Amplify Damage Rune. Maybe didn't anticipate the amp damage. That's probably what it was. Just caught him off unknowingly.
All right, GPK doing his best to make sure this is a close game. Snowball was at the ready for BetBoom Cinderin as Roche makes his way to the other side. Remember, 5 more minutes until the Tormentor spawns.
Yep.
Does change the way the game is played by quite a bit, because usually it's that fight near that tier 1 bot, or at least posturing. And maybe this is actually an interesting thought. When generally, time frame, when is first Roche taken, would you say? Roughly. 21?
Yeah, something around 20, I guess.
That's when the Tormentor spawns now.
Yeah.
I think that is purposeful. That's quite interesting. I mean, the whole idea behind them, we talked about this when it first came out, and the way that they're set up now is it's supposed to be, in theory, a choice. Do I want Tormentor or Roche? Because if you go for one, the other one becomes susceptible to be taken by the enemy team. Now, since Roches are taking around 20 minutes, it's, you know, it's actually a choice as opposed to before.
Yeah, before it generally was a choice for very, like a little bit more lineup specific. We did see teams trading off Roche for Tormentor at minute 15, but you needed to have the right lineup for it more so than not. At 20 minutes, it's a lot easier for certain lineups to get there because the carry has one more item. The other thing is the Tormentor will spawn on the top.
Yep.
Which I don't know which team that necessarily favors more than before. Because Radiant and Dire were both definitely eager to contest the bottom one, and like you said, the dynamic is a lot around taking that bot tier 1 tower for the Dire to access it and contest it. On the top one, it feels like it's a little
Let me see the approach angles. I don't know why. Would you agree that it feels less instrumental for Radiant to take the Dire tier 1 to take the top Tormentor than it was for the Dire to take the bottom one? Do you know what I mean? If you like look at the layout of the area, the way in which you connect from that tower just feels...
Yeah, I would agree.
A little bit trickier for Dire.
Yeah.
Well, we did have a good couple of months where maybe Radiant was not 66% win rate, so we got to get them back up there, of course. In pro matches, I believe the win rate is pretty close, but notoriously Radiant has had a higher win rate in pub games since forever. The main theory is camera angle, and you're trying to like combat it with giving Dire some advantages, but
yeah. Well, boat used, so Kiritich can walk away, but Mira's going to greet him with a focus fire into running away.
Into dying.
Into the X.
No. Save was not
nothing.
Thought Save was going to make it over, but not
Miro's build, by the way, love it. So Crimson Guard Drums has Chipper in his neutral inventory. Very important to point that out. Going for Blade Mail and then Ags. Oh, man. Yeah. That is a beast build. Well, looks like the Roche will be early this time. 18-minute for BetBoom.
Yeah, Undying is one of the best heroes in the entire game at this.
Especially with this facet.
Yeah. Flash Golem, you get the constant influx of zombies, so nobody needs to really tank Roche. I don't know if you ever saw this content piece, but the teams in a different tournament were able to, or were challenged with killing Roche as fast as possible with 5 heroes. And Undying was one of the classic picks for that, as the tank, essentially, from the Tombstone. So then other heroes could just hit him with no repercussions through the entire tomb duration. It's pretty interesting to see how they were trying to be creative. Some teams were great at it.
That's the level 1 Roche you're talking about?
Yeah.
GPK finds Panto. Swashbuckle Shield Crash Save is here as well. Attempting to TP out. Actually, a nice Shackle is going to force the GPK ult to cancel the TP. Chen will eventually drop to Miero's casual right click. And Mira next on the list. Oh, Swash misses, but it matters not.
Oh, he placed the ward before he died.
How is it only a 1K lead? 17-4 kills.
Well,
is there a bug in this patch? What the hell?
Chen has been farming some. He's got Drums, Solar Crest. He's 1,000 ahead of the Shaman.
What's the Dota? I want to see what the graph says. I know we don't usually look at it 19 minutes, but 70-30 still. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Aurora have been, while losing, they've still been finding farm on their cores. Like, they have good CS on both the Terrorblade and on the Tiny, so it's not really that surprising that they're keeping somewhat up. You know, the Tiny is ahead by about 40 CS against the Pango. Terrorblade's ahead by about 15 to 20 against the Kunkka. And a lot of these early kills, they don't necessarily give that much gold. Like, a lot of the kills that BetBoom got were in the first 10 minutes. So as long as you can come back and get CS, not that monumental necessarily. The bigger thing here is 1K lead might not sound like that much, but if you look at the way in which the lineups interact...
GPK again gets taken out with his team not really that close to him. And that's going to essentially delete a little bit of time from the Aegis timer.
Oh, power
that's
shot.
Also going to delete the timer entirely. He was tanking the tower a lot. And I'm like, yeah, he has Aegis, I guess. But that kill shot facet for Windrunner is no joke. Having a mini AA on your team effectively.
Radiant's top
His power shots are incredible. He doesn't even have vision. He also just stole an Ancient and hit both heroes when they were going to take the outpost. Mira with the reads.
All right, so now that you don't have Aegis, BetBoom, what's the plan here?
You're going to chill a little bit. Get Undying to his Ags. He chose to bypass the Blade Mail. I was going to say that about that build, that I'm not sure Blade Mail is actually worth it here. So I'm happy to see him deviate or change his mind into the faster Ags. I think that's really going to make a big difference if he gets it somewhat soon. That item does have... It proposes a really strong window where Undying has to be focused by Aurora or he's going to take over the fight. The later you get this Axe, the less meaningful it is. is the 10 strength, or is it 10? It's 8, right? Yeah, it's 8. The 8 strength steel is obviously relative to the tankiness of a hero is way more meaningful if you get it like 20 minutes compared to minute 30 or 35. Tormentor goes the way of Kataomi.
Against Terrorblade.
Not bad to have that spotlight.
Pretty good.
Yeah, we've said that a couple of times, so that means you absolutely have to hate it forever now.
No, I don't hate that. I just hate Terrorblade.
Haste.
You should do voice acting, Cinderin. Really good. You sound like an undead creature from the depths. Only 800 away from the Ags that you were talking about. One of my favorites in the game. It's funny that an Ags can feel so good, be so satisfying. It's all it is stats. You know, like a lot of these Ags have something like you get an extra ability or something like that. Just extra 8 strength. That feels great. I think part of it is the fact that you get so large on this hero. You know, that's also some nice dopamine.
And I mean, in any game that you're playing against other players, it's just gonna feel fun to be invincible, right? It's like you're cheating. They put everything into you and it's still not enough. And keep in mind, in his build, it's really important when you're running Ags on Undying that you have a source of armor, because the EHP scales ridiculously on this hero. When you get to a high flat HP, you want to have armor connecting with it to really get that value, and he already has 20 armor through just, is that 5 base plus, I think it had 14 from Crimson Guard plus, what's the other armor? Soul Ring is 10.
Yep, keep doing the math. Really interesting.
Yeah.
The longer this gets, the better it becomes, actually.
Yeah, I know you don't really care about the numbers, which is why you're maybe not as good at this game as some of these players are, because you don't really appreciate the fine little details that these guys do.
I love looking at these numbers. They're so good.
Yeah.
Aurora
you and Purge have nothing in common as people, actually.
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
Literally opposite.
Yeah. Can't argue here. 1K lead for Aurora, despite being down 5-17. There's the Ags.
That doesn't matter, though, because it's just a number, right? So
yeah,
I don't care about that.
That's true.
Care about whether it looks cool.
No, I think when the numbers become, when you get to the 3rd or 4th layer of the number, then it's like, you know, I don't care anymore.
I see.
The spreadsheet is when it's annoying.
So you care about the kills and deaths, but not the assists.
That's right.
Okay. That's
Just like every other Dota player. Panto spotted out. Inhibit applied. Kiyotaka, he's nearby. GPK is going to have to get the hell out of here. With some damage to the wave. TPs to base.
Don't think Kataomi makes this.
Nope. Oh, the TP.
He makes that one, though.
All right.
All right. Well, if you can't go through the gate, you can always just go home.
Clear sailing now.
There's something about this series so far, these 2 games, that just, it feels a little strange. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, it's almost like something is off, but it's just because the players haven't had time to really necessarily figure out the perfect timing windows and the overall crispness of these lineups. Chen.
My goodness.
See you later.
That's a few ults used.
Yeah, why did they use everything?
They used 3 ults for that.
Yeah.
They just really want to get those kills. They see this number, 18-5. They want it to grow.
Oh, Chen almost has Ags.
Are you kidding?
Yes. He's going Greaves, Shannon.
Got me excited.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think BetBoom know that they're losing net worth right now?
I have no idea.
There's no way, right?
It's an interesting game because down the stretch,
You can tell the spotlight. That was nerfed, right? You can tell it's not
the
doing
damage?
nearly as much damage, yeah.
How much was it nerfed by? 30% from 50, yeah. That's very noticeable, for sure. I don't know. This is one of those games that's kind of hard to predict. Like, on a theoretical level, you would probably favor Aurora late because you have Magnus, who's one of the absolute late-game beasts. You have Tiny and Terribly scaling crazy well. Chen is a great late-game support because he's going to be rich and have a lot of items. And on the other side, Undying has a tendency to fall off later. Kunkka shouldn't really hold a candle to Terrorblade ultra late in terms of just fighting straight up. But I don't know when BetBoom are going to try to like really get ahead here, like pull the trigger.
Arrow pops the smoke. RP is used. It's on 1, but the box to save. Nicely done. He gets the skewer off after the fact, though. But Miero is a beast. You're going to focus on Rasta first. You can see Nightfall has to use his BKB. Not going to TP out quite yet. There it is. Toronto Tokyo will die. That was a buyback on the save, but they get 2 kills and the Nightfall special that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, that RP is just not good enough, right? You get the one singular pick, and the guy you opened on with RP, you didn't even instantly skewer. He got boxed. You delayed it, and then he didn't even BKB on the Kunkka. He didn't even need to. So he got RP'd and was forced to use nothing. Doesn't really get much worse than that for an initiation. The ideal way for Aurora to start a fight is probably a blink tiny toss back or blink skewer back. Of course, if you get a 2 or 3 hero RP, it's a different story. But like this, that's not the recipe for success. The Undying Tombstone comes down, he pops his ult, and he just goes to town, and nobody can stand up to this guy right now. Miero way too strong, and now gonna see an Aegis go the way of side of Bedboom here. Will it be Kiritich again? Will he get killed by a kill shot again? So many questions.
So little answers.
A few.
So few answers.
Thank you.
Kiritich with the Aegis. I believe they have a Roche banner as well.
Yeah. Are they going to force the issue? That's the question here. Like, yeah, it's great. You're building this, you know, we can see the gold and it's whatever, but it doesn't tell the full story if some gold is just way more valuable than the rest. Like, Undying's net worth right now is incredibly strong. Even though he is like 1,000 behind the Tiny, I would say his hero is just easily stronger right now. But it's not going to last forever. So how do you force a good fight that allows you to go high ground here if you can't? You don't have like the Chen. You have Serpent Wards, but your pushing hero is a Kunkka with the Aegis. Doesn't really hit the range that well. And if you're trying to play the map for farm, well, you're not really pulling ahead, right? So precarious position to be in here, I think, for Bedboom. It's going to be very telling what they do with this Aegis about their read on the game. So 4 minutes left. Kiritich pushes up bottom. His wave is coming. Are they just going to run straight down bottom?
Oh, Toronto Tokyo will look into the Wheel of Wonder with BKB and TP away.
That's something to have forced if you were planning to go high ground, but nah. Bedboom not going to.
Yeah, it is, for their side, a bit unfortunate that their building hitting is non-existent outside the Serpent Wards. Very difficult to capitalize on having a kill lead at this stage. Getting pickoffs usually leads to objectives, which they've been getting Roche at the very least.
They've taken 5 towers, but high ground will continue to elude them. Mira will get spotted by Miero.
Yes, he will, and he'll run into the rest of the team. Kiyotaka to the north, that's a bigger kill. Miero with the blink, trying to force this out.
Oh, he didn't BKB. He's toast.
TP out for the Wind Ranger, but this is a much bigger kill. Kiyotaka takes a tumble. 70 seconds, no buyback.
At the BKB TP at the ready the whole time, but probably wasn't expecting to get jumped and hexed by Shaman. That's a very big find, and they'll get another one.
This would be much bigger. Miero and company have made it on top of Nightfall. The hand of Gaben is not enough. That is 70 seconds of no TB now, and you're on the doorsteps of their base. Miero gets dropped as well. The wave is a bit away here.
This will be a way to open the base. Just find every core outside the base except the Mag, who can't really do anything on his own. And you don't need to go for the high ground push into the enemy team and this fear of the skewer into RP. Doesn't matter. If there's no opponent, you just go and hit it. I mean, it's still going to be really slow. I don't even know if they get a lane here, to be honest. But
yeah, this is.
They'll start going to work a little bit.
How far on Serpent Wards?
They have AC.
50
well,
seconds.
They have AC, and Undying has a bit of damage, but here comes the glyph. They have banner and a siege creep.
Yeah, they'll get the tower.
Yeah, the tower for sure, but outside of that, not sure. Well, they're going to continue. They're continue being placed here by Kiritich. And looks like the lane push will be successful. So they'll get one. Oh, never mind. Maybe not.
Oh, nice hex from Save, preventing the combo coming out from Kiyotaka. Shackle Interrupted eventually as Kiritich wants to at least get the melee and run. And oh, he's going to get skewered back. Kiritich in a pretty horrible spot. They do get the melee racks. Crimson Guard applied to him as Nightfall in that meta form. Gonna put the spotlight on top, so his illusion's taking quite a bit of damage. A nice box to save a decent amount of HP for Kiritich. Actually turn this around with the Wheel of Wonder as well. Kiyotaka dead again. Nightfall in the BKB. Doesn't want to TP, doesn't want to repeat the maneuver he has been using over the years. Gets a thunder, but a big RP onto 3 heroes. Skewer to follow for Toronto Tokyo. That's 3 dead, including the Aegis. The arrow completely out of mana. Kiritich had the BKB the whole time, and he will show Nightfall how it's done. Back to base. They'll find a straggler in Kataomi.
Yeah, he tried for the poor man's Nightfall, but Glimmer Cape, not the same as BKB.
True.
And it looked very good for
get the range racks too.
They do get the full lane. And it looked like a disaster, honestly, when this fight started outside of the base. They put down the Tombstone, the Terrorblade is spending his entire BKB trying to bring down the Tombstone. You're going to see the replay here. So the immediate Hex onto Tiny, very nicely played here. Instant reaction from Save makes Kiyotaka's impact negligible. And yes, you do get the Tombstone down, but look, Nightfall, half health, BKB running out. That was his commitment or his contribution to the fight. With the Thunder
nice.
plus nice RP, they are able to stabilize the situation. And once again, this game is still even on gold, even though they lost lane to Barracks now.
This game's bugged. There's no way it's not bugged, man. Really weird. Nightfall. Bloodthorn. Going through the gate, looks like they're going to get an objective for themselves in the old Tormy.
Yep. What are you hoping to get here? Probably, he does have Gale Force already, so...
Chen Shard, so can take over Ancient Creeps now.
That's very good. Guess the ones you want here. You want Granite Golem. You want... the Black Dragon armor is not the best, but it's also not bad for sure. Actually, it's good. You know, it's Pango and Kunkka with physical damage. I think that's worth it. And you're not level 18 quite yet, so can only take the 2. What else would you want for your 3rd Ancient? Is there any...
Oh, wow. Toronto, Tokyo. Wait, what neutral does he have? I thought he evaded that. I see blinked in time? Wow.
There's no mobility-based neutral item anymore, is there? Except Spider Legs?
No, I meant the item that gives you evasion. I thought he got hit.
Oh, I see.
He evaded the auto attack.
Right.
I think he blinked in time. Yeah, that Serpent Ward's down. That's kind of a big deal.
Oh, Tumblr's Toy is still in as well. But they didn't have that either. They do now. Smoke!
Oh, they got a full duration shackle on Kiyotaka. BKB was thinking about TPing. He's getting slowed to a crawl by Miero and company. He's dead.
He's fucked, man. He got Undying.
Yes, he did. Skewer out. They're going to find a support, but Miero is here for moral support. They're going to lose their support to start things out. Toronto Tokyo with the BKB. Focused right now onto the Terrorblade. It's enough. Nightfall cannot get back in this game. That is a huge kill from BetBoom. Kiyotaka bought back, but wasn't able to get here in time.
Dude, Miero is such a boss.
He's a beast.
I love this Blink Dagger. He's just in there.
300 HP. Well, back to normal. He's going to get tossed back. He's in some trouble. Miero. He's so tanky, though. Going to buy some time for his team to hit some buildings. Into the fountain. Finally drops.
Oh, that's a good Gale Force.
Yeah, they get one tower in the meantime. That's how pathetic their push is. Boy, those Serpent Wards being down would have been real handy there. So they're not really going to be able to get much out of the kill onto Nightfall. Thought that might have been the end. Like, if they had a tower pushing team, it would be ended.
Yeah, they could have got a full lane there with... I mean, Miero created how much time was that? Like 20, 25 seconds for them inside the enemy base? Serpent Wards would have got a lane, probably.
Interesting that Kiritich takes the Jiddy pollen bag. Would think that would be a support.
Illusion.
Yeah, that is kind of curious. I guess the health restoration loss, is that valuable?
How does that work on Sunder? It doesn't do anything.
No,
right?
it shouldn't.
So it's just the Chen heals.
I guess the one upside for Kunkka is that you're generally going to be in the middle of the fight, so you will hit multiple heroes with this.
Yeah.
So radius around yourself, so... Curious, maybe you just thought it sounded cool. I also wanted GD pollen bag when I see one.
Hey,
oh, wait.
GP
Pango.
Yeah, he has Whisper of the Dread upgraded on League.
Zune Bloodright.
Oh, these are the new tier 4s.
Yeah. So he gets the spells have 15% larger area of effect, but cost health equals 35% of mana cost. These are some really cheap spells in terms of mana Pangos are. That 15% AoE on Swash, on Shield Crash, and on the... Look at the Swashbuckles. They're big.
I didn't see.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting looking at it. Look at it now.
I look.
GPK.
I look.
The ones going out to the side, that 15% is very noticeable. When you're running it with Ags, too. Not bad.
And Nightfall has an additional critical strike with Giant Maul.
Radiant are scanning.
It's combined with Titanic, Enchantment, which gives the status resist and base attack damage, of course. So critical, it's a 1.5x critical strike with a movement slow. Lasts for 4 seconds, 15-second cooldown. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good this one is. Like, it looks like one that feels great to have for carries because it's just like a flat, nice entry into the fight.
Kiyotaka smoked. Oh, they actually smoked right away as well. They're going to run right into him. That is a big Undying ult. Shackle onto 2, though. This RP is going to be gigantic. Do they have the follow-up damage, though? Avatars from Kiyotaka. The BKBs galore. Nightfall inside of the Serpent Wards. Another RP comes out, but the Undying is super safe. And now GPK applying pressure to Nightfall. Do they have the perma-stun? The Torrent is there. Nightfall dead again. And Kiyotaka and the rest of Aurora try to get the hell out of Dodge. Doesn't have blink for 10 seconds.
Oh, they see
Do they
him
have
with that
the
ward.
chase? He goes for the neutral creep. Understandable. And he's dead. Double kill for GPK. 3 for nothing? Is that actually nothing?
That was
that easy.
2 back-to-back RPs, and they just can't kill anyone because of the Coco's Rum, all the armor. Undying is invincible. So the targets that were offered up to them, this also happened during Wheel of Wonder, so I think they couldn't all attack anyway during the RPs.
Yeah, the first one.
I mean, this got to be game, right? The reason I'm not sure about it is...
Their
like,
building push is atrocious.
Their pushing is rather pathetic, but 40 seconds on 3 heroes, you at least get the bot lane. And you're also pushing top wave in here with GPK, so it seems to be Mega is the call here for Bet Boom. GPK... Oh, he's got to keep hitting this tower for a while to get through it up top, but eventually should get there. He's halfway. So I'll cheer GPK on as he goes for it. Let's go, Pango.
Good effort.
Wow, 50 damage a hit. Get it. Well, that's terrible. It's respawn. They still don't have Tiny forever.
Well, they have Fortify.
Yeah. And they do have displacement from Meg, but they really need the damage of Tiny. We've seen them struggle to kill these heroes.
Heritage with Daedalus now. That'll help a little bit. Arrow, Tombstone. The creep is going to town on it, tickling it at this rate. Yeah, 20 more seconds for Kiyotaka. Crimson Guard to try to delay. There's the Serpent Wards, though. Even a refresher on Toronto Tokyo with the Skewer out onto the Undying. The Crimson Guard applied, though. The box is there. They actually cancel the RP mid-animation as Nightfall. Oh, they actually get the connection onto Toronto Tokyo. The stun lock into death. It's only a trade for Rasta right now. And get the Shackle into the Thunder onto Kiritich. Toss back as well. Miero in the midst of things. Nightfall has to run back to base as Kiyotaka limply hitting with his Christmas tree. And actually, they kill Nightfall in the fountain. And surely that'll do it. GG's called. Bet Boom. Very impressive 2-0 display here on the new patch.
Save spamming hearts on top of the Pangolier. GPK, understandably, with a smile on his face here. This was, you know, going into this series based on the results of Group Stage 1, you'd think Aurora the favorites, but Bet Boom with their creative ideas in both games really paying dividends here. My man of the match, Miro.
Oh my God.
For this game, that's a big one.
Jesus.
Oh, you've seen him doing do the pull-ups behind him as well. You've got to stay hydrated. This guy's
impressive.
Yeah, Kiritich is staying fit and staying hydrated. All the things important to perform at your absolute peak.
What we're not showing is the other jug just as big for his urine. But
that one's not safe for camera here. 14-2-11. Miero offlane Undying. Kiritich goes deathless 2-0-20 on the Kunkka. And all the pieces just came together. You heard BSJ on the panel. He loved their draft. He really favored them, thought this was going to be an amazing performance with BetBoom. And for once in a lifetime, Brian was right. So it's good. Good shout.
Miero, though, the star of the show. We talked about his Omni Night being underwhelming. I mean, maybe his performance wasn't underwhelming. It was just the hero felt that way.
Yeah.
But
he still got first phase banned this game. So
that's true. He forced out a ban on a useless hero and picks Undying and goes 14-2-11. Goodness gracious.
I love watching this hero. I think it's very polarizing. It has games where it just falls flat, and then it has games like this when you play as core.
That's right, Shiver.
That's right. I'm very happy to see the team that embraced the patch more is the victor here. 2-0 over Aurora as BetBoom takes it. I think, Brian, it just felt like Aurora did not adapt enough.
Yeah, I love the Undying punish of the Tiny. Not only is it like Tiny's been nerfed, but they also said like, we were thinking they must have had these heroes in their arsenal from last patch. They had been theory crafting heroes that were like on the cusp of greatness that they just didn't think quite cut it. Giving a hero a couple base damage, having other heroes like Terrorblade have their laning regen nerfed by 1. There was a portion where Miero's manning up on Nightfall minute 4, and I'm pretty sure if you took away his 2 damage and gave Nightfall 1 HP regen over the course of that lane, Miero doesn't kill him. You know what I mean? Like last patch. So these little things add up a lot. I love that they're showing their stuff. Like they're not completely pivoting on the side of BetBoom, right? They have several heroes from last patch. They're just changing like one little thing, like kind of one sidestep, and it looks awesome.
You know, I think one big thing here that is playing into this victory is that BetBoom just looks like they're having fun.
Yeah.
Like from the way that they're playing, you can see Save had the like pre-hex onto Kiyotaka as he jumped in, and because of this, they win the fight, even though Toronto Tokyo does a 3-man RP like into the tier 4 towers. Like, this is insane. And they still win the fight because of this pre-hex. Like these guys are just enjoying themselves on the patch. It seems like they've really wanted one for a long time. Like what that does to your mental, I think will depend on the team. Aurora, they got to go back to the drawing board. They just seem like a little bit too rigid right now. Perhaps that's, as Brian, you were saying, the Nightfall factor there. This guy has his formula. He needs to follow it. Maybe in a few days, once people have some formulas that he can tinker with, he'll start adapting, but not today. BetBoom, they invented their own formula.
I mean, it was good that they pivoted they picked a different carry, I think, because the Tiny just wasn't going to look that good that game against Offlane Undying and against the Tombstone and stuff like that. But I just wish it wasn't Terrorblade. Despite the hero's win rate going up a little bit, if you're playing against a classic pressure offlane hero like Undying, maybe isn't very popular, but that's clearly what you're going to do. You're going to beat up the carry. You probably want somebody that's going to do a little bit better in the lane or that can ditch a little bit earlier. So the fact that he did that poorly in the laning stage was a bit unfortunate. And then as the game continued, like the RPs just felt less impactful because it's like, okay, you RP and skewer them back, but there's still a tombstone on the ground. Like one of those clips I saw BKB'd Magnus attacking a tomb like 4 times in a row slowly, and I'm like, that doesn't feel good. You want to hit that RP and you want to skewer them back, and you want the fight to be over in like 4 seconds because 2 guys die, and that just didn't happen that game. Like maybe, what if they had like an actual cleave carry instead of Terrorblade as well with Empower?
Maybe he should stay in melee form and then use just the Demon Zeal with the cleave.
They nerfed Demon Zeal movement speed though.
They did.
Positioning would have taken him like at least an extra 0.3 seconds to.
That is true. That is true. He needs to be positioned away from the fight so he can BKB TP, which by the way he did do.
We saw
in that game. We saw it.
We even saw Kiritich give him a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah,
at
both
the
sides.
tier 4.
We were actually talking about should they nerf BKB TP because it just keeps happening.
Yeah.
Like everybody's doing it, but you know what everybody is not doing is winning. But the guy who did win, Miro, I'm so sorry that I'm interviewing you again, but you're the most interesting guy, so we have to do it.
Hello. Sure.
Good to see you, my friend. You seem to have a lot of very fresh, very new ideas on the patch that I want to ask you about. Did you go into today's series thinking Omni and Undying are actually good heroes, or did you just want to have fun on the new patch?
I mean, I didn't play any of game pops before this official, but I just knew that Undying is a pretty good hero because I silently played this on the previous patch, so I just tested it a lot. So I knew that it's a good hero.
Okay, cool. Well, that's kind of what we were theory crafting, that you guys might be playing the heroes that you already thought were like on the cusp of being good, but weren't quite there yet, and then got a little bit of a buff. Is that also GPK when he played the Lina? Is that because he thought it was already good?
I mean, we just got some good strategy like Omni Knight plus Lina, and we were looking for the options on the mid, and we just took Lina because it's pretty good against their heroes, and also good against with Omni Knight.
Okay, so you played Omni and Undying, so you played them in officials. What is your feeling now that you've played it? Are they as good as you thought? They passed the test? Did Omni fail the test?
I think Omni is pretty good, for sure. It's more better than Undying, but Undying is also great because not too many heroes can counter him. So we thought that he is gonna pick some Ursa or some hero like Gyro at 18 pick, but they didn't took it, and we just banned that heroes, and it's easy.
Yeah, okay. What do you think, let's say it's like midnight, patch comes out, I got work the next morning at 8 a.m. Should I stay up all night and play the patch as a health guy? Do you think this is unhealthy for me to do, to stay up until 5 a.m. playing the patch? Should I go to sleep and play the next day, or should I play all night?
I think you need to go to sleep, but you can just also read some main changes and just go to the sleep and think about patch. That's what I did in the last night.
And then you wake up with ideas because you dreamed about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask about your guys' boot camp, or where you are at right now. Are you guys all in Belgrade right now? Where are you at?
We're at home. Everyone at home. Someone's
So where are you at right now?
I'm in Russia, in Moscow.
Do you want to get coffee with me?
Sure.
Okay, I'll send you the deets on WhatsApp. Brian? Or Purge?
Yeah.
Hey, I was curious what you think, like what was the biggest patch change for you in everything that you read last night?
I mean, the main change is nerf some heroes. Some heroes that got buffed, some heroes got nerfed, also some aspects got deleted, right? And that's pretty cool that you can learn some new heroes. There's a lot of good options for yourself.
Okay, what about the Tormentor change going to 20 minutes? Are you happy about this because you can do whatever you want now until 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy, and this early fights is gonna be more. I think in 20 minutes it's gonna be not so random fights. You understand me? So. Yeah, you will get more items, and you're gonna be ready with some auroras to get Tormentor, so it's much better.
All right, and are there any other strength lane dominators that you plan to play in your next couple matches, since it's first Omni and then Undying?
I think that's my secret. I don't want to tell you, but I can tell some hero. It's maybe some Centaur. Let's see with the new aspect.
The double edge.
I can't tell you more.
Okay, that's fair. I understand. Thank you.
Mira, I just want to write down your order here. How do you take your coffee? What do you have in it?
Yeah, you can go. Let's go.
But what do you take in it? Do you take milk, sugar?
I'm just taking casual cappuccino.
Just a
with,
casual
no sugar.
Cappuccino.
Yeah, with no sugar.
Okay, cappuccino. Thank you. We appreciate the interview, and we'll see you again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
casual cappuccino.
Are you just gonna write that? Like, if you're gonna interview, just gonna write down everybody's orders?
Cappuccino. No, I'm
yeah.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
Yeah,
He
wrote it
said
down.
yes.
You wrote it down.
We're going
That's
to get
literally
coffee.
like documented online.
You know what? The next event where you're at, where you're in the same place, you just show up. Here's your cappuccino.
I'm
You know how to
taking him
take
to
his
coffee, dude. I swear to God, it's happening. He said yes.
So if
binding.
Bedboom wins at least 5 of their matches, so you get the chance to talk to everyone, at some point you can just walk into their room and have everybody's coffee exactly as they like.
That lowers how important it is.
That was for just Miro. I don't want to go.
You don't want to go with everyone. No.
Maybe Save because he plays Pudge.
Oh, okay.
I would, but I would do them separately.
And then you would take them out to coffee.
Then I would take them to get coffee as well.
Well, Bedboom's done for the day. They'll go up against Paravision tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. Aurora with an 0-2, obviously not the greatest start for them, but they also have some extra time to read up on the patch. They'll play against Team Liquid tomorrow. But everybody only plays 1 series per day here in the second group stage, and that means we're moving to 2 different teams. We're going to have your Cold Bros and Team Liquid, but not entirely just yet. I feel like there's still more that we should look at, Purge, from this game we just watched.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about what he accomplished on the Undying and frankly the Omni Knight in Game 1, but he's basically fighting in the laning stage. Tombstone is down. Chen basically has to hit Tomb instead of fighting, and as a result, they can just bully Nightfall here. He's only got 566 HP after 2 decay spams. That's with a bracer. And like, look how simple this is. You drop Tomb, you do Shackle, Save is healing this whole time, and they just get to fight Nightfall to the death. Like, these aren't very close engagements. He hits 6, he gets thundered, he still goes in anyways because Undying is so crazy at trading at this point. Nightfall misclicking somehow, leading to his guaranteed death. Definitely a big XD moment. That's a huge impact on game tempo. Like, if you just leave the lane and don't let him kill you 3 times, the game is so much more manageable. But if he gets kills and the net worth advantage from the laning stage, it really allows him to snowball and get 14 kills.
Yeah, I do think the misclick might not have mattered in the long run, but it was pretty impactful when it happened, right? Yeah. So we'll see how Nightfall and his team recover, but that's all for another time. What we should focus on right now is not even our upcoming series in Cold Bros versus Liquid. No, we should focus more on the changes of the patch and what we expect to see, and maybe what you should try out in your pubs, which is obviously maybe even a little bit more exciting than see how the pros are dealing with it. And for that, we have to talk about it more. We have to theory craft about it more. We're going to do exactly that after a break.
Have you ever wondered how our homely Rasta the Shadow Shaman came to be? How a simple hill troll discovered powers that would allow him to fight against wizards, monsters, and soldiers? We know the answers. So join us as we open the books of lore and embark on a new journey in Tales from the Lore Keeper. Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
I got the sun in my pocket and the moon above my head. Got the whole world at my feet and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PB&J podcast. That's the, what does that stand for, Brian?
The Purge Banana Jenkins podcast.
That's right. I'm here with my two co-hosts, Purge, Banana, and Jenkins. Purge, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited about the patch. Do you want me to say more?
Well, it just, when you do that, when you do the vocal intonation that you just did, it sounded like you were going to say more.
It did sound like he was going to say more.
Should I do more podcasting voice?
You can do a podcast.
Hey guys, happy to be here today. I love voice inflection so much.
Did you hear
That was actually really good.
That was good.
You'd be a good podcast.
Did you hear the AI talking about a like 1,000-page document that just said pee pee poo poo? It was AI
Wow.
talking about that in the form of a podcast, and they talked about it for like 30 minutes as if it had any value. They're like, there's some artistic expression here that I think people don't understand because you think that this is going to be something complicated, but in reality,
It's just saying pee pee
It just
poo-poo.
says pee pee poo poo. So what did the artist really mean to represent by doing? And the way that they talk about it is it's uncanny how it actually sounds like a real podcast. So yeah, do the voice.
Do the voice. He's basically saying do the
Pee
voice.
poo 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 pee. 20 minutes. Do you guys want to talk about the actual patch?
Yeah, we can talk about the patch.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and use our PC setups that we have here to test some patch changes that we would like to test.
I wanted to show on my screen that I was super excited about. How do I know when I'm up? Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Well,
so
in the
that you
morning
can
and-
search in the search bar when you pull this. You have this massive menu that's really confusing. And in that game, we saw Nightfall cancel his teleport through the Twin Gate.
Yeah.
And so we were told there's a new hotkey for structures or new setting. So I can type structure in the top left, go to that hotkey, and then there's a new section that's called structures require hold cancel to stop, which is a new setting as of this morning, and it got Nightfall killed. So for people out there watching,
Possibly.
it definitely got him
You
killed.
think so?
They-
He definitely canceled it early. That was obvious. But
Yeah.
was it because of the setting?
Well, it had to because there's you never see this happen.
Yeah.
Right? It's too quick.
I'm sure he XD'd that because it happened.
Yeah, and I bet if we saw his player perspective and client, it was straight into the setting where what happened here, why is this happening? So for people at home, if you don't want to do the Nightfall, not talking about BKB-TPing, but talking about canceling the Twin Gate channel, make sure you check this whole setting.
Very interesting. You know
Thank
what
you.
I want to do is talk about ability draft.
Okay.
Because
Go,
it's
yeah,
a,
go
it's
ahead.
a great game mode that should be enjoyed by more players, and it got some nice changes. You can draft what heroes you get in ability draft now. I'm just going to do a little scroll up here. Look at this whole section. Look at this beautiful graphic. Somebody on Valve loves ability draft.
There's one guy.
Yeah,
And he-
and they're doing a great job. Anyways,
really likes
it's
it.
bug fixed. Again, I mean, they have to do it like every patch. They have to bug fix a lot of things. It takes a lot of work, and it's easier to pick facets hero drafting. I think that's just really good. So you guys want to play ability draft right now? Yeah, I
Do
knew
we have
you're-
time for a
no,
ability draft game?
We don't. We don't. I just thought I'd get a better reaction than that.
I'm
They're having a
definitely
great
down to
time.
play some ability draft with you there, Pert. In my podcasting vlog, definitely down to play some ability draft. with you there.
I want to try. Do either of you guys play Muerta? Can you quantify here? Let's go. We can go ahead and hop to my screen here. I have the facet that it reduces your dead shot cooldown when you proc gunslinger, and it also gives you a higher gunslinger proc chance when you hit people with dead shot. So I just want to see here if I'm gonna get a moon shard. I'm gonna get a few moon shards and see how good this is.
A few. Oh,
So technically, right? If I have both of these on cooldown, so they're both on cooldown, and I keep using this. Look at that! Look! It's instantly back. You see that? You can just spam.
I bet you could perma fear somebody.
You can spam Deadshot. Now I wonder like how big of a problem it is that you're, fearing them away. It's like, is there any way you can like ping pong them back and forth? But look at this, dude.
They all technically. Oh,
Look.
I guess you could in some ways.
So you're gonna get more dead shots in a fight with this. Is there like a carry Muerta build where you get Ags?
Because I feel like there has to be a better carry Muerta build, because no matter what happens, like you're just going to be attacking. You're going to be double attacking more often. This is like one way they're trying to make carry Muerta actually good, because your mobility is still bad, so they have to increase the damage to compensate. She could become this like PA level hero where her damage is just giga high compared to other heroes.
That seems pretty wild to me.
The 4 moon shards definitely helps.
I mean, the 4
build.
moon shards help, but I also think just
could
one
be-
of these, and then Octarine Core and like normal Muerta. This might even be just a support facet. I remember Valve has done this before, where they put a facet or a hero in the game, thinking like this is gonna enable a carry build, but then people just use the same thing as a 4 because 4s already wanted to build scaling items.
Yeah, it's also gonna make Mask of Manus build worse is one downside, maybe, because you won't get to cast Deadshot again while you're attacking, but it's still probably good. I think there's potential. Merlini Dota does like playing Muerta mid, and it seems fine, carry potential wise. It's just not top meta. So I think we could definitely see some games eventually where it squeaks in as a flex. People love flexes. Flexes stocks are big. Why is nobody playing a carry?
I mean, you guys are talking about general hero changes. I was thinking about item changes. I think Spirit Vessel, I was surprised we didn't see it at all in the previous series, right?
Do you ever see Urn yesterday and the days before, though? I feel like I never see
Yeah,
Urn
that's
anymore.
that's the idea, though, is I feel like a lot of heroes that 125 HP, it's like, yeah, it's nice health and all, but attributes actually gives you attack speed, it gives you damage, and so, like, Urn of Shadows, I'd rather have 2 all attributes on a lot of cores than health. I'd rather have 10 all attributes than 375 health on Spirit Vessel, and they're also a little bit cheaper, so it just felt like the access to that item was pretty difficult to come by, and it's 70% heal reduction. It got buffed a few patches ago. I think this is one of those items that's just been off of people's radar, similar to the heroes that Miura was picking in the previous patch. And also Scotty as a huge item change, just going from 22 all attributes to 35. I think a lot of carries just did not want to buy this item, but 35 all attributes,
it's not bad.
That's like an insane amount of stats.
That's pretty insane.
So I think there's a lot of heroes that are unexplored, and a lot of the changes are indirect. There weren't like, other than gutting like the best heroes in the game, I think this patch is mainly going to be what heroes can capitalize on that extra 0.5 health regen on Lincoln's. Am I right, Jenkins?
Yeah, that's right, Brian. Definitely Lincoln Sphere, a huge change. I want to try, what I've wanted to try is Enigma with the new item. That was the first thing that I thought of when I saw the AoE increase percentage, because Valve has never put a percentage AoE thing in the game before. It's always been like flat. And then, you know, because there's still Gleipnir, which is flat, you now have a multiplicative interaction here. So let's see how big this is. Oh my God, there's no way that's okay.
Wait, don't click it. I want to see the AoE before you cast.
Wait, one second. I want to move these guys like as far away as possible.
All right, let me see it.
Look, that is insane.
That is with Gleipnir and with the new neutral item, though, correct?
Yeah, but if let's say the neutral item drops for Enigma, how hard is it really to farm a Gleipnir all of a sudden?
And what's the AoE of Black Hole without?
I mean, let's just see without the Gleipnir. Yeah. I mean, that's still insane.
Excellent.
That's still insane. And I think the big thing here too is like the animation is not larger on Black Hole. Like it doesn't look like. Let me test.
It's going to be like old Black Hole where you'd accidentally walk into it sometimes.
Like you're going to accidentally walk into this. I'm gonna try with the.
If you just press the free spells.
The free spells, yeah. Okay, wait, let me drop it first. Okay. It looks to me. It looks.
What do you guys
pretty
think
much
about?
The same.
What do you think about spider milk?
You mean mother's milk?
Sure, you can call it that.
Oh,
too.
it was called mother's milk, but it was too gross, so they changed it to spider milk.
What are you watching in your free time? No, I think it's always been called spider milk. No.
I think that was a certain Dota 2 subreddit that I was on.
Oh,
it's that banned.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's
Brood
banned.
Mother.
My account as well.
Yeah.
One hero I'm actually excited about is the Bloodseeker changes. I was just testing it out now. The facet that makes it so instead of bonus spell amp from his Blood Rage, it gives him, with the level 15 talent, level 10 talent, excuse me, it is 40% base damage. So like every stat item you buy, it's just 40% damage from Blood Rage on top of the attack speed.
It should help make up for the fact that you're not buying raw. Like it's just always better to buy raw damage items. They did something similar to Kez, I think, as well, where they basically made agility-based items better, because otherwise you're just never going to buy them, is the problem.
Yeah, you were only buying like Deso and Daedalus and stuff on Kez.
They just scaled way too much better.
What about a support Bloodseeker silencing guys?
Oh, but it's 400 range on enemies.
You get an ether lens, brother. I don't know. Walk into melee right to
That
silence those
sounds
guys.
really worth it for sure. Yeah, definitely go try that, guys. And we'll let other. Sometimes it's best to let other people make the mistake for you, Jenkins.
I got one. What about Disruptors changes? Did you guys test them out
Did
at
you
all?
like that facet change? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool.
That's got to be good for laning, right?
Yeah, it's a free nuke. It just does a nuke. You have 2 nukes at level 1 now.
It does a nuke, and you can choose when you're knocking people back, right?
Yeah,
That's what's nice. Is that
Here's what it looks like. Here's your ally.
It's just activating his innate, right?
No, it's separate. So this guy runs in. You can press this when you want, but it would also function by itself too, if he has more damage.
Is it a ground targeted spell or is it a?
Well, actually, I'm gonna die. No mouse pad is hard. Oh yeah, if you level it up, the cooldown's lower though. It looks like it does share a cooldown, but it does give you like multiple ways to get people away from you. you know, which is kind of cool, I think.
I mean, I think it's cool that you can use it on your teammates. Like, what things can you abuse pushback with? Like, Ringmaster. I mean, obviously Magnus. Like, you could set up like a skewer back. I mean, even just like pushing somebody away from your carry so they can disengage seems pretty good. Because I don't know about you guys, but I've gone on a disruptor early game. Like, you 4-man go on him at like the bounty run fight, and he just pushes you away, and you're like, well, shit.
Yeah.
Like, imagine being able to do that selectively on a teammate. That actually seems really good.
And yeah, you can just put it on any tanky hero that goes for bounty rune, basically. There's going to be a fight. Now you can push them away from your teammate for 50 mana.
You can push people into tower.
It's going to do 60 damage.
In laning.
You have a new combo in your tiny mag offlane here.
Yeah.
Blink on the opposite side of them. You push them back, and then kinetic field them slightly closer to your teammate.
Put
Maybe
yourself-
a
But
blink
you could have
like
your
Horse Staff.
teammate. You could have your teammate blink instead.
You could also
Oh,
have a
no,
hook
that
on your team that X's you so that you can blink do that without putting yourself at risk.
Oh, that's worth the resources, all right. Yeah, I think so.
Anything else you guys want to test in the patch? I mean, I have negative things.
What are some negative things?
I have Holy Locket dead.
Okay,
That's
Holy
what-
Locket, agreed. Medusa.
So
That's
for
what
me
I
was
you
thought.
pretty
did see
dead.
that stacking restoration is additive, though, right? So if you pair Holy Locket, it's probably one of those things where they changed the math in a way that's broken, but they're gonna it's gonna be bad right now, and it's gonna be broken next patch. Is probably what it is.
Yeah, they didn't want it to be broken now, and they'll figure it'll be adjusted later.
But if you pair it with like that Chen creep that also increases heal restoration, it's probably like really, really good. So on Chen, it might be really good.
Oh, they must be beta testing, and
Yeah.
people are playing Chen, and that's why they nerfed it. Because what I originally saw this as was a Tinker nerf, because I couldn't name a hero that used Holy Locket other than Tinker in the previous
this is
patch.
most common.
Like, there wasn't Treant or Chen's or any of these other like healing heroes, Enchantress. They just didn't exist.
Yeah, he was the only one that was really good. I mean, you can buy like mech and stuff, but usually it's a bit underwhelming. But yeah, for Chen, it might be legitimately good if you get that creep that increases restoration.
What about this change? This one is a quality of life change that I think is very good, but maybe I shouldn't have biased you guys. Blink Dagger no longer has an overshoot range. It is no longer a hidden mechanic for new players where you just have to cast. You have that 200 range where if you don't cast within it, you don't blink far enough.
Yeah, what is it? It reduced your blink from 1,200 to 1,000,
Yeah, if you
right?
clicked out, if like let's say
you clicked too far.
If you clicked the mini map to blink, for example, you would not blink 1,200 range. You'd blink 1,000, and it just seemed random.
Here's my thoughts on this mechanic in Dota, or types of mechanics like this. So they added the green circle thing that you could have permanently on so that you didn't do that. And then they're like, how about instead of having everybody have a green circle, we just don't allow you to get punished by this. But yeah, no, there's a lot of things in this patch that I think made the game easier. They've been doing that continuously, and I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, at this point, like, I don't care about that small stuff anymore like I did 10 years ago. It's more important that people enjoy the game and don't get punished for little stupid reasons like that.
Because the game is already complicated enough.
Yeah.
When you have the hardest game in the world, why make it arbitrarily harder? I'd rather focus on the interesting stuff that is hard than the uninteresting stuff.
And that's what it feels like. Yeah, it's like I don't really give a shit that I can see my opponent's mana bars anymore.
But you know what I do give a shit about? I want to see Yakult Bros versus Team Liquid, which is actually coming up next after this break.
I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. You never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue, can't find my way out. No, wrapped up in blue. Tell me what can I do? Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
We're here for the second series of the day. Group stage 2 has begun, and the second series of the day is also the second series in this group stage. It's a best of 3. Team Liquid versus your Cool Brothers, and we have a slight change up here as well. Still joined by BSJ and Purge, but also Misery here on the desk. And that gives me a perfect opportunity to ask you for your first impressions of this patch.
It's refreshing, I would say.
Okay.
Even though I don't think there's the biggest changes in terms of heroes, I think it's nice to have a lot of new changes that kind of change the heroes' dynamics.
Yeah.
Like Furion getting complete changed, right? Like Tiny, Morphling. Some of these heroes we've seen over and over. Beastmaster as well, getting kind of nerfed, and then other heroes that can. Even though the buffs aren't that big, I think we are going to see a lot of new heroes. Yeah.
What's your favorite change? Do you have a favorite change?
I was just looking over Furion.
Yeah.
I thought he was a dead hero, but now he has a facet that can be played as a support, I think, where he puts Sprout down and then all the trees around him heals.
Sure,
I think it has
yes.
some potential.
Okay.
And then you also get the 5 Treants back that used to be the Furion lore. So I don't know if it's good.
You're just hoping people will try it out so you
think
can see it.
If we will see it, we try it out at some point, I'm sure. But if it's good, I'm not really sure yet.
It's a good point about the healing, because when I read it first, I was like, oh, it's kind of like Tinker March of the Machines. It like heals your whole team by lock it on Treant Protect or on Nature's Prophet maybe, and then your team just heals during fights. It could be good.
Yeah, I think there's these patches bring attention to the fact how finely tuned balance in Dota is as a whole game. Like you'll see a hero receive a 5% damage nerf like on Tiny last game, and you're like, wow, that seems underwhelming after such a small change. Lina gets an extra 10 damage on her innate. Wow, that doesn't seem like much, but then it just feels, you just feel the difference across multiple games. Miro was like, I got 2 base damage, this hero was already pretty good last patch, now he's over the edge, and those are the type of things that make me appreciate Dota, because sometimes it's like, God, these heroes are so broken, but if you nerf one little thing or buff one little thing, sometimes it can just make a huge difference.
Yeah, we'll see how the two teams that are playing today will deal with it. Let's focus our attention on them, because we got your Cool Bros and Team Liquid, and I think a lot of people, myself included, we're not expecting your Cool Bros, Kevin, to do as well as they ended up doing. How do you feel like they are going to deal with this change incoming? What made them good, and are they going to be able to keep that up?
Well, I mean, I didn't necessarily expect them to do this well either, but I think a lot of that was just because there was more unpredictability in the tournament with more less tier 1 teams, just 2 less. It wasn't a huge amount less, but less tier 1 teams. And genuinely, I really think we're paying dividends for Valve's recent like Dota 2 Pro Tracker nerf of that you can't see strategies. So all these teams especially like the top tier 1 teams, they just have so many more resources. They have more people on staff to look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, to collect stats, to feed that information. And the teams that have less of that that backup brain power is just going to be able to kind of like coast in, practice their stuff, and it's going to be less dissected before they get to the table against these really practiced tier 1 teams. So I think things like that really make a big difference towards making them competitive in moments like this. With that said, when a new patch happens, you also need resources to like find the new pub heroes and to kind of gather information. That's going to be a little bit more blind, so it could make this series very unpredictable.
Does that also mean, I mean, Brian, Team Liquid has 3 coaches versus Yakult. I mean, Yakult is listed as the coach, as in the guy Yakult, who is not necessarily a coach because he's more like their. I think officially on Wikipedia is listed as their manager, but he's also sometimes the coach. Like, does that make a big difference having those coaches to help you out?
I don't necessarily think you have enough time, even with 3 coaches, between like this single day. Maybe tomorrow or the day after. Maybe, not everybody on the team wants to watch every single game that happens at DreamLeague, so it'll pay off to have coaches in that scenario. And I would just like to highlight that I love watching Yakult Brothers. I only got to see maybe 3 or 4 of their games, but all of them were super fun, super entertaining. But Boca is insane. Like, meaning he'll see a tiny and he has Blink Shaman and he has no other information. And he just jumps in and hexes this guy. But that's like the personality of this team. And I think on the new patch, that's what we saw in the first game series. BetBoom had kind of a YOLO mentality with the heroes they wanted to play. We feel ourselves, we're going for it. I think this dynamic of first day of the patch is going to favor Yakult Brothers based on what I know about these 2 teams, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the point about the teams that are willing to take the more risks and are willing to try out new heroes and are willing to like think about it in a way where they can make some new stuff work. And some players are gonna have to play the boring shaman or ringmaster and just continue to play the same meta. But that's okay, right? If you can make it work with some new fresh heroes like the Undying we saw, like what else do we see? Omni-Knight, Lina, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think those are the teams that are going to come out ahead potentially.
But you can't go too far though,
Yeah.
because sometimes you're like, oh, I have a really cool idea, and you're like Miero, and you're like, oh, I didn't have time to pub it, I just tried it in my official. And what if they do something a little too wild, where they're like, oh, Nature's Prophet with Holy Locket. It's probably bad. It doesn't do as much damage as March of the Machines does. You can't just like copy the ideas one for one. So you have to be a little conservative. I think doing slightly weird things like Omni-Knight or Undying when you played our last patch, that sounds fine. But like shooting in the dark and picking some random hero that you gut read is good in the patch could just be completely wrong, because it is half the time.
It's kind of the idea of like the 1-step pivot, right? You don't want to do a full 180 and go the other way. You kind of want to maybe alter your direction just a little bit. 1 or 2 heroes in the draft. I will say, based on the heroes that Miero was playing and owning with, those are Saberlight heroes. Like, I've seen him be an Omni-Knight guy and an Undying offlane kind of guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's cooking up something. If there was one player that was going to be the Miero of this team, that was going to try something new and they're going to build around it, I think it would be Saberlight. I know it's coincidence, they're both offlaners.
Is this the first big patch where there's no Dota 2 Pro Tracker?
I think
yes,
so,
it is. Yeah, it is.
Because I feel like, Misery, if you're pro team, you have this morning there was 1 best of 3 official here for DreamLeague. You don't have any other data for any of the pros other than the ones maybe that you played and that you've seen in the pubs. Like, how much do you think that the teams are going to look at the series that was just played and think like, ooh, Miero made that Undying work. We're going to do that too?
I mean, I think Saberlight would not mind playing Undying. He was playing it before it was cool, right? Before it was new patch. So I think that's definitely a possibility. I think just thinking about some heroes you want to make work and then kind of building a strategy around that might be the best approach, right? So you get the balance of heroes that you know already work and then trying like one hero out, so that, or like the Lina, for example, right? The thing about BetBoom's drafts, like, they were cohesive. They had synergy, right? They had enough damage, they had enough stuns. Like, they weren't like too crazy out there. So I think that's a good approach to just enable a new hero into your draft.
There it is. I just remember last DreamLeague, there was a patch. It was the Hawk, who was just constantly saying every morning all he does is he opens Dota 2 Pro Tracker, see the biggest winners of the day, and he just picks that.
Yeah.
It's not possible anymore.
I'm glad that aspect of it is gone, because I think a lot of the fun of pro games, at least from my perspective, is watching people invent things and come up with new ideas. And if one guy invents something and everybody copies it within 12 hours, I think that's not fun. Give them at least like one day where one team can be like, I'm gonna win with the strat, and then afterwards everyone sees like, okay, that's the strat. But I don't want everyone to go into game one of the day saying like, we already know what the best 3 heroes are. I think that's bad for the game.
What's important about that note is Miro said he's been pubbing Undying last patch.
True.
Did any of us know that? We did not. So that's kind of cool that it feels like it rewards people more for being willing to go on their own expeditions and explorations of the heroes. And you can also kind of bank it in your pocket, because maybe there's something where like, oh, I could see, but maybe this is just bad against the 3 meta carries, so I won't pick it off lane. And then that changes, and now he knows it's good that nobody else knows this, because we can't go through, oh, we saw Miero pick it, has he been playing Undying? And then we look at his last month and he has 15 games of Undying. We can't do that anymore.
No, let's dive a little bit deeper into the 2 teams that we have in front of us, because I want to talk a little bit more about the players themselves and potentially matchups that we are excited to see. For me, having Emo up against Nisha, Misery is one of the ones that I'm curious about. How do you feel like because maybe it's too early to tell, but how do you feel like that mid matchup is going to impact the game?
I think at least for Emo, he seems like a very snowbally type of player. I think when he has a good game, he can take completely over. On the other hand, though, I think I've also seen him have, when he has a rough game, he becomes kind of invisible. And then, of course, Nisha, on the other hand, is like the star player, right? That everybody has high expectations of him. It's hard to say, I think, especially in a new patch.
Yeah.
Any of these guys gonna bust out something new. I know Emo is very prone to last picking some cheese heroes like Huskars, Meepos, things like that. Maybe he has something up his sleeve. I think Meepo did get a slight buff. Yeah, I guess we'll find out soon enough.
And you're expecting more unusual picks potentially from Emo compared to Nisha, who is maybe more, he's a flashy player, but the heroes he does it with are the same that other people play as well.
I wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay, well, we'll be able to tell very soon. I mean, this is definitely a new scenario, new territory that we are exploring here with Yakult Brothers and Liquid. Game 1 of this best of 3. Yakult will be Radiant, Liquid Dire, as we have the opening bans. And I know over the last 4 days, we've basically not really talked about those first phase of bans, because it's, to be honest, it was always the same. So it's very interesting to see if teams are changing. In the previous series, we saw still the Beastmaster removed for both games. We saw the Timbersaw getting banned, which was the odd one out. And surprisingly here, the Tiny, even though it had 2 games loss in the previous series, removed as well. Ancient Separation got nerfed a little bit, but still first phase ban material.
I'm mostly surprised about the Tiny.
Me too.
Especially after last series, it felt slightly convincing. I mean, and even before the patch, the hero's win rate was a lot of games, 43%. It was a little underwhelming. It felt like one of those win rates where it's like the tournament would end, and then the next tournament, Tiny would be only picked like 15 times. That's what it felt like the trajectory was on for me, but teams are still valuing the hero clearly.
I guess the patch is very new. It's very fresh, right? They actually haven't had time to really figure out much of what's going to be broken now, right? So I guess it makes sense to ban some of the heroes that you at least know the enemy team is playing, right? Like, for example, Liquid is also one of the most successful Tiny teams. I remember Nisha was one of the first ones to play it mid and actually make it successful. So I think it's...
Good point.
I guess it's not that surprising, but I agree. It definitely has got hit by nerf. Probably in the future it's not going to be as highly prioritized as before.
Very good point about Nisha playing it mid often, because I think his mid role is the least nerfed. The losing like 25 avalanche damage as a mid hero, 30. It's not as bad, I think, as a support who is more damage starved, and the right click is weaker, which is less impactful for a mid Tiny. So maybe it's just like Team Liquid plays it mostly mid anyways. Maybe against them it's worth banning.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things that added up. It's also like his attack range on tree, which affects his mid lane matchups, I would imagine. Like having 50 less attack range, I'm sure any hero would not be happy about that in regards to like positioning and all that. But also there's like, I call it the J curve, like when you go through like a big change, at first you're going to be a little bit worse than you were before, and then over time you'll have a better understanding. And I think right now the shifting directions a bit too much is going to be a bit too punishing in the immediate short term. So teams are going to ban what they know is comfortable for the opponent. But I predict we'll see significant differences in these first round bans in like 2 or 3 days, because these heroes will be allowed through each individual one, like Tiny was in the first series, and they're either going to stick out and still do well, and then they're going to remain in the first round bans, or they're going to go through the trials and tests and not do so well. And Tiny, for instance, I think his stock will go down. But Darkseer, a hero that was very successful in this tournament last patch.
A little surprised to see the Darkseer pick since it's a much worse carry now with that agility loss.
Absolutely.
The flex potential is not there as much as it used to be.
I was testing this Batrider a lot in a lobby because they did change it so he gets one of his... They gave him 2 completely new facets, but one of them that I thought was interesting was giving him a 5th point in Sticky Napalm, so you get it at level 9. If you want to, and it applies a sticky napalm stack to the unit you are targeting. Now, in the past, I thought that was OP because with the shard, you bought that, it's effectively the same thing, and you could lasso somebody and solo kill them. But now, you have no way of attacking during lasso. There's no way to remove that disarm, so I'm curious what the point of this Batrider is. Is it like a lane trade thing? You know, you just take level 1 sticky, then you can't even use it. I think, what's the point of this, you think?
I think it could just be a boxy Batrider that skills the other facet. The one with the
that costs you HP.
Drain a bit of health, but then you get super fast. And I haven't tested it, but I imagine that's the.
So you think that's the one we're gonna see?
I think it could be. I know Boxy has been playing this, and I think he was one of the players who was still making it work when it was on the downfall, and he was stacking a lot. And I think potentially it could just be the normal support Batrider that gets the Blink Dagger, that gets the eventually Aghanims and things like that. But like you said, it could also be a core Batrider down the line if it looks good, right? It definitely is almost like a new hero now. It has a lot more potential, I think, as a core due to the new Napalm.
Keep in mind, I'm sorry. For the Batrider, if he has Gleipnir and Aghs, the search radius of the second lasso is ginormous. Especially also with the neutral, so that might also be something. If you're thinking games might go late, something to keep in the back of our minds for sure.
I wonder how good he is at trading at level 1 if he goes the Napalm talent.
But it doesn't give it to you until level 5 or 9. Like, you don't get the attacks.
Oh, it's not until 9. Oh,
You see what I'm saying? That's why I thought the same thing, and then I'm like, wait a minute, it doesn't apply in lane.
So the laning stage-wise, it's basically not good until ultra late. Which means he's probably going to go the burn facet, and he's going to have... It gives you a lot of spell amp too, but it's like 30 to 40 movement speed and spell amp, which is kind of crazy.
Is it on just the Firefly, or is it all of your spells?
Well,
You're
getting spell amp for all of them, and your hero's going to be really fast, but you are losing like a big chunk of your
2%
HP.
HP a second, I think.
Yeah, it's
but you can't die. You can't die from it.
Okay.
So
but you might get one shot when they find you.
Maybe Tranquil's Batrider could make that work? That would be more of a support then?
Yeah.
Boxy can swap out his Tranquil Boots or like disassemble them.
He does do that a lot.
He does do that, so it's like perfect.
He would be the guy that would do this. Yeah, okay. I'm more convinced at this point that that's what we're going to see. But another support that we haven't seen very much of, you were fiddling around with the facet that they gave him first?
We did podcast with it, yes. If you do go for it, basically Disruptor got buffs to 2 facets. If you go the red Thunderstrike one, your Thunderstrike slow is 0.8 instead of 0.4, so just base level Disruptor got a buff there.
Nice, yeah.
And if you get the new one, just Thunderstrike is the same, and now you have just an extra ability, which at level 1 is going to do about 60 damage if you proc it on an ally or yourself. So if you need to keep people away from your teammates, it's great. I think against a Darkseer, looks perfect, right? Some guy's getting run down by Iron Shell, just slap that shit on him. It's going to push him away.
So you think he'll take the new facet based on the...
Against the Darkseer, it seems like a gimme to me.
This Oracle pick, what do you think?
We're getting spoiled by new heroes.
Yeah, we are.
Like actually the Batrider induces the Oracle pick to some extent, right? The Oracle also got buffed.
25 attack range.
I thought it was literally 5. Wasn't it 5? I think it went from 620 to 625.
Maybe you're right.
might actually be, yeah. But I think an underused aspect of Oracle is definitely the fact that you know where the rune's going to spawn.
Yeah.
That's a very big thing that people have not been abusing that much.
And now you know what rune spawns, right?
Yes, which one is going to be. The Alchemist as well. I think maybe this is an Alchemist 4.
You think so?
Just looking
with
at where it's been picked, it looks to me like Boboka is gonna cook something.
But it's such a good carry synergy with our Oracle, though.
Maybe.
Like, he's always been one of the classic like Oracle
what
Alchemist.
happens to Alchemist.
They nerfed actually the giving an Aghs to an ally facet, probably because it had too high of a win rate in like low ranks or turbo is my guess. And it's probably viable, but pros don't like it because they're like, oh, I need that half a bracer. It's gonna change my whole game, you know. They don't care about the later. But the one other thing they changed was they changed the passive percentage slow. It's a lot more early. It's like a 4% slow per.
The stacks accrue faster.
Yeah, like the base is more. Like
Yeah.
if you max out the stacks, it's like a 16% slow early game with 1 skill point. So I thought there was maybe some viability in getting 1 of corrosive weaponry.
Yeah, go
in the
like
laning
4-1-1 or something.
Maybe, yeah. There's a possibility, and it would make a support alch more viable.
Could we see something like a Death Prophet mid here or like a Huskar mid here with the Oracle? Like some old school combo?
That definitely sets that up.
Even
yeah.
Leshrac, right? Like something that actually combos with the Oracle? Ooh, okay. That's also a new
That's
one.
geez. These okay. Out of all of these
They're going
heroes, we
wild.
have 5 heroes we have not seen virtually more than like twice.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
So Void Spirit also got buffed.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Base agi up.
Made his nukes do a
Damage
little
at
bit more
level 1.
damage.
Off by 1.
His
Very
innate
important.
also got buffed slightly, right?
It did not. It just shows you how
Yeah.
much you get from it, which helps.
The
Makes you
tooltip
appreciate
But
it.
his remnant got damage, right?
His remnant got 5 damage, big deal.
Very big.
His ag shard is better. It does like a radar spin, so it's more useful for sure. And resonant pulse damage went up by 15, which is a lot at level
okay.
4. And then he has a couple more talents that increase the damage of his skills. They moved him around a little bit. So
I mean, he needed his spells to do more damage ever since the universal nerf that his right clicks just didn't hit as hard.
Yeah.
I thought they were actually going to go Ursa on Yakult Brothers on the slot that they picked Void Spirit. So I see that Liquid agrees with me. It's just a hero that's hard to lasso because of the stash resistance. Good carry matchup against Finn. You can kill Timber. So I'm actually surprised that they didn't prioritize that. So that means it's an out carry, or they have something else up their sleeve. Like they thought they had like 3 more options that lane well. Maybe like a Luna. That could. I think that could be cool.
with the new set, especially.
Yeah.
Just,
Just,
make sure
that's that
very
flex
important.
that kind of stuff. I was just thinking about carries that really like laning against Timber. So
Does Alchemist carry very well into this Timbersaw Sven though? Isn't it kind of rough match?
no, that's why I was thinking like that's why I thought they would take the Ursa,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't end up taking it.
I guess Liquid also not really sure, right? There's Tusk ban, there's Urza ban.
Yeah, Tusk with the Darkseer would be annoying.
But then if you take the Ursa, you have to play either mid alch or 4 alch.
It's the 4 out,
think it's the
but
4
but a
out.
lot of these melee 4s are
It's
that
for
can
both
traditionally be played are
Yeah.
enabled by Darkseer.
If there's a 4 that's going to do it, it's either like Boboka or 9 class. I feel like. Some really weird stuff. I would love to see him buy Ags for people. I'd be super down.
To be honest, I think there is decent synergy on both drafts. I think they are definitely cooking, but it's not like too crazy. I think it's...
Oh, that's a good Oracle pairing.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I think, like, if you look at it overall, right, Yakult, they have the Daxia, Gyro for team fight, right? They have Save and Oracle. They have a lot of damage from Daxia, Void Spirit, Gyro now, right?
Yep.
They have this roaming Elk support, X Factor, it has a stun. I think, on the other hand, on Team Liquid, right, they have a lot of damage from Sven Timbersaw. They have Catch.
They have Warcry against
team
the Gyro
fight,
flag as
right?
well.
So in that way, I think both drafts are actually very balanced, even though we see a bunch of new heroes.
I think they're gonna go like their classic Pango or something like this for Nisha. Something super. You can't, like we said, you don't want to differ too much. You want to keep some of the ducks in the row.
I feel like their team fight's kind of bad on the Liquid side is another problem. They have
Ooh,
static
never
storm,
mind.
but-
Complete opposite of what I said.
Is this going to be a right click SF?
No, it's mid SF, right?
Yeah.
It must be, yeah, it is.
I mean, he's
the
still
right click
can.
SF got buffed.
What they buff him?
The skill that nobody skills when they're playing.
the
That thing is actually pretty strong
Feast
now.
of Souls.
It
Gives
gives
you
move
movement,
speed now as
yeah.
well, and more attack speed. It's very strong, it looks like.
It's not bad. It could be worth leveling for sure. Shadow Raise slow. Early levels is 6% instead of 3 slow per stack. So yeah, Raise builds should be better. Hero kills grant 3 souls.
There was a mid 1v1 SF tournament like 2 years ago or something, and it was Nisha that won it. Yeah, I remember this because it like doubled his prize money from the tournament or something. Because they're all like, "What the hell?"
And he's going to be against a Void Spirit too.
Yeah.
A melee hero.
Yeah, he can absolutely dumpster this lane. This is almost like the secondary Huskar. Like Huskar is the archetype of just ruining these melee heroes. I think SF, when viable, does the same thing.
The Alchemist roaming mid though is a fairly easy. SF is a fairly easy target for a hero like Alchemist, right? Early on, so could see something like that as well.
Okay.
Well, I'm very excited about this mid lane. Also, the thought that the Storm and the Ember were first phase banned, so we went for the Void Spirit on Emo instead. So we got Void Spirit versus Shadow Fiend mid. That should be an absolute treat. Made even better by Sven and Cinnamon, which we'll head over to via the PogChamp Pandas.
Game number 1 between Liquid and Yakult boys. I am happy as a mushroom. It only makes sense with the thing on your screen being the reference point. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Got to wait on some talking here as Baboka with the flame break gets put back into the fray, but Fate's Edict going to keep him alive. Boxy, he's going to be the one to likely drop here. Beyond will get the first blood. And we'll eventually go down to the raise from Nisha. That's right, there's a Shadow Fiend in this game. We'll get to that in just a moment. As Saberlight on the Timber Saw. Rocket Barrage from Fly is enough to finish the job. The Concoction actually connects on the Nisha. A good old-fashioned team fight to start the game. You gotta love it. Fly will live through the day, or the night in this case, for another 15 seconds. 2-1 advantage for your Cult boys. What a start. Very refreshing picks. Oh my goodness. I don't have anything to complain about, Cinderin.
You're going to keep calling them the Cult boys?
Whatever, bros.
The Cult boys. Yeah, what a cool fight. I found it interesting that Ollie started out with Fate's Edict here instead of Fortune's End. That is the classic level 1 spell for Oracle to skill for fights, but going for the Edict to try to block some of the magic damage from the Shadow Rays combos, and it was moderately successful.
I was thinking there might be an Oracle in this guy. I thought Insania would be playing it.
I love this hero, so
yeah,
it's cool to see it being run here. Obviously, and a good response to Lasso, and a hero that, for all intents and purposes, can still be quite strong in lane, especially against a hero like Timbersaw, who has the physical component of reactive armor. You just have overwhelming magic damage between Gyro and Oracle once you get the levels up and running. You are delaying that timing by skilling Fate's Edict, but we'll see. I mean, where do you even start with this game? There's so many different heroes that we don't usually see. You've got the Void Spirit that hasn't been popular. Alk 4, Baboka doing some Baboka stuff. On the side of Liquid, Insania gets to play as Disruptor again, mid Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, where do you want to begin?
Yeah, I've kind of gone over all of them now. I guess the first thing is, how well is Emo going to do? Because he's a hero.
A tough matchup.
He's a player that's very, at least, I think he's reined it in a bit as of late, but he had his phases where he would be very feast or famine as a player. He had games where he completely crushed opponents, and then games where you were like, what's this guy even doing? If a player like that has a very bad matchup, sometimes the famine outcome is quite common. Yeah. This should be a tough one against the Shadow Fiend over time. The first few waves, not so bad. Until SF gets level 3, that's when it gets harder.
Stormhammer onto Baboka, but the Surge is already there, so he finds the distance. Yeah, let's go one by one here. This is my favorite part of these new patches. Is just during the laning stage, we can talk about all the theory crafting shenanigans and see how wrong we actually are about everything. But the Shadow Fiend, Feast of Souls, which is a skill that nobody was picking up during that last patch. Well, they weren't picking Shadow Fiend to begin with, but literally going stats over this, right? Now it gives move speed in addition to the attack speed.
Yeah.
At a cost of 5 souls. What do you think about this change?
It makes it a lot easier to chain together raise combos. I think it's quite decent, but honestly, I don't know if it's enough. Like, we'll see. Oh, Emo taking a beating here. He'll live, but yeah, not having too much fun there against Nisha. I think that was a triple raise combo.
His CS is quite good though.
Yeah,
staying even.
That's the thing, right? This is when it gets hard. Until Shadow Fiend is 3, it'll be okay. But now that the wave is here, good luck. You know, he's going to have it on his own hill. If you approach him at all, he's going to start raising you down. You'll see it right now. Emo will try to get in for some CS. This is going to... Yeah, that's costly.
Oof. And we get to enjoy this moment thanks to this pause. Brought to you by Baboka. Another change for Shadow Fiend is the facet that he took, which
Shadowmire's a lot better.
What's that?
Shadowmire is a lot better.
That's exactly... Okay, I was just going to say that, Cinder. Appreciate that. The slow starts stacking more at level 2 and beyond, especially in this melee versus Shadow Fiend matchup. Going to be pretty tough to get away.
It's twice as good on level 1, right? As it used to be? I think it used to be 3%, now it's 6.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Is that right? It's like just significantly easier. You combine that with the extra move speed to it. It adds up. All these little things. Curious to see the Feast of Souls. How and if Nisha is going to use that. And of course, like the panel talked about, what build are we going to see? Is it going to be a right-click build? Is it going to be the spell casting SF with Yule's Ags?
Yeah.
Because you have Sven carry, so in theory the physical component is covered, but at the same time, you can also just have a ton of overwhelming physical damage by running the Presence of the Dark Lord, right? As we're seeing Nisa running so far, of course, as he should. Bad Rider going to connect and help with the rune. Oh, he denies it last moment there.
Might cost him, though. Ollie going to stay alive with that magic resist. Emo making his way over as well. He does take a bit of a punishment there as the Aether Remnant connects onto Nisha. But he's going to be A-okay in the end. I guess we can talk about the Bat Rider since we did briefly see him.
This facet is so interesting.
Yeah. So, stoked. It's reworked. I actually can't remember what the old one did anymore. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, it's basically not the same as now.
Okay, very good. So it's cost him max HP per second. He gets movement speed and spell amp, essentially, is the TLDR.
Yeah. I believe the damage on you is a constant. So the spell amp that you gain does not make you take more damage in turn. You just take 2% max health per second in damage, but you get really fast with this. As it tapers off toward the end, the Firefly will give you 40% increased move speed on level 4, which is effectively haste with just boots. You're going to see Bat Riders go very, very quick, but burn out themselves. You got to find that balance. I think it sounds really good on paper. And I wonder if there is a way of building Bat Rider where you buy regen as a core. You play offlane Bat again, good old Bat 3, and then your item build has some sort of sources of health regeneration so that you can run stoked. And kind of
really stoked to be able to say that.
Yeah, I love that name. It's a good name.
Yeah, it sounds like you do.
Yeah.
Okay, another hero is this one, Baboka's Alchemist, playing support.
Didn't go for the Alch X.
I was actually shocked when reading the notes. That facet that gave you GPM, it was nerfed. Can you believe that? Were people going for this?
It's probably because too many games were getting ruined by people thinking it was useful.
Yeah, well, removing it is one option. Baboka Concoction onto Nisha. He's in a lot of trouble. Insania is there for moral support. They're going to be able to take out Ollie first. Nisha on the other side of the kinetic field, though, as Emo takes the damage from Saberlight, who makes his way over as well. And because of that, it's a 2-for-0 in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, Nisha had a lot of stick charges there. He was tankier than he looked, and Alchemist, this is the thing about this hero as a support. You throw out your 2 spells, and you're kind of just there. Like, not really doing much.
Yeah.
Oh, they're stealing the stacks. Baboka trying to do something about it onto Boxy.
Yeah, he gets the stun. They stole a good amount. All of them.
They stole everything.
All right, then.
And on top of that, Baboka warded to try to protect it, so that even that ward was wasted.
Boy. Adding insult to injury.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a mystical dormant Curio. Let's pay attention to that. Will this be a tier 5 Curio, Cinderin?
Dire's top tower.
No.
Okay, Insania. We'll be fine. Disruptor, a hero that
Dire's middle tower is
got a little love with a new facet.
Yep.
This one is not that, though.
Shannon, I need your help with something here. This is going to bother me all game.
Okay.
When players do the attack here ping, which is the one to the left, when in the wheel.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can hear it if one of the observers does it. I can make the ping myself.
Well, hold on. You hold your horses there.
There is a sound effect for these new pings.
Yeah.
Okay, do the attack one.
Ooh, yeah.
Wait, was that not the right one? There's one that reminds me of a TV show, where it's like I think it's from 24.
That one right there sounds like 24.
Where it's like number of hours remaining
that one.
or something. No, it's not that one.
Okay. I'm surprised you know any TV reference.
I can't hear my own pings, so.
Well, he doesn't go through them all. Okay, we'll get there. Really important.
That's this. We're not getting there. I give up. I give
Thanks,
up.
Cinderin, for wasting a full minute of our lives. that
You
we won't
enjoyed
get
it.
back.
It was not a waste. You smiled for once. You're like, wow, he's talking about a TV show. I love that so much more than the video game I'm casting for a living.
I'm glad you have.
If you could direct a TV show, you would much rather do that than be here, of course.
I'm glad you can reference a show that's 25 years old.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's where the sound is from.
Baboka,
Baboka, he's dead.
Oh man, that is a lot of damage. V-Tune And he's going to be able to get off his ult as they're going to apply more pressure to this Darkseer. Nisha with the Requiem. Emo going in really deep with the Astral Step, and Ollie coming in to assist. They're going to be able to take 2 cores off of Liquid as a result of this. And Boxy with the Rocket Barrage will barely live.
He's stoked right now.
He's super stoked to be able to get out alive.
Look at him
Emo,
go. Look at him
no
go.
Astral Step for another 8 seconds or so.
He's fast as
We'll
fuck,
be able
boy.
to
He's
assimilate
out.
to the other side.
He's going to heal up.
Gets glimpsed.
This does work quite well with Tranquil
Radiant's
Boots.
middle tower is under attack.
Yes, well, if you don't get hit, yeah.
Yeah, offsetting that damage. Do you see how fast he went in the end?
I mean, you can't kill yourself with it, right?
That's right.
So
he stopped taking damage.
There's that. The top net worth right now is Fly on the gyrocopter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Has the Falcon's Blade going for Crystallis into, I assume, what will be Ags. This feels like the go-to for the last couple years. Well, that's not true. Probably a year. Yeah, let's talk about Void Spirit, though. This is a hero that has not been seen too much recently.
Snag the rune. There it is. There's that copy. It's from 20. It sounds like 24. It is that ping. It just is.
Okay. Let me see what changed with Void Spirit while we let you reminisce of times of old when you used to watch TV.
Yeah, that's right. Kaboka getting the
There's a lot
stun.
of
Emo will connect
concoction.
with this. Decent damage.
It's the Aether Remnant off as well. Good amount of damage. He wants to try to force out a TP. He will eventually. Insania comes to assist. All right, there's too many changes on Void Spirit. Lots of small stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Don't want to talk about it. Most of it's talent related, actually.
How many pings do you have in your ping wheel?
Jesus
I don't have 6.
Christ, man. I don't even know how to ping.
I don't have all of them.
I don't know how to ping.
All right, this is unfair. I want all my pings. Do you need to toggle this on? Unreal, Valve. Just give me the whole thing by default. All right, mid push.
Okay.
Emo going to work with the siege creep. Boxy stoked to be here.
Yep, already at half HP.
And
Concoction is
die.
going to connect, and he will drop.
Oh, that didn't work.
As the Occult Bros, also known as Boys, will get the kill. And they have 3 Dormant Curios. They're going to have a massive power spike
true.
together at level 2. If they want to use it then, of course. Now, that is, okay. That is an interesting thought process.
Okay.
If you have some sort of power spike that you know is going to be coming at X time, you can plan ahead and think, okay, if we have a lineup that can survive until then, like, we're not going to, it's not going to make that big of a difference to not have the full neutral.
Yeah.
If we get them all at the same time with these items that we should be getting around this hypothetical time, that even adds to that power spike center, another
That's
level to it.
Now, the tricky part is getting to that power spike while having no neutral items to get there with, but...
I mean,
they also don't matter that
it's
much.
half of a neutral.
You still have the
half of a neutral.
Right.
Is that really that big of a deal?
Exactly.
All right,
They
we're going to have
find
a full
Ollie. He's
old-fashioned team fight again. Ollie dies in the pit. Nisha looking for the Requiem. Cancels it, though. Call down from Fly. He's going to get glimpses. Nisha, oh, the Requiem dodged by Emo. Very nicely done. Homing missile into the Aether Remnant as well. Saberlight trying to assist. They slow down Emo a bit, but Nisha just on the outskirts going to be helped out by the lasso, but not enough. Still falls to Fly. Boxy dies as well. So 2 for 1. Yakult Bros / Boys on top again.
Actually, lesser known fact, the YB tag actually stands for Yeah, boy! That's their battle cry whenever they win a fight like that one.
Okay.
And that was I mean, that's the way this lineup can accelerate, right? You're playing off of this Darkseer, being level 9 with a Vanguard to frontline and to surge people through. You have good carriers of Ion Shell through the Alchemist, especially the Void Spirit. And Gyrocopter, just as a carry, loves to fight right now. I think Liquid's lineup, perhaps a little bit too eager to take the fight back right now. Like, it's just tough. There's so much damage coming out from your Colt, and you don't have anything to sustain with. Timbersaw is vulnerable because of the damage composition of the enemy team. Shadow Fiend, as usual, is a very vulnerable target when people get on top of him. Haven't seen much out of the Bat Rider, and I don't know how much I love not having a single point in Sticky on Boxy level 7 either. It's very
It's very one-dimensional in this game. He can Firefly in, get a last one, get out, and that's kind of it. As soon as Firefly is on cooldown, you don't really offer very much in the fight, whereas just poking and prodding with Napalm over time generally tends to make for some problematic fights. Just reducing the turn rate, too, is quite nice to help out the SF.
Baboka going to tank the gank. That's the haste rune. Okay. He's just going to stun himself.
Well, who was ganking who, really? Liquid backed off.
Emo's pretty close to Ags. I think just the point booster away right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pretty damn good timing. As they smoke again. Foxy showing mid. Probably want a higher priority target here. And Nisha is exactly that. Astral Step with the stun to follow. This is going to be a super easy kill. They give it to Beyond on the Darkseer. Meanwhile, though, Fly was taking considerable damage, but Liquid, knowing that the reinforcements are on the way, will fully retreat.
Continue with the TP.
He is fine. So. All right.
I don't see Liquid winning a fight for the foreseeable future into this Crimson Guard. I think it's really, really difficult.
We're at the 15-minute mark, Cinderin. Sorry to interrupt, but really important information. The Obscurio Dormant Curios, will they upgrade them? They are up 2K right now. They're in good position. You could hold off till tier 3.
The Obscurio Dormant Curio.
Boxy.
Sounds like an interesting food product.
The lasso is there. A nice glimpse on the newly TP target, and Boxy is going to survive as a result of this.
He's going to be stoked about that.
All right, that's already old.
No. I can go way further with that one.
You know what?
It's a nice word, okay?
Going back to the Obscurio talk here, I actually think you guys are wrong. I had the initial same thought that people would only do it for one tier. I actually think it's fine to do multiple tiers.
Yeah?
I genuinely think so.
Well,
you're losing half. Like, you still get the stats. Like, I think that is more important than whatever the active or passive the item is in a lot of cases.
Yeah, let's see. What tier 2 neutrals, what would you be passing up on? You would be passing up on Searing Signet, which is pretty good, or Essence Ring. The other ones, I don't know so much. Like, the Poor Man's Shield is back, but you get it that late. How much does that matter at that point? Brigand's Blade is decent. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think you can wait until tier 3, but I think a lot of players will take the tier 3 one at that point.
Yeah.
Because that's also a pretty pivotal moment in the game. When
If you want to be a legend, you wait till tier 5. The first pro player to do that is a legend forever.
If you want to be a legend, I think you need to deboost your account severely if you're one of these players. Probably go on a like 200 game loss streak. That would do it.
Okay.
That's actually not enough. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? 300 game loss streak, maybe.
All right, Fly succumbed to the pressure of society. He uses the Curio, Obscurio.
Yep, Searing Signet on Gyro. It's a very strong Searing Signet.
So now we're waiting for Beyond and Ollie to make their choices as well as the Crimson Guard, trying to keep the Darkseer alive, but V-Tune and Saberlight have too much damage.
Yeah, they're definitely able to kill. It's not like the Occult Brothers lineup is not killable for Liquid, but if they are together, there's just so much to get through between the Crimson Guard. Like, imagine that go on the Darkseer and there's an Oracle nearby. You're just not getting through.
Been seeing earlier Roches.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to worry about the Tormentor. So it's almost reminding you of a little bit old Dota here, that the teams are more interested in the pit around this time. Refreshing. You know me, I'm a bit of a boomer. I love
Beyond,
old Dota.
He upgrades his Poor Man's Shield, so he uses his Obscurio.
Oh, he did Poor Man's, huh?
So he blocks 39 damage. It doesn't show what the original numbers are, so I don't know how much. I mean, it's roughly 30%.
It was exactly 30.
Okay. Are they all exactly 30? I thought some were slightly...
No, I'm saying the original block damage was 30. 30 flat, and then 20 from ranged.
All right, it's all up to Ollie.
Yeah.
Can he hold on? The hopes and dreams on Ollie right now.
It's actually kind of crazy on Darkseer, I will say, this Poor Man's Shield. 39 damage block from ranged, from melee attacks and 26 from ranged against Shadow Fiend and Sven.
Yeah, and you have Crimson on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. It stacks, so that is solid. I really like that.
All right, Ollie has his choice. Hit that Dormant Obscurio right now. Hit it. Click it. Nothing else is going to help you here. He's yes!
He kept it.
That is my boy, Ollie. The first ever in pro play Obscurio Tier 3 to come. Maybe even Tier 4. We'll see how much he has in the testicular department here soon, Cinderin.
Okay. I hope we don't see that. Fly will take the tower. No contest here from Liquid. Interested in delaying the game a bit, getting more items. The Sven BKB is arriving now. That would help, but the tower is already gone, so not available for this fight.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Interesting. Gleipnir for
Radiant's
Alchemist
bottom tower
relatively
is under
soon.
attack.
Nice catch.
Big
Bigger
AoE on the
AoE.
concoction. Big AoE on the acid spray.
Yeah, I like it.
Pretty cool.
Have you seen that before on him?
Don't think so. He's going Ags next.
Oh my god, this is the dream game for me.
Wait, is he... Oh, he's just not going to upgrade his Atos, is he? We'll see. I mean, he can buy the point booster first because that goes into both items, and then he can assess.
Yeah. So Fly already has his, but of course it does refund the Ag, so you could still give it to
Radiant's
Gyro,
bottom tower is under attack.
and he'll get all that money back.
True.
Wait, do you get 4,200 or you get the 6K or whatever?
4,200. You don't conjure gold out of thin air.
Okay, just checking.
Although that would kind of be an alchemist thing to do.
Are scanning.
Any other
At least
Ags?
I believe so.
Well, Emo also
Now
has
you're making me
Ags.
question myself. I think it's 4,200.
So I think it's going to go to one of those two
Nisha?
where they have Ags. There's a big jump from Emo. Pops the 2 big EPs from the Liquid side. Fly already dead. That is Aegis, though, as Nisha trying to time it perfectly with a Requiem, and he does, but the False Promise going to be used. Oh, he actually does TP out in time, just barely. Fly looks like he'll survive.
That's honestly really good execution from Liquid here to only lose one hero on that. I don't know if I like the fight selection to begin with, but getting that opening on the Gyro who has the Aegis when you know he has all of his team on backup here is quite the dangerous proposition, but he managed to only lose Boxy in the process and 2 BKB charges. You're going to see the replay here, but again, just another fight where Boxy just can't really get any... He just can't get in there. This Batrider has been very underwhelming so far for me. Never got the lasso off in this engagement, just got boxed out by spells and killed.
I can't believe he lived here. Wow.
This is really good kinetic field. The only reason
Boca with the shard. So Berserk Potion, which on Gyro, I guess, would be pretty nice.
Yeah, basic Dispel. Nice against Disruptors. Thunderstrike, what else can you remove? Sticky Napalm.
So with this Ags he's building,
Shadowmire.
Cinderin.
Sorry?
With this Ags he's building, is it? You think it's just going to go to one of the cores that already has one, as opposed to
the Darkseer
It'd
one's
be
not very
Darkseer
good.
or Oracle, I guess.
I think I would give it to Gyro and try to end the game with the next Aegis. Just make him super big. You know he has Oracle on backup. You empower him by 4,200 gold, which would probably, what would he buy with this? At the point that Alk can give it to him, that could be turned into a Butterfly maybe. Fly would be incredibly strong.
And for those waiting for the Obscurio Tier 3,
You're going to make the
25
audience
minutes.
actually think it's called that because you call it wrong consistently. You haven't called it the right thing once. You know?
What's the problem?
Nothing. It's all
Couple
good.
minutes away here.
Don't worry about it.
From Ollie's next big decision, which will potentially be the first ever Tier 4.
Your investment into neutral
Or Tier 3.
neutral items is baffling. Care more about it than the game itself.
They made it more interesting. What can I say?
Yep. Tower push.
Yep. Tower is going to go down. Baboka in the sideline.
This is very telegraphed.
Yeah, both sides smoke. Concoction's going to find Nisha. Emo jumps in. Gets him to half HP. Nisha has to pop the BKB. Going for the Requiem now as he's dying to an illusion of all things. And Ollie has to false promise himself. Nisha's already lost in this fight. V-Tune cleaving up. But Fly getting the better of this exchange right now. They are kiting him to a high degree despite having that BKB. V-Tune is dead. That's the third death in this engagement for Liquid. They cannot handle the Tier 2 Obscurio from Ollie.
I don't think you can push the tower like this if your Colt brothers are ready for it.
Oh, Saberlight might be the fourth.
There's Blink.
Homing Missile.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, they missed the remnant.
Yep, Concoction's coming for him, though. And Emo will claim another.
So here's the
6K
problem
lead.
with playing Shadow Fiend without a save is if you're the one hitting the tower, the enemy team just needs to throw literally anything on you, and you're out of the fight. They throw a Concoction on him, then Emo could jump in, they burn all the stuff onto the SF with the wall, and he ends up dying to a flak cannon shot. You're going to see, oh, this is the replay of the end. Okay, so... yeah, it's easy with the silence of Emo, but yeah, the bigger story really is Shadow Fiend just... Yep, that's a Shadow Fiend player.
Yep.
He's shaking his head. Why did I think my hero was going to be good this game?
This patch.
Yeah, there's lessons to be learned, of course. I think if anybody's shaking their head more than him, it's Boxy on the Bad Rider, who I feel like has yet to have a good lasso.
Yeah, that's
1,
true.
5, and 2. Every fight, he just flies in and dies instantly.
I will say, at the very least, because of this patch, we do see 4 levels of Feast of Souls on Shadow Fiend.
That's true.
He did not go stats.
That's probably why he's dying. He's not tanky enough now. That's the price you pay.
Yeah, those stats would have made a huge difference.
But I think Liquid would be wise to buy some Ghost Scepters, I think. You're against Elk, Acid Spray into the Void Spirit, massive damage together with Flak Cannon shots. If Bad Rider had a Ghost, I think he could go in with pretty much... with decent confidence. I know there's an Oracle that can dispel one of them with Fortune's End, but...
I'm glad you brought up Oracle, because the Tier 3 items are available now, Cinder, and we're going to see if he goes for...
absolutely riveting stuff here.
Well, he's going to buff his next item. The question is, will it be the Tier 3, or will he Obscurio to the Tier 4?
I think if he
Look at the possibilities.
If he gets the option to take... I mean, which Tier 3 would he even want to upgrade?
I don't know.
I think what's really cool about this is that we're seeing how unimportant the neutral items are turning if you can just keep your Curio and the game ends and you never used it. Because none of the actives are interesting enough and you're just using it for enchantments.
I mean, that's...
Like which one would be good? Gale Guard, I guess?
Gale Guard's good. It's solid. I mean, that top row other than that is useless. Psychic Headband's okay.
But more pushback distance? Is that...
Pollen Bag against Timber Saw, I guess?
Dire's
But...
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, you've been holding your Obscurio this whole game. It feels like it's not worth it for that,
Radiant's
Cinder.
top
I think you should hold it the whole game and then you should take Outworld Staff, your favorite new neutral item that you think is trash. I really hope he takes
We've seen
that.
it taken every game so far.
I really hope he takes it. That would be so funny. He saves up the entire time to get an extra 0.2 seconds of self-banish.
That's hype.
I would love that.
Oh, Fly Flying coming. Is that a Disruptor? Hand of Midas. Excuse me?
No, please.
Excuse me?
Please, my
That is-
pubs!
Wow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh
That
my
is-
god, talk about playing for a late timing.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yep.
I am not a fan.
Wow.
Okay, it's one thing to buy Midas on the 5, but it's Insania. That's so
Radiant's top tower
so out
is
of
under
character.
attack.
Yeah.
It's evil Insania's arc now.
Oh, Emo and company. They have an idea. That's a Nightfall.
Good idea.
He's out of there. Boxy's still in the trees on the low ground. They're not going to have vision for this.
No.
Okay, Oracle now can make a new neutral or Obscurio Tier 4. He did get Gale Guard as a choice, and he is thinking about it. He wants to be the first person in the world to get a Tier 4 Obscurio from a pro
Dire's
perspective.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he's asking his team, do you mind if I become the first in the world? I want to be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah.
Very underwhelming choices, it seems. Oh, he's really thinking about it. This is a really important choice. Ollie, are you a coward? You know, Obscurio is a board game. I don't know if you played it. It's really good.
I did not know that.
It's good.
I think it's called Curio.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is
this
under
thing
attack.
is.
No, the board game.
Oh.
I've heard it said so many times in a row. People are like, have you ever played Curio? And I'm like, I think it's called Curio, but no. No. It was called Curio the whole time.
He's getting permission right now.
Radiant's
He's
bottom
writing an
tower-
email
How
to
long
his
can
manager.
you think for? Dude, we've been looking at you for 2 whole minutes.
Yeah, but he's not
Just
expecting that.
decide, man. Do you want it or not?
He's waited long enough. Yeah, it's only 7 minutes away. Like, just hold on longer.
This is the battle of greed. 1-5 goes Midas Disruptor, and the other one's like,
Invest in your stocks. Your stocks are tier 4 Obscurios. The game might end by then, but then you'll be the first person to win with an Obscurio in your inventory, Cinderin.
Oh, hang on. He can't pick Keen-Eyed.
Huh?
He can't pick Keen-Eyed. That's why he's not upgrading it.
Okay.
His new options are all worse, so he's holding his Curio the entire way.
Oh, perfect.
He just does not want to...
I mean, eventually he's going to have to select it again to be able to get the upgrade, right? I believe.
Is it really... The 125 cast range, it's good. It is very good. But is it better than the 100 GPM?
I don't think it's better than Dormant's Obscurio.
Or Quickened. What do you mean?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Just
attack.
talking out of my ass.
You take Dormant again.
All right. Well, looks like he's not going to take it. Aether Remnant set up onto the... Ooh, okay. A pause comes.
That's okay, the ultimate emo would be to jump someone, pause, and then question mark.
Yeah. I was waiting for the question mark.
Yeah,
this
where
whole
is it,
game.
emo? Why are they not question marking emo? Come on, Liquid. You're usually funny.
Yeah, true.
What happened to you guys? You used to be funny and fresh. Now you're playing 5 Disruptor with Midas. Like, damn.
Yeah, we'll see if that pays off. You see the Aghanim Scepter going to work for emo. Did they gift an Ags? We'll check that in just a moment. Oh yeah, he has it consumed. So I guess it went to emo after all. As he's going to get jumped. Pops the BKB, gets lasso. They don't have that much damage. There's a big vac wall onto 3 heroes. The Nightfall away for Saberlight. V-Tune. Homing missile is coming for you. He will Nightfall as well.
Any more Nightfalls?
And we get a triple Nightfall.
Boxy.
Boxy will blink.
The Boxy.
He's out of there.
You stoked, burn to death, and then blink out.
All right, so no casualties. 3.5 minutes on this Aegis. Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eye on that tier 4 timing.
Boxy. Oh, excuse me.
Can't wait.
Boboka with the Atos, but will not pursue any further.
I would say the tier 4 neutrals are the best bet, Cinder, for the Obscurity. Like, you get the best value, because for a long period of time you have that.
He'll only get 3 choices, though. So, you also have to get a little lucky. I guess
he wants the monocle?
Yeah, he will take the monocle, I think, if he gets the choice.
All right, we have Roche's banner. Flying Company attempting to go high ground at 30 minutes. Fortification is used.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
And this is going to be a tower, if not more. And Sania has to run away because he wants to make sure he doesn't die with his Midas. Off cooldown. Are they just giving this lane up? I mean, the tier 2 still exists in mid.
This fight is borderline impossible. I think it's actually a good shout to not fight, but the problem is you've still got 2.5 minutes on the gyro. The reason this is so hard is that you had the banner for this. You obviously won't have that for the second
Mass
lane.
PPs on this outpost. Saberlight is who they want. BKBs into the Nightfall, the classic.
Is that 5 Nightfalls so far for Liquid?
It's a lot, yeah.
Are they trying to recruit him?
Yeah, Mickey.
Yeah. Well, V-Tune the stand-in right now, not Nightfalling enough, so... Oh, he did Nightfall too. He's just trying to fit in.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, that Observer is right on top of it. This gives us extra opportunity for Liquid. They're trying to elongate this, you know, so that we get to the tier 4s. They're elongating by giving up their barracks. That made a lot of sense, Cinderin.
Yep. Because that will result in a better fight now that will delay the game.
Yeah, they're going to have to defend this.
Yeah, the
tier 2's
upside
down
this time there's no banner. Their lineup is not very good at killing the banner, but you can only wait so long. I mean, he's almost taking the tower. You got to do something now.
Yeah.
Insania with the attack ping, I think that's a great suggestion. We should probably do something.
Well, he gets the tower uncontested inside the kinetic field now. In the backline box, he tries to jump somebody. He's going to get silenced right off the bat. 2 Astro Steps on him, and he's dead.
Right off the bat?
Has the buyback. That's true. He's stoked to be in the fountain right now. V-Tune with a BKB attempting to run. Should have Nightfalled, although he will find the distance regardless. Insania dead thanks to the hand of Midas as V-Tune. Homing missile is going to clip him right outside the base. Emo wants him, won't find him. Nisha forced to BKB as well. And the Occult Bros are super healthy right now in the base of Liquid. Liquid need to hold on a little bit longer so we can get this tier 4 Obscurio out as the lasso instantly canceled thanks to the false promise. Saberlight has to go back to base. V2, no BKB available. Emo will pop his instead. They don't have the damage, I don't think. Oh, the Aether Remnant outside of the pit, and he actually finds the kill. And that's 2 dead for Liquid right now. Aegis still online for 30 seconds. Saberlight, he's going to go in pretty deep, but instantly retreats. As Fly trying to finish the job. He won't do so, but he's creating a lot of space for these buildings to be taken. Gonna get glimpsed into the arms of Nisha.
He still has Aegis. He still has Satanic.
Yep, 5 seconds on the Aegis. See if they can go for the Megas. Actually, they didn't even get mid. They just got the tower. Could have been going for the racks at this whole time, but that's okay. They'll get the melee in the top lane. And the full lane is theirs. Do they stick around? Probably.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
30 seconds. Well, I see. The tier 4 is what we're waiting for, so.
Oh, true. Yeah,
that's what they can wait for. Ollie needs to make the call. They're going to jump in. Saberlight retreats. Man, Nisha getting destroyed inside this kinetic field of Insanias.
They can't fight.
The Hand of Might is not able to be used in a defensive measure there for Liquid. And this is going to be mega creeps as they call GG. And Ollie becomes the first pro in history to end the game with a win with an Obscurio in their neutral items. Congratulations to him.
Yep. Well, what can you say? He didn't really need anything else, so.
True.
A really well-played game. Guy on your screen's just there. A pleasure to watch Emo play Void Spirit again. I love this guy on this hero. One of the greatest to ever do it with that. Making a case for himself once again here. Stellar performance from really the entirety of Yakult Brothers. I just think overall they played good laning stage. They had a good first blood fight. Everybody came out of the lanes with what they wanted. I like their itemization. I think Boboka giving the Axe to Void Spirit really sealed the deal here. You kind of just snowballed the game out of control from there on out. You look at the other side of the coin for Liquid. Certain ideas this game just did not work. The Batrider felt very uneventful for me. The mid Shadow Fiend that was meant to beat Void Spirit in lane barely inched out an advantage. And yeah, seemingly in every fight, Liquid kind of couldn't really punch back. They had to buy 3 BKBs, and they mainly used them to TP out, honestly. Like, how many, or 4 BKBs? Oh, 3, excuse me, it was the 3. All 3 cores, obviously, with BKBs. The relatively pitiful damage numbers in comparison to, you're going to see this gyro, right? 42k.
Yakult Brothers, they come out with a vengeance in game number 1, but this is a best of 3, of course, Shiva.
I just want to say that Ollie, he was in it for the long haul, guys. He still had his dormant Curio. He was ready for the upgraded tier 5 neutral item eventually, maybe Misery.
He didn't need it.
He didn't need it.
He could have taken that 100 TPM, but no. He was just keeping it cool. I would have picked it instantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a nice patience. He didn't need to even worry about it, right? They could just go and end the game. I think this was a very cool game from Yakult Bros, like making some new heroes we've never seen work again, just off slight buffs, right? It's not even that significant, and somehow they make it work.
That last fight that we just saw, where they committed the SF ulti and the Disruptor ulti on the gyro, and it looked like overkill at first. But then he got ultied by Oracle, and you're like, oh, they put all of those resources into killing that guy, and he just lived afterwards. That's crazy. Like how much it took for them to deal with the gyro, and the opposite was not the case on the other way. It was just a lot harder for Liquid to take fights.
My prediction based on these games that we've seen thus far is we're in a turret meta with backline supports. You're going to have some ranged guy that just stands its ground and clicks people. And then you're going to have some hero that makes it hard to fight into you. Last game it was Undying. This game it's a Darkseer. And you have some support that keeps them alive, like Omni Knight, Oracle. Like, it makes sense. The reason why I say this so boldly, and I know it's like very early to predict, is because there were like 2 of these 3 games. It was a dead even game in terms of net worth, and it felt like the other team just couldn't do anything.
They could BKB TP out.
They could Nightfall.
They're very good.
No, he's not in this series because he was in the last one, but they could do the Nightfall.
Yeah.
Do you guys see what I mean? Do you feel the same thing though? Because it doesn't seem to make sense with the net worth disadvantage being like 1K.
Sure. I mean, that might end up happening. I can definitely see it working already, like with the Oracle and Gyro or Lina we saw earlier. But I think it's also a result of the other draft just not matching well into like this game, right? Like Cold against Liquid. I think Liquid's draft was really weak against Cold's draft. Like we saw so many times how SF gets jumped and poked by the Void Spirit, and he has to BKB there. If he doesn't BKB, he dies. He even BKB'd once and dies at the wall illusion, right? So I think that goes for all their carries, right? The Timbersaw, the Sven, they have to BKB immediately if they get poked. And at the same time, you see the value of Darkseer still, even after the slight nerfs, like just offers so many good things compared to like a Timbersaw who's only damage, right? So I think there's something there. I think one team has a strong, cohesive draft with a position 1 and then a lineup around it. The other draft has like a 3 carry draft, right? Timbersaw, SF, and Sven. It's very greedy. You have a +4 Bat Rider who also needs a lot of farm. So I think Liquid's draft in hindsight was just a bit too greedy.
It's
I
so
think,
obvious in hindsight.
It's very obvious in hindsight, yeah.
If we look at some of the clips I prepared as well, it also shows that what you said about the SF getting jumped on, like he has to BKB. If he instead is a backline hero, maybe he's not the guy that gets jumped on. Maybe he gets to go kill the Oracle, and then this turret type hero that should be able to survive. It's not the case. Like imagine he's a Void Spirit, and he goes finds Oracle, and then Oracle has to ulti himself. Then killing Gyro is more possible with Static Storm and ultis like that. It's like this was them hitting the back line. They knew what they needed to do, and that was even still hard. Sven struggled to kill the support Alchemist. The Bat Rider got exploded, and then now they're just being BKB kited by these more mobile heroes. So the mobility was a really, really big deal, I think, in how this fight played out and how this game played out. Even though the net worth was kind of close, it did not feel that way. It did not feel like a 3K game at the end.
Maybe it did feel like a 3K game. There's not a 3K net worth. Maybe. I'm just kidding.
No, it's just the synergy just wasn't really there on the side of Team Liquid. Maybe it's also a result of the new patch in the sense that, you know, if they're going in, it's like, oh, what do you want to play? What do you think is good? And then maybe the plan is just not as cohesive as it should be, Brian.
Yeah, I really love the rooting the draft with a hero that you already had from last patch, Darkseer. Like, okay, we still think this hero is viable. Let's build around it. Alchemist, a new 4 position. But we saw last patch, Darkseer is being paired with melee 4s. And then I feel like the Oracle was a direct response to the opening from Liquid, which was a good response. Oracle's always been super good versus Bat Rider. And then you need a carry who usually struggles to buy dispels and will benefit heavily. You mentioned like maybe a mid laner like Death Prophet or Huskar. These type of heroes are the same, right? Gyro is a hero that stands its ground and needs the protection of the Oracle, and there's several times in that game he would have died otherwise. So it's like not only are they adjusting, or sorry, they're sticking to the old meta a little bit, but then they're responding to Liquid, and then it's not just Oracle plus some carry that doesn't really benefit that much from Oracle. They're like enabling these picks with their later on picks as well.
I think also even though we are seeing new heroes from that patch, like it's a new draft by the looks of it, but this combo of Darkseer, Oracle, Gyrocopter is something that's been played for in many other patches in the past. It's very successful heroes together, so that's also pretty cool. I don't know if that's intentional, but these heroes have been successful in the past as well, so together, right? So that's a interesting point.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for like the classic combos as we move forward.
Yeah, I would imagine that this should be just a matter for Team Liquid anyway. Should be relatively easy to recover from this purge. It's just going back to the drawing board, you know, fresh draft. I feel like they would have learned a lot from a first game like this where they probably over-adjusted to the patch.
Yeah, I agree with what Misery said about them picking too many carries, basically. Like, I think the SF needed to be a utility hero, or the offlaner needed to be a utility hero to make this work. Because it seems like their comfort so far has been picking VTune like the heroes that he feels really comfortable with, even if they're a little bit outside of the meta. And he has been playing those heroes well, but if you give him some like off-meta hero that doesn't do that much by himself, and your other 2 cores are... Oh my gosh, what's happening? Is there a new patch?
7.39B.
What does it mean?
I don't know what it means.
No.
Is it intentional?
They wanted
Not
a party.
intentional?
I'll stop talking. It's fine.
It was not intentional. My bad. Well, not my bad, but...
Someone was eating french fries and they bumped the table.
Okay, so if I'm Liquid right now, I'm looking at this last game and I'm thinking, we don't need to ban Ember. We don't need to ban Storm first phase. Emo's just going to pick Void Spirit instead, right? We need to actually take this a little bit more seriously and start banning some of the heroes that we just saw, like the Darkseer, for example. I think you need a different approach. I don't think you can just afford to casually ban some spirit heroes.
Now, where do you think that your Cold Bros goes from here? Because this felt like, you know, they had this game plan, and I think if I was them, I would almost think this was too easy. It looked that way. You know, it felt pretty smooth, not a lot of, but maybe they would next time draft so that they can deal with the BKB TPs out, you know. There's one of those. But how are they going to adjust, you feel like, after a game like this, where they did so well?
I mean, I think they're just going to be confident going into next game. Probably ready to cook up something new. I think maybe they have more ideas already. Maybe they're just kind of winging it as they go along. Maybe it wasn't intentional to pick Oracle. Maybe it was just a response to the Bat Rider, right?
True.
It's hard to tell, really. What do you guys think?
I really, based on what I'm seeing in the meta so far and what I know about the guy, I want to see Saberlight on Undying, Omni Knight, or like Dawnbreaker, one of these kind of like healing utility team fighting offlaners, because he fits that bill. Underlord, perhaps. Like, I think those heroes are going to be rising in popularity just from what I've seen, obviously limited so far, but the Timbersaw, Sven, SF, they're all just damaged. There's nobody enabling each other, even Disruptor plus Bat. Like, I do think you need to have some sort of utility in this meta, maybe early on.
Do you think they got caught off guard by the Alchemist 4?
Maybe.
I saw that right away.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you think they actually picked Timbersaw because, it's Elk Carry, guys, we're going to Timbersaw it? Or
That's a good point. It kind of put them into a trap, and they just fell right into it. I think
I feel like they should be aware, though.
They probably should have.
They did ban as if they kept the option open because they banned out the Tusk and the Ursa.
Yeah.
So they were keeping it somewhat
weren't really
over,
sure.
but maybe not as sure as you thought they should be.
It also made them pick Timbersaw, though, which, other than the Alchemist itself, what does Timbersaw...
That's my point.
Yeah.
Did they get baited there a bit by the Elk pick?
Well...
Timber would have been better if they had more stuns on their team, I think. I think the Bat was a little bit of a miss. And if it was like a Disabler in the mid lane instead of SF, the Timber would have felt better too. Because then you could have killed other heroes instead and dove better.
That's
Maybe
like the
a
lack
puck
of
mid.
cohesion that like Misery was talking about, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot
let's
more of
see
that already.
if they have more cohesion in game number 2 of this best of 3. We'll be back after a break.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as
bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true.
You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are in Group Stage 2, where we have best of threes all the way. 4 best of threes a day, and we're in number 2, where Yakult Bros just took Game 1 against Team Liquid, and they did so pretty effortlessly, almost. We're going to find out how Liquid's going to adjust here on this new patch as well. Joining me here are BSJ, Misery, and Purge, and we're in it straight away. I do want to ask, I don't think we talked about it that much in the previous game, but we have Liquid now again banning out the Ember and the Storm. Why both? Why, like, is there something there that we should be considering, or is this their read on the patch review?
They got the Spirit Master on the enemy team.
They do have the Spirit Master. I mean, the Void Spirit still worked out for them anyway.
Maybe they'll ban it too. They have one more in the middle.
That's maybe the lesson they learned, Shiver, is that was the mistake.
That was
not
Void
banning the third
Spirit.
one, yeah.
Get out with all the spirits. We do have the Rare Templar Assassin joining us, and I feel like it was banned in all the 3 games we've seen before. It was also nerfed. So is it enough, the nerf?
Yeah, I think the level 1 meld definitely hurts. 3.5 armor, I think, instead of 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, yeah. Less damage at all levels by a little bit, by about 30, more or less. The Psionic Trap, when you have Shard, the min silence is now 0.25, so you can't just drop it.
So it scales up a little bit faster.
Probably.
Meaning, it scales up from a little... It'll gain more per second, but it starts from a lower point.
Yeah.
So the earlier on one is more.
Because usually what happens, you walk over one, trap your silence for like 3 seconds, then he hits you with another one, pops it, so you can't do that double trap as abusively.
Should still be same-ish hero though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look that much
It's maybe a little bit worse in lane, a little bit less abusive with the melt, but it still scales up to being the same as before.
The question is, because I was talking about how Terrorblade nerfs were that what they targeted was his level 1 meta, which is actually better at level 4 now, and his level 1 reflection mana cost is like significantly higher. And I said, well, I think what the problem with Terrorblade was that you could first pick him and he'd win pretty much every lane. And I think TA has the same issue.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, yes, it's less oppressive, but I also think what made TA so broken was that you would win literally every lane. And so I'm wondering, is it enough to prevent that? Are there bad matchups now?
Yeah, I think it's also because there are other heroes coming into the meta, right?
Yeah.
That might be good against TA in lane. Maybe it could be something like Dawn plus 1 strong 4,
Yeah, if you're
right?
brawling with
if
it
you're-
now.
Yeah,
Yep.
like, or like maybe not Undying as much, but maybe you can actually abuse TA with Undying. I'm not
Yeah.
sure, but like you get the point that there's new offlaners coming into the meta that it's not necessarily the TA nerfs in itself, it's like other heroes coming into play as well, right?
Absolutely. I would love to see. I think that Dawn is the one I'd like the most to have some damage over time. It's a hero that wants the setup from something like Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
Well, Shadow Shaman wants its 4 to like continue fighting. Or sorry, 3.
You do have to be a little careful picking the Dawn, though, because if your opponents respond with a Night Stalker, your laning stage is screwed. Because your damage went down by like 6 or something, like a lot.
Yeah.
So if you make it nighttime the first 5 minutes, you just have 6 damage nerf.
But then at 5 minutes, huge power.
Sure, but like then you're like, I have a bracer, and TA's like, yeah, I got power treads and half a Dragonlance, just beating you up.
Fair
so
enough,
it's a little
fair enough.
spooky draft-wise.
That's true. I mean, also during the game, right? If you think about it, like Nightstalker can pop ult, and then the Dawnbreaker loses
25% damage.
NH, basically, right?
Yeah. Well, I think your damage scales up okay. But yeah, making it nighttime when Dawn is using Starbreakers.
And they just insta-lock in a Brewmaster. This hero receives changes, right?
Yeah, I would love to talk about that actually, because I actually like the hero a lot. They keep buffing Thunderclap, the skill that everyone says, oh, that skill sucks. It's not that bad. It's just
What they do to it this time?
The little buffs every time.
It's got 20 more damage, Brian. I'm glad
At
you
all
asked.
levels, or?
By level 4. Level 1 does 5 more damage.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, little bonus there?
Something like that, yeah. The cast points improved by 0.05 seconds. That's going to add, you add
That's
those
actually not
together,
bad.
that's an extra CS per game. It's
Per game.
It's a really
That
big
radius
deal.
is coming out at 1458
Yeah.
instead of 1505.
They made Earth Bruling do 5, 10, 15 more damage, does slightly less to buildings, so it's a little bit better against heroes, slightly worse against buildings. Storm Brew, the Cyclone, it deals damage when it lands, kind of like Eul's. So
so you can't blink out of it?
Exactly.
That's actually a big buff.
And the Fire Brewling's AoE for his burn is up by 30, 220 to 250, so it's...
Plus Gleipnir and that neutral item.
He's not that much better. I genuinely think there is room for this hero to go some like max Thunderclap, max Cinder Brew build. Like it's 2 nukes that do like 300 some damage. Like you could
Yeah, I
potentially abuse a lane. The downside is that your mid game is way worse because your passive's not leveled up, or maybe Cinder Brew isn't maxed out as early to lower the cooldown. But like there's something to be done there, and it's definitely good against TA because he goes on you don't give a shit. You got all this damage over time, attack speed, so you split, you kill him. So
I'm sold.
Good this game.
I like that you're so enthusiastic about
I'm a
it.
big fan of Brew, though. I really want it to be good, and it's like, it still loses almost every time.
I'm curious what Stanking Facet he's going to take.
Also, Stanking got changed quite a bit. Because
He did.
he had 2 new facets. His Sandstorm now has Invis by default.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big buff, right? Because now you pretty much got an extra facet.
But they did nerf, I think the radius of Sandstorm's a bit smaller.
I believe so, yeah.
So it's a little bit of a trade-off. They also... I believe there was like some stat nerfs on him or something, but either way, what the 2 facets are is if you attack somebody from Invis, from the Sandstorm, you blind them. That's like one of them, so that could be nice for trading in lane. The other one is that whenever you stinger somebody, there's 2 radiuses to the stinger. There's like one in the very middle, and there's one outside of it that both do damage. But if you're in the middle one, you also pop for Caustic Finale.
50%.
For 50% of a Caustic Finale. So I'm wondering like which one is better for lane. Luna was a hero I thought we might see because of the fact that carries were getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. And I always think Luna's like a nice go-to in a new meta, like farming carry. I don't like her that much against AA though.
I actually like her against AA.
Oh, why?
Because you put on the Moonglaves and you have damage reduction.
Ah.
That's like the only way to stop dying to Ice Blast is you either BKB or you reduce the percentage of damage you're taking. Very few carries have that option outside of an ally saving them. So as long as you do your little Moonglaive thing and you're getting 30, 35%.
So if he takes the other facet,
keep you
you're gonna
alive.
feel stupid.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, for sure.
Come on, not McAvey-Toon.
By the way, they didn't ban Void Spirit.
They did not.
So now we get to see Emo Void Spirit, and he has an AA backing him up this time, so that's a lot of burst damage.
And his eggs is really good against Brew and Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
You know, the idea that they didn't ban Void Spirit, I think that warrants a question mark.
You think so.
From a Void Spirit, perhaps.
There's going to be a lot of people very confused right now that don't know what you're talking about. But
Well,
let's shut up
Emo's
the
famous question mark, who's the Void Spirit player in this series, was playing Void Spirit, guys. So it's a for the 2% of you that really appreciated that, shout out to you guys, and for the rest of you, I love explaining my jokes.
Well, and also for the people not knowing what the famous Emo question mark
Who doesn't know what the famous Emo question mark is? Wait, you're right.
It was 4 years
Schiefer,
ago.
you're right. All of the new Dota players are completely unaware.
It was 4 years
Come
ago.
on, you underestimate our precious viewers. They know
4
about the question
years,
mark.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. Say what was smiley face if you know what we're talking about.
So they didn't ban the Void Spirit, but they did ban the Kunkka. And Kunkka against Brewmaster is good because if your Brewlings are just getting shredded right at the start, you're losing damage output, you're losing control.
I actually think
kind of needed.
One problem with Brewmaster is that the idea that Kunkka is good against Brew and can cleave and stuff, I think a lot of just random AoE spells kills the Brewmaster.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I think what we will see in this game probably is that Saberlight will pop ult, and randomly there is a Sandstorm and a Void Spirit spells and some
Or TA attacking twice.
Yeah, and some random stuff just kills everything.
Yeah.
I think that's the main problem with Brew ult, that it's too weak early on. I think especially level 1 ult is very weak.
Yeah, it's not quite as good. You can't do like as many Cyclones, as many Windwalk attacks.
What would we like to see as a support coming out for Yakult Brothers? We have the Techies and the Shadow Demon banned out. We saw the Alchemist support work out previous game, but I guess in this case, Yakult Brothers, they could do AA 4 or 5, so they kind of have multiple options here.
I'm thinking the casual like Wind Ranger, something that just like trades well in lane with ET.
I was thinking like a stun setup to give them another option to initiate for an Ice Blast would be nice, so they don't always have to have either Void or Sand King there to go for kills.
I feel like it's Baboka, so I think we're gonna see something interesting. I don't think he's just gonna play Windrunner. I think maybe he'll play the Clockwork and buy a bunch of
Chainmails.
I am down. Sign me up.
SD
Armor
ban's good
power.
though. SD would have been good
a good
against
clock
Luna.
game.
It
in
is.
theory.
It is actually a really good clock game.
I think if you're in position, never mind. I think like if you're in position 4, it's like you keep your eyes open every time you think, oh, maybe clock.
Wait, is this support?
Mag 4, yeah.
TA?
Mag. I was thinking support TA, but I was like, who's their
Support
carry?
Void.
Is it carry mag? Support TA?
It could be support mag, but like they don't have a melee core benefiting from
You can just
other than
empower the
Void
Void Spirit.
Spirit.
What if it's
strong.
support Sand King?
I mean,
Baboka would that would be up his alley.
he's doing something goofy based on that laugh that they had when they picked it. So I would guess that it's going to be a mag.
Maybe the idea is mag support who empowers Sand King. He gets the Ags, and all of his stingers are cleaving. Think about it.
Could be good.
I mean, even empowering TA is still good, right? You still give him a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's still good.
It's a weird pick. I was not expecting that at all.
But it gives them more team fight, more stun.
They can also reposition the Luna away from her team, which is helpful. Because she does do a lot of damage. She's semi-survivable with the glaive thing if you get it. So pulling her out of position, I feel like Liquid's going to struggle to catch up if they skew her out of position. So maybe
But they have a pick to respond still.
Nisha
They
hero,
do.
right?
Yeah, it should be. What does well against Void Spirit, I guess? Puck?
Stop his escape.
Lane is really rough, though, I think.
Is it? Okay.
I thought they should do this game 1. I thought they were just going to go for the Pango game 1.
Yeah.
So I'm down for the team fighter, brawler type for Nisha. I think he looked completely out of place in this SF game. Like it sucks to see Nisha get initiated onto and not have any cool buttons to press to like get himself out of it. So I definitely would much prefer this compared to game 1 for Team Liquid.
It is mag 4, so not too crazy here.
Yeah. It's like him and 9 class are cooking things on a different level. But I think Liquid has a more solid draft this time around. Better balance, right? Like they have the Luna hard carry, and then they're mid and they're offlane kind of ready to support her rather than just farm all game.
Yeah.
So I think that's a nice balance for Liquid, but at the same time, I think AA is still really strong. The nerfs to AA did not really convince me that this hero is out of the meta at all. Feels like that hero is still very strong. Void Spirit again for Emo. I kind of like Yakult again.
I think this game's much more even in the drafts. I think the first
Yeah.
one, they were cooking a little bit too hard on Team Liquid.
Worried about V2 and getting bursted, but if he can stay alive, I like his hero matchups against the enemy cores. I think he can shred through a fraction really, really fast.
Well, I'm happy that the call is that the game should at least be more even if the favor slightly seems to be in Yakult's favor. But let's see if Team Liquid can force out a third game to this series as we're heading over to game number 2 via the PogChamp Pandas.
Game 2. Happy Mushroom. Happy Cinderin. Suns fan here. Game number 2. Liquid versus Yakult Brothers. Again, nice. Few interesting picks. We're seeing, I know it might not seem like it if you just watched yesterday. Sand King doesn't look that weird, but these are completely new fast. They literally deleted the old ones.
Yep.
This one, units that he attacks in Sandstorm, he blinds. Very interesting.
Yeah, he was compensated a little bit. He's getting better radius now on Sandstorm by default since you can't take Sand Shroud anymore.
Yeah, and Sandstorm, you're invis again.
You're invis like you used to be. So kind of a big part of the appeal of Sand Shroud is still there. It's just smaller than the last one. I think you can make a case that in some situations this new Sand King is better, actually, than the one in the last patch, but wasn't the only change. It will affect his ability to farm jungle camp simultaneously. I think that's the biggest loss for him in that aspect, is that farming 2 camps together, whether it's the ancient plus hard camp or it's the 2 camps on the right-hand side in this case for a dire Sand King, it's hard to accomplish that on your own.
Well, if you're applying blind to creeps, more survivable, right?
You're more survivable, but the Sandstorm doesn't reach between those 2 camps. I think it's necessary for it to be... I don't know if level 4 now can barely do it, maybe, but I mean, look at the Sandstorm bottom. It's like, it feels so pitiful in size now, but this is how it used to be. This is this smaller little area. Insania gonna try to smack away at him together with the Luna as a pre-placed sentry. We get the pleasure of watching TA. It's like, just like yesterday. It's riveting stuff.
Yeah, let's talk about TA a bit, since I know that you despise her.
She got nerfed, so that's good. I think the heroes...
How heavy would you say the nerfs are, though?
Well, I think it's somewhat significant that you are less oppressive in lane with the meld. You went from having -5 armor to 3.5 on level 1. The bonus damage got rescaled to be worse. So it definitely is a weaker version of before, but the problem is I think TA was so busted that even after these nerfs, she might still be first pickable. And we've seen so far in this tournament, or today rather, she's been banned every game except this one, and she got first picked, right? So it seems like the teams agree with that assessment that this hero is still very powerful.
They agree on day 1 of this patch.
Right, of course. That's the thing. Things can obviously change over time, but it really goes to show something. If the hero that was first picked last patch gets 3 separate nerfs, is still first picked, how busted was it beforehand?
Yep.
That's, in comparison, certain other heroes got multiple nerfs, such as Nature's Prophet, who has been completely untouched today, I do believe. It's just...
Yep, we haven't seen those money bags yet.
I don't think we'll see them much. Boxy. Shadow Shaman didn't get touched very much, and I think that's fine. I don't think the hero was that crazy. He seems very solid. You saw the win rate of the tournament. It's basically 50-50. He was 30-29 heading into this game. So Boxy decides whether Shaman stays above par or straight on. And we get to see Emo and Void Spirit again. What a treat, game 1. This guy's a beast on this hero. Gets another chance. This time he'll be playing against Nisha on the Pango, so another lane matchup that is not exactly the easiest for Void Spirit. He had the pleasure of playing against Shadow Fiend last time. This one, in similar vein, not too easy.
Boboka in quite a bit of trouble. He gets slapped down by Insania. That stapler really hurts.
I mean, what a dream lane for ET. Sand King Magnus. 2 melee heroes that don't deal that much damage early on. Can just go to town. He has The Luna by his side, one of the best lane carries in terms of assisting with harassment. Simply a little bit of a lucent beam here and there.
It's one of his classic heroes as well.
Yep.
Can't wait to see his Oracle. Oh, we didn't even talk about the Oracle knowing the actual runes themselves.
True.
Before I just knew the location, now it knows which ones are going to be spawning, so if it's an illusion, you're like, let them fight over it. They don't need to spend any resources. Kind of interesting, because if that was originally put in like that, I feel like most people would think that it's completely broken, right?
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
We're seeing that without it, it was not, it wasn't good enough for the hero to be picked, so maybe it's not that OP after all.
And the question is if that is the right way to buff it. But nice skewer into Burrow, but only barely gets him into tower range. He's hitting like a truck right now on Insania with all this bonus damage from both heroes. He hit both heroes and the hard camp with level 2 Astral. His lane is really hard for Sink. My goodness. In similar fashion, though, top's going to be hard for Brew. It's only going to get worse. TA has hit level 3, but you can see the nerfs coming in here. Flyfly opting not to skill Meld at all. I feel like he would have done that last patch. It's going 2-0-1.
They're going to try to fight it out here. Shackle applied right now to Flyfly, getting relatively low as the Cold Feet does proc onto the Rasta, eventually causes the death as Saberlight can't finish the job on Flyfly, so we'll have to scurry on away.
Yeah, unfortunately Flyfly had Refraction ready, so he was invincible for 5 seconds. The good news is it's ready every 14 seconds, so.
Yeah, old Refraction, you'd say, oh, Shackle's really good against that.
Yep.
You know, instances of damage and whatnot. Another Shackle. Well, he still has the Refraction on.
It looks like a full channeled Shackle
Break
roughly
one?
takes off 3.
Oh, 3, okay.
Yeah.
Better than I thought, actually.
I think he got a little bit of help from one creep, so maybe it's 2 and a bit. It's not bad. But it is also Shaman's main skill, right?
Yeah.
But it's also only level 1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not that crazy. It is that crazy.
We'll see. We'll see if TA is good enough to be permabanned again in this patch. I would expect that to not be the case, but we'll see.
I'm sure some people in the audience are tired of hearing me whinging about TA, and I'm just imagining with a team picks Lion, and you just go off, and then I'm like, nobody's going to pick.
Okay, let me just quickly, before we get into action, talk about Lion. Okay. Insania gonna show up in the mid lane.
It's time for tier 1
Throws the blood
neutrals.
grenade to Emo. Punching him a bit. Boxing on the other side as well. Emo chooses the right direction, but it matters not. Just too much pressure from Insania and company. As Boca runs into Insania, but they will both look at each other in disgust and part as enemies.
So what about Lion?
Okay, this is the reason. I've already talked about mana drain, why I don't like it. It's an unfun mechanic.
Okay.
Think of it this way.
Do you like Anti-Mage?
Earth Spike.
Okay.
There's Impale in the game.
Yeah.
It's the exact same skill, basically. Hex on Rasta, exact same skill. Finger of Death is Laguna Blade. He has 3 abilities that are literally on other heroes, man.
Yep.
Get a design. Sand King dead. V-Tune gets credit for that one. Most uninteresting hero in the game.
How about we swap things around so Mana Drain becomes his ult, but then it's instantly Finger of Mana Drain, and then it burns 500 mana immediately.
It's fine.
And deals damage.
Whatever you want, Cinderin.
And then his third skill will be Finger of Death, and his first skill will be Finger of Earth.
You should make him all the elements.
Yep.
Earth, fire, air. Turn him into a spirit. He goes to hell and he's the demonic spirit. The 5th element we've all been waiting for.
You do have a point, though. Lion is probably the hero that shares the most archetype spells with other heroes, right?
Yep.
I don't think anyone else has like 3 abilities that are
definitely
parity on others. And they got rid of a lot of the other ones, right? They separated originally the Wraith King and Sven stuns were the same single target stun.
Yeah.
And they made Sven's AoE and Wraith Kings have a slow.
Oh, this is a fight for the
Good
Wisdom
skewer.
Shrine. A good skewer. Insania on the cliff. Baboka will get the Wisdom Shrine as a result.
They can't pull him down.
Insania can't quite walk to the low ground, but he will be taken out nonetheless. I mean, if you think about it, not to get back into discussion again, Burrow Strike is basically Impale. You just move with it, right?
Yep.
As they do find Fly all alone right now. Has Refraction, though. That is likely his getaway card. Pops it. Getting shackled, though. Still no TPs to support this. Fly's going to get thunderclapped as well. I think they have the damage here. He's going to pop the Lotus into the other side of the trees, under the cover of the Tier 1. Saberlight really wants
nice,
this. Refraction
Brand.
up in 1 second.
Refraction
To be able to
again.
pop it again. As this fight seemingly never ends and no one has TP'd yet, and Saberlight is the one that has to run away. Fly turning it around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm sitting here with a shit-eating grin on my face at how
Wait,
stupid this
it's
is.
not over yet. They're going on top of him again with the thunderclap as Boxy. Will they finally get this kill onto Fly? Yes! It only costs them 2 heroes. The Pango from across the map, apparently. Nobody TP'd. Imagine 1 TP. They get both kills,
Yeah,
but
for sure.
He wasted so much time, though.
Yeah, he did.
Well, then again, he's not last-hitting creeps either. So.
Right, of course. It's okay for the side of Liquid, to be honest. And getting Saberlight up to level 6 is big here. Unlocking that primal split makes killing TA quite a bit easier. You have a lot of meaningful instances of damage to get through the Refraction now. And they might just go on him straight away again, but Boxy's going to find Ollie. The trap onto Saberlight, slowing him down to a crawl.
Fly. Well,
Pop
of
it.
course, not the first primal split of the game. And if they could get Fly again, this would be huge. Ollie under the cover of the Tier 1 here as the pause from Saberlight. Hotkeys are probably, I couldn't guarantee you, this is the reason he paused.
I think this is a pretty bad pause for Liquid, actually. This gives Yakult Brothers time to think about TP rotation. And like, all right, they're diving TA. Who should we port? What spells do we have? Who's ready?
They should not happy.
Because they see Insania too on their ward. So they also have time to address the fact that ET is coming in. There's a lot of information being communicated in this pause. So Liquid did bring it upon themselves with that. So they were the ones clicking the button. And I think you're right. It's probably some sort of setting now with Brewmaster that he wants to change, if I had to guess. He seems deep in thought.
Yeah, now he's calculating, what should I do? The original plan was to do this, but I can't anymore.
I guess what he's going to do the moment the pause ends is he will pull TA towards himself with the... I forgot what that's called. What's the name of that spell
Void
again?
Panda.
Astral pull, that's right. So they're going to pull... I think you should pull her down here and then stun her inside of all your Brewlings rather than try to pull her over to the ET. Especially because Shaman is in position to shackle in 3 seconds. Wait, this is wait, what is this? Hang on. No, okay, I can't see it. Okay, never mind. I thought I could see the hotkey, so you know that if I mouse over a spell of one of the players, I thought it would show what hotkey I have for that spell. Like if I look at Burrow Strike, there was the Q key, right? But it doesn't show any of the keys. I thought that was only on the Brew split because I was like, I also have no hotkeys for Brewmaster right now, but I have no hotkey for any hero.
Maybe that's a new addition to the hero. You got to click the abilities with your mouse. They're trying to implement good support for the Steam Deck to be able to touch the screen.
That would be an interesting offensive spell to have to cast on the enemy.
So it's not a mute or a silence. It's a you need to use your fingers.
You need to click your spells. I've thought about how it would work. Like, let's say there was a hero that could cast a curse on the enemy that inverted movement or something, right?
Yeah.
It was like you click forward, you walk backwards or whatever. It would be super oppressive and so annoying to play against, and probably too much. But casting a spell on the enemy that makes the hotkeys break sounds hilarious.
You turn to legacy keys all of a sudden. There would be so many pauses. People are so confused.
Legacy users have to use QWER and vice versa.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Then the...
All right, Saberlight.
Yeah.
Well, he's casting one spell, two spells.
Yeah,
Okay, he
there's
has
the pull
hotkeys.
into Insania. Echo Stomp is not close as the Burrow Strike with the rotation of Beyond is going to turn to the kill onto Rasta as Fly.
Okay.
Still the pressure applied from Insania and Saberlight. He gets slowed thanks to the trap. Aboka is here. He has the skewer. Fly is alive, but finally taken out by V-Tune. But Epicenter ready to go. Beyond level 6. Clips V-Tune, and that's about it. Actually, the Lucent Beam is more than enough damage. Gracious.
What the hell was that?
That was A lot of time to plan for that pause and not the greatest of execution.
Off camera, there was a really cool fight between Boxy and Ollie. Boxy looked to be dead, but he procced his foul play, gets to the high ground, uses a healing salve, and then shackles the AA and gets Ollie down to 1 hit from death. Then he misses uphill, so Ollie lives, and both of them end up surviving and getting out. But yeah, that final play from the Sand King left a lot to be desired there beyond with a measly...
You're right, that does sound like 24. I can't get it out of my head now.
Yeah, you hear it now? Okay, good. I wasn't going crazy.
Emo, he's out of mana. Boxy comes in from the other side as well, just to ensure that this is a kill that goes the way of Liquid. 2K lead already.
He's pinging it too. It's just non-stop there. I love it.
Dun, dun. Just keep picturing Kiefer Sutherland, rather. Really great actor of our time. Seen getting chased by Fly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It does have Nisha nearby, but they're collapsing with another. Skewer, RP, 1 dead. Does not have Rolling Thunder. Baboka's going to have to trade his life for this, and Fly going to get some help from Emo. And Saberlight attempting to run away. Will run into an AA. Nice blocks, but the ice...
Oh, very good block again.
Oh, again.
And they have a trap here.
And that's a fat, juicy body on the AA, apparently.
Still
has Thunderclap still, but Emo double kill. That was a 3-for-1.
Dire's middle tower.
Shannon's neutral item time. Who is picking the Curio Obscurio? Obscurio on TA. We got our first one.
I will say, do you think it's
one on
more...
Pango.
Is it more likely for a support to go for that route or a core? Or is there no difference?
I genuinely think that for the most part, the tier 1 neutral items are so weak that you should pick Curio on almost every hero in the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Then the question is whether you cash it in for tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, but the tier 1s are just not... I mean, there's going to be some heroes where they're very good. I think some cases the new Chip Vest, for example, is nice. Emo, by the way. We'll get the Serpent Ward down.
Doesn't have much mana to speak of. We'll get shackled after using the wand. Should be able to astral away here.
Nice
the Echo Stomp is beautiful timing and a swashbuckle to finish him off.
Wow.
Nicely done. Baboka with the skewer under the tower as Nisha getting pounded. Uses the inhibitor. Shockwave. Ooh. Wow, that was enough damage with the Ice Vortex. I was going to say, that was a powerful Shockwave.
Yeah. This is not exactly the most common way necessarily, at least of playing for Magnus. He's got maxed out Shockwave and 0 points in Empower. And we saw 9 class play it the other day. He went 1-4-1. But Baboka has the diminishing return Shockwave, which allows him to skill it 5 times.
Yeah, and I think, is it the 5th that it returns?
I believe so.
Which is why it's called diminishing return.
Yep.
Clever. So there are 3 Obscurios in the game. Boxy doesn't have a neutral yet.
Real talk, look at the tier 1s.
We've had this discussion, but we can have it on air if you want.
Which ones do you think are so good that you take them over Curio? I think Chipped Vest on some melee heroes, or jungle efficiency like a small blade mail, etc. I think Occult Bracelet on a hero like Tide.
I mean, Polywalk Charm's good.
Polywalk Charm is, but is it good enough versus getting a better tier 2? Maybe. Spark of Courage is quite good on some heroes. I think the Cobalt Cup is 10% move speed.
Yeah, we saw that last game on, or the last series on Chen.
Yeah, okay, the Cobalt Cup is better than I actually thought it was. 10% move speed on Just You is honestly very good.
Well, it's activatable, isn't it?
Yeah, for 6 seconds you get 10% move speed. 40-second cooldown.
Wait,
yeah, there he is.
Is it not for your team?
Yeah, it's all allied units.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But it has no pat. I don't know, man. I'm kind of...
Sounds like you're convincing yourself that tier 1s are great.
I'm convincing myself that some of them are good some of the time, but honestly, I think Curio, I wouldn't mind seeing it almost every second time on heroes. There's going to be some individual instances that are that are very nice. I think the Sister Shroud sounds very good for supports. But yeah, maybe it's in a good place.
I mean,
you
the
know?
thing
in the
is-
games we've had how many heroes per game? Like 3, maybe 4, 2 to 3, 4.
Dire are scanning.
Something like that.
But you also only get to choose it about half the time, right? Because there's 4 out of 8.
Oh, that's true. It's not guaranteed, huh?
No. Yeah, you need to roll the Curio together.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody
Insania.
wants the Obscurio, and Insania will go to the grave. And Nisha applying a lot of pressure to Emo, forces out one Astral Step, drained a lot of his mana. He gets stunned here. Boxy not able to get there in time, so Emo to the other side. He goes as the RP into the Skewer, into the AA Blast.
Baby.
Wombo combo for Ollie. Beyond, Epicenter was there as well, apparently.
That's a beaut.
So a 3 for Nada, and that close to equalizes the game, the lead for Liquid. I mean,
they had a 4K lead before that fight.
VTune is still quite
massive.
a ways ahead on the Luna, but aside from that,
that's really the biggest difference of the game is in the carry to carry matchup. The Luna 2K up against Fly. Liquid were successful in killing Fly off twice, but VTune is 3-0-1 with a massive amount of farm to go with it. And it is one of the carry heroes that can actually really threaten TA. So I think, in theory, Liquid in a decent spot with this exact hero in that matchup. You have so many instances of damage that deal enough damage to break barrier charges. You have Eclipse that can break some of it off. You have Lucent Beam. You have your Mantle Illusions. Lunar Orbit does damage. There's just so many random little things. Speaking of little things, this is many little things turned into one. The Fat Serpent Ward on Boxy. 12 times damage.
Yep. I believe it was 10.
Yeah, it got buffed this patch.
Oh, they're going to try to counteract this. Emo
They got
takes
it
the
all?
Aegis and the Roche. What?
What?
How?
They just cut everything.
Emo, God, he might be taken out once here.
Oh my,
Has
he
to
even
dissimulate
lives? No,
to the
he
right
doesn't get
side,
across.
burning down. That's one life. Baboka looking for connection. Boxy in the meantime, completely isolated. And Emo gonna take a full Eclipse, it looks like, but 2 dead already for Liquid. Primal Split gonna cancel the TP on the AA. So Ollie, the first casualty outside the Aegis for Yakult.
Emo God.
Emo still up and running. We're gonna have to see a replay of that soon once this engagement ends, which it does. That was seemingly out of nowhere.
Another play in that fight really well done by Baboka. Gets the Shockwave, and he was going for a Shockwave Skewer on Pango. Halfway through his Skewer animation, he recognizes, I'm not going to hit this. So just kept walking left, and then with the diminishing returns Shockwave coming back, he was able to get the Skewer on Pango, pulling him further in. Hope we get to see that here as well. That is
Yeah,
we get the
okay, good
interesting
angle.
perspective here on the steal.
Yeah, we can see a lot here. Really helpful.
Pay attention to Baboka here in a moment if we get that on
Maybe
camera.
we can get the SFM version here pretty soon as well. Get the video guys on that.
So look at this over here. Nisha gets completely ruined in this fight from this
meanwhile,
play. So Shockwave.
Nisha on live is dead.
He is struggling.
Yeah,
1
this
and
is-
5.
This has not been his game.
Oh, it's an uncharacteristically poor scoreline for Nisha for sure. 1, 5, and 3 here on his Pangolier. And we're approaching a point now for Team Liquid where they're heavily dependent on VTune stepping up, because when they were 4K up, the Luna was ahead by 2K, your cores were looking quite on par with the enemy. We're starting to create some distance here. Void Spirit now with the Ags makes Pango's life miserable. It's really hard to deal with if you get jumped. You don't really have any defensive tools. Once again, your supports do not have saves. Senia will be on the receiving end here against Beyond, and Skewer will easily stop that TP. And he'll pop. And Fly also soloed Saberlight? What?
How?
I'll tell you how. He hit him.
Oh, he didn't have his ult, I guess.
He played TA, so he hit hard.
Oh, oh my God,
baby. Oh,
That is sick.
I love those kills. Okay, I can rant about TA all I want, but that is sexy. I love the Sideblade spill plays.
Yep, they're not that common.
Obviously, oh man, this takes me back. Who was it? It was Ferrari 4. it was Ferrari 430, right? That had the brood kill in mid on
420.
TI2. I think he side-bladed an Invis brood 3 times in a row off the creep wave.
Yep, I remember. And it was actually up here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, right up here in the mid lane in the web, yes. It was.
No, it was top lane.
Didn't Ferrari kill someone in the mid lane with 3 side blades?
I'm pretty sure Observer and I are agreeing that
It was there.
in this area. Yeah.
Okay, he did it twice.
Okay, maybe you're thinking of
The other one was in
time, I
mid.
guess. Probably wasn't in Ferrari.
Probably wasn't
Probably
even
you
TA.
in like some pub game. Well, it wouldn't have been you, I guess.
Ah,
You would
don't
have been on the. You would have been the death.
Oh, I will tell you, if I'm
Yeah,
laning
that.
against TA, I'm eating those side blades. I'm munching it up, and you know I love eating.
Yeah, you can't.
I can
stop.
keep going. I'm insatiable when it comes to side blades. Just kill me already.
Yeah, that's a good voice line.
Yep. Sure, that will be approved.
20 minutes.
Nom nom nom. Just kill me already.
I'd buy that one.
Yeah, that's very useful. There's a lot of situations that would fit in. It's like not niche at all.
If you've given up on the game, you have a voice line now. Congratulations.
Torment time. It's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Look at the heaven. That's not how it goes. Oh, heavens, look at the time.
Shard to Ollie. So again, Ice Blast stuns. That is a super good one.
Okay, am I tripping? Or when the Tormentor dies, it sounds like a hero dies. You know the sound cue of a hero dying?
I wasn't listening.
Every time they kill the Tormentor, I look at the kills, the kill recap on the left, because I think somebody died to the Tormentor. I think they've taken that sound and put it on Torm this patch.
Yeah, possibly.
It sounds like a hero dies every time.
That-
Extra drama. Ollie will get his Shard for AA. Things are starting to look very stable now for Yakult.
Vtune has Aghanim Scepter on Jaluna.
Yep.
Big power spike for him.
A lot more beams, more ways of breaking refraction.
What do you think about this on, like, with this build? It's Mask of Madness Manta into Ags.
I think it's good. We saw Yotaro do this recently as well with great success in that individual game. It's just a crazy timing item, but it's really important that you get to fight then. For every minute that you don't fight, this is kind of wasted versus, you know, ramping up with a butterfly or something of the like. So I guess their overall read on the situation is we have to be able to deal with TA. The other heroes aren't doing it, and we need to be able to fight them for Roche and for other objectives soon.
Is nobody... Surely. Is nobody building a pipe on Liquid? Am I seeing that right?
Yep, you are.
You find that odd?
He's going Glimmer on ET, which is fine. I could see Brew going pipe here being good, but at the same time, you're also really slowing yourself down to not scale by... He has the Radiance, which you want, and then he's going Shard. And then if you're buying pipe after that, it's probably a bit too late.
I mean...
I don't know. Like, who wants to buy it even?
I mean, sometimes don't you just have to force it? Beyond is 700 from Ags on Sand King. That's going to be pretty powerful.
It is worse than it used to be because the talents are getting worse on Sand King. He still has the same 25 talent, which I still think is incredible.
Ollie going to be tanking this.
Never even used his Force Staff. Didn't even bother. Got off all his spells, though. Good damage.
Firefly. Oh, they spotted him. Hex into the Eclipse with the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, my goodness. That is a big kill.
There's your Ags.
And now Beyond initiating onto Nisha. He's had a rough game. It will continue, it seems. Surprised that Yakult want to try to fight this. As Beyond now surrounded by Brewlings and Vtune, who's a beast right now.
Such a big find from Boxy to get that Hex onto TA in the Eclipse. I believe he even caught him outside of Refraction. Doesn't get much better than that.
Another Hex from Boxy. Emo. Pretty tanky right now with that shield rune. Sania is stuck inside the corner. So bleeding a bit here for Liquid, but still the fight was theirs. And yeah, only a recipe away for Vtune's BKB now. I still see some Obscurios, by the way. We'll have to investigate that in 2 minutes when the next neutrals come to be.
And Saberlight's holding on to his. Who else? TA.
Flyfly.
So Flyfly has one. Okay, so one per team yet to be
both
upgraded.
cores. Okay.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Emo will take it down.
Finally.
So when the dust settles, I feel like this was kind of a draw, actually, in spite of them killing the TA, just because of the aftermath. Yakult being able to take the mid tower and get 2 return kills, including the Pango. Nisha finally would get a 24-minute Axe. That is not great.
Yeah.
And he's going to have some serious issues in this game. TA traps are a mess. The Void Spirit Silence is a problem. The instant stuns from Sanking and Mag.
Yeah.
What do you even buy? He's
Disperser for sure.
He's actually he's eyeing a Blink Nullifier, so no defensive item. That is really putting a lot of faith in his own ability to not get caught by literally anything. I think Disperser is an interesting angle. You could even... I feel like this is a game you could maybe consider BKB, to be honest. But I know Pangos don't like to buy it, but there are just cases where it feels necessary. This could be one of those. He hasn't committed anything yet, so let's see if he changes his mind down the line. And Saberlight will indeed be going for that Manta next after having Radiant Shard, so pretty standard build. The value of the Pybus is definitely falling off by the minute, so that'd be worth it in the end.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And
attack.
for Fly, he has Blink, Hurricane Pike, 4 stacks on the Deso. And not that far away from BKB. That's probably the next time they're going to want to try to fight Emo. Finding a lowly Pangolier. Forcing the ult out.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah,
Oh, they see Boxy. Nice Blink reaction there on the trap.
The Resonant Pulse Ags. Pretty disgusting against both Brew and Pango. Until the Dispels come out. Burrow, start things out. Boxy with the counter Hex, but the Hurricane Pike used on Beyond from Fly. RP onto only 1. If they can get it, it might be worth it. Ice Blast. Or sorry, the Echo Stomp, I should say. Actually gives enough space for the Primal Split to go off. This is a disaster for Yakult now. Eclipse rips right through Fly.
Wow,
too
what
tanky.
A crazy good stomp from Insania really saves that situation. The difference it makes to not, even if you kill the TA but you lose your Brew, perhaps your Colt can fight after, but
yeah, this gives them Roche now.
No chance now. Can Emo do it again?
Ice Blast is coming. He double astrals in.
It.
Oh my God, Nisha's dead already. Saberlight on the outskirts of this epicenter will barely survive. Boxy in the pit. He's going to be able to get the Aegis himself.
He's going to kill the Sand
And the
King.
Shackle onto the Sand King. He dies. And I think that Yakult has to back away now.
There's a new core
dead.
in town, Boxy.
Now they will be able to find a cleanup onto Insania. Nice Force Staff as well, the illusions are actually almost killing Boxy here.
Just don't worry about it. He wants to use it immediately.
Apparently.
He will not be able to because of his innate.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, Eclipse is back up already. My goodness.
He lived.
Ollie does barely survive. Wait, what is the cooldown on that? Jeez.
Damn. They opted to fight without RP and without their carry. Just strictly from a bit of information that they had, they felt like they could go for the Epi plus AA combo, and it worked quite well. Sure, in the end, Liquid do get the Aegis, but it goes to waste. It goes to Boxy, who dies immediately after. He gets a couple of return kills in the pit to kind of keep this a draw. But with the entry into that, I think Liquid are not happy with this. That was an Aegis they wanted to keep for themselves.
All right, Fly did consume his Obscurio, so the Serrated Shiv will have
more damage.
A higher percent as well?
Yeah, more percentage current health as bonus damage and more damage to Roche. And the Brewmaster. All right, Saberlight saving up for tier 4.
Hell yeah.
He has picked the tier 3 Curio.
That's what I like to hear. /C.
Oh.
Right, he's our final hope to see a tier 4 version of this.
Yep. There's a very high chance this game gets to that stage. Don't think either team is closing this one out in the next few minutes.
I feel like this Obscurio is pretty hard to balance.
Yeah, an interesting idea.
Because if everybody's taking it all the time, then that's just bad, right?
Yep.
For the game, that is. If it was like today, where there's just,
Boxy's
sprinkled
on the
in.
hunt. He places the banner for vision.
Oh, wow.
Not
Puts
going
down
to
the
push any
Serpent
base
Ward.
with this one.
AA will fall. Okay.
Was that worth it? I would say no. Banner plus ult for an AA5. But I like the creativity of just blinking and aggressively placing the banner. Boxy's got killer instinct today. He's playing super aggressive. Already a couple of highlights from him, and he's going to convert his kill gold into a gem.
How much is that Serpent Ward plus Roche banner worth? That's actually worth ganking.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
It's worth as much as the AA kill.
It's a lot of money. Oh, heck.
Finds a find here.
Eclipse to follow. That is a dead Magnus. It'll be the trade of Boxy, who started this. Emo getting chased now by Saberlight. Thunderclap is there. Beyond looking to use the epicenter. Flyfly on the other side as well. They're trying to bait them in. There it is. The epicenter. Actually, Beyond. The Earth Splitter doing a lot of damage. Puts him in a horrible spot. As the Rolling Thunder now applied to Flyfly will try to retreat. Uses the Force Staff. Getting diffused, though, as Nisha will have to think twice about it. Emo coming in with the Astral Step. Gets the silence on the Resonant Pulse as well. Nisha is dead again in all likelihood. Yes, indeed, that is the case.
Oh, nice
Burrow strike
burrow.
onto 2. Big Astral Step as well. Emo does not want to die here. Has to be careful. They find Instania. Emo, another. Dissimulate. Getting to the other side. V2 is trying to chase with all his might, but Flyfly brings him to the grave. And Saberlight now on the retreat. Uses an urn onto Emo. Should be able to live through that as Saberlight dies as well. Ultra kill for Flyfly. This has been an entertaining game.
Yeah, these fights are really tooth and nail. And I have to say, one of the really big differences in this, if not the one, is just the mid laner impact. Emo keeps finding incredible fights, and Nisha just struggling to get any footing. As he's smiling and laughing it off as he's sitting here 1-8-5. I can't remember the last time I've seen Nisha have this poor of a game, but it really is messing with Liquid quite a lot. It's not just that he's suffering and having a bad KDA, it's his Rolling Thunders are kind of only connecting on a singular hero, and the hero he connects on, they don't necessarily have follow-through. This time he went on the TA. She gets to reset out. She gets to turn around and kill him too. He didn't really have backup coming in.
Imagine if Boxy wasn't playing out of his mind right now. This would be quite the lead for your cult, I feel like.
Yeah.
Boxy is like actually keeping them in the game.
Yeah, he's been owning it up on the Shadow Shaman for sure.
And V-Tune has also played quite well. 7-1 and 4 right
his
now.
First death.
And Butterfly.
It's a pretty costly
Should
one.
be relatively close. Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, that was an ultra kill for Flyfly, so he got like a premier item out of this. He's going to get a full MKB
True.
almost.
Caster's Curse. Boxy dies.
Yeah.
Been
having
asked
a great game
TPs
so
from
far.
Liquid. We can see, obviously, Roche is not going to be up anytime soon since it was used by Boxy. Probably his first Aegis in quite a while.
Insania.
Oh, Burrow
Barely
misses.
get out with a glimmer.
Yeah, but Flyfly and company, they can apply pressure to this tier 2, if not just take it outright.
Yeah, this will be completely problem-free for him. Liquid uninterested in fighting without Boxy, and that should be almost a 10,000 lead now. MKB completed for Flyfly.
Look at that feature. Look at that Demon Edge on the bottom right.
Yeah, it's nice.
Auto buy.
Auto buy is nice.
That's awesome.
If there's one thing Valve loves, it's automation.
True.
Yeah. The next patch, they will have automated patch updates.
So funny listening to everybody talk about all these quality of life things, where we have talked about some of them for years.
Yeah.
There's always pushback. Like,
Oh, but my the ceiling, the skill ceiling can be ruined, guys.
Why are you using your real voice for this?
yes, all right.
Nisha gonna get canceled on the gate, but
But we're finally at a point, Cinderin, where they can agree.
Yeah.
This is for the best. Mana bars on enemy heroes. Nobody complained after all those years. And now the auto buy. You know, the next thing, having a guide auto skill your skills.
Yeah.
That's something that Han did, actually.
I think the less you need to think about Dota, the better. I think, what if you could press a button and someone else plays your hero too?
Here we go again. See, this is the same thing you said about a lot of other teachers that are in the game.
But the slipper is slow. Oh, God.
That's you.
I could barely even understand what
That's
you were saying.
you. That's my imitation of you.
Smoke up.
Yeah.
Colt, this is a big moment. And
Boxy
they find
leading the way.
perfect
He's
target.
silenced. Astraled up. Rolling Thunder. Nisha not really finding any connection. They lose Boxy already. He buys back into the game. Emo pops the BKB, so avoids most of the Rolling Thunder here. He's going to back away for the time being. As I say that, Astral steps into Nisha. Will roll up. Gonna get pulled, though, is Emo. Dissimulates away. There's Babuka with the RP, but he misses everything on the skewer, but it maybe doesn't matter. A-Blast does clip 2 off the back of that, and the Eclipse going to absolute work against Ollie. Boxy dies again. That's a dieback for him. Fly gets a triple kill, but finally is brought down. His reign has ended.
Imagine that fight where your cult hit more than half their spells. Holy moly. Completely.
That skewer was so off.
It hits an RP on 2, misses the skewer completely, therefore they missed the Ice Blast too. Like, everything was a mess, and that still was kind
Well, the
of
funny
a
thing is
draw.
they had the burrow right after, so the Ice Blast could have been a little bit. I mean, I don't think that one was the reason that this fight
Sometimes
was
you just missed, but yeah, as you mentioned, the Luna really coming in clutch here again. The Eclipse
boom,
are there.
and yep.
So then the
Ice Blast. Oh, I guess it was the Shockwave actually bringing them
the
out.
Shockwave pulled them out. Oh, so first he missed, and then he griefed his A. Baboka, well done.
Man.
Literally sabotaging the whole fight.
That was
could not have been any worse. I mean, at least you hit the RP, right?
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh no. I mean, it happens. It happens to the best.
All right, we'll have more chances at it.
Yeah, it's like, okay, shit happens. You're still in a good position. The fight effectively turns into more or less a draw with that. And yeah, the Luna dying is the big deal here. If Luna hadn't died, that would have been a pretty big comeback for Liquid, but
yeah,
they still managed to take him down at the end of that
If
fight.
we can get the camera on Saberlight, the tier 4s, or is it 3?
It's 3
The
right
tier
now.
4.
He's working on the tier 4, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to potentially see the
What do you
first.
think? If you look at him right now, what do you think he's planning here? What's he scheming?
He wants the tier 5s, knowing him, but
Yeah, all right, he's about to get the camp, Shannon. This is a big moment.
considering the lead that Yakult have, I think he has to take something.
Let's see what options he gets.
Surely. Oh, Pyrrhic Cloak is really good.
100% reflect Pyrrhic Cloak.
That, yeah, that's
97.5.
I think he's going to take that.
Oh, I
Giant
hope
Claw.
he takes the outworld.
I
That was so funny. I hate this item so much.
I hate it. Maybe he's thinking about the enchantment.
Yeah, this is a good. The slow resistance one is really good here against TA traps.
Yeah, true.
So I think I would probably recommend Brawny Pyrrhic Cloak.
Oh my God! All of that for 0.2 more seconds.
Mystical. We were completely wrong.
What?
He took the mystical outworld staff, so he has the cast range, magic resist, and mana regen.
Okay, I will say this. All right, even though I'm not a big fan of this item, it makes sense on Brewmaster. Wants to get off his ult. If you're silenced, you can use your items, obviously. You don't want to go BKB. It gives you an opportunity.
Yeah, you can buy a second here.
I just feel like it's not that good on most heroes, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, it's also a little bit contextual, right? How important is this when you have Manta? Right? You already have a Dispel against the silence.
I mean, they do have multiple silence.
Yeah, you can't use this when you're stunned, though. The Brawny one...
We're going to see. Maybe he'll use it. He does! He goes invisible. He's going to get RP, though. AA Blast is coming for him. He is dead. No buyback at all. Eclipse tanked up mostly by Emo, but the BKBs take off a lot of that damage. That's a huge Earth Splitter coming out. And now Emo and company on the retreat. Oh, the Serpent Ward actually blocks him. Emo has to go the other direction. A big skewer into the pit, but the Magnus finds his way to the grave eventually. Now Emo on the run. TPs to try to catch up. Boxy all over the place this game. Shiva's pop Boxy, the Shackle, and V-Tune. Echo Stomp going to help out, and that's going to be a double kill for V-Tune. So despite taking out Saberlight right off the bat, they get 3 kills, and they're going to get Roche.
Yeah, this fight they did not get very much out of Beyond Sand King. Never got to use the Epicenter. Didn't really see a fat Burrow Strike either, so...
Did that ward actually block the movement? It doesn't feel like it should there.
The Serpent Ward?
Yeah.
It does have a hitbox, I think. Or
Oh, we're going to see the Epicenter into the pit. Beyond doing a decent amount of damage, but it's not nearly enough. V-Tune just casually right-clicks him. Insanity is going to drop. Has the gem. Boxley will likely pick up. So a failed attempt there for your Colt.
Oh, if this Ice Blast clips Luna, that actually matters.
Yeah, but they do delay it.
He's letting it slide. He didn't cast it.
Oh, yeah. As Nisha ends up on the other side of the pit.
Boxy.
Oh, yeah, Boxy's still hunting. Fly. He's
good,
hacked.
man.
Nisha.
He's
And there's
so
the Eclipse
good.
from way downtown. Huge kill for Liquid.
What a crazy map read to go there.
He ate his axe.
Huh?
He already ate his Ags.
Oh, the Luna? Yeah.
So early.
Yeah, now he has a slot for
Yeah,
Aegis.
well, usually you wait until you have to give up this. He's delivering something, surely.
I think he wants to take the Aegis and cheese here, and he's freeing 2 slots up.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit early before you actually... No, no way.
Oh, that's awesome. RP, Baboka pops the BKB, Skewer onto the low ground. Emo is there to finish off everyone. In fact, Ollie with the double kill. This game is delivering on all fronts. Yakult get the Roche kill. Obviously, Liquid get all the goodies.
The reason Ollie got the last hit on Roche with Ice Blast was that V-Tune swapped out his treads 10 seconds too early to pick up the items. He would have killed Roche in time.
Or had kept his Ags in his inventory until he had to eat
so he had the stats.
Yeah. You lose the stats there. Eclipse, again, doing work on Baboka. Will live, though. And this Eclipse is disgusting.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's seeing it here. So see, he's swapping out his treads here in a moment. There we go. That's way early.
Too early, yeah. I thought he was delivering something. Like, okay, well, something's being delivered.
And now, I think Roche is about dead here with the extra attack speed. And now... Oh, God, it was on 0.1% or something.
That's what? Awesome. This is the game of the day so far.
Yeah, there's some moments, my God.
Well, this is a big deal. Saberlight has Refresher Shard now, so 2 Primal Splits available.
2 Outworld Staffs.
Imagine calling that. He outworlds, but by the time you say Outworld Staff, it's already done. It's 0.9 seconds.
The active on it has such a cool name. Self-Exile.
That is cool.
It's kind of like...
That's cool.
Kind of like, oh, I have COVID. I'm going to go into self-exile for a second, and then I'll be fine.
Yeah, good news for everyone. It's not long COVID. Only lasts 0.9 seconds, though. Liquid with the Aegis and the rest of the goodies.
Okay.
And Yakult probably have to take a step back here. And do you want to fight into this?
Apparently so.
Nisha leading the way. V-Tune is spotted first. Astral Step from Emo. There's the RP onto the Luna. Of course, this is the Aegis carrier. Might be life number 1. They're going to hold the Void Spirit in place, but the Burrow Strike to cancel. Able to dissimulate to safety for now. Serpent Ward now placement is not the best because the fight is not here anymore, but they do get the 2 kills on the Liquid side. Again, Nisha dies on the sideline.
Boxy.
As the epicenter just for Boxy. He's going to be shackling a creep. Try to get as much HP as possible. Getting crit down by Fly from ridiculous range right now. And Saberlight back into normal form.
They still have Aegis.
They still have Aegis. They still have Refresher Shard on Saberlight. There's the Burrow Strike. They want to burn this life really badly. They're going to do that with the Astral Step from Emo. Saberlight again with the Primal Split. Beyond seems to be their focus right now. Gets pulled into the arms of V-Tune. Now the Void Spirit lifted into the air. As the Astral Step, though. Going to dodge the stone. And I guess that breaks things up. The Tier 2 is gone. And this is not a hero, the Luna, you want to face on the high ground.
Yeah, Liquid are finally about to approach some of their level 25 talents. Wait, hang on. Emo's just in there.
Emo. Okay, wants to defend the Tier 2 or something. I'm not sure. It's already gone. Dissimulate. On top of Saberlight. Fly still here. Eclipse again up. But most of the damage is wasted.
Nice
AA Blast. Don't think they're going to be able to do too much with this.
Well, maybe.
V-Tune.
The stun connection, slow.
Did hit.
He has BKB. He doesn't need it.
It's like over-aggression here, but Baboka, they are very aggressive. RP up in 15 seconds. They're not going to find anybody here.
Now we're looking for talents here. So Void Spirit just got 25 for the Astral Step crit. Obviously, TA has had it for a while for the Refraction. Luna got 25, took the Lunar Blessing damage per level. And then Nisha is close to 25. Saberlight is very close after taking this Wisdom Shrine. So what do you take here? Do you take the Cinder Brew Fear or the Drunken Brawler Pass? If he takes the Cinder Brew Fear.
Fly is level 28, by the way.
Yep, that's TA for you.
Insane.
Close to Daedalus will be a massive damage upgrade for him. Of course, the MKB was just so important this game. You're playing against Butterfly Luna and you're playing against Brewmaster, so you just had to get it. The Brewmaster with Radiance is so much evasion and mischance. You have to buy MKB first.
Yeah. Both Nisha and Insania took the Giant's Maul, by the way. I wonder if that's related to Giant's Ring. The Ring is more powerful than the Maul.
That's interesting. Insania took it. I wonder what his options were. This is not an easy item to use on ET. You need to get in there and hit first. Generally, late game ETs never come in close. You stay far back, you throw out spirits and ults, and...
Well, he does have his shard, so...
Yeah, that's true. He can get in there with that. But still has completely defensive itemization. He is quick buying a Maelstrom, though. I don't know what that's about. Maybe he misclicked Midas. Maybe that's... Insania's exploring new possibilities here.
Okay.
I
would love to see it.
I don't... is it just a planned... Is he planning for a full Mjolnir for anything? I don't know what this is. Maybe he's trolling.
Well, we thought he was trolling with the Midas, but he did buy it.
I think this item has never been bought on Elder Titan in the history of the game.
Ever?
In Pro Dota, I don't think I've seen a single Maelstrom ever.
Okay, I'm going to just say I'm sure it's happened.
In a pro game?
Probably.
ET
Not recent.
Maelstrom?
I'm not saying recently. There was a time where ET was used as a core-ish.
Yeah, but you didn't buy Maelstrom.
Right-clicky, attack speed. I'm sure it's happened at least once.
He switched it to Yule's.
Yep.
I've seen that before on Elder Titan.
Fly, takes out... Yeah, you're right. It does sound like a hero dying.
It kind of sounds like the death sound, right?
Yeah.
It gets me every time, like, who died?
That's new, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think it's from this patch. It's not the complete same sound. I think it has, like, a slightly different...
Similar enough, yeah.
Oh, that 24 is back. Jack Bauer. Jack Bauer says they have kidnapped the Tormentor, guys. We got to get the next one. We've got 10 minutes, not 24 hours. Fly basically maxed out here. This is a peak moment for your cult, except they don't have an Aegis, but it looks like they want to try to force Liquid back to their base here.
Yeah.
But only 3 of them down here. This is a little bit dicey. Should Liquid find a move? But they're also not expecting the push, so they force out the glyph and they back out. Saberlight first to retreat.
Yeah, going high ground against an Elder Titan.
Yeah, and Liquid will use
difficult.
this info to smoke. I really like this idea. You know your cult are placed somewhere around this bottom area, looking to hit into your high ground, so you're going to try to smoke the other 4 while Brewmaster shows.
He must... Oh, instant hex. My goodness, but the counter RP from Baboka only hits 1 skewer away from Emo. And the Eclipse and ET ult end up not doing that much damage, but they still get the kill on Baboka. And the RP's down.
He had to do that to save Emo, though. I think it's a good play, especially considering how many abilities Liquid used. They dropped 4 ults for this.
That was an instant hex. He was ready for it.
See if Liquid can do anything with this. They still have Primal Split. They could consider maybe poking a little bit with that if they wanted to. Thank you, Jack Bauer, for announcing that the mid tower is about to be under attack.
Yep, Jack Bauer knows best.
Yep.
Fly on the high ground. Saberlight, couple meld strikes to him
needs
beyond.
to be careful.
Oh, Astral Step onto 2.
He needs to be
the
careful.
Shivas as well. AA Blast not going to hit Saberlight. We'll have to use Primal Split. There's the Epicenter. Rasta is dead for sure. No way to get back in the game. As V-Tune, he's the one that has to be careful. AA Blast still applied. He's ticking away. Will survive as Emo getting perma-stun. Echo Stomp as well. Dissimulate on the retreat as there's the Eclipse. Has to Astral away, but now the TA is completely isolated. He's going to go down to the Lucent Beam. V-Tune killing people from global range. He's on the cliff. He's going to TP away. Something Arteezy never learned. And now Insania gets dropped. Wait, he did die. I'm sorry.
That's a huge...
He bought back.
Now the Luna TP'd away from the high ground.
Oh, wow.
That's such
yeah.
That's such a big win for Liquid, honestly. Getting the TA buyback is huge because this gives you a clear way to win the game. Now you know what you must do. Next fight, everything. Just throw all of it onto the TA. If you're successful, you can probably just push down mid and end it. He will be dead for 120 seconds. He's super high level, so his death timer is almost eternal. But I say that, there's so much other damage in your cult now. You're getting Refresher on Sand King coming out.
Oh, they got the silence into the Aether Remnant. There's the buyback onto Insania.
Pretty good Ice
AA Blast hits 1. RP hits 1.
Well, that's a dieback.
That is a dieback. You're right. And that's the high ground defender god, Elder Titan.
And a big part of the damage from Eclipse as well is gone now without that natural order.
Yeah, true. Oh, X. The Eclipse to follow. Force Staff to keep. Emo safe. Pops the BKB. Just have to outlast this Primal Split. Another Eclipse comes out. Fly shrugs it off with a BKB of his own. AA's dead. Has the buyback, though. He wants to expend it here. Baboka and company, the Epicenter to follow. The TA's getting super low. That is the dieback now for Fly. This Epicenter is doing work. Beyond limping away, though, with the BKB under the cover of the Sandstorm. He goes down to a casual right-click from Saberlight. And that is going to hurt now for Yakult. They have only 3 members up. Emo trying to assassinate one on the back line. Boxy will pop a BKB of his own, apparently, but he does go down.
And Nisha buys back and does not connect here.
Oh, my goodness.
He doesn't have a basher anyway, so that wasn't even possible. Nisha is so starved for gold.
All right, well, they will have the opportunity to take Roche.
Yeah, when you say that, Ice Blast up in 3. Will Ollie kill it?
Ollie's been the MVP,
He's
man.
throwing it. Oh, no, not again. No way. No way.
Oh.
No way. No way.
Oh, so close. So close.
Oh.
Wait, he actually threw him. It was daytime as well. Oh, that would have been so epic.
Imagine dying from that.
Oh my God, all the stars were so close to aligning. Oh. So, the belch from Roche. Oh, goodness. All right, well, Liquid, they're happy.
Confirmed he's not a morning person.
Yeah, no doubt. That's morning breath.
Get the fuck out of my bed.
Oh. No, Insania, or Nisha, I should say, finding Ollie. He's going to put down his AA blast. He's dead. Yeah, he can't get back in the game. This is big deal for Liquid.
They'll have a minute of 5v4 with Aegis and Cheese.
Feels like this AA has been a thorn in their side. And now Luna can finally try to go high ground. The Roche banner placed as well.
They do not have Refresher on V2, and it's in the backpack, so not progressing at all.
Yep, Fortification comes out.
Instant
Cyclone. So fast on the fingers here. Emo has to pop the BKB. And Luna can just focus on the barracks. The question is, how much can they get out of this? That's one lane.
It's probably going to be it.
Gonna back away for now. RP onto the Primal Split. Astral Step as well. That's enough. Down goes Saberlight. Has buyback. Will use it.
V2 and Aegis down.
Yeah, this is long stun onto Emo. Able to find the distance, though, beyond. Looking for the Epicenter play on top of Luna. V2 in a lot of trouble. Pops the BKB, the Hurricane Pike as well. Finds the distance as Saberlight comes in with the Refresher. Primal Split available, but he gets silenced mid-animation. Now we'll think about his choices here.
I want to get Baboka on the side.
As Instania, pretty low. Emo is such a thorn in their side as well. Will Astral Step to the high ground? Well, they get the stun from Nisha. Finally has that basher, it seems. Dissimulates away. And the pull away onto Nisha to save him. And Nisha able to get his ult off, and now the stun lock onto the Void Spirit. He's dead. Emo does have buyback, though. Beyond.
Oh, and disc refresh.
Burrow Strike will barely survive here. It costs 2 buybacks from Yakult. As, okay, that's a very aggressive Emo. Wants to take out Insania on the back line as Fly focusing on V-Tune. He has tons of damage. Finally, they take him out.
This would be a dieback on Saberlight. He has to try to get out of here.
The Refresher gets Aether Remnant back into the fray. They have the blocks. They have a lot of spells at their disposal. That's a buyback now. He uses his neutral, but that is a dieback for Saberlight. And V-Tune has already used his buyback, and only 2 members up for Liquid. And that is a Divine Rapier for V-Tune.
Oh, he sold his Refresher. I was like, where's his Refresher at? Oh, boy. What a nice drum kit. Here come Yakult.
Yeah, this is a 2 versus 5. Divine Rapier. I don't think that's going to be enough.
It clipped him?
It did clip. Has to sit and base a little bit as Nisha trying to kill the waves.
Luna actually a cool rapier hero. You can toggle the magic version, cast your ult, and then toggle the physical version. He didn't do that, though. He just cast the physical ult, I think.
Oh, he kills the wave, though, which is important.
That is indeed important.
If they can get this lane before the backdoor protection kicks in, I mean, they could probably go through it at this point. So 1 lane. Still a tier 2 top, though. The wave is closer, though, on that lane, so they will go there.
A lot of time.
Yeah.
I think Liquid are going to have another chance at S5 here. This is not even going to be a 5-on-4 necessarily. I think you can stall things out a little bit more. Keep in mind, this Eclipse cooldown is not that long when you take the level 15 talent, which he obviously took on level 28. I'm assuming. Maybe he took it on 15.
Radiant's top
But
tower is under attack.
has Eclipse in 25, and your Cold might be caught off guard by just how short this cooldown is. Sometimes you just remember the old days where, oh, Eclipse is down.
Yeah, oh, Emo with a double Astral. Bro's gonna miss because of the BKB. Boxy was ready for this. Huge kill for Liquid.
Okay.
And now Yakult on the run. They have the buyback onto the Sand King, but obviously if they can try to retain that, that would be in their best interest.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nice defense. That's a big kill. I thought he didn't have buyback, actually. I thought it was a bigger kill than it was, but still. Boxy clutch. Insta BKBs himself, and then hexes the Sand King, who did not pop his offensively. And the dust settles, and this is anyone's game, honestly.
Yeah,
the
20K
Luna
means
Rapier
nothing at
is
this point.
very, very strong right now. Doesn't have a critical strike with it, but he hits stupid hard. Hits for 800 a pop. With Mask of Madness still in his inventory at minute 55. I'm not sure about that one. I guess he had to sell the Refresher to afford the Rapier, but that slot has to be replaced soon, surely. No way he can hold on to that.
Yeah, they're going to try to force this buyback out of Beyond. There's Emo waiting for this inevitable push to come from Liquid.
Do they have any goodies on Liquid? They had Aegis Cheese last fight and Refresher, right? I think that now they have none.
Fly in meld.
Or excuse me, Aegis and Refresher.
Luna Glaives are a problem. It'll be hard to surprise them here. Primal Split used. They're dying pretty quickly, but at the same time, the tier 4 towers take a ton of damage. Even with this nerf, as Baboka with the RP, AA Blast to follow. Basically just on the Pango. Is that enough? They're going to buy back onto the Sand King now. Epicenter at the ready. Nisha dead. No way to get back in here.
Refresh.
Beyond Refresher. Another Epicenter for the road along with a BKB. V-Tune going to town on Beyond, though. Will attempt to TP out. The Aether Remnant just a millisecond slow, but still. Yakult with the one buyback defend, and now it's a 5 versus 4. Can they go down?
They burned so many resources for that
The
hold.
only buyback in this game is on Fly.
They don't have Refresh, excuse me, they don't have RP, and they don't have any of Sand King's ults. And he's way off, because he just used Refresher in that fight. So they burnt everything, and only got the Pango kill. This is not a clear-cut push either. Primal Split is up in 30 seconds. That can buy a lot of time. We've seen they can just drop the Eclipse to kill the wave. Up in 10. But this time around, Yakult do have 2 waves pushing in, which is really good news for them, top and mid. Will make this defense a lot harder for Liquid to execute. They're smoked up. Boxy is playing up quite offensively here on the Shaman. He wants to jump and get the moment of surprise here.
Yeah, Saberlight with the blink now. Echo Stomp onto 1, on a very important one. And actually now Insania has buyback. So try to bait out some spells potentially. Tier 3 down. One more right click. 40 seconds until Nisha comes back. I mean, losing a second lane at this stage, not a big deal. The Megas would be quite annoying. But you can definitely poke and prod here with Insania. Try to delay this. Oh, the Hex. Boxy. Into the Eclipse onto Emo.
Eon Disc.
Eon Disc to get away. So 1 Eclipse down, 1 Eon Disc as well.
They don't
I don't think they can go for more.
There's no nullifiers on the Radiance. These Eon Discs are massively valuable. He's queuing one up now on Nisha, but obviously he went for the Refresher and Basher beforehand. So this will be a very late nullifier for the Pangolier.
We're 2 minutes away, Cinderin.
That's right.
From potentially seeing new tier 5 items.
Now the question is, will Saberlight upgrade his Outworld staff? Or will he hold on to it?
I'm of the opinion that Helm of the Undying is the best tier 5 by far.
Yeah.
We'll see if that ends up being the case.
The way these fights are going, I think it'll be amazing for sure.
Divine Regalia sounds hilarious. I don't know if it's good.
I mean, in the current game state, maybe you go Divine Regalia on a hero like Luna, right? You're all in.
Yeah, potentially.
But as I say that, the buybacks will of course start becoming available again.
I mean, you have Divine as well. We actually tested this before the broadcast. You can make it Spell Amp, right? Along with Divine Regalia. That's 40% extra damage on your Ag's Eclipse.
Yeah.
Potentially.
45 even, right? Yeah, 45.
Yeah, 45, true.
both teams very, very cautious
Now
here.
we got refresher on Magnus.
And he has the Dazun Blood right, so these are big RPs, both of them.
Oh yeah, true. 15% larger AoE.
This is like the perfect Magnus item. Dazun Blood right with Timeless. My god, it's so good.
I mean, I bet, like Insania, if he went for, like Gleipnir, for example, and then got that neutral as well. Imagine the AoE on his spells.
Yeah, ET with that sounds interesting too.
Yeah.
He must have not been offered it. There's no way he doesn't take that.
We saw Nisha was having a bit of a struggle city game. He wants to go to the right clicks route now for Insania, of course, with fully utility inventory, of course, other than the neutral. All right, 10 seconds away. This is a damage run on Flyfly, so they might be looking for a fight before they go for these neutrals.
He hits for 825 with critical strike.
And now we're at 60 minutes. Let's see what Tier 5's Gaben has cooked up for us. Roche is up.
Oh, Liquid are pinging the enemy base. Boxy wants to maybe go for this, but I don't think they're going to let them get in there.
Radiant are
Yeah, highly doubtful.
Wave. Nah, they're cutting the wave mid on Emo. No way.
They scanned out, so...
Boxy's just... Okay.
Okay, this is going to force them back. Well, is it? The backdoor protection's there for now.
That was utterly useless.
Yeah, it actually did 0 damage.
I mean, maybe
here.
he was trying to bait them, like you said. They're going to panic TP back, but...
Towers take care of it.
Okay, that did nothing.
Okay. One of the few mistakes for Boxy.
I mean, he had the split shot talent of 25 Shaman, so he wanted to destroy the 2 towers with it, but need a wave, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. That was really aggressive.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I meant it in a
B2
good,
are going to have to go back to base to defend.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And we do not have Tier 5s yet in terms of actually putting them together unless they've bypassed them, I suppose. So TA has the option to go Stygian and will, along with Audacious.
Holy shit, so hard.
Hits like a truck.
And the plus 10% incoming damage is such a small drawback for TA because Refraction blocks a lot of it anyway.
Emo trying to create some space so they can get Roche in peace. They'll get all the goodies.
Someone take it. All right, Emo takes Aegis. Saberlight
Lots
being
of
spotted.
buybacks back up and running, of course. All right, back to the Tier 5 game. Let's get some of these new items. Emo trying to farm it up for his team. Flyfly with 9,500 gold right now. Will likely, he's already has a moon shard as well. Yeah, 5k extra with surplus, so pretty close to being able to consume an Ags if he wants.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best purchase here. Is there something he could upgrade? I think maybe you sell
Boundless.
Deso for Rapier?
Deso for Rapier, yeah. You do have Stygian.
Yeah, you already
don't really
have...
need it.
I mean, they obviously stack, but...
Yeah, but still.
The Rapier is just more damage, so... I think you really want all your utility items.
We got Books of the Dead. Oh, Divine Regalia on Sand King. So 20% extra damage from all sources for him. But if he dies, the item breaks. AA Blast onto Saberlight. Hear the Rolling Thunder being procced. Not going to fully commit to it, though. As Flyfly trying to go through backdoor protection. Seemingly able to do it at this stage. Boxy with the BKB. Tries to get off the Hex, but not in time.
Remember, Flyfly does not have the Aegis.
The Helm of the Undying on Ollie, of all heroes. Let's see how long he lasts. He gets 5-second Eclipse with the Shackle. Do they have any way to stop this? It's a full Eclipse! He's dead. That's what... Aegis down, but the RP not going to be doing too much here. Trying to get really aggressive. There's the first Epicenter from beyond. AA Blast is coming as well. 3 dead already for Liquid. They're going to buy back instantly. Now the AA applies some pressure to get pulled into the fray, but will be able to walk away. The dieback for the Brew. Saberlight is dead. There's the second RP from Baboka. And that is another death. He's actually inside of his Rolling Thunder. Ultra kill for Flyfly. He wants to get the full Rampage. Absolutely in style.
And this should be the end of the game. Second rampage for Fly. Could get another one for the road as GGs are called out. Double rampage, Fly. And your Cult Brothers, what a showing. This was an amazing game.
They won that team fight 10-0.
Yeah, that was not close after all that.
Got 0 kills. 10-0 in an ultra late game fight with all the buybacks coming out. They end the game 60,000 gold up for that reason. And I mean, the ball's on Fly there. He doesn't have Aegis, and he's just going in high ground, starting to hit, trusting in his reflexes and in his teammates and getting out, and he did. He managed to reset the position. They get off all the spells they need to. They find a really big epicenter. They find a good RP. Everything is landing, and Saberlight, his first jump in, he blinks in, he gets melt bashed mid-animation on his ult, dies, comes back to life from buyback, comes in, and then all his split just gets killed by 3 TA shots. Man, what a sick game.
Yeah, that was entertaining.
That was the best game we've cast by far in this tournament. Not even
sure.
close.
That was nice.
Awesome stuff.
We got the tier 5, a little bit of everything this game, it feels like. As we look at the end game score, Vtune played an exceptional Luna this game.
Yeah, he played really well this game.
14-4 and 14. Boxy, though, I feel like for Liquid was honestly their MVP.
Yeah.
But of course, the Cult Brothers are the ones to come out on top in this 2-0 series, Sheever.
Yeah, if you're talking about the MVP for Liquid, I feel like I gotta mention the MVP for your Cult, because I don't think there's any doubt that it was Emo Misery.
I think so, at least. I think he was super hard for Liquid to deal with this game. He did so many clutch plays. Yeah, it made put Void Spirit back on the map, I would say, for the future games.
Yeah, I'll just nerd out time and time again anytime a new patch comes out. This just proves to me time and time again how finely balanced this game is. Void Spirit got like 5 damage on Aether Remnant, 15 damage on his shield, and he looks like a different hero.
Yeah. He really didn't get buffed that much. I really expected it to look mediocre, but it was really how he used his skills. He was being very invasive. He was hitting backlines. He was really hard to kill. He was constantly surviving on small margins, even against heroes that are really dangerous. Like the Shackle into Eclipse was just basically one-shotting heroes, and half the time he got out of it. So yeah, it's just very impressive play by him for sure.
And that ward.
That was the MVP.
I think we're gonna see that a lot more.
I did not watch this fight at all, meaning like I was like, oh, he died twice, because I was so busy seeing how much damage the ward was doing.
Yeah.
And
Which was a lot.
It was a lot.
Yes.
It was exciting.
It was exciting. It was maybe a little scary for people playing against that, because
whoa,
how are you gonna like? I think eventually it seemed like your Cult Bros, they were very aware. It's like, okay, there's the ward. Oh, we're gonna fight over there. It's like not deal with that at all. But I feel like this game was about way more than just the Shadow Shaman versus the Void Spirit. I think we can continue to talk about them, but to be honest, this was what made this game so incredibly back and forth, Misery, because I feel like I hopefully witnessed the start of a new trend on this patch, but
That's a good question. I think pretty even lanes, even team fights, even drafts, just made up a really good game. I think towards the end there was a lot of clutch plays. I think the Emo killing that Shadow Shaman in the mid lane when Fly died without buyback was very big. Like some Roshan steals from Emo, right? So many things happened this game actually that could have swayed and made this game much faster. But I think a lot of clutch plays. I don't know. This was very entertaining to watch, to be honest. Many things.
And those delays really mattered because of the lineup that Liquid had. Like, Brewmaster typically doesn't do as well in ultra late game as other heroes because Brew Split kind of falls off a little bit in terms of impact, makes you vulnerable. And then Luna as well struggles a little bit in ultra late game scenarios against more conventional carries. So I actually have examples of Vtune's performance throughout the early game and the mid game, because I think he did do a really good job on the Luna. This was one of his first rotations. There was this fight, one of the many times they chased Fly 25,000 times thinking he was going to get away, but Vtune rotated for this. This is a 3-level Lucent Beam Eclipse with Lucent Beam. He even finished off Beyond here as well, so I thought that those rotations were good. This is what the Ags reveal, 22.5 minutes in. Boxy does end up finding him. The ward, it was nice it was there. It did want to participate, but really it was about Eclipse for a lot of these early fights. And despite this gold advantage, Vtune was struggling, despite high net worth, to completely take the fights over by himself, even though he did play it well. This one was more like Boxy, like just owning the entire fight. I believe this one was triple, if I'm not mistaken. This is when we really learned to start to fear the Lord. It was a big spookiness.
I'm really enjoying watching Baboka, just like this entire tournament so far. He's always bringing different flavor. He goes for it, you know? He's not a man that's afraid to go for it. You miss every skewer RP combo you don't use. And he had some sick ones. He had a couple bloopers. I remember Cinder was saying he literally made that Ice Blast miss that one time. But I think I'm just really looking forward to watching Yakult Brothers as this tournament progresses, because they were a lot of fun. You know, beyond somebody I've never heard of before this event. And then you got some classics like the Emo, the Fly, and the Baboka.
This was that one fight where Nisha and Vtune were not quite connected well, where Vtune was BKB'd, kind of playing near TA, knew that wasn't good, then he backs at the same time that Nisha goes in. Maybe if they commit there, they can do more to Fly, but he did have BKB though, so I don't know. Maybe it was going to be hard to kill him through that no matter what.
You'd like to do the wrong thing on the same page rather than like two different right things on different pages.
That's true, yeah.
You never know if they don't link up, you know?
I think also I agree with Baboka, especially in this game, right? He's playing Mag against Elder Titan. He gets completely clapped in lane. You know, we didn't mention that, but that's actually an abysmal lane for them. But somehow he ends up having such high impact, even early game. He had so high net worth. I think that was very impressive. I think it's also thanks to his skill build going max shockwave, right? We saw 9 class played with max empower. I think if he had went for that build, he would not have had the ability to fight back in the early fight. So I think that was very important for this game to continue. In the highlights, we also saw this. Every single Roche fight was not clean for Liquid. They got the kill, they got the Aegis, they got the control, but every time there was a blast, they killed the Aegis instantly, or Emo stole it. So every time it was so annoying for Liquid. When they finally got a breathing room and a room to get the Aegis and get ahead, they were there, Yakult Bros, to interrupt.
There was one time that Boxy even had to go back in the pit and take the Aegis himself because the AA at Snipe, the last hit one time, Emo had already taken an Aegis one time.
Yeah.
So if you want to know how annoyed they were, Boxy feeling like, not again, I'm going to go ahead and take the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, it knocked because they delayed it to the point where, the Roche knocked Luna out, so the Boxy had to take it. It must have been pretty annoying for Team Liquid to deal with everybody of Yakult, but maybe with an Ancient Apparition in the game, especially in speaking of an Ancient Apparition, joined by Ollie and Jin to help us translate. Hey Ollie, congratulations on the 2-0, especially that game number 2 was very entertaining to watch. Talk to me a little bit about that, because first series for you guys on the new patch, exciting stuff.
首先，奥利恭喜你们，2-0战胜了理亏战队，尤其是第2把，你们打得非常非常精彩。就想能不能从您这边也听一下你这边对第2把的这个印象的感受，因为毕竟是新版本，就是每个人都想知道你现在这些选手
就是现在版本刚刚更新，我们也不知道什么英雄比较强，就是选出来的话就是看着选。觉得这个英雄克制对面好发挥的话就可以用，然后第2把我们感觉下来我们的 BP 上会比较有优势吧，就是我们只要猛犸大了秒一个，杀完后面再反手再杀人就比较好打。
Well, it's a new patch. Nobody has any idea about what the balance is like, which heroes are really strong, which heroes are really weak. So, we are really just drafting. What kind of our draft is more like reacting based on what the opponents are picking, and we're just doing like, okay, we think that strong gains what they have right now, and we're just building up that. So we're really just experimenting and picking heroes along the way. For the second, like just from the draft alone, we think that we have a pretty big advantage because we felt that our draft was much stronger. We had a Magnus who could just simply initiate. We could pick someone off and then go in again for a second round of to have a second win and then draft fight longer. So we felt that it was really to our advantage.
Well, speaking of experimenting and learning as you play and as you go, we saw two heroes that we've seen a lot as well in the previous patch, and I want to hear your opinion on both of them. One is that you just played, Ancient Apparition, has gotten slight nerfs, but obviously still picked it, and we've still seen it in high priority, so I want to know what you think about the current status of that. But I also want to know, speaking of lessons learned, what you thought about the Shadow Shaman, because you saw on the other side Boxy playing with these gigantic, massive Serpent Ward that was very painful. I think you got 3 shots at some point by it. Talk to me about the lessons you learned from those two heroes from this game.
因为新的版本、新的英雄，每个英雄都不一样。我们也想了解到，就是你现在体验下来的几场下来，你对某些英雄的感受。第一个就是这个冰魂，因为冰魂本来上个版本就是一个非常热、非常强势的一个英雄，虽然被削了一点，但是你们这边出来，就是首先就是你对冰魂的印象是怎么样的？第二是对面这个 Boxy 选了一个暗影萨满。然后感觉好像也是非常精彩的一局。这个暗影萨满的这个大蛇棒好像很疼，好像有一波他的那个大蛇棒直接3下就把你给死了。就是你作为一个面对暗影萨满，
就是首先这个冰魂它改动其实是不影响的，因为它只改动了它的2技能施法距离还有范围。我是觉得冰魂这个英雄主要是靠他的大招来秒对面的大哥，这就很关键，好吧？就是对面大哥看到了冰魂，很多英雄都选不了的，比如水人、TB 这种都不是很想玩。然后暗影萨满的话，他选了这个新的命石的话，我是觉得一般，好吧？虽然他加强了一点，但是感觉线上的话压力会给的比较小。
For Ancient Apparition, there isn't really much of change. The nerfs hasn't really changed the heroes, and Ancient Apparition still retains its core value as a deny, where once you have this hero in a roster, you can't really, the opponent can't really draft a lot of other heroes like Alchemist or Morphling or TB and these sort of heroes that we might be worried about. Where for Shadow Shaman, the thing is that I personally felt that the massive second facet is interesting. It doesn't feel that strong because it feels like it makes Shaman much weaker in the lane. So during the laning phase, I felt a lot less pressure from him, which also helped us in gaining like a bigger advantage.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Ollie, we're gonna let you go. I'm very much looking forward to seeing your series tomorrow to see what you come up with in the meantime. Of course, enjoy your victory and hopefully talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are gonna move on with our next series, but first, we're checking in with Jenkins, who has something for us, and I have no idea what, so let's hear it. Your microphone's not on. This is great. Try again.
It's on.
Yeah, there you go.
Very impressive interview. Jin managed to learn a 3rd language, robot. That was very good from him.
Very fun.
So this originally, of course, was a social segment that we did here, but there wasn't that much going on in the socials because there wasn't a patch. But guess what? Now there is. People are talking, and I've been checking in to see what the community thinks about this patch. So let's load up some pictures here, please. So this was on the Reddits, and H Royale 999 said, "Chipped Vest is back. Oh God." I don't know what that's about because I enjoy this item as an offlaner. Spectre is back, baby, said Red Low, and Bex said all strength heroes are eating good, especially Axe, Tide, and Centaur. So I wanted to check in to see how much Reddit actually knows about the meta. So we'll go ahead and skip to the next image here and look at the win rates of some heroes that enjoy going for that chipped vest.
They know their stuff.
They know their stuff. Brian, you're a big player of some of these heroes. Would you say getting a chipped vest matters a lot?
Absolutely. I'm surprised all those heroes had positive win rates before this patch, and now they're all like 55%. So those are definitely some pub stomping heroes. So usually when you're a pub stomper, you do need like 55% win rate to be viable and competitive. And I don't think we should discount the indirect buff. So
I don't think so. I think you can farm some stacks with that chipped vest.
Let's go.
So we'll go ahead and move on to the next image here, and this is going to be a very important thing. This is Chainmail Gundam Clockwork from Discovery, and Dr. Heckle said, can we get Saturn devouring his son, but a clock eating some chainmail? Misery, you're an art enjoyer. Do you enjoy the Saturn devouring his son image or art?
Yes, very much.
You like that
one? Saturn eating his whatever enjoyer.
Can you show me with your open mouth what that art looks like? Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Okay, so we actually went on to AI. We have a DreamLeague version of AI that we've created, and we used this. So this was actually ChatGPT. So this is Clockwork devouring chainmails in the art of Saturn devouring his son.
It's only one, though. Sure. Actually, never mind, because at this point, he's so big, he must have eaten so many.
There's implied that there's like a line of them at the bottom of the...
And also, I don't know why there's a guy in the chainmail already. There's nothing in the tooltip about that. But Shiver, it's funny you say it's only one, because actually, you can continuously devour as many of these as you want. And we'll go ahead and load up the next image here and show you that there was a Redditor, Merton Productions, that discovered you can actually reach 100% physical resist with Clockwork. It's just that you have to eat 836 chainmails.
What's the price of that? How much does that cost?
Do the math.
550 times... Brian's better at math than I am. 550 times 830 something.
So it'd be 418...
It's like 4,000 chainmails or something?
418,000? It'd be around like 450k gold.
So you just have to spend 450,000 gold, and you are immune from one sort of damage in the game.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, and if they have an Elder Titan, you are fucked.
There's officially the best, 7-hour-long game hero?
Yeah, he's the best late game hero in the game. But we will look and see actually how he is doing in the meta with the next slide here.
Oh,
yeah, not so good. Not so good. People are going into their pubs and eating chainmails, and it is absolutely not going well. The pick rate actually went up on Clockwork by 8%, so I'm not even kidding. People are actually eating chainmails in their pubs, and it is going horribly.
Yeah.
People just wasting all their gold.
It's not worth doing. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
That's good.
And do you guys enjoy a bit of pettiness every now and then?
Oh,
every now and then. Sure, who doesn't?
Shiver, what's the most petty thing that you recently did?
No, I will not share
You're not going to share that?
No.
Okay. Anybody have a petty story that they would like to share? I have one if you guys don't have one.
Okay, save us.
As long as it doesn't include me.
Okay, there was a guy that came into the gym, and I was totally alone at an event. I was completely alone. And this guy started absolutely blasting music.
No, it was worse.
It was blasting like the music you see in like the boiler rooms.
Where did he blast it, Jenkins?
In the gym.
Over the speakers.
Over the speakers.
The gym.
How would you know that, Shiva?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know.
Now, in this gym, there's a hidden thermostat. It's very hard to find where the thermostat is, and people don't realize you can actually make the gym not hot as hell. So this guy was blasting music, and I said to somebody, I said to myself, that's quite loud, you know? Maybe this guy could turn it down, because I was too passive aggressive to say it straight to the guy's face. And he didn't turn it down, and so I turned the thermostat off. And it was really hot in the gym. And then when I went in the next day, I noticed the thermostat was still off, so people suffered. Misery, do you think that makes me a bad guy?
I don't know. So when you left the gym, you turned off the thermostat?
Yeah,
so
why is there this epic music playing?
So
is this just me hearing this, or can you guys hear it too?
Hear that, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear it.
You can hear it?
Yeah, we can.
Misery, you are God here. Judge me at the gates of the pearly gates of Olympus. Am I going to hell for that?
Possibly.
You think I'm possibly going to hell?
He's also going to. You can go there together.
If there was anybody else involved in that situation, would they go to hell with me?
Let's say yes.
They would. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the petty story. We'll go ahead and move on to the next image. This is what was all a setup for this guy. So this guy was being petty. He said, some dumbass on Reddit told me that an interface to show team items was a bad idea. Eat shit, nerd. Lucas PK19 wanted to be petty, and I will enable that on a live broadcast in front of tens of thousands of people. And we'll go ahead and go to the next image. They included it. So whatever dumbass thought that this was a bad idea, maybe it still is, but Valve did it. So we now have this beautiful interface for showing when, Brian, you're also buying a Radiance. I'm Necrophos. Why are you buying a Radiance? as a safe laner when I'm Necro.
Well, the important part about this is there's a quick bot. It said like Radiance bot by Wraith King and quick bot by Lifestealer. So now it's a matter of a race.
No.
You know, who gets there first? Because then I can say, I have it bot already. You only have a quick bot. Look, I pinged the
Wraith
thing.
King already had it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and Lifestealer didn't, so the race is over.
But I'm saying in every game now, it's because you have the knowledge and you can ping this.
Yeah.
It just becomes a race.
What if somebody buys a Talisman of Evasion, the other guy saves for the relic? Well, you could go different items now. Maybe the guy with the Talisman has to buy Butterfly or something, first item.
There's
It's not
implications.
good, but yeah.
Do you guys think the Radiance is still good?
Yeah.
Can I still go for offlane Wraith King?
Probably
Radiance?
not Wraith King. I feel like those nerfs got hit pretty hard.
The Wraith King's bad, not the Radiance.
Yeah.
5% doesn't matter, Brian.
Okay.
Size doesn't count.
True.
Is what they say.
Unless you're Shadow Shaman.
Well, yeah, that guy's massive. We'll go ahead and move on to, speaking of massive, the next image, which is a not talked about enough change. This is from Picure, a French gentleman. I think, finally, I can play Dota as Ice Frog intended. Fix some issues with input when playing with a Dota, with a tablet pen.
That's why it wasn't working before.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried that. I did try to play with a trackpad, but not an actual game. It wasn't an actual, like, it was more like a test lobby. Other than that, have you ever tried to play Dota in a
No,
different one?
how would that work? You use like the mouse
keys?
or?
Yeah, the trackpad, like the trackpad of a laptop, and then the
Okay.
keyboard.
But he's talking about a pen, right?
Yeah. So, but you can play Dota with a tablet pen apparently,
Yeah.
and you can play with a controller as well. I know Lizard has tried it with a controller. I
Okay.
think.
Have you guys tried?
I've tried it with a controller a bit, but never the tablet pen. That's the next
Yeah,
evolution. That's
I-
definitely a good patch change because all the
have
people
not.
that were having that
Yeah.
problem complained about it.
This is a Lizard patch
important.
change right there.
Yeah,
This
very
is something for
Millions
him
of
to
people
do.
having that issue is now relieved.
Probably like a Valve employee one time did it and like, this sucks, and they fixed it.
I played one time where I had my friend using the mouse and I was using just the keyboard.
Was it for content or was it just for fun?
It was for content. It was
Okay,
really hard and also difficult
Yeah.
for us to do. So anyway, that's it. That's what's going on in the social media. It's pretty much nothing of any value regarding the patch. Please keep watching the pro games. They know it better than we do in the community.
Yeah, they do. And if you want to stay watching, well, you should, to be fair, because our upcoming series is going to be a banger. We're going to have Gaming Gladiators taking on Enigma Galaxy after a break.
I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, cry, not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. All this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, cry, not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
No, not there. Not there. Over here, friends. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been so excited by this new patch action. I'm bouncing off the walls, I'm hanging off the ceiling, and I'm ready for more Dream League action here with the PogChamp Pandas. But eventually I'll come back down to Earth and join all of my fellow panelists. Misery, pleasure to have you, as well as Effie and Lacoste, for such a joyous occasion this is. It's patch day, friends, and on patch day things are oftentimes very, very hectic. Now, Misery, you've been on a handful of games already. How have they matched your expectations? Was this a patch worthy of everything being shaken up, or are we just easing into it?
The patch has definitely delivered already. I think we've had crazy good games so far. We've had new picks every game, like more than you could ask for, I would say. So it's really fun. Yeah.
I love when the patch drops. I can say the dumbest shit and nobody will be able to correct me. I can say whatever, and he's going, oh, yeah, man, that guy, he's really, really smart. He knows his thing.
And yet you have no bold. Give me your boldest idea right now, Lacoste. You read the patch and you're like, this probably doesn't sound viable, but it would be really fun if this could happen.
Oh, I don't know if I have that one, but I'll say that Urn of Shadows, it's back. It's so back, this item. This is my favorite item in the game, and ever since we changed it, that it's not part with the fluffy hat, we're building it with Circlet, so we're going to be seeing it pretty much in every single game, and I'm glad that maybe Bloodseeker will be back with his old, new facet. We're going back to Dota 1 days, where you could actually silence people, use his Blood Rage, deal damage. You can perma-silence people for 8 seconds, then use Blood Rite, then another 8 seconds of silence. You can basically silence people for 20 seconds.
Maybe he's back, and he's got some status indicators also, so people finally know how anti-fun a Rupture is. Effie, how about you? How have you been spending the last 12 hours or so since the patch dropped?
Reading it, I suppose. I'm in like the camp that I was pretty underwhelmed by the patch. I thought there would be more than there was. For me, the most important thing was that the really strong heroes got nerfed, so then we get to see a lot of the other heroes that haven't come into play. That's probably the most important thing, but nothing really extreme happened in this patch in terms of like hero balance. So there was nothing where I was like, oh, that's gonna be insane. Except maybe like Batrider. I thought he was a pretty cool hero. Maybe we'll see him like reemerge as a core. But overall, like, I
felt more like a letter patch than a number patch to you?
It felt like a letter patch with much needed hero nerfs to the big scary ones, but then also just like spring cleaning and the Tormentor change is pretty big as well.
Yeah. I think pro scene implications will be dramatic as we see how the patch shakes out. Misery, any chance that you got some specific heroes that I could keep my mind on that you could teach me about?
I mean, two things. I think, first of all, I agree with Effie that when I read the patch first, I was like, this was not as much as I'd hoped. But then now I feel like there might be more to it than what meets the eye at first. I think the patch might actually change the meta a lot more than we expect. At least that's what the day one shows of Dream League so far. As for the specific hero, I would say Sniper, for me, it's pretty interesting. I think the new take aim that gives him extra vision, I think he gets up to 2,000-3,000 vision, something like that, when he activates it in a cone in front of him. Meaning that he basically puts on his binoculars and then gives his...
Yeah, we're adding this mechanic into Dota with like seeing red facet and bristleback.
Yeah.
So now Sniper, he has a cone, so he only sees just in front of him, but he sees very wide. I think this new item, These Nuts Blood Rite, I think this item is very good because it increases the spell AoE by 15%. And there's a lot of things that you can do with it. Some of the spells that you want to have bigger as well. Maybe build Gleipnir. This is more of a meme builds I'm talking about here. You know, with the Earthshaker as well, it can become pretty much the whole screen. Kunkka with his AoE talent as well in 25. Things are pretty massive.
And how about the things that I'm being seen in all of the series that we've had thus far? It's been 2 2-0s, but Effie, in terms of the neutral item rotations, I'm seeing this curio pop up, and I'm not quite sure I fully understand how it works. I just see it in people's inventory for like 30 minutes. What happens?
Well, it's like it's an investment that you make in the game, you know? You get to decide how long you hold your stocks before you sell them for the big gains, you know? I think we had in the YB series, like, was it Ollie? He just held on to that curio for the entire game.
Hodl. Like it's Doge.
He definitely hodled that curio for a very long time. But I think it is interesting. For me, like the biggest implication, obviously, or not implication, but the coolest thing to see is somebody commit to holding it until the very end, until tier 5 items come out. And then all of a sudden you have plus bajillion stats. But I don't think we'll ever see it go that far.
Yeah, this is basically what back in the days Philosopher's Stone was, where you were just keeping the item no matter what, and then we changed it so you couldn't use it. I think there's a lot of these smaller items that are also very viable. A lot of heroes will be like, oh, Chipped West, man, I love that item. Centaur, for example, it does help you farm, but also because you're building into Blade Mail, you have Retaliate as well, so there's a lot of synergy. You can't really right-click him, especially because you get it so early. Imagine hitting Centaur 7-8 minutes into the game when he gets his item and the Blade Mail. You would just kill yourself. You would not be able to attack him, so you need spell damage to be able to kill him.
And once upon a time, that was the item that used to make Spectre immensely viable. So I see Void Spirit is popping up. Misery. I know, which doesn't make any sense to me, because probably Chip Fest made her too strong. Urn's back in the game now, but these small changes might, hopefully, even if the hero changes didn't bring them back, maybe the item changes might bring them back?
But yeah, I think just the fact that Spectre has a positive win rate is like mind-blowing to me, because it was nerfed, you know? But yeah, the Urn, the chainmail, what's it called?
Chipped Vest.
Chipped Vest, you know, like these things are kind of hidden when you read the patch the first and second time, but as the game develops, you realize that, yeah, there's more to it. Another thing I think that's good in terms of the macro, the map, is that I really like the map changes they made.
Yeah.
They're not that big, like they're not that significant, but I think they were needed. I think the spots they changed, the trees and stuff like this, and the extra ramps on Radiant Triangle, I think they're very good. So I like that a lot.
I didn't really see the map be too lopsided in terms of win rates, though. I feel like for the past few tournaments, it's been close to 50-50, so what motivates these kinds of changes? It's just like, it feels better sometimes?
I think I just think it feels better. It feels more natural that there's a bit more ramps going up to the Radiant Triangle, like from the base, right? On Dire, they have multiple ramps as well, that evens out a bit. I think the pole camp on Radiant also looks better now. It goes back to Dota 1, right? How it used to be, instead of this weird, you know, trees, and I don't know. I just like those changes.
It's like more similar to the Dire pull camp too, right, which is important because like there was a big difference in pull camps between either side for a long time, and they've slowly been correcting that. Like with the Dire, big camp got changed so that it's like more balanced than it was before. And I've yet to play the map still, so I don't know how it feels exactly, but I see changes to pull camps and I'm like, great, because they should be symmetrical. It shouldn't feel like one side has an advantage over the other in terms of pulling. That's so ridiculous.
That's why the ramp near the Roshan on Radiant side was also changed to look pretty much the same as the Dire ramp looks like, so you have like the entrance to the Rosh pretty much being the same, which is really nice. I never liked the straight up 50-50. We're not gonna split it in half, but
a little asymmetrical.
Yeah, a little asymmetrical always kind of worked for Dota, which I really liked.
And since I'm on a panel with 3 legacy Dota players, you've all been Dota 1s, more and more of these mechanics are being taken out. Misery, the blink overshoot penalty has finally been removed. This hidden mechanic that most Dota 2 players probably still don't even know about. Do you bemoan the death of the skill ceiling, or you think it was time?
Oh, I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think it's okay that they fix these type of weird mechanics just for the
simplify the game.
Simplify the game,
War
right?
3 holdovers.
Yeah, I think so. That's in that sense, it's good. I think it's maybe. So that means if you click blink dagger on your fountain, do you just blink max range?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before, if you did it, like sometimes in a team fight, you could actually feel that you messed up. You're like, it's way too short. You know that you messed up.
I found that so silly though, because they've made Dota more simple for like the new player and the entry-level players over all of these years. Like quality of life. Let's simplify this mechanic. Let's make shopping easier. Let's make careers easier. But then there's just like one hidden mechanic. The blink dagger must be difficult forever. Like that makes no sense to me. So I am glad that they did this. I remember looking at it and thinking, oh, all the legacy Dota 1 players are going to be like, my skill ceiling.
Exactly.
But if they're doing that after all of the changes that have happened in Dota over the last 5 years, that's what you're mad about?
I know.
I also think
That's a bit silly.
that they're adding so many other things as well to make the game more complex, right? New heroes all the time, like new facets and innates and items, and I don't know. The game is
Watchers,
definitely more
noticeable,
complicated
winning
than
gates.
it's more complicated now than it's ever been. Probably it feels it's very chaotic, right? So just fixing some of that hidden mechanics is not a bad thing, I think.
It's time for out with the old and in with the new. And in with a new series and a new draft. Didn't get to touch on it too much, but ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning in to Nigma Galaxy in Group Stage 2 of DreamLeague Season 26. Believe it or not, they survived Group Stage 1 elimination, and now they are ready for the round robin stage, and they are ready to face off against Gaiman Gladiators. As we take a look at our draft for game number 1, where Gaiman ban out a Bristle, a Doom, an Ancient Apparition, and a Tusk, especially not an Io, which has been consistently respect banned against Nigma. Meanwhile, Nigma ban out the TA, the Muerta, the Centaur. They first pick themselves a Coddle, and Gaiman respond with a Pango.
Tusk is really not a surprise. They have won 7 out of 7 games with Tusk. 6 game on Yamich. This is his by far the best hero. He plays it so well. This hero pretty much has everything, but to touch upon some of the changes as well, Nigma Galaxy did open up with Keeper of the Light. The recent change was that recall, you're only giving your mana when you're getting recall to somebody, you're giving only mana to the target. You're not getting Chakra Magic as well, and some other, I would say, minor changes where cast range bonus has been decreased in Spirit form, and level 15 Chakra Magic has been decreased by 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, those are definitely annoying, but I don't think they will change the way that Coddle is played. And something that I actually thought would be an implication of the patch is that we're going to see a lot more supports, like a more diverse support pool, because when Tormentors used to spawn at minute 15, it felt like if you didn't have a support that was ready to fight at minute 15, you couldn't really do that much, right? That's why we saw all of these Jakiros and Warlocks and Ancient Apparitions and all of these Silencers, anything with like a big team fight ult that could take a fight around then. Like, those had to be the meta. But now that you're fighting around minute 20, I feel like your supports can be a lot slower, like a lot more defensive. They can take their time. And Coddle already was a hero that was popular inside of the Tormentor meta, but he's going to benefit directly from pushing the Tormentor fight by 5 minutes, because 5 minutes for a hero like Keeper of the Light, that's a lot of net worth that the enemy support wouldn't be able to get just by nature of this hero. I think that's going to be an interesting implication, and I think Tusk as well, who was popular last patch, is going to be the most popular one this patch for the same reason.
I mean, we can touch a little bit on the Gaming Gladiators ban. Like, overall, I think they're very targeted towards Nigma's most successful heroes in the first group stage. They were picking a lot of Doom and Bristleback, having high success with those heroes. The A, I'm not sure. I think that's just a generic ban. The Weaver's kind of interesting. Not a hero that we saw that much in the last patch. I actually don't remember.
I don't remember a single change for Weaver in this match.
Let me have a look.
Could be something to find Coddle in the back
There's
line.
actually no changes to Weaver.
But this is a lot of physical damage. I like the synergy between the two heroes because Pango is reducing the armor. He's all about that physical damage. Weaver as well. And also interesting to point out that Pango from the mid lane, earlier today, it was GPK who played it, and he did play with the double jump facet, which was exclusively played from the off lane. You wanted to have that extra roll speed when you're playing it from the mid lane. I'm not sure if this was because of the matchup. It got a little bit of a buff in this patch, but nothing like too significant. So I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing that again.
Potentially. I mean, it is nice to think about. Sometimes even the smallest buff on a facet can make a big difference. But I do think this Weaver is kind of, it ties into what I was talking about like the supports who weren't able to fight minute 15 with like huge team fight impact. They got sidelined because before Warlock and Jakiro became meta, it was Weaver who was in every game. Because of the Hive Mind facet, everybody was picking him, flexing him to support. I think because he was untouched, he's just gonna be strong again. Because you don't have to bring your big team fighting presence so early into the game now. And then also, if you still leave Darkseer in the pool the way that Gaiman did, you always have the potential of the Weaver flex to safe lane too.
Look at this new patch delivering with a Naka Siren
Smile on my face.
Third pick here. Could this be? I mean, I think this could be very flexible right now. It could be a 4, maybe. It could be a 1. Could be maybe not off lane.
You get any changes that I should be aware of, or is this another like chipped vest
some
situation?
base agility has been increased, the damage at level 1. The big one is changed to Deluge, so your max movement speed, like you cap the movement speed, I believe, at
230.
230. So that's a pretty big change. So
It also doesn't reduce status resist anymore, but it adds more damage to Deluge, which means that it's maybe more oriented towards the core. Like you can farm more with the Zero now.
That's true. As opposed
Going
to
back to the
utility.
the more old school way of playing the Naga.
Yeah, and also the Song of the Siren is 20 seconds less cooldown level 1. I feel like that's pretty significant
Yeah.
if you're going from 180 seconds of downtime to only 160.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Pretty
I mean,
significant.
Gonna be interesting to see where they choose to put the Zero.
not going to be good for this game, at least not yet, but you also have break mechanic from Naga Siren once you get the Aghanim Scepter, so Ensnare does apply break mechanic.
Okay.
We'll see it maybe later, maybe some good usage later on. There's a lot of these innates and facets that are actually breakable, which sometimes you don't think about it too much, but for this game, it doesn't really say it's that good.
Yeah, and I think that item will only come out of like the core Nagas
Yes.
who need to counter something like a Phantom Assassin or a Bristle or something, because you don't have money for Ags as a support.
Another hero that
There's
could
no
be relevant here, at least if it was an old patch, is the Morphling, a hero that Ghost has been playing to great success in the group stage. Maybe one of the best Morphlings in the last week or so, and this hero got nerfed pretty hard in the patch, and this
Huge.
looks like a good Morphling game. Like last patch, they would 18 Morph here, I think, with Naga 5, right? But I wonder if they're going to end up doing that here. It would be interesting to see how good this hero actually is now, or if they just decide that this is not worth picking anymore.
I think they have to be looking at the potential Naga carry here.
Yeah.
And not Naga 5, so they wouldn't want to pick Ghost's hero.
I'm just looking at the... Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll see. Like, looks like a very good Morph game, right?
Matchup-wise, but that hero feels so. After I read the changes, also his morph, like his replicate, has a 2-second instead of 1-second cooldown, so you can't do a lot of the flashy plays that Ghost was always
One less
playing.
armor on Vlad's as well. Morphling will have one less armor, actually killable.
Totally killable.
His stat gain is lower as well.
His strength gain is low. There it is.
Not afraid.
So let's see. Let's see how it plays out.
It's a very good more. Like they have no stuns. I think
Exactly.
some of them they need a hero that either has some kind of a silence, some kind of a control. Because Morphling right now is really not afraid of any of these heroes, and we already talked that two first heroes that they picked were pretty much physical. So is Gyro. He's a bit of a mixed damage, but also against Brewmaster, you don't care too much about it.
Realistically, if this hero gets off a good start and gets level, let's say level 12, with pain-free, it's the same hero as before. Has slightly less strength gain, sure, but all the nerfs are based on early game. They don't really matter that much later on. His stats, the fact that you can skill stats instead of adaptive strike, instead of your ultimate, that still exists, right? So he's still gonna be super annoying to kill. It wasn't like that the Morph ultimate was that impactful. Realistically, he played on one spell. He played on one waveform, and it was just this impossible hero to kill. So, yeah, I don't know.
You have one more tool to deal with him now these days. This Jitty Pollen thing.
To reduce the healing?
Yeah.
It's not even called healing anymore. What is it called? Heal...
Restoration.
Health restoration. There we go.
Healing was too simple for a game like Dota.
And also mentioning Urn, like before, Vessel is also cheaper now, right? I think, or at least it got buffed last patch, and maybe that's another item we could see this game with both Weaver and Brewmaster in the
Yeah,
in the
kind
game.
of natural. Brewmaster definitely wants to buy an urn, at least, just to have that ignite ability of his own, but could definitely, maybe, it really depends where this Weaver is going to go, whether they want to play this from position. Oof. Is there a possibility that they play this as 5, Pango mid, Brew...
Offlane, carry
Offlane?
Gyro?
Yeah, they might be looking for position 5, something that could give them control for gaming gladiators.
Yeah, I think they've shown their cores already with
Yeah.
the Gyro Brew Pango. I think you're comfortable playing Gyro Core here as well.
What about some Shadow Shaman or Lion? It's a bad thing that you can't kill Naga Siren illusions anymore with Lion, so that's
The drain.
Yeah, with the drain, so that's a bit of a meh. But Lion got a nice set in the new chest, so we might see him being played. That's the most expensive and the rarest one of all.
You may not need
I
to
don't
worry
know.
about illusions as much, because you got your Brewmaster Dispel Magic.
I don't know, guys. My instincts are telling me Morphling is pretty weak right now.
Yeah?
That's what they're like screaming at me, and like I want to look at this in terms of do they need to counter the Morphling, but I feel like you could just out tempo him and win too.
You probably could. I think maybe a win the lanes, fast Vessel,
Yeah.
run him over. One quick point though about gaming. I wouldn't be surprised if this is some kind of melody post 5 Brewmaster.
Yeah, could be
Because,
5 Gyro as well. if they
This
want.
guy and this team have been experimenting with his hero pool, especially with Bristleback 5 and things like that at Blast. So I think that we shouldn't be too quick about judging gaming's lineup right now, because they have that absolute last pick, right? And the Morph came in on 18 here. I think maybe it has gotten nerfed, but you still gotta respect this hero, if you remember the last patch at least.
Yeah, maybe Gaimin were kind of tempting Nigma to pick in the Morphling, and then now it's a Malady who won't even skill Flak Cannon or something like that, and he's like, well...
Oh, hell yeah.
damn.
Mars buffed, the most buff hero in the previous patch. He got his Dauntless buffed. Very, very important for Mars players out there. Let me just double check the numbers real quick, because this is something that usually you don't even see. So HP regen per extra enemy increased up to 70%, and radius decreased by 200.
And this is just a passive that you have, right?
Yeah, that's his innate ability.
Yeah.
What about something like a Lina for Quinn here, and then you put Pango offlane? I mean, it's not great against Mars, but it is an old school.
Wait, where do you put the
Morph.
Brewmaster then?
He
Who's
wants
just
it
a 5.
He wants My Lady to play
I don't know,
5
I'm just trying to think, what if they were to flex something, what could they pick that would actually be good this game? I mean, 7 seconds. We'll see it. It's not the Lina, but it's the Huskar.
Something also to think about whenever you see Huskar, this is something that also I don't think about too much, is this hero has silence.
They flex the model.
This is very good. Before he had Disarm, he had silence for quite some time now, but it's also very good against some of these heroes, especially against Morphling.
They flexed Coddle to mid to dodge the Huskar matchup. That's pretty cool that they were already thinking about like a potential Coddle Shaker flex. And then we're looking at Shaker position 4. Like they did give him a fast set where he can play off of Fisher and just do more damage with like the Ghost Echo or whatever that is. So that'll be extremely interesting. I think Nigma did a really good thing by this flex. But my heart is so skeptical on Morphling in particular that I don't have a good feeling.
How about a Morphling versus a Carry Weaver matchup? Because it ends up not being a support Weaver. It's a support Gyro and a support Brewmaster, an offlane Pango, and a mid lane Huskar.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of throwing a curveball in the end here, right? Like we talked about with Gaimin, but I think the flex to with the Coddle felt like it was... He picked it pretty quickly. They didn't have to think long about it. They maybe already anticipated that it is gaming gladiators. They like to cheese. They like to, do this type of curveball at the end. So probably expected it for Nigma. I think Sumail has been playing a lot of Coddle in the past, so not something new to him.
Spirit Vessel has been buffed. It's actually giving you good stats now. Once you finish it, you have 10 extra stats, which is sometimes what the Coddle actually needs. And you get this pretty quickly. You get this 6-7 minutes into the game. And I also want to see how the new mid Coddle actually works because of the camps, because we changed the map. It's been a while since we played mid Coddle. How many camps he's going to be able to farm at the same time, and if Gaming Gladiators are going to be blocking some of these camps.
Yeah, to me, just the success of mid Coddle depends on can he get kills on the side lanes once he hits the spirit form? Like, can he have that high impact? And they're pretty hard to kill on both side lanes. You have Weaver, Karen, you have Pango, who both have a means to disengage from the Coddle rotation. So I think that's a really good thing that Gaimin already have within their draft.
I'm glad to see the adaptability even coming into a new patch. Now let's see if Nigma Galaxy can keep their same Group Stage 1 energy as we get into Group Stage 2 and we get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
A new season of Dream League comes with a new patch, as it so tends to do, and I feel like these are two of the teams that had to have benefited the most, Avery. These are two teams that are on the up, and with a patch that doesn't go extremely crazy, but maybe shakes things up just a little bit, I feel like these are two teams that could knock it out of the park right away.
Well, you heard what Kuroki said yesterday.
I did.
He was asked in the interview, are you better on a patch that is very old and figured out or on a new patch? And he said, we are way better on a new patch. In fact, he felt they had set the trends for a lot of the top meta picks early on in the last year. So he is uber confident that Nigma can continue to smash it here in Group
He's
Stage.
talking about, I guess, ESL 1 Thailand would be... I wonder what period of time Kuro's talking about there, that they felt like they were leading some of the meta changes.
I mean, a lot of it can be scrim-based, too.
Sure.
You can be the first to develop stuff in scrims and never even show up at the LAN where that hero wins the LAN, and you're like, well, we invented that. The amount of times I've heard Bulba say he invented Slane in Dota. May as well have invented the game at this point.
Yeah, what's your claim to fame? What'd you invent?
I don't think I invented anything.
Oh. Why are you here?
Okay. I see how we're going to start today. You know what I might have invented?
What'd you invent?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
I invented
Okay, the truth is, for the audience listening, the truth is that Avery actually has invented things, but he's actually too humble, surprisingly.
Wait, is that true?
To lay claim to something.
I genuinely don't know. What did I invent? It sounds like you have something.
You have talked about the things that
Oh, yeah, general
did
meta
that
thing. I thought you were talking
Kuro's
about like a hero-specific thing.
Oh, no.
Like you did this hero first or whatever.
No.
Yeah, Kuro stole a bunch of my shit back in the day. You know, it's like everybody steals from everybody. I stole all my shit from somebody else, though. Full circle. I do like the coddle mix-up. This was one of the old school Huskar counters.
Tofu. Oh, GH is going to get you. Oh, he's not.
Barrage is up first.
Yeah, I guess. It would take maybe 2-3 hits. That would be too much for the Rocket Barrage.
This is one of GH's old things. This Naga Siren.
What in the world happened to Malady here?
Trying to contest the pole. I also love 5 Brew. I hope this comes back in the meta. This is one of my favorite 5s to play.
Why?
Because it's Brewmaster. You get to split and you're a Giga Chad god, and then your net worth doesn't matter. You can play super aggressive. You can bait stuff out with the haze. He was really fun. The last patch that Blue 5 got played, if you remember, was when Puppy was playing it. Some of those old majors.
Yep.
And it was when he had the haze that reflected right clicks onto carries. So he was a really prominent Terrorblade counter.
Okay.
Because you haze Terrorblade, and then he had like a 35 or 40% chance to just hit himself. Absurdly broken spell. And when you look back on it, just absurdly broken. So this brew is a little more tame, but if the Urn Vessel gives you more stats in his back, if this hero can play with blood grenades, he has more accessibility to his kit, I'd say now than he did maybe a year ago as a support. And his ult did get buffed in this patch. Got buffed a lot.
Yeah, a decent amount. I would say one of the biggest changes that I'm surprised wasn't a change sooner was the Cyclone now dealing damage on landing. The number of times that we saw Brewmaster players throw somebody up in the air and then think, oh, I'm going to kill him, and then that person just instantly blinks away after coming down from the Cyclone.
The level 1 ult's gotten buffed a lot. You still have to get it at a respectable time to make use of it, but it's a lot stronger than it used to be.
I like support Brewmaster too, but I feel like for maybe different reasons. That's mostly because I hate core Brewmaster so much, because I feel like that hero can fall off a cliff, and his ultimate can be pretty useless pretty quickly. So,
well, that's a huge swarm.
Gonna get a lot of damage in. Malady's gonna try and chase him down, and Noob can't deal with the swarm fast enough. First blood goes to Malady.
Nice little abuse of this double wave going in with the flag bearer. Can't fight that with double melee hero. Slow attack speed. No way. This lane's really strong with this Weaver.
Yeah, and considering the fact that, well, he gets a Fisher block in, but they can't actually go after the kill because Noob is going to die as Watson runs him down underneath his tier 2. And Yamich doesn't really have the power to punch down Malady, who is level 3 to the Earthshaker's level 1. I mean, considering how weak this Earthshaker is, this is definitely a lane the game of Gladiators should just run over.
They are absolutely running it over. You just missed so many creeps under the tower. You missed a couple range creeps, 0 XP. Need something here.
Trying to get the spear, Noob. Oh, God. No, he missed it.
Sumail's here.
Yeah, he needed to land that spear so Sumail could land an Illuminate Blast. As it stands, they're going to have to do it off the Fisher, and it's not enough damage.
If he gets out here, I mean...
Sumail will get it. And they'll get his courier.
I guess that's an okay rotation in the end for Sumail. He got Urn charges. Yes. He's trying to salvage this lane, which was just going straight into the abyss.
Support Gyrocopter is working pretty well against the Naga Siren. Normally, this support Naga Siren is a bit of a bully, but Gyro does so much magic damage that Naga Siren can't actually bully out these heroes.
You gotta remember, this Naga is gonna have a break at some point.
Is he though? You think he's actually gonna get to an Aghanim Scepter?
Never know.
GH. Does Ace chase him all the way down? No. It's close, but still, it doesn't really matter if you don't get the kill. You are winning the lane heavily. 31-5 for the Pango, 33-19 for the mid-Huskar, 26-11. Watson, who we've been watching that safe lane, they were demolishing Nigma's off lane. They're doing the worst in CS. So basically, Game of Gladiators are just destroying across the board in all 3 lanes.
Tends to happen when they pick Huskar. They do not lose lanes often. The last pick Huskar.
Yeah, but Nigma had an answer. They mid Coddle.
To be fair, the Coddle lane wasn't going that bad. It's the side lanes that
Dire's middle
are
tower
really
is under
hemorrhaging
attack.
early.
Yeah, it's the Earthshaker that you shuffled into a support position that is kind of ruining your off lane right now.
We'll have to TP out here.
Dire's middle tower
Aren't that many
is under
stuns in this game lineup? You can use that fact. Pretty dependent on the Pango for control in this game.
Dire
However, Gaming don't need a lot of control because you just play Huskar, you go behind the Huskar.
Pretty much. He's going to be blocked in here.
Hey, this is not a play, is it?
Blast doesn't land, and he'll use his ultimate to get up the cliff before GH can catch him. Reel in, but not much damage behind it. Not without the blast coming out from Samael. He's going to try again here, but Tofu's already crawling out to the side. Another blast that is going to whip Samael. Not landing whatsoever.
Dire are scanning.
Rather impotent Coddle.
You also have this Cauterize now, which definitely helps Huskar play this
Dire's
Coddle
middle
matchup.
tower is under attack.
Extra Dispel in here. Pretty nasty against Solarbind Vessel Coddle buildup.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
The Coddle will get multiple charges off fast, but it hurts your initial burst on this hero a lot.
Well, yesterday you were talking about how you like to see Watson rotating around, playing with the team. Feels like Weaver is a hero that certainly should do that, and we've already seen him make a rotation into that mid lane. So maybe it seems like Game of Gladiators agree with your analysis.
Radiant's
Well, I
middle
agree
tower
with them
is under
agreeing with it.
attack.
Get Watson involved, you're probably going to win the game.
Ghost isn't going to make it very far, but he is going to try and TP away, and there comes that lack of stuns on the side of Game of Gladiators.
Homing missile, unless you want to commit ultis in this game. He will escape for now. Does free up a lot of space for Ace, though, who is also going to fast Vessel. So we are back into a Vessel patch. You give the item stats, and everybody just buys it.
I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
that if it is actually going to be a Vessel patch.
A lot of
I mean, it's
Croakers.
certainly better for cores, but I feel like it's worse for supports. The all stats versus health.
Probably slightly worse. But there are a lot of supports who I think rather have the stats. Some of the ranged right-clicking cores, for example, like the Morana Wind Ranger type hero, I think would rather have the stats than the raw HP.
Sure, but those guys building Vessel anyway.
They used to. So if Vessel's bad, it's not. Vessel's just a fast item. It instantly pays off if you get one kill. It's not expensive. You can buy early Circlet for the lane, which is a nice build-up for it. That's the reason supports used to do it. Good slot utility. You're just a hater, man.
Could be. Gwen lurking in this bottom lane, but the stuns, is it going to get them? Okay. Watson is able to burst him down. That was a nice quick reaction there from Nuke, but maybe he needed to spear Arena in order to survive through that much.
This is turning into a really weird early game. Everybody's just kind of running around. Random games happening. Nigma Galaxy have evened it out a bit. As Tofu, he's going to go down here.
Certainly is surrounded.
This feels good for Nigma, though, because that offlane got completely destroyed, and now they're kind of even in this game out. Getting some pickoffs with this Coddle would help a lot. Another big potential one on Malik. He's level 5, not level 6.
Has a Lotus, had 10-1 charges, pulled back in, but they're out of spells.
Man, he's still tanky. Sister Shroud, perhaps saving him.
You definitely need the experience for Yamich. You picked up a facet that doesn't do anything until you get at least level 6, so... Earthshaker's already a very weak support pre-level 6.
He's used to playing sacrificial.
Yamich or Earthshaker?
Both.
Going after Ghost. Doesn't have Morph yet. But he does have a Mars. Noob with the teleport in. Gaming Gladiators did not see that coming. Great spear to catch Watson and defends his carry.
What an awkward move. Normally, I think you're bringing supports into that play. Instead, it's just the 2 cores. You don't have a crazy amount of burst damage. You have Brew ult up right now, and you missed that fight with it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So he's got the Victory Feast facet, which is all percentage-based, which is really valuable for the Morphling. If he's full-on morphing into strength, that percentage-based heal is going to be massive. And then if he's all the way morphed into agility, he's going to get a percentage-based buff on attack damage, which is going to be pretty huge, too.
Well, this lineup can absolutely do some work in the team fight if they get there. Right now, Quinn is a little out of control.
Yeah, a little bit.
Man, it's going to be tough to fight this early Roshan on the Huskar if these 2 supports have their ults up. It's a lot of AoE just to run into. You have Song stall it a little bit.
GH still level 5.
That's it.
A ways away from his level 6. And Malady's just going to sit up there. He's got his ultimate. He is welcoming Nigma to try and contest this Roshan.
Gets scanned. They're going to contest.
They're going to try. They're going to run to the Brewmaster. And that Brewmaster, uh-oh, he might get chain stunned here. Got Spirit up, and the final bit of damage comes through. No ulti here.
That's a massive loss.
Tofu, he's going to drop his ultimate. Sumail under assault here, but Watson, he got hit by a couple of stuns, wasn't able to chase after Sumail. Still, though, Gaming Gladiators ran enough interference that Quinn was able to pick up the Aegis. Quick spear to take out Tofu. Good read of the situation by Noob, that he can get the kill and still get out. Thinking about fighting Quinn and his Aegis here. Quinn is going to lose his Aegis.
He's just walking 1v5. I mean, what's the idea?
Team, nowhere really close by. Watson's going to come over, but it's far too late for that.
I don't know what that play was from Quinn. I mean, maybe he's upset that his team is throwing away this fight at a very aggressive position and not just playing around the Roshan, but now you just gave away that Aegis for free. Nigma get a lot of kills out of that. The Coddle continues to snowball, and GH does not die, and they have triple Curio. So they're out Curioing you, which will pay off later. That's called investment, Austin.
Your specialty of that. 3 Curios. Do you think it's worth holding for a tier 3 item?
I think
or even a tier 4, God forbid.
Some of them. But I also think it's kind of a fool's bargain in some ways, you know?
Watch that Malady kill again.
He just did not play the limits there well at all. And Gaming paid for it dearly. These are the kind of early exchanges they should be winning with the Brew 5 plus the Weaver strength in their early fights.
Well, instead, Malady still has his Primal Split to try and contest the enemy Wisdom Shrine.
This is a
Noob is not going to be able to, okay, he is going to be able to hold this. He was taking a lot of damage, but at the presence of the Morphling, the Weaver backed away, leaving Malady to fend for himself. Malady might turn back into his Brew form, but he's not going to last for long. Gets blasted down by another Illuminate. Enigma Galaxy, they're just pulling heroes. They're pulling a lot of members around the map and winning fights as a result. GH, not quite sure how he ended up there, but...
He's looking for the Wisdom Shrine. We'll pay the price. He's creating space. It feels like these fights are going Nigma's way, even if they haven't regained net worth lead here. Now they're going to get a tower. This Brew 5 has done nothing in this game.
Yeah. We also haven't really seen anything out of the Pango yet. Like, they just got the kill on the Naga Siren, but got a quick kill. The heal up from the Victory Feast puts Noob into a decent position, so they can still fight if they want.
Getting the levels now on the Shaker. Keep losing these fights.
And Go's coming in from behind, catches Tofu, stuck around for too long as well. Now the Pango comes through the gate, but he doesn't have his ultimate, and they've already lost 2 members, so...
This is starting to get worrisome if you're gaming. This is not a lineup you can fall behind going into the mid-game on. You threw away that first Roshan. There's some serious scale here in this Enigma Galaxy lineup. They have a lot of control between the Shaker and the Mars, whereas your stuns are really limited. So your ability to start a fight is dependent on you being strong enough to run into objectives or force Nigma to fight you. And if you're not ahead and you're not snowballing off Roshan's and objectives, you cannot make that happen. So that's the point of concern here for gaming. When you run these kind of lineups, it gets real spooky real fast. I like this Yule's pickup from Noob. Just more control. More threat on the Weaver when he goes in, more threat on the Panda when you go and aggressively try and bait out spells and look for the split. A nice defensive item against the Huskar until some super late Ags comes out. A lot of good utility in this game. And you always have Sleep to really bail you out of a fight. It looks really hard for Gaimin to make an aggressive fight that works out well for them at this point.
Well, with the Blink Dagger on the Pango, they're going to smoke up between him and the Brewmaster. Never mind, Ace reveals himself. Doesn't want to let Tofu take all this farm.
Ace is your only real initiator. Unless you're just walking into people. Which, with the Naga Illusion scouting and the Coddle blasting waves, honestly, pretty hard for Gaimin to just find random heroes on the map. The information's constantly going Nigma Galaxy's way right now. GH has been really annoying with these illusions, blocking camps, scouting heroes out, getting deep wards.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotta find ways to have impact with these supports that don't directly impact the fights. And he is very good at it.
He's just sitting here, soaking experience, throwing illusions around, cutting off creep waves. In general, just being a nuisance. Smoker's gonna break. Instant Echo Slam onto Ace. They'll try and blow him up with the Illuminate Blast. A little bit more damage. They should be able to get him. He got a really good shield crash, but ultimately not enough. Locked down by the Ensnare from GH. Too much for him. Meanwhile, Tofu, not quite enough burst damage there from Noob. He tries to go for a solo kill. May pay the price for it if Quinn can just get close enough. The slows are going to land, but speared back, Quinn will not be able to catch up to him.
Another sequence where Nigma Galaxy come out a little ahead. They just grind an advantage out in this game.
Yeah, almost back to an even net worth game now after what was a pretty dominant laning phase for Gaming Gladiators.
I think that throwing away that Roshan fight cost them so much momentum here.
Yeah.
And you have to wait for this Tormentor too. Kind of brutal for these kind of lineups. 5-minute difference on that objective counts for a lot. I think we would have already seen Gaimin take it in this game. Instead, by the time you go there, you're going to have Blink on the Mars. You will, guarantee you have Blink on the Shaker, even in the worst of games. These slower lineups can contest it, and you have Song now.
Buff Searing Signets for both the Mars and the Naga Siren. That's going to be pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, I feel like we've already seen this a lot today. Yeah. Nobody held it, though. Kind of sad.
I don't think it's sad at all. I think it's the right play.
But the Dazoon. The Dazoon Blood Right. That's the dream, right? You hold the Curio, you get the Dazoon. Massive AoE. Imagine the Shaker. Goes in, he Echo Slams. You get stunned 1,000 units away.
Maybe if he had the other facet. That'd be pretty sick.
I wonder how big he can actually get Aftershock radius. It's got to be pretty damn big, right?
Watson instant echo again. Yamage may have had a slow laning phase, but he is heating up in the mid game now. Blink Dagger paying off big dividends. 2 different big core kills. Ace responds to a bit of aggression here from Nigma Galaxy. Chaining him up. Malady missing the clap there, and the Song makes things go really awkward now. The Pango had to TP away, and Malady quick food for Ghost.
Again, how do you take these fights if you're gaming? There's so much counter initiation. You have to just be stronger on the front line and push into Nigma and let them take the fight onto you.
Noob finds the +1, blink forward, Yule's speared back, and then chained by the Fissure. Ghost just being fed kills at this point in time. He is getting massive.
This is completely out of control for Gaimin. They are going to have to do something drastic in this game, probably involving Tormentor or next Roche and this Huskar's BKB to shift the momentum. because they're bleeding out a lot. And you don't have threat on the Morphling. Even if this is a nerfed Morphling, what is your kill threat on Ghostin? Short of just running him down in a fight. There's no threat on the map.
It's going to be a while. Like, we're waiting for the BKB, and then you need to get the Aghanim Scepter on the Huskar for additional lockdown.
These are all so far away. We're seeing the weakness of this support duo. If you could have snowballed this game and just forced team fight after team fight, their spells would have owned. But now that you have to play the map, they're pretty useless.
Ace, Rolling Thunder up 2 seconds. Roll up. Rolling Thunder. Oh, he barely got it off. That Fissure. Just a half a second too late there from Yamich.
Watson's got to be careful here. He's completely alone.
He almost killed Yamich, but GH comes in with the mech. GH not going to go for an Aghanim Scepter. He's just going to go the support build up. Mech into Guardian Greaves, which he now has. Ghost seems like he needs a little help, but they'll get there
he
in
trapped
the end.
himself.
GH gets a shard.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. Good try, though. He can Manta out, but he doesn't want to Manta.
So now we have the healing Song of Siren. 5% max HP regen and 4% max mana regen.
There's a lot of sustain in this lineup. You have Coddle Blast going through, Song of Siren heal, Greaves already up for GH, the Mars heal / amp, and then you have this Morphling with Vlad who's life stealing, and it's more generally just Morphling. There's a lot of HP to get through.
Thank you for that excellent replay. And back to the game, 5-13, 3,000 net worth lead for Enigma Galaxy. Still haven't taken that mid tower though.
They don't want to take it, Austin.
Why not?
They want to bait gaming in to defending it so they get the fight.
Well, soon that fight should happen around Roshan.
Watson stunned and caught.
Hit the Echo and blew up Watson.
Yamich has been on point and instant with these jumps.
He really has been. Now an extra kill. Once again, Noob just finding the +1 with this Yules. It's working out very nicely for him. Can Enigma Galaxy do Roshan themselves? Ghost is going to try for it.
Oh, they absolutely can.
If they lose Roshan with a Huskar lineup, I don't know, man.
This was the period where I feel like Gaming had to group up and make something happen, and instead they get ganked, lose their carry, lose Roche. They're in massive trouble now.
No contest coming from Gaming Gladiators. Quinn is going to build into a Scotty next item.
A lot of stats.
That is a lot
Good
of
against
stats.
the Morphling. I guess you just got to plan to scale here. I mean, again, you're against so much heal. It makes sense from a logic perspective. You need some anti-healing right now. You got to get it wherever you can. Not a standard Huskar item, though, by any means.
Certainly not going to look great.
Middle tower has fallen.
And now Nigma can get aggressive here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Malady pinned up. He just keeps on frontlining these Nigma like 4 or 5 man plays. Problem is he's never getting on Primal Split. He's never getting away, which has usually been the problem with the Brewmaster. He's really good at breaking these smokes. He gets off the Primal Split. He runs away. All good. But this Brewmaster has just been on a feeding frenzy. 1-7-1.
How it goes sometimes, Austin. It's the way of the brew.
Tip a little bit too much into those barrels.
I mean, sometimes you do the drinking and sometimes the drinking does you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You've been there, my friend. I've seen you at those after parties.
Dire are scanning.
I have not. I appreciate that you think I'm capable of that.
I mean, while we're on the topic, Austin, what are your top 5 Dota players with the highest alcohol intake capability? Let's go, real fast. Name all.
Number 1, PGG.
Okay, well, you're going
100% PGG. I've seen that guy drink far too much.
I didn't think you were going to answer this.
Gets the initiation. I know you didn't. Quinn gets off the BKB,
Oh, can he
but
let go?
he can't get out. Still shot down by Ghost. Tofu, the rest will be pretty easily cleaned up. The best that Watson can hope for is a pickoff somewhere in this before he runs away, but he can't even run away. He's going to be pulled back in by Smail Zagadam Scepter. Sure, he's got the BKB, and he's going to turn and kill Noob. Don't think he'll be able to do much more with it. Grabs the gem on his way out, though. Shout out to him for pulling that off. Another Shikuchi, and he is away successfully. So, good recovery by Watson, but still terrible fight for Enigma, especially if Ace still dies. And he is dead. Okay, gets even worse. Game of Gladiators might just be out of this game 1 already.
It looks really tough. Just don't have an answer for Ghost at this point. New patch, same old Morphling, apparently. Or maybe this draft from Gaiman just cooked a little too much. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there.
They just got too fancy for their own good, right? You're trying to do too many things, flexing all these heroes around. You end up with an awkward support duo and a Huskar lineup that just falls apart the second you take that one bad fight around the Roche.
Number 2, Puppy. I mean, the man's just got size. You know,
You're
that's
really
just an
still naming
unfair
this,
advantage.
huh? This is really should not be committing to this bit. It's a dangerous bit.
Watson, he still has his ult. Oh, he's going to have to pop it to dodge the spear. Shikuchi up in a second.
He's got some moves,
but yeah, I think he's run out of moves. Will get blasted down. And at this point, I guess they are actually just going to look to maybe end the game. No carry for 45 seconds. Game of Gladiators, they could hardly take a team fight before.
I mean, you have Butterfly, Aegis on Ghost. No one's touching him right now. With all that sustain behind him.
That's certainly not the Huskar, which is supposed to be the secondary threat of Game of Gladiators. He's not even here right now. He's farming bottom. He's going to TP in, Rolling Thunder, see what they can get. They're going to go after Samael. Caught him. The Coddle probably going to die to Spears, but Quinn is just wiped out by Ghost, who turns into the Huskar. Sure, they eventually got Samael, but what about Ghost Morphling? Man is untouchable. Ace gets the other side. Watson's already called it. Watson is out. He says, GG, I'm done. Disconnects.
I mean, to be fair, I think he probably played the best in that game.
Yeah, I think so too.
He at least made a couple moves happen. He had this BKB timing on the Weaver. That game just fell apart at 15 minutes, and I did not see a way for it to get better for Gaiman. That just felt like an outdraft unless you completely snowball that game through Roshan's off of a laning phase that was solid for you, but not a complete stomp. The bottom lane was a complete stomp. You had some Brewmaster levels, you had this Weaver, and then nothing combined. Felt like that gank top where Watson goes top to try and kill Ghost and he dies instead was a big turning point. The Quinn instantly dying with Aegis, dying again, a huge turning point. But I still feel as though you're going to get ratted in this game. You're not going to be able to push solidly. Quinn is clearly not happy with the direction they went. And again, I felt like they split the wickets. Is this a draft that's supposed to run around and skirmish everywhere? Or is this a group up 5-man behind the Huskar and push? I felt like they did neither, and they just got caught in the middle. Of course, new patch, trying to figure a lot of stuff out. It's not. You're going to have a lot of games like this that are one-sided.
They were also matched up against a Coddle. If you're going to be outmaneuvered by any hero right now, I think Coddle is the #1 culprit. This hero is just too good at being able to.
Well, he doesn't have the recall,
people.
though.
Even still as a mid, he pushes in all the waves and forces you to respond.
Well, and Naga.
And then you're separated.
I mean,
And
Naga
yeah,
Coddle is a nightmare to try and play a ball lineup into if you don't just get Roshan, tower, 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 Roshan, tower, high ground. Like, you need that sequence. Otherwise, this map just becomes your graveyard. The tombstones.
It was indeed a tombstone for game #1, 7-24. Considering the start the Game and Gladiators had, the lead they had off of the laning phase, it's crazy that this game score ends up only being 7 kills for them. Game and Gladiators fall apart in game 1.
And Enigma take a stroll all over the cemetery of the gladiators, or maybe like a little wave over it, because the reports of Morphling's death may have been highly overblown. Hero gets some nerfs here and there, seemed substantial, but then maybe the numbers don't tell the full story, Misery. I gotta see it in action.
Yeah, I guess it has gotten nerfed, but you still cannot give away such a free morph gain. I think then the nerfs don't just quite do it justice, I would say. It needs even more nerfs if you're going to have such a free morph game. But I also think just in general, Nigma's lineup look more balanced, right? They have a lot more damage, like they have a lot more ways of killing heroes, a lot of stuns with the Mars Shaker, followed up by this mid-Coddle. I think that was a very clever adjustment to the Huskar pick, right? And yeah, I just think that in hindsight here, Nigma's draft just looks a lot stronger overall.
There's still one issue with Morphling. The only time Morphling dies is when Morphling players decide to die. Otherwise, you're really not going to see them actually die, because Ghost ended up the game with 0 deaths one more time, another flawless Morphling performance. But I also want to touch upon two of the supports inside of Gaimin, where they had the Brewmaster and they had Gyrocopter. I know this is a new patch, but this is also not something that I was expecting it to come, because these two heroes didn't really get any real buffs. And last time I saw Brewmaster 5 was probably during Chinese DPC when Red Panda played it. It was so shitty,
yeah.
Nobody else wanted to touch it afterwards, and we might need to shove this hero from position 5.
Wait, but Red Panda won so many games playing Brew 5.
He did, but after
Calling
that
it on Brew 5. They wanted the patch.
He was the only
Brew
one.
5's dead.
No, I actually think Brew 5, like, there is space for it, but I think maybe the Brew 5 and then the Gyro flex to position 4 as well made it so that you have 2 unconventional supports, and then your like gotcha pick was like, we're gonna Huskar you guys so hard, and that got counterflexed. For me, like I thought Morphling was ultra nerfed on this patch. Watching that, I was like, well, I guess not. But Misery said something in the green room. He said like the hero's fundamentals are still the same. So while it is still nerfed, like there are going to be games where it's still good. And then he was like doing little adjustments too on Ghost, right? Like something that Morphling lost was his base mana regen, which to me was like, well, that's terrible. The hero can't even regen his waveform on lane. But Ghost just buys like a null talisman. He's like running around with it for 25 minutes, getting mana regen off of that, like finding his ways, waiting just for a good moment because the enemy team had no stuns. All it took was that fight at the Wisdom Shrine, minute 14, where Gaimin messed up that one. Then he gets a few kills. He's like, all right, let's go, Morphling.
What's up with Gaimin? They either have God mode or Dog mode. It's really, really... I haven't seen like a very equal game where they're like evenly matched. Either they're stomping or they're getting stomped completely.
That's what we had 90 minutes of an even match against the Occult Brothers. I don't know if
that one was even. Seems like Boboka was having fun for good 40 minutes. They couldn't leave the base.
Yeah, maybe not an entirely indicative mark of Gaming Gladiator's performance, but then Enigma are coming out strong with other heroes that I also thought was nerfed. They swapped the Coddle to the mid lane. I thought the recall nerfs would have made him be less viable, especially as a core, but Sumail also made that look like flawless.
Yeah, now that I think about this Coddle, I actually think that it might have been the intention all along to put the Coddle mid. I think Gaimin just kind of walked into the trap of picking the Huskar. I think because Shaker 4 has been buffed, right, as well. So I think it made sense to put the mid Coddle even from the beginning. We will never know, I guess. Maybe if they win the second game, we can ask them. But I think, yeah, I think the mid Coddle, like something that Sumail used to play a lot. I think it was potentially the intention all along. It looked really strong. Vessel got buffed as well. Then the nerfs to Coddle doesn't nerf the mid Coddle. It only nerfs the recall Coddle, right?
That's true.
So I think, yeah, the mid Coddle could come back into the meta like consistently. I think we have some clips of, I just wanted to show that the Morphle thing is not dead. You can see it here. 3 heroes coming to his lane. Let's kill the Morphling. Oh, he missed the waveform. It doesn't even matter. He's just going to TP out. He's unkillable at 7 minutes. Here again, you think you can kill the Morphling? But it's just so unrealistic. This is the Watson carry going through the gate. And then Mars just TPs in and kill him. And Morphling is just half HP still. So this just shows the indicative of the Morphling is not dead, guys. It's the same hero if in the right hands. And then I just wanted to highlight this because they're actually up 4K at 12 minutes gaming and looked like they were gonna run away with this game. But these moves here are actually setting them back quite a bit, maybe even throwing the game in entirely. Because Brewmaster dies, Gyrocopter dies as well, as we're gonna see in a second here. And that's your 2 supports, so it's not that bad in a way. But they also die with Quinn here, and they lose the Aegis. So this is Huskar's one of his strongest timings, right, to get really far ahead. And they just surround him with 5 heroes and take him down twice. So I think if this didn't happen, Gaming Gladiators would have a chance of snowballing this game and controlling the map and get really far ahead, right? Get the vessel on the Pangolier, get the items going so that they could actually, take this game But I think these mistakes is something that they're gonna either be discussing the draft or these particular mistakes. I think it's maybe a combination of those two things because they lost the game, but they were still in a really good spot after this 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, watching that back and then just thinking about like other scenarios that we mentioned, like the Wisdom Shrine, it did feel like Gaimin did not like bring enough heroes at the correct time. Like you watched that triangle invasion, everyone's like trickling in one by one.
Yeah.
Like you saw Watson scurrying across the map. He's like, don't worry, I'll get there. And by the time he gets there, Quinn's like half dead. At the Shrine, it was only Melody and Watson making that play around minute 14. Then everybody's like on their way there. And then on the gank top at Morphling, if they brought +1 hero, it would have worked out, but there were only 2. So I do think that maybe Gaimin's draft would have had merit if they executed it better. So now I'm just like, okay, I don't want to write off their support picks because maybe there would have been a chance if they just played a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. They were in a good position at the time, but it also shows that it doesn't take many mistakes for that draft, right? Suddenly they're because like one mistake on a triangle, even the 2 support deaths, I think is very expensive there. Like they could probably be happy with that on Nigma and just drag the game out, and you're still gonna get that Morphling top net worth eventually, right? So I think it just shows that there's not that much room for mistakes, at least in Gaming Gladiators draft.
Ghost will get to top net worth as long as he, as so eloquently put by Lacoste, chooses whether or not he wants to die. And it seems like that time he was like, nah, I don't feel like dying. I'm gonna actually go undefeated or unkilled this entire game. Now, if he can do that in back-to-back performances, that'll be impressive. We'll have to find that out after the break, though, as we get ready for game number 2.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well, on a dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right.
Welcome back, friends, to game number 2 of Enigma Galaxy versus Gaming Gladiators, where my panelists are abuzz with excitement. Literally could not stop you guys from talking about this post-game. You're so interested in this new patch action, and I'm loving the energy.
Yeah, I mean, Dota is a great game when it gets just a little bit of love sometimes, then it really flourishes. So.
Can I just say something?
Yes,
please. I think I get this off my chest at least once during this DreamLeague. How can some heroes who have been bad for so long go so ignored in every single patch after patch after patch?
You have a specific one on your mind?
While heroes that have been good for a long time, they just get like a different way to be good. Like Monkey King, he's been good for a long time. Oh, we're gonna take away Wukong's Faithful, but let's give him a really fucking strong facet too, so that people can still play him. Whereas Earth Spirit, for example, doesn't have good facets. Doesn't even have an innate. His innate gives him stones. That's his literal fucking spells. Like, you can't cast spells without stones. How is that an innate? He untouched Control F Earth Spirit. Nothing.
It's personal.
But he's got 3 different facets.
They don't, but then he gets nerfed every single.
You get the option.
Like, how does this happen? Where okay, let's give Monkey King something new and awesome and cool because he hasn't seen enough play.
All right. Okay, let me stop you there. Let's throw in another hero.
Oh, you have one too.
Selemene provides, for example, Mirana. You get, even though this was 20% that you get extra healing from the lotuses.
Yeah.
Now you get at least 50. Her other that's her innate. Her other facet is you leap in, you root someone. When are you gonna use that?
At least Mirana's getting picked every once in a while.
I know you for 20 years. You've been Mirana expert. You read this and you go like, this is it. This is what the hero needed.
2.25 seconds root. That's good, man.
All right.
You don't have to buy ATOS. You just leap in.
I truly think it's not that bad. There's potential there, and Mirana's seeing play anyway.
That's why we see it every
Earth
single
Spirit,
day.
on the other hand.
Leap in, root, point blank arrow.
And leap out.
Dude, I just think it's so weird. Faceless Void, control Faceless Void,
Oh,
barely
yeah.
anything.
Where's he been?
This hero hasn't been good for a while. Can you just give him some love?
He had 1 week.
He was good.
1 week as an offlaner
When
with
he
the
was an
time zone.
offlaner,
Yeah,
with
he was an
then
offlaner.
it gets nerfed.
As a position 4, people did play it.
That briefly, yeah.
And then we removed the leash mechanic. Suddenly people just walk out. It's that easy.
Time zone got kneecapped.
No, there's a lot of new stuff in the patch that I'm very excited about to see. Some of the heroes that are still going to be banned are pretty standard. Gaming Gladiators will decide to remove that Keeper of the Light after the performance that Sumail just had, which is not really a surprise considering that he is the old school Keeper of the Light. And I also think that strategy that Nigma did run in the previous game, when you look at the numbers, when you look at the facets, it's quite a lot of healing. You're fighting into Keeper of the Light, Morphling, he can easily shift. Mars did go for the other facet, the Victory Feast facet, so that gives you healing as well. You have ways to reset the fight with Naga Siren. He did go for Guardian Greaves, so the sustain was definitely there. Plus, on top of that, you have Spirit Vessel, so in the long fights, Nigma Galaxy is going to win.
So 2 points here. First of all, Gaming Gladiators taking away the Doom from Nigma Galaxy, and actually they haven't played Doom at all in the Dream League so far. So that's also kind of a question mark. Like, are now? Is Nigma in their heads now?
More of
right?
this.
Yes, more of this, guys. Good point.
I think they played it one time. 1 or 2
Have they
times
played it one
offlane
time?
Ace, I think.
Maybe, yeah. But it's definitely not one of their staples like it is with Nigma.
For sure.
And then again, we see the Naga. So then maybe this is their new Nigma's new stable post 5 for GH here.
Okay, but so that period last game, that game in where 4K up, they had the Aegis and Huskar, and let's say they hadn't gone into the triangle and fed 1 by 1. Do you think the value from Naga would have come out the same way? Because what she was doing that game was just stacking for Coddle and like using her illusions to scout and push waves.
Yeah, I think Gaming will run into issues down the line regardless, just because of the nature of Naga Siren, Mars, Coddle around the map, pushing lanes into Gaming, right? Gaming had heroes that could not deal with that stuff. It's like Huskar, Brew, Weaver. They hate creep waves. They don't want to have to deal with them, right? They want to run in and try to fight in triangles and things like that. So I think they would run into issues where the game would be dragged out, and we would see this inevitable morph take over the game eventually.
Yeah, so I guess the point that I was just looking at was that I wasn't very impressed by Naga's play the first 15 minutes. It felt very standard, which obviously they won, so it worked out, but it didn't really provide that early game oomph that Gaimin did find for themselves, so it just threw away.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be seeing the impact of Naga Siren that early. Maybe you're going to be like slowing people down, you get a kill, but she's not a high impact hero unless you're going to be pulling some like sleeps into black holes. There's a lot of hidden impact, I would say, from this hero with pushing out the waves, stacking, as you said. So the hero is not really flashy, and again, there's going to be a lot of push. We saw earlier today this facet that has been buffed on Shadow Shaman, so instead of going for chicken fingers, you go for 1 Giga Ward, and it gives you insane amount of damage, and now it also prioritizes the closest hero, so it immediately starts attacking it, so you like that's basically like 500 damage instantly on the hero when you drop it.
It has 1,000 damage on the portrait. Yeah, it's very fun.
It's very balanced.
Yeah.
Although, so you want push on the board, and we'll touch on the clockwork briefly, but before that, production, could you pull up the most contested hero thing? Because in this series, why is Beastmaster going completely ignored? In the Bedboom Aurora series, I saw it get banned out first phase, but of all these highly contested previous patch heroes, somehow Beastmaster has fallen off the grid.
He got gutted.
You think?
I think he got gutted, because first make your point.
Base agility has been decreased by 3, which is okay. He still becomes like a right click. The biggest change has been the stacks that you get from Primal Roar from 10, 15, 20. Now it's 10 at all levels. But still, your sustain, your Aghanims timing is going to be super strong. You're going to need to build it up. You're not going to be as tanky, not going to be dealing as much damage. But this hero, to me, still feels like a very, very strong hero.
So my take on this hero is that, like, just kind of like with Morphling, you have to think about if the team has a Morphling specialist, you have to think about, oh, is there like a Beastmaster offlane player who's very good at this hero? Because I think a lot of his first phase strength came from his ability to go mid I think that he lost some of his like strength with that Drums of Slum nerf, but base agility makes him easier to exploit on lane. Then also a lot of the stronger mid laners, like the more classic ones, like Lina, for example, these ranged heroes, they got stronger too, which is going to make Beastmaster weaker from the mid lane.
Gotcha.
So for me, I just look at him as an offlane hero.
Maybe we should. Maybe
But
we
he
should
also got buffed in that department because Helm got buffed. Cost has been reduced by 75 gold, and also the build-up is better for the Helm of the Overlord. And
maybe we can see the old school Beastmaster with the helm. Because I was just about to say, let's stop talking about that dead hero Beastmaster, and let's start talking about the new improved meta here with Shadow Fiend, Vengeful Spirit.
Armor strats back on the board.
I think one thing about this Naga that Nigma really likes now is just a theory here is that they can pick this Naga 5 and then they can pick ranged carry heroes for the safe lane. Shadow Fiend, Gyrocopter, Morphling, maybe Lina, down the line. We saw Lina once earlier today with Maelstrom, Daedalus, the old school carry Lina. I think maybe it's something that they have theorycrafted here for Ghost and GH like in Naga and things like that. So I think that could be something we might see. We might even see carry Venge, potentially. SF
They
mid.
played it from the offlane.
Could that be?
This could be
or offlane
this is
Venge?
something that Noob did play, but I like what they're going for. There's a lot of minus armor. Imagine standing close to the Shadow Fiend. He get a couple of presence stacks as well. Lowers your armor even more. You get hit by Wave of Terror. Suddenly, you drop 1 Giga Ward. You die instantly. You have minus armor. This could actually be very legit what Nigma are doing right now.
Listen, Lacoste, I hear lots of talks of armor, but look at that guy, Clockwork.
He
Infinite chainmails, bro. Counter.
Chain mealing.
Yeah, chain meal. Whoever did this, like
Yeah.
we've seen some of the very nice wordplay coming out from Valve in the last couple of patches. I'm a big fan. I'm just not sure if this is gonna be very good for the game. Like you're like, oh man, I want to spend some gold, feeling real hungry.
But it's hilarious.
These guys,
Oh.
look at this minus armor, easily solved by Mr. Chainmail.
Gonna eat it up.
Clockwork
It's a
Goblin.
meme. Like it's gonna be used in pubs. You're also getting bigger. Same goes for Tidehunter. But
I mean, later on in the game, let's say the game drags on to these 50,
Sure.
60-minute
Yeah,
games
then-
that we see happening, and he already has 6 slots, right? Like, of course, not the 6 best slots, because it's a Clockwork nonetheless, but, it's a good way to get some armor in.
yeah, this is where you leave the knife on the kitchen sink. Maybe I'll eat. Maybe I'm hungry, but I'm not that hungry just in case I want
Another
to eat one
sandwich.
more cheese.
You don't want to wash it yet?
Yeah.
The one thing that I just want to say about Nigma's draft, I really like it conceptually, and I like that these minus armor drafts are theory craftable again now. But we did see Liquid play SF earlier, and they had a nice little starter, like, ooh, SF buffs, let's play him. They played him mid, but that hero still died when he had people going on him. And then, on the side of Gaiman, you're going to have, this Clockwork hookshotting you. You're going to have, a dooming you eventually, because there's no other Doom target that looks high priority on Nigma. It's just the SF so far. And then you're going to have, the Darkseer wall. So even if you are playing for minus armor, you're going to have this Darkseer just countering you by replicating your clones. So I think that Gaiman do have good heroes versus Shadow Fiend.
At the minimum, in that game, at least I finally saw Feast of Souls be leveled up for the first time
Finally.
in Dota history.
We're trying to make this ability actually be viable, but I'm not sure if it still is. We're adding move speed to it, so that's nice.
I think it's good. I think it's just not really going into the whole race build, right? It's like a carry Shadow Fiend type of build, right? Where you don't focus on races, but focus on Dragonlance Mom, this type of build. And I hope we get to see it here to see how strong it is. Maybe it is going to be just what's it called, mid SF, offlane Venge, and last pick something for Ghost. I think they do have a lot of flexibility. I think they need an offlaner because they don't have any team fight. They don't have any frontliner really. So I think they could use a hero like Mars or something like that to round out their draft.
Yeah, and turn the Venge into...
Well, in that case, the Venge would be carry and SF would be mid. But okay, they go for a different approach. So it is Venge offlane and carry SF, which I think is... And this is where I think Shadow Fiend is strong in this patch with the new change to Feast of Souls. I don't think you play that much on races. Maybe you just take 2 points and then you start skilling the other spells.
You have a good setup. This is not like Clockwork Shadow Fiend strong type of a lane when Shadow Fiend was popular from the safe lane, but it's still Naga Siren, so that's gonna do... I kind of like this. They don't have that much team fight. They don't have really tanky frontliner until Vengeful Spirit gets to the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
But overall, I am liking the synergy. A lot of physical damage coming out from them, a lot of poke as well. They needed some cheap ability that's going to be dealing with the Storm Spirit, and that's going to be Ember, who also builds into Mage Slayer, which is good pretty much against every single hero on Gaiman.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Nigma bringing something new, but I do see this Darkseer pick for a game, and it does feel very strong, especially versus Core Avenge and Core SF. Like both of those clones are going to be invaluable, and you're going to give auras to your team. Then eventually, I do think you have an easy way to deal with the carry SF by dooming him. But if it works out for Nigma, like they're going to hit a super early timing with that first Aegis and like just killing buildings. It's interesting conceptually, but I do think Gaiman's draft is very strong.
I think the interaction between Darkseer against Naga is kind of interesting, and in this game in particular, because I think Darkseer has a lot of timings on Nigma's draft, like with the potential Pipe, Crimson Guard, these type of items, right? But then there's also the interaction with Sleep against the wall, against the big aura timings, Doom, things like that. So maybe Naga becomes the key if the game drags on. I also think it's a good Ember game. There's not really good catch for this guy in this game. It's hard to doom an Ember. It's hard for Storm to kill Ember. Clock doesn't like Ember. So I think it's a good Ember game, and it's Sumail, right?
Of course. And Ghost had his turn with being completely unkilled in game number 1. Let's see if Sumail can keep that same energy in game number 2 as we prepare with the PogChamp Pandas.
Well, it seems Nigma Galaxy beat down Gaming Gladiators so badly in Game 1, they decided to tie one hand behind their back for this Game 2. They drafted an off-lane Vengeful Spirit, Avery.
I have absolutely zero faith in it. For the record.
Me too. Me too.
His stun did get increased by 0.1 second, though.
Oh my god, that's going to be so good. He's got 2 more damage at level 1. Very potent. I don't know, man. Never a fan of offlane Venge. Well, actually, I am a fan of offlane Venge. That's why I just don't think it's good, because I know it's not good.
They really went in on countering this Doom pick, which I can respect, because this hero's being first picked. He's been dominating the tournament. Yeah, you're on a new patch, but it's still Doom. Yeah, they got the Naga support. They got the Venge that can swap people out. You have an insta-hex on the roster. In theory, Watson's game can be pretty difficult. SF is a good matchup against this hero when you have saves behind him, particularly the carry SF, who just right-clicks you down. But man, this Darkseer looks super solid this game. In combination with the Clockwork, you can play really fast. You can abuse these 2 supports super heavily. If they ever get stuck in cogs with Battery Assault Shell going off. And the wall illusions off this Venge and SF are just nasty. So you don't have a traditional right-clicker in this gaming lineup, but I don't know if you need it when it's this good of a Darkseer game just off the wall of Replica.
GH is definitely going to need to be able to come in clutch with the song, because eventually you're going to get a good vacuum wall, and really your only answer to it is GH pulling a full reset on the team fight with the song.
I do like that Nigma ended up putting the SF on carry and picking another mid there, because I think their lineup looked way too single target, lack of map control oriented for me. Yeah. I think Ember gave them a lot of that and rebalanced their lineup. Gave them an initiator, a frontliner, a hero that can start the fight, play aggressive poke. Does a lot for them here. So I like that switch up. I think that was very called for. This gaming lineup is just very scary if it gets out of control.
Not too much damage, Scorched Earth used, so Yamich and Noob might be able to do a little bit better in the lane once that's down. But as it stands, Shadow Shaman, decent laner, but up against Ringmaster, that's tough. It's just, you're outranged almost the entire time, not to mention you're getting dagger spammed. Not a particularly fast hero.
Did Tofu misclick, by the way?
On which part?
Well, he did take the chainmail, yeah. This has to be a misclick, right? Like infinite scale, infinite chainmails.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I think they should do?
I've never heard of a worse facet in my life.
It is the literal garbage can facet. You throw your net worth into it, and it eats it up the whole game and makes you bigger and more useless.
Called garbage disposal.
The disposal tactic.
It makes a whirring sound when you put the chainmail.
Fight your goal. Now, if I were Valve, and this is how you know I'm not, because I'm more sadistic. I would have made that facet that you can eat any chainmail.
There's an idea.
You just chomp on some enemy's chainmail in the fight, or grief your allies' chainmail.
I was gonna say you're gonna get mid-clockworks telling their allies to buy
Or
chainmail.
pool him chainmails. That's right. Think of it. 4 players all pooling a little keen goblin the chainmails to make him an untouchable armor god, 100% physical resistance. 30 minutes in, what can you do against this Frankenstein?
Iron Man.
He walks down a lane. You can't do anything. He A-clicks your throne. Until he gets,
can you hit the clockwork? I'm trying, but he's
raised
literally taking no damage.
3 times and dies, but you know.
First blood gets picked up top lane. The Shadow Shaman Vengeful Spirit lane comes in clutch and kills Malady.
Not what I would have expected.
And they're going to get a second one. Watson.
I had launch charges, but yeah, he's dead.
He's still dead. You're fighting up against a Shaman. 1v2.
This just feels like some misplay. I mean, this is a strong lane stats-wise. You have 5 armor, 6 armor, close to 80 base damage on the Shaman. You have a lot of stats you can pile in with this duo, particularly with that wave going through. On some low armor heroes in the Ringmaster at least, but man, I just don't think you should ever lose lane with Ringmaster. He outranges everybody. You can always just perma-spam daggers. It's felt like Gaming getting a little too ahead of themselves on this lane, and Enigma Galaxy taking advantage of it. This Venge is crushing right now.
Top network. Though it is going to be trickling down a little bit as he takes a full walk back to base. But fortunately with completed trade, nice vacuum. Vacuum into Cogs. GH pretty quick at killing those Cogs though. Can they run him down with the Ion Shell? Looks like he's going to get out of range here. Lotus gets given away. And Ghost should survive. GH will not. Maybe Ghost actually. Ace, he mans up for it. Gets hit by one wreck. And now another one with a blood grenade coming in. Ace wins the fight. He gets that kill. Now he's going to be locked down by the shackles of the Shadow Shaman. Yamich hits him with the Hex, follows it up. A blood grenade not needed. Yamich, big rotation coming out from him. Gets the double.
Yamich is owning, man.
He is.
This guy is making a case for himself this event. He has been a tremendous stand-in for this team. And he is having another fantastic game here. Already level 5. That is wild. Is he the highest level? He's almost the highest level in the game. How is that even possible? The only higher levels in this game are these 2 mid laners. They're both level 6. But he's outpacing everybody else. With a 3-0 start, this Shadow Shaman. He is going to do some deeps.
Man has not been on a team for 4 months. He was on 9 Pandas at the start of the season. Got moved off of it around the start of the new year.
Ruin spawns top. It's a regen. Quinn would have liked that one, but Enigma Galaxy rotate everybody to take it away. We are seeing the lane swing back towards game, and they just have really strong heroes that are going to push the waves out always by farm in this game. So it is good that Enigma found a little bit of an early start here. But I have another question for you, Austin. Did this Shaman misclick?
He didn't take the Gig Award?
No.
Disappointing.
I don't understand. Like, what is the point of this? Are you trying to win, or are you trying to send a message?
I think they're trying to win.
No, that's incorrect. You should be trying to send a message.
Okay, well, Enigma Galaxy do have something to play for. Game of Gladiators already being invited.
But what kind of damage? Maybe he didn't take the Gig Award because he assumed you were going to have the Chainmail Clockwork, who would have 100% physical resist.
Right.
So therefore, dropping the Gig Award against the physical monstrosity clock doesn't do any damage. So he had to change it out. But he baited himself. Baited himself out of a good facet.
Malady now in the off lane, trying to trade out a bit with GH. That's quite the analysis you're giving us, Avery. That's why I get so mad when I read those comments about like, oh, this guy really doesn't provide anything to the broadcast. He doesn't say anything smart. I never learn anything when listening to Avery.
What comments are those?
What? I don't know.
What are you talking about? You mean the comments you write on your alt account? The only guy I know it's you. It's okay. I've been shitting on you for years.
Is that why you partnered up with me, just so you could make it a little bit easier on your life?
Keep your friends close. Keep your enemies closer.
Game of Gladiators just abandoning that safe lane and keeping the support presence down here. Enigma Galaxy seem a little uncertain. Are they giving up this tower? Or are they going to fight? They're going to fight. They're going to need some additional help, that's for sure.
This is a scary fight into this Darkseer clock. Yeah, you got to bring the Ember if you want to do this.
Tofu going to try and protect him. Wall gets thrown out at the same time as the Cogs. A little awkward. They pull back Tofu in, but nice tame the beast. It's only going to be a momentary respite, though. Tofu still going to die, likely as the slight. Maybe that's not enough, but another one.
Good salve.
Just imagine if he had more armor. This next slight maybe wouldn't have killed him.
That's still a big chase down for Sumail. That's a lot of time. Again, Gaiman aren't falling behind in this early game.
Tower is under attack.
They're not finding momentum, but they're not falling behind. Enigma Galaxy finding these little pickoffs.
Yeah, meanwhile, Quinn has an experience lead now.
Yep. He's just farming away.
He went into the hard camp. I don't know if there was a stack there at all, but he cleared that out. The enemy triangle hard camp, that is.
Chipped. We saw a chip fest for Ace. That's gotta be nice.
Yeah, that number is really high, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like this is a
30
typo.
damage to heroes?
I mean, I'm more surprised by 20 to creeps. Who cares about the hero with this?
I think they're both
It's a
good.
farming item. This is where you could have that Giga Ward, but
I don't think it's needed against the one melee creep and one range creep pushing into him.
you gotta find some levels for Tofu. Gotta get some connections
Radiant's
down here.
bottom tower
This ward
is
is
under
scouting
This
Ghost.
connection would be really sick, and they run right into Ghost.
Too easy with that ward.
Okay, got the swap off. Can he get out the Requiem? No.
Might lose
Got
both.
the battery assault hits in, and Noob swaps in just to die alongside his Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that's kind of been my experience with the offlane bench.
Yep.
Your spells are just kind of bad.
Melody pulled in. This is a big dive here. Sumail's going to join him. That'll make things a little bit easier. Escape back will dodge a bit of the damage. And with the Doom here chasing after Yamage, Yamage is looking pretty done here. Watson with the Scorched Earth doesn't even have to worry about the extra little flat foul play action.
Did get the tower and is self-denying some of the wards. Now you can do that because you don't have the Giga Wards, but unfortunately, it's another exchange that kind of goes Gaiman's way. Not something the Venge gets involved in at all. Pretty sad for Noob in this early game. And you held the Doom, which is why Sumail has to leave that fight instantly. Also, nice pickup for Watson with this ice armor. I could see him keeping this for a while.
Oh, yeah.
It's a
Pretty
really
thick
good
game
ice
for it.
armor game.
All three cores of Enigma Galaxy are going to be pretty focused on physical damage.
And it's a minus armor oriented lineup.
Yeah.
Plus, you can throw this ice armor on your Clockwork, who misclicked as fast and kind of make up for that.
Yeah.
That's like a chainmail and a half. Still, you get that mid tower. This will open up space for Sumail. He's going to try and use it. Play aggressive, scout enemy heroes. Look for the next power rune. You can get an amp damage or haste.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen that one. Kobold Cup. 10% movement speed on activation.
I like it. You know, they finally gave the Kobold some presence in the world of Dota 2. I think they've been on the outskirts of the lore for too long, some might argue.
Yeah, they only show up in stadium events when we go to them for fill time in a slow game. But now the chalice has been passed on to
Oh, you're talking about Birmingham.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
yeah. It would be probably the #1 Dota 2 event when it comes to
Kobold lore, yes. That's what I
yes,
meant to
yeah,
say.
sure.
Yeah, people at those events really know the lore.
They love the Kobold.
This
That's
time,
for sure.
it's Enigma to go for the Curios. And will they once again be victorious with the extra Curio selection? Worked out so far.
Watson spotted on the slight chains. He's tough to bring down, though, with this ice armor. Yeah, but the TP's coming in. They're just going to have to give up on this. In fact, Game of Gladiators, they're going to swarm outside of their tower area, chase after these supports. Got the swap back, trying to get the kill onto the Clockwork. Doesn't quite die. Bounce back by the Cogs. The Clockwork stays alive. A full wand heal. But look at this group up. Oh, it's going to be a sick-ass Requiem. Hitting on 3 different heroes. Not quite enough to blow up Ace. Oh, Quinn comes in, does manage to kill the Shadow Fiend. Takes a lot of damage from the Death Requiem. Ace, he can't finish off the Shadow Shaman. Tofu, he tries to protect him with the Cogs, but now he's in trouble. Slight chained up. He dies. Quinn, he's going to make a run for it. GH and Samael, they're going to catch him. Oh, jump.
On jump.
But Noob is there with the missile. Triple kill for Samael. GH. What a song set up there. 3 heroes clumped up together for just the perfect Requiem.
That was absolutely beautiful synergy. And you know what sets all that up? Arcane Rune on Sumail. It's a product of getting that mid-tier 1 tower down, him having the extra map control. He goes to that fight. He has Arcane Rune. So many slides going off, so much mana capacity. And you get the Wombo combo you were looking for in this early game off a rough initiation, honestly. This is not the guy you want to go on with the ice armor. This looked like it was going to be better for game. And the fact Tofu comes in with half HP really hurts them here.
Yeah, he can't commit to the fight, really.
You are clump. Pull that Doom in right on top of him. Timed it pretty damn perfect as well.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to get much better than that. It's a nice wall turnaround, though. We are seeing the power of Darks here in these fights. Like, Ace did some work here. And if this Shaman had gone down earlier, this fight, I think, can easily go Gaiman's way. But again, the fact that Tofu was half HP, he gets caught out by Noob on the side. He has to kite for his life. You don't have this Clockwork in the midst of all of them causing a disruption. It's a big factor.
Back in real time, Tofu escaping his fate there with a nice hook shot.
It's crazy that Gaiman are still up net worth on all their cores.
Oh yeah, they are.
Despite losing that fight, losing out on the kills. I guess some of it's Doom Darkseer just farming a lot no matter what. But now you have this Mage Slayer done for Sumail. That's a huge item in this game. You don't have any big physical damage in this game and lineup. This Mage Slayer is going to do work in these fights.
It's true. I didn't realize. Enigma Galaxy, very clear that they have a physical damage focus, but didn't realize Game of Gladiators completely lack that.
It always happens with these carry Dooms. You can power through it for sure.
Yeah, it's getting super aggressive. So much so that it's a rather easy cleanup kill. Tried to go for the Ancient Creep denied, but nope, that is going to be another galvanized stack for Quinn.
You're still going to have to respect the 5-man here out of this gaming line, particularly with all the ores Ace is going to build up this game.
Yeah, trying to force things. Looping behind, taking the fight with the Mage Slayer. Now the jump in, Quinn, he's going to go after the Ember. Not sure what he wants to go after. A Requiem hits, not doing that much damage. Tofu, swap back in. Hook shot onto 2. They're pretty grouped up here, but GH again. The song setups are perfect this time. Wait,
there's no Requiem.
They're canceled. Ghost, they're going to have to fight this one out. They're going to go into the corner and try and battle it out. They've already taken out Ace, but GH is already dead. And Game of Gladiators are going to start swarming in with all these heroes. Tofu, he'll give up his life to catch more. It's going to be Noob. He falls with the Aghanim Scepter. Has an extra life, though. Meanwhile, the Shadow Shaman pulled back in by Quinn. Looks to finish him off, but a swap. That might have just bailed him out. Now Quinn has to use the rest of his mana to get away. The Shadow Shaman survives again.
Yamich coming back into this fight, and such a nuisance for the second half. You just didn't get a good Doom off. You don't get it off till way later there. It just gets tanked. Well, I guess it kills the Venge, but Venge had Ags for that fight.
That was a sick call.
Back,
and, that was a sick call from Enigma Galaxy to like not cancel the TP on the Shadow Fiend and actually fight that out.
I did not think it was going to go as well, considering he already threw out the Requiem and it did basically nothing. But you basically end up trading 0 value Requiem for 0 value Doom. And then you have this Ags timing on Noob. That's why they really wanted to take that fight. They know how strong it is at this point. Did some work there. You buff up this SF. If he survives the entire fight, he's going to cause trouble.
Noob swapping in, but he did not realize there was more behind that Ringmaster. He'll die
back
once. Does he die a second time? You're going to trap him inside the Cogs. They are going to try and finish him off here. The Wheel of Wonder catches the SF Noob. He managed to finish off Tofu at least before his illusion dies.
That's a 1-on 3.
Mail from behind, checking for Malady, doesn't find him.
Got a shield rune in his bottle as well.
They know where he is, though. He's got a scan.
He might dive this.
I think he dives it. TP way slight, but no chain.
King shows mercy.
Guess so. Smoke temp back to the other side of the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Or not, because you trapped yourself in the trees.
Oh, that makes things really weird.
A little slower on this play for sure. They're looking for the Darkseer down here. Might still get him, though. Has a chance to hit.
Nope, he surges away. Oh, Yamich. I think they would have caught him if he was going through the gate. Unfortunate.
Still will yield some map control, and you have wards to drop if you want to get this tier 1 bottom. Look for more. Enigma Galaxy just want to fight right now. They know how strong Noob and Sumail are. Particularly with all the power runes this Ember is getting. He's shielded up and has a haste in the bottle. He's just gotten, feels like, every power rune in this game.
Still got the swap. Level 2 swap, long range. And
Gotta be
Cave
careful of the
Gladiators
clock.
trying to decide. They're committing pretty heavily onto a clockwork. Can they fight this, or will they leave him behind? Escape back doesn't give him out of the Serpent Wards, so he's still stuck.
Took them a while. That kind of fight you have to be careful of. You don't want to clump in and get big vacuum. What you really want to avoid if you're Enigma is Doom landing on the Ember. It's the only real control that's going to bring Sumail down in these fights. And it has to be what Watson is looking for. But Enigma make another nice move. Get a pick off straight into the Roche. You get Aegises for the SF this game. It's absolutely massive.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how you bring him down twice.
Extra life on the SF, extra life on the Venge.
This is
bringing more bodies to the table.
This is one of those push lineups that can really end the game fast, out of nowhere, if you lose a fight near your base. Drop the wards. Wars buff up the SF damage. He just goes to work.
Speaking of auras, where does Ace go next? He's got 1,800 gold alongside his Greaves Vanguard. You feel like Crimson is better at this game?
It's either Crimson or the Ags, right? It's a pretty good normal punch game.
That's true.
Oh, they found the Doom. Sumail getting a little too greedy on those power runes. He knows it. One will finally go game its ways. Plus, the big kill.
Enigma Galaxy will get something in exchange for it, though. Take Tormentor.
Nice shard, too. Yeah. Naga. Now you have Mech Shard, Naga, a lot of extra heal out of nowhere. Big buff up for GH in this game as his Greaves is done.
Yeah, the fact that he's kind of keeping up with Ace when it comes to aura items is pretty crazy.
This hero farms incredibly fast.
What you doing there, Malady? He's gonna hop down and steal the Wisdom Shrine.
Radiant's middle tower
Both
is
gonna go
under
game
attack.
its way.
That's quite the move. Well played.
Well, assuming they take theirs. That is horrific. Do not show me that again.
That was kind of spooky.
I had a neighbor who used to look through my windows like that.
No.
All right, story time's over for the day. That's the story.
Is that the point of DreamLeague we've gotten to already?
What?
Avery's traumatic childhood memories.
Turns out it was the alien guy. I'm kidding. See, that's a throwback. See, that's why you got to watch all the episodes of DreamLeague.
Right, of course. Yeah.
Otherwise, you miss the
callback.
The callbacks. That's right. The consistent storytelling. It all weaves together at the end.
Can't wait for what you weave into the finals.
3 minutes on this Aegis. If you want to push, I think you can absolutely go high ground early in this game. And I think it's very tempting if you're Enigma Galaxy here. Oh, they caught him.
Damage going in deep. Malady
caught him sleeping.
Yeah.
Put him to sleep.
And now Ghost is going to go from that to, I assume, taking mid-tier 2 after this. But yeah, the option is still open to go high ground if they wanted to.
I would just drop and go high ground because the second anybody shows, you just swap them in. What are you afraid of, right? With this Aegis on SF?
Yeah, and a song to reset things if things go really, really bad. Might as well try.
I think this was the high ground here. I think Nigma are playing too conservative right now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, they still have 2 minutes.
Yeah, of course, nothing they're doing is bad. That could have been a backbreaker.
Dire's middle tower
You don't have
has
BKB
fallen.
yet on the Doom.
Radiant's top tower
You have
is
BKB
under
on the
attack.
Storm. Quinn would have had it for that.
Yeah, he goes back to it.
I think this is the correct call. 2 minutes on this Aegis with Swap Song behind you.
Scary part is going to be BKB on the Doom. So now the song is not a guaranteed reset.
Okay, he did finish it in time. Yeah, now it's a bit scarier. If you could have gone high ground before the BKBs come out, I think that's a really scary fight for Gaimin to take. Now they're a bit more confident, and they will just 5-man smoke out into this Aegis.
Radiant
This could be disastrous for them. They don't get a good vacuum wall.
tower is under attack.
Oh, Sumail just breaks it.
Breaks
with
it
a double
entirely,
chain.
and now they manage to get the Hex initiation from Malady to follow that up. It's going to be a vacuum wall that's pretty decent from Ace. Caught 3 heroes inside of it. Watson, he's going to pop his BKB, but it's just the Aegis for now. He throws out the Doom. They go for the Ember Spear. They want him, but the song comes into play. That stops him, but it looks like GH is just going to die. It's too much AoE damage. Between the Ion Shell and the Scorched Earth, the Requiem goes out, but they're still chasing down Sumail, and right as the Doom expired, they got the kill on him. He wasn't able to get the jump away in the last half second. Noob loses his illusion. Nigma lose almost everything for that fight.
That looked like such a good initiation, and it went so wrong because the BKBs are just too damn strong here for Enigma Galaxy, and that Ion Shell Doom running you down. Gets a couple crits in with the Alpha Wolf. That is some serious DPS. Nice vacuum wall from Ace. That's exactly what
Trying to punish Ace. They don't have all their heroes yet on the side of Enigma Galaxy. This is not necessarily the cleanest thing in the world. Ghost already down to half HP. Tofu limping away after Yamage. Won't be able to catch up to him. He will end up dying. Game of Gladiators will take the tower, take the loss. Oh, Yamage! He won't die to the dagger. Random dagger thrown out by Malady. Almost killed him.
I love how aggressive he's playing. This guy just goes in, man.
He does.
And it's making some action happen. Downside of Ghost not going for BKB is you can't just BKB sit in the middle of that wall and Requiem it out.
Nice play from Sumail. Waited out the escape back. Uses the
Great
flight
back at the
chains
bait.
afterwards. Not enough to get the kill, but good attempt.
This is a situation where they want to push. Nah, I mean, you have some ults on cooldown, but this window's way too tight.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you throw away the game.
It is. You're gonna wait for this next Roshan. We'll see. You just have to walk in and stop this Shaman. It's so annoying. If you can BKB Requiem here, I think it displaces this fight a bit, but the damage is kind of already being done. You landed the Doom on the Ember. The Doom gets to walk this Naga down and barely kills him before the
GH got like 3-shot by that Doom.
It was some serious deeps. Straight
Oh,
back.
back inside the game. Oh, wall goes out. They've caught the Shadow Fiend. A swap goes off, though. Oh, and a force half out to the high ground. Goes. Now he's going to drop the Requiem. BKB on Quinn. He ignores it. Goes for the kill. He's almost got him, and he does. Oh, he was just about to TP out. It was so damn close. Thinking he probably regrets using the Requiem. Maybe just needed just flat TP.
That's a big blow in this game. You cannot have this SF die too many more times here. Your lineup is completely built around him. This Doom has been a menace on the front line. With the auras to back it up, it feels like Ace is the linchpin of this lineup right now, and you don't have easy ways to go on him. Every aura he gets is going to scale so well for Gaimin here. Because a lot of your damage from Nigma is based on the SF being able to stay in the fight and hit people.
His Blink Dagger pickoff certainly is paid off. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, you need Blink in this game. This is crazy close. You have some Impalement Arts doing some tick damage.
0.1. Oh.
Now Radiance burned at the last second as well. This is, again, the downside, no BKB on the SF. It's
Radiant's middle tower.
It's very hard to determine exactly where you want it in this game. Tried to get a little greedy with it, some extra defensive items early, but now he's going to go back for it. But the big question is, did it cost you too much calling that out?
Gave up quite the advantage to Game and Gladiators. Not necessarily net worth, but it does feel like momentum-wise is they're about to get a next round of items. Pipe is going to be coming in very soon for Ace, so the tanky heroes just get tankier. And The Quinn Storm Spirit is up to 19 galvanized stats.
Not at GPK level yet.
Not
He's
quite.
working on it.
But it is a pretty high amount of mana regen he's rocking right now.
Got himself a tough Shiv. Not as strong as the...
Long sip all the way across the map to go for the Vengeful Spirit. And unfortunately, because of the clockwork, there's really no chance of him getting out even with his illusion. Yeah, I'm just going to jump in. Requiem goes out. Quinn got hit by it. BKB goes down, and he really doesn't take that much damage. Maybe overcommitted his mana a little bit. Nice vacuum wall, though. Song is going to be used to reset a bit. Sumail feeling like he can't chase after Quinn. They just have to get out of here. There's no way.
Smart call. You have an SF illusion there. Not a fun place to fight. BKB available for Watson. This storm is causing some problems for Enigma Galaxy. Could not find the shackle on him. And it's going to get tough. You have two supports that can bail Quinn out when he goes in deep. A hook shot and Escape Act can both reset the Shaman control.
Yeah. And we saw, like, he popped BKB. The Shadow Fiend hit him a good number of times, but it did, like, no damage. Storm Spirit has so much armor. He's got 27 armor. Tofu. Force Staff and Cogs should be okay.
Brawl in mid lane.
Tried to go for the swap. They got the Doom onto the Ember Spirit, but he's going to be Glimmer. Oh, what a vacuum! Hitting all four heroes. Down the follow-up. They grab some of the supports. They can at least get that much. Meanwhile, Sumail still being chased down by this Doom. They do have the magic missile. The Doom is worn off. Sumail feels like he can go back in. He's going to try. Escape back. Oh, Watson gets over to the high ground there, away from danger. He was getting a little bit low from the damage from Ghost, while Quinn gets a grab on him. Ace, they surround him. The Shadow Fiend's in trouble. He's being peppered by attacks. Then Snare goes down onto Quinn. Quinn, he almost dies, but he gets a zip up to the high ground, and away he goes outside of the Death Requiem. Sumail, he can't finish off Watson either. An instant buyback. Sumail, he wants this kill. He wants it so badly, but the grease goes off, and Escape back, and now Sumail is out of remnants. Oh no, it's a dieback for Sumail.
The ores are way too strong. The amount of bailouts in this fight. The Force Staff on the Doom to get him over the cliff. The sustain that Ace is providing right now. Enigma Galaxy do not have the damage. And they are running out of time to get it here. That just killed the Embers game. The Venge is falling behind. This SF still doesn't have BKB.
Avenge is falling behind?
That's right, Austin.
I can't believe it.
If you don't win the fights on this hero, you're not doing much else.
Man, what a vacuum.
It's just so much damage with the Ion Shell Radiance, Scorched Earth. Everyone's just getting burned forever.
Yeah, there's no serious wombo combo behind the vacuum, but it just sets everybody up to get burned for at least like 300 damage between the Ion Shell, Scorched Earth.
The fact you're able to reset Watson there is huge. And the fact that Quinn does not go down here.
Yeah, when he caught by this ensnare from GH, it looked like he was done for. Sumail, if he put some damage on Quinn, Quinn maybe could have died.
But that's Greaves, right?
Yep.
This is the effect of the ores, the extra sustain, the extra armor.
And here comes the heals.
And at this point, you know you're screwed. Oh, well.
Snap decision by Sumail to try and pick up the kill on Watson or get out has cost him dearly. He is now well behind any of the cores on Game of Gladiators who just picked up the Roshan. They're going to have AC next, so the auras, they are beginning to get a lot more complicated. It's not just the Darkseer providing you auras, now it's going to be the Doom as well.
Pipe, Crimson, Greaves, Radiance, AC. That's a lot. You're only missing Shivas, really.
Yeah, and Quinn's going to go for that. Wow, they really do have full coverage.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you're missing is if you could start pulling chainmails to this guy.
Would be pretty sick about this point in time in the game. Shard for Noob. So we'll see some bouncing magic missiles.
0.1 second extra. It's done.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
That is true. 0.1 becomes 0.2 with 2 hits, I guess.
Never underestimate the tiny changes. Kick off play.
team's going to need to come through the gate for this. He's got the Aegis, so he's not even dying that fast. They've already almost given up on the kill. Yamich had to stick around, and he'll die for it. Does Noob get out? Gonna try and chase after him, but I think they're far enough away. Should be fine.
Kind of an okay trade. Get this Aegis off the field. Only for a Shaman. Space for Ghost. Did finish that BKB, so will be a much different fight for the SF. He can be Requiem off of a Song setup or just defensively stand his ground a bit more. But he's fallen behind in this game. His net worth is fine, but this is not where you wanted him to be with a lineup built around him as the anchor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He needed to be an item ahead this game. Tofu eyeing him up here.
Yeah, he's setting it up. The Shadow Fiend is going to get caught here. Tofu force staffing down.
Wants to save the hook shot.
Yeah, he wants to save it. Let's see if he can get him inside. Okay, the Hurricane Pike goes off. Now he pretty much has to use the hook.
Or does he?
Now the swap goes down.
Use the hook.
Watson's still chasing though. Ace is going to come in, help with the vacuum. They got him. Vacuum him back into the Doom, but GH with the full reset. The Shadow Fiend is not going to die.
That is like the ultimate Nightfall.
It kind of is, yeah.
BKB TP under Song.
He actually almost died. He went down to 70 HP. Pretty crazy. But it does leave them without a Shadow Fiend, so Game Gladiators just kind of run down whatever heroes they can get. Good attempt by Malady, trying to get the sneaky kill onto Samael there. Samael still gets grabbed by Quinn, and he follow up to Stables. A swap went onto Tofu. I don't think that's what he wanted to use, but Samael gets out nonetheless. But it does put Noob in the danger zone. He dies once.
Requiem.
Another swap.
Off the mark.
Couldn't get it on the Storm Spirit. He was looking for it. Now it's a swap back Ace instead. This is not a clearly won engagement, though. Game of Gladiators are willing to turn. It's only 3 members. The Shadow Fiend's going to be surrounded. He's in big time trouble. So many heroes. Damage going out, though, is big time. Game of Gladiators do take a lot. Samael's going to be able to clean up a little bit here. Between him and Noob, they take out 2. Watson is still the big bad Doom, though, surrounded by 3 heroes fighting it out with the Ion Shell. Can he get a single kill out of this? Looks like GH will be able to keep himself alive with a Ghost Scepter. Noob barely keeps from ticking out. They all survive outside of the Shadow Fiend, of course.
I'll be honest, I don't really understand how Enigma won this fight. Like,
Me neither.
I do not know.
I think Noob bought back on his illusion.
Yeah, so it's like
he had like 4 Vengeful Spirits in that fight.
I mean, I guess. Still, your SF went down. The Requiem hit basically nothing. Just Sumail, man. 3 Flame Guards, 9 Remnants, 7 Chains, 9 Slights. 13,000 damage from that Doom, by the way. That is pretty disgusting. What you wouldn't do to have Blink BKB Requiem when they're clumped like this.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you still get interrupted, but with Doom on cooldown there, you could get aggressive for sure. Instead, you have to just Requiem off to the side of the fight. We'll see the SF down below. Ghost channeling it from that tree, but you get nothing out of it. This is where I thought this fight does not look great for Enigma Galaxy. You're down kind of 1.5 heroes with the bench still being up. You're chasing into the auras that are resetting on cooldowns.
And then they get on top of the Shadow Fiend. That feels like that should be the death note for them. But then Samael, I mean, he pops off, man.
Yeah, he just shoes him up. Venge buyback did end up doing a lot of work here, I guess.
Yeah, I did.
Economic damage, but you win that fight. Claw your way back in this game. You take down that big bad Doom.
He's going to go Scotty next. Seems like everybody likes the Scotty. Or maybe it's just Game of Gladiators. Noob, not long for this world.
That's his dieback.
He'll keep his illusion out, though. So that's big. Okay, maybe he won't. Tofu still wants it. He says, guys, that's a dieback.
Yeah, they're going to song for it. Can't get out, though.
He's stuck.
What?
Well, he can't hit the cogs because I guess the song has made them invulnerable?
Well, that is awkward.
That's really bad.
What? Okay, well, he's dead for 9. What was that?
It's the bigger cogs, too. You thought he would have been able to walk out between the lines, right?
GH with the old helping hand. I got you, bro. Nullifier is now online for Sumail. He found an amp damage. He has Ags as well. And he got the Dazoon Blood Right, Austin.
Oh my god.
Mega AoE on this Ember Spirit. Probably not the best hero for it, but
okay, so
when you're playing Chain Gang,
yeah, bigger flame guards, bigger sleight of fist, bigger remnant explosions. I guess so.
Bigger balls, Austin, to go for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this should chunk his health a lot. He's casting a lot of spells in the fight. It's not an insignificant amount of health.
Watson got giant small. That's a big bad Doom right there. When he hits you with that Infernal Blade, it's not just an Infernal Blade, it's a crushing blow.
That is very thematic. I approve.
Basically, if the Doom gets on top of you, you're not getting away.
Why is this icon like so much cooler than half the other ones?
Because flames are badass.
I feel like, in fact, the items they added all have badass icons.
Yeah.
You have this demonic book with blood dripping out. You have this molten hammer. And then there's just, like, random trash in the game, you know? Like Morphling. In fact, I'm pretty sure this stupid Dazoon Bloodright Tome icon has more polygons than Morphling's model.
You're probably right about that. Avery, as a teenager, did you rock the black jeans with the flames, the scorched flames at the bottom?
No, I'm not a nerd.
Okay, I mean, it just sounds like you were really into it there.
Unlike you, Austin, I wasn't hanging out at Hot Topic, smoking doobies behind the mall. I was trying to go to college.
Yeah, how'd that fare for you and your...
It worked well.
Yeah.
And then, you know, life takes you in a lot of different directions. We do get a second Bloodright.
Shiva's long zip in, checking out the corners of the map, and Quinn did find something. He found Noob.
It's gonna take a while. Nigmar gonna respond.
Yeah, and Quinn has used a decent amount of his mana now. He's got a good amount of mana regen.
This looks bad for him.
It is looking really bad now that he's been caught by the Shadow Shaman. But what a wheel, and now the vacuum and hit on 3.
Oh
they
my
got
God.
the Doom on the Ember Spirit. Quinn was caught, but Ace, Guardian Angel as ever, comes in with a sick vacuum. Malady followed it up with a better wheel. They're going to try and finish off Quinn still, but
How is he alive? He's Auras, man.
They're just too damn healthy all the time. Buybacks being used by multiple heroes, and they still can't get a single kill out of this.
I got a feel for Enigma Galaxy in this game. They have outputted so much damage in these fights, and it's just been absorbed. Male likely going to go down. Yeah, I mean, whipped into the vacuum.
The second dieback for Sumail in the game. I wonder how many times in his career he's had 2 diebacks in a single game.
Well, he did play in NA for a while, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't that mean he just never had the buyback period because he was winning every game?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, also that means he had to play with North American players. Which means you got to do what you got to do to win those games.
I see. 18,000, 19,000 net worth lead. Gaming Gladiators getting the diebacks out of Enigma Galaxy. Say, let's just get into tier 4s.
Yeah, this one's over. You just can't see a way for Enigma Galaxy to win the fights anymore. You play this SF carry style, and you're slowly getting outscaled in these fights. He's running out of DPS. GH gonna put him to sleep one more time. Says you can't do anything about it.
And they will in turn put him to sleep.
They got him.
Take him out to a farm somewhere.
Okay, that's a little too graphic, Austin. It's a PG channel.
Not according to what you said.
Holy fuck, what a vacuum!
Another 3-man vacuum from Ace. Just to put the cherry on top of this game 2. Gaming Gladiators come out much stronger in game 2.
This series,
Vengeful Spirit Core.
Yeah, still.
The new patch, sadly, just not that 2 agility wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, the extra 0.1 stun, I think it looked pretty good, but might have to wait for a couple more buffs on this hero.
Couple more 0.1 stun buffs.
Yeah, it needs a couple more, so probably in 3 or 4 years. This series has felt like draft wins so far, though, to me.
Agreed.
It felt like the team that has gotten that indomitable ball, the 5-man team fight that just can't be broken in both games, ended up winning it. Not uncommon on new patches when people are worse at playing the map or worse at playing timings. A lot of the games tend to come down to who just team fights better, who makes the team fight simpler. If you buy 10 auras and they buy 0, your team fight's probably simpler to execute. It means you can make more mistakes. You can afford to not know what's going on as much and still win. That could be something that gaming just try and ride through the second group stage because it's kind of their MO anyway, right? Just buy the auras and go with it. I like seeing triple blood right here for some extra AoE though. I love me some big, juicy spells. Give it to me every time.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to see more of that going into Game 3 as Gaming Gladiators. They do push us to a 3rd game. Is that the first one we have today?
That is correct. Morning Shift just plowed through with 2 2-0s. And BetBoom team had their head on a swivel, as did Yakult Brothers. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators and Enigma Galaxy seem a little bit more evenly matched, at least in terms of their drafting ideas. In Game 1, Ghost had a free-as-hell game on his Morphling. This time, it seems like Shadow Fiend may be a little bit more challenged. Is that a product of the hero misery, or was it Enigma's draft as a whole wasn't really setting up a Shadow Fiend for success?
I mean, I think the Shadow Fiend did have its issues in this game, but I think it's still pretty strong as a carry if it's paired with the right offlaner and the right draft overall. This one, I think perhaps they have a little bit of an issue that they don't have a frontliner and they don't have an aura buyer. We saw several fights of these this one maybe not, but earlier fights where the Darkseer wall and all the auras come into play. I think that was the main difference maker in this game.
Yeah, I also think the BKBs were pretty impactful because the fights at the start of the game that Enigma won, they kind of went off of like a great song. Either it was like a disengage into a go back in, or like it was setting up for a Requiem or something. But song was like the key factor in Enigma's early game wins. And of course, the Vengeful Spirit Ags that Gaiman chose to fight into. But the second BKBs were up, like when Watson got a BKB on his Doom, they did the 5-man smoke into Enigma's Aegis. He was just able to get on top of that Naga, kill her. They couldn't get any value out of the song. And then you have like Darkseer's wall and team fight impact come out.
Yeah, Enigma had a great start. This like double kill that they did with Shadow Shaman. He was almost level 6 at 6 minutes, which is something that doesn't happen. Vengeful Spirit, she had a great timing on the Aghanim Scepter. Noob was having a great game for the first like 20 minutes. He had 15-minute Aghanim Scepter. They tried to fight with it. These fights, they were winning, and then suddenly you could feel the impact of the Darkseer, creating illusions out of Shadow Fiend, and also bringing all these auras. He pretty much had every single aura. He had Pipe, Crimson, Guardian Greaves. It makes it very, very difficult for them to fight into it, because Shadow Fiend, he needs some kind of a setup, as you were talking about, Missouri. He needs a frontliner. He needs somebody to soak up the damage. Sure, you're getting the swap, but after that, they're still going to keep chasing you, because these heroes on side of Enigma Galaxy, how the fights were playing out, and if these two teams if these two drafts have kind of a same net worth, the lineup from Gaming Gladiators, they're going to win because of all these auras, all these buffs that they're bringing to the table.
I think also Dota is a lot about timings in the game, right? In this game, we saw the early fights with Vengeful Spirit Aghanims at 15 minutes, right? That was Enigma's strongest timing for sure, and you saw that's why they won the fights. And as we progressed, then suddenly you have the Radiance BKB timing from Doom. You have I'm not sure the auras at the time, Darkseer, but he also must have also had some auras at the time. So that was kind of the timings of Gaming Gladiators, and that's why they won the fights, right? Then as we progress into later on, and I guess that's where the drafts come into play, like less so play, but just the ease of execution and the raw damage output, the raw HP coming in from Gaming Gladiators come into play. But I think I want to highlight one particular play from early game that I saw that Yamich made on his Shaman, which I think is pretty cool as a support player myself. I don't know if we can pull that up. It's right here. He hits 6 early, like we talked about, places the wards, and he sees that this Ringmaster is actually starting to hit these snakes, so he starts diving, and the whole idea of this is he's protecting his wards, right? The second Doom shows up, Sumail is out of there, and Yamich knows he's gonna die, but what this aggressive move does, it actually ends up killing the tower. if he wasn't aggressive and just let the Ringmaster start hitting his walls down, perhaps Gaming Gladiators could have defended the tower. Anyways, here we have the comeback team fight for Gaming Gladiators. Just before this fight, they were up 6k gold with Aegis in complete control of the map. So this was a really problematic situation for Nigma because they were actually ahead, right? So this was kind of the turning point for Gaming Gladiators. They pretty much team wiped them, and I think every fight since then pretty much was in Gaming Gladiators' favor. We see one more here where SF gets jumped, he gets chased down even after valiant attempt of getting out and barely makes the TP out. But I think this was the story moving forward, that they just kind of chased this SF down. Here it's the Ember Spirit, but the idea is the same, that they just can't stand their ground because they don't have any auras, they don't have any defensive spells apart from the swap. Everybody's just running away every fight.
Yeah, you had mentioned that even at the end of the draft, you were skeptical that there was no frontliner, and we're seeing it happen in every single one of these fights that, well, Ember Spirit doesn't want to take the spells, Shadow Fiend doesn't want to take the spells, Naga doesn't have sleep, so she can't help disengage, and so everyone's just scattering, as opposed to someone being a wall, a barrier in between.
Yeah, I think that's also why we saw that fight, the initial fight there when they were up 6k was so important, because that's the fight they could not afford to lose. Once they lost that fight, the team fights got so hard after that.
I got a question, guys. What do you think and how do you feel about the new pings that you're seeing on the map?
Oof, I'm not a fan, actually.
I see this, I'm like, what is this? Like, is this a new spell? I feel like Underlord with the Twin Gate, like with his ultis coming through, because it's so big, it's so actually massive, and at least I'm not used to seeing it, and suddenly it draws all of my attention on the map. It's like, oh, I gotta look at here, what's going on here?
It's visually a bit more than we're used to, and the sound effects have changed also, and so it even sounds different than we were used to.
They might make it smaller, but I like it conceptually because there are times that your teammates would ping you, we need vision, or they have vision, and then I'm like, where did it ping? So I start placing my sentry. But if the visual indicator is there for a while, it's like quality of life. It's pretty nice.
There is a feature in the old patch where you just mouse the left, and that's like they have a ward there. We need a ward here. Like that information was already in the game. I feel like now it's. But maybe you're gonna get used to it, of course.
Yeah, just like in Dota.
Is it like that when you're actually playing as well as watching? Because I'm curious about that, like the sound and the size of it.
Technically, we are seeing twice as much as you would in a normal game because both teams are pinging.
Right,
that's true. And so that's also a little bit more overwhelming.
Yeah, that's true.
And then cosmetic capabilities. I can't wait to get some Arcana pings in the game.
Wait, are there cosmetic capabilities?
I'm sure there will be. They put a bunch of particle effects into that.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe a question mark?
Hey.
Instead of an
a
exclamation
big
mark.
emo buff.
Yeah.
That's a lot. But I just want to say one more thing about the game before talking about the pings. Is just I think that the carry flex, the Doom carry flex, we've seen other teams do it, but not necessarily Gaimin. It looked really good because you were talking about, oh, Doom, is this a hero they've played a lot? We've only seen it on Ace. Watson played a really great game. Like, we saw that he was involved early. His itemization was excellent. He went Radiance, Manta, and Assault Cuirass. So, like, he was countering Naga's map play with illusions of his own, like having that bonus survivability after his BKB was down. Like, he could dispel steering chains, and he was always dooming the correct targets. Like, I think this is one of Watson's cleaner executed games, and he deserves a shout for that.
Yeah, he built the AC, Quinn had built the Shiva's Guard. It was all these auras that you had mentioned, Misery, that unfortunately, Enigma Galaxy were not ever able to bring online, but their loss is our gain because that means we get to see a third game of these two teams as Group Stage 2 continues to march on. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 3 of Gaming Gladiators versus Enigma Galaxy.
perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing the song. We'll live in the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song.
How I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
It's time for our very first game number 3 of Group Stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 26. So far, throughout the morning, it had a BetBoom team take a very, very quick 2-0 over Aurora, and Yakult Brothers also claimed a pretty easy 2-0 over Liquid. Now, Nigma Galaxy and Gaming Gladiators are going head-to-head in a very competitive 3-game series. It is a competitive 3-game series that seems primarily draft-driven, though, Misery. I feel like many of these games that we've seen have kind of played themselves out after the first 15 minutes. It hasn't really been a big back and forth where I'm like, oh, I'm learning so much about these new heroes. It's just the beginning that I get to figure out.
Nah, I don't know if I agree with that. I think the games are very interesting because you see a lot of new dynamics in this new patch. Heroes that we haven't seen in a long time. You know, interesting games compared to the old patch where we kept seeing the same stuff over and over again, dragging on to 60 minutes. Now we at least have some interesting developments in the games where you have to start and think, why is this happening, and things like that. Yeah, it's a nice day to be a Dota analyst.
Absolutely. I've been especially treated by the fact that we're seeing new heroes in every single game. I don't know if the Clockwork debut was as exciting as I was hoping for. It seemed like
no, not really. I mean,
as usual.
The part that it's his facet, it makes it so underwhelming. Like, when are you actually gonna use this? This is gonna be some meme build where you're running out of slots and then suddenly you start eating some chainmails. It has to be some kind of benefit that you're actually getting from eating the chainmail, some extra armor, some extra HP, or whatever. Because right now, this is also your facet, by the way. So
yeah.
If you take that, you have very small cogs. You're not going to be able to trap multiple people inside.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants small cogs. It's all about how you use it.
It should be his innate, I think. If it were his innate that he could eat chainmails, then you could still play on the...
Or just a special feature for
yeah,
you know, not a facet. Or at least give him, like we were talking about how, imagine you had a couple of chainmails in your stash, in your inventory.
In your backpack?
Right? No, just inventory.
Okay,
You just
this
buy
is
them
not
and
us. This is your idea.
This is my
Misery.
idea. Okay? So this is how you make the facet actually good, or
Let's
just
hear
the
it.
thing. You have you just buy chainmails,
Okay.
and then you can use them. You can consume them, get your 4 armor, but in the fight you also get like a 300 HP.
So it's like a lotus flower.
Yes, it's like a flower, but you also get that permanent armor.
Okay.
Because then you at least can buy them and then have them on you, right? So like. It makes sense.
And
in my
imagine
head.
how hyped mid-fight Clockwork's about to die.
He ate
chugs
chainmail.
4 chainmails all of a sudden.
Or it could just be his innate, right? It would be a
What
neat
is his
little
innate right now? It's like more damage based off of armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
More incoming damage.
So then it literally should be the innate. He's eating chainmails. He's getting more damage off chainmails. Makes sense.
Because you don't want to give up like the good facet.
The big cogs.
You don't want to give that up.
You don't want to give that up. Instead, right now, we're going to have to give up the possibility of seeing a Naga Siren for game number 3 because Gaming Gladiators finally ban it out as we take a look at our draft because they also take out the Ancient Apparition and the Caudal. Nigma Galaxy, they ban out the Templar Assassin, the Bristleback, the Doom, and the Darkseer.
The quick point that I want to make, I think there is something to this Naga that Nigma identified early that I think we'll see other teams also like look towards this hero in the first phase because outside of what Naga does in terms of like map control and all of that, that song, 20 seconds lower cooldown, it makes her much more fightable in that early game. Like Nigma had so many they had so many instances where that was the game-changing spell in the first 15 minutes.
Mhm.
And you have it more available, 20 seconds more available.
Yeah, I think also the deluge damage buff adds a little bit more oomph to the early game, and that's one of her weaknesses, I would say. So, yeah, I think it's not too surprising to see Gaming Gladiators respect the Naga. I think also Nigma Galaxy respecting Darkseer and Doom based on last game is a very smart move. I'm sure Gaming would have first picked Darkseer if it was left in, or Doom if it was left in the pool here. So, but Terrorblade, first pick. What do you guys think?
The big one was that his Demon Zeal movement speed has been decreased by 40, which is quite a lot. I mean, he was moving at the speed of light, so this was definitely needed. His reflection mana cost hasn't been increased, and also base HP region has been decreased by 1, so that's pretty big, and some damage nerfs as well in meta, but still, considering how strong this hero was in the previous patch, I still think that TB has a place in meta right now. He was just way too OP, now he's strong.
Yeah, for me, I think the Demon Zeal is the big one for core TB, but it does feel like the flex to 4 is what got nerfed, like Reflection being higher mana cost and Metamorphosis doing less damage at early levels. I think support TB is significantly weaker. But core TB, he did get overall more damage on meta. Like his final level on it is like 20 more damage, was it? That's pretty significant for carry TB, so... Is the flex as good? I don't think so, but this is Gaiman, this is Watson, he is a carry TB player.
Yeah. Morph response. First pick, Morph, like nothing changed terribly, then Morph. New patch. No, but now we get to see how strong this hero actually is now, right? Because now Gaming Gladiators has several picks to counter it and to really set up something nasty against this Morphling.
That's the true test, right? Like if they pick Disables this time versus Morphling,
that would help.
And he still manages to win, then Morph is still a good hero. But if he loses versus Disables, as he should, because last patch he was winning versus Disables and silences.
Game 1 was also not a good showing because they picked it on 18, and there were not many stuns, many counters for him, so Ghost, he had a pretty perfect game, didn't die a single time. But this time around, they have 4 picks to decide how they want to counter him, because this hero can't really be flexed to like position 4, it's not a thing. Maybe you can play it from the mid lane, something that Tundra does, but overall you can't really play it in different roles other than a core role.
I think all the options that you would have gone for previously are already banned out. The Doom's gone, AA is gone, Elder Titan's gone. So what's left on the table to counter a Morphling?
I was just about to say, I think this Centaur pick these bans into the Centaur pick is quite clever, because now the offlane pool is quite limited, especially for somebody like Ace who likes to play these particular heroes like Tidehunter, Darkseer, and Centaur. And we know Morphling being a very hard hero to pick offlaners against. And now you stole the Centaur, you banned out the Tide, you banned out the Darkseer, right? I think, interested to see what kind of hero Gaming Gladiators can find to put in the offlane against the Morphling.
Listen, they played Skyrat Mage when it was not a good Skyrat Mage game.
We did see that.
Maybe they can try to bang it out one more time. But again, against Centaur, it could be pretty bad because they could just stampede him away, so you need some kind of a lockdown as well.
Ogre.
Okay, that's a stun. Stun that we have not seen at all during Dream League Season 26. Any reason why he should be showing up now?
He got 2 more strength, level 1. And then he got, based on that, a little bit of base damage. And then the slow was slightly nerfed to ignite. So not too big of a difference in Ogre. The Furion as well. It's, what do you think about this?
I think, so this is cool, because like Furion lost his Ironwood Treant, his
Thank
big guy.
God.
Right?
It was about time.
That was the big thing. And then he lost damage on Sprout, and then he lost Barrier on Teleport. But he did get the new facet, the Nature's Prophet, wink wink.
Profit.
Right? So we could be seeing support Furion and what it actually does for you. Like how much gold is he going to give your team? Like
I think we're going to see support Furion, but I don't think we're going to see Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think the healing one could be really good.
I think the other facet got buffed, and it's actually pretty cool now. Like when you sprout any tree in 1200 AoE around the sprout, creates a 175 radius healing aura that heals for 50 level 4 per second. That's quite a lot.
It is a lot.
And the Sprout has a low cooldown, so it's always going to be on.
Let's say you're playing support Furion, you get, because you can be anywhere on the map, getting Holy Locket could be pretty big. Like you TP in, you heal somebody, you Sprout, increase that healing. Maybe there's something to it, but for now, they might just keep it simple and play this as a carry. Put Ogre there with Nature's Prophet.
Maybe. Could we also... I think that it could be interesting to see an Ogre position 3 on Ace. Go into that Morphling, outlast hit him, buy some nice auras for his team, some Crimson Guard. I don't know if that's ever a thing, but when I saw Ogre picked in that spot, I was like, that's kind of curious. I wonder if this is something they've been cooking. I do think it's a Furion support though, because would you play this carry now?
I don't believe in it at all as a carry right now, just because it's going to do less damage and it's going to be weaker when it TP's in, but I suppose it's still there. But what's your gameplay as Furion carry without the big treant? Like, how do you play the late game?
I was just thinking, why can't you just play carry, but then take the Soothing Saplings and then be a carry, but you're also giving your allies healing?
You think that's what carry players like to do?
But
they
it
like
doesn't matter.
Magio, they like gold.
If you think about it, the Furion carry was not necessarily about the Treant until way later, right? You sure you took some tier 1s, but it was a lot more about teleporting around, farming the map, getting Mjolnir.
Long lane, like nobody liked to lane against that.
But that was because of Sprout, I think.
No, but also,
Also strong.
it's so hard playing into Fury on lanes because he just throws the Treant at the position 4, and like
And you
position
can't
4
trade.
can't trade with the 5. Like it made things so
The
complicated.
carry profit became more and more about the Sprout in lane, I think. They maxed Sprout towards the end there. They stopped maxing the Treant early on. But I mean, I don't know. We're gonna have to find out, I guess, later. But I think there is some potential for the carry Fury to continue, but you just don't play on the Treant. You play on the, like a pseudo healing.
And also, do you think there's a chance that Phoenix plays on the Sunray, the hotspot facet? Because that one got buffed by 10% as well. So the damage or max damage / heal has been increased from 150 to 160.
I don't think it's that significant unless you need sustain in your lineup. Like I think Dying Light is always the better facet just because it helps you farm, and you
Yeah.
need to be able to farm as a support in a map that's this big.
I'm just getting some flashbacks from it was Fisher Universe, and it was Insania who played it, and it was in such a good game for it because they didn't have the jump, and he wanted to back up his cores, so he built into Ether Lens and also just kept the distance, and it deals so much damage.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Did he get Holy Locket as well?
I think it's just Lens into Shard probably. I can't remember.
But the Storm Spirit, guys, that's the 18th pick for Gaiman, and it looks really strong. There's not reliable disable at all on Nigma. It's very easy to dodge Centaur Stomp or Pango's rolls. And it's also an Orchid buyer if that's something he wants to look at as a means to address Morphling early on. Very strong Storm pick here by Gaiman.
Meanwhile, seems like Nigma don't think that there's an ace pick on the board quite yet. They're banning out offlaners. Underlord taken out as well as Beastmaster, so they think that probably Ogre Prophet is the support duo.
You think they want the offlaner? They only banned 6 out of 7.
I think we need to take out a few more. They picked out the center also. Mars is still in the pool. Let's ban that out.
I guess something like Brewmaster is a hero we've seen a bit today. Played in the offlane on Saberlight earlier.
Sure.
Doesn't seem that impressive to me, but that's one of the heroes that has left. Dawnbreaker,
Mars.
potentially. Mars.
And Ace, he's not like he's played Mars in the past, but he's not one of like the Mars players, but it would do a lot by like anchoring the team fight for the Terrorblade, allowing it to do damage. It's playing versus Stampede, so Arena is a great counter to that. But maybe it's just not his cup of tea these days.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm still a little bit curious about this. What this Ogre is doing.
I think it's just a 5, but what's the likelihood, do you think, of TV offlane after the reflection nerf? It's still fine.
It could be a Fury and Carry Ogre, TB offlane, pick another 4 for Tofu, right? Could be a possibility. Could also Ogre 3, Fury and 4, Malady last pick. But
if they're looking for 4, I'm down for some Shaman or maybe even Muerta. I think Muerta got also a bit of an interesting buff if this is the hero that they're looking for.
No, I disagree. I think she got nerfed. I can't grief with Ofrenda anymore.
Axe. Okay, no shenanigans. Just
You say Axe is no shenanigans? I think it's a big shenanigan.
I mean, I was reaching there with the Ogre 3, right? But Axe, I guess, is
more traditional.
Yeah,
but still a hero we don't see often.
That's true. It's a classic offlaner. Has gotten slightly buffed.
You know why he's back? Chipped West is in the game.
Oh, true.
He also got more, just everything got slightly buffed. But also this Morphling plus Phoenix lane, like, it can't really stop Axe from wave cutting at all. Like, Axe can just push into tower, then play for free, like level 3. Just farm as much as he can, and they have a very low cooldown disable and a means to catch Morphling.
I think also another point about why Axe it works here is that against Morphling, before the shot at least, you can burst the Morphling with the Blink Dagger Blade Mill.
But I like this. They wanted to pick something that has some kind of a saving tool as well, because if you have your cores getting jumped, and I also think it's going to be a good game for maybe GH to pick up Yule Scepter, because you're going to be playing into Axe and you need something. Maybe they're like later down the line, we want to have something cheap as well, so we want to pick up OD. In terms of how many stuns they have and how many jumps they have against OD, it's really not that much. You have like Storm Spirit Axe, if they're paired up together, that's going to be pretty deadly, but other than that, it does feel like a very good OD game to me.
I like it a lot for the save aspect, but also it's going to do a lot of damage to these low mana cores like Axe and Ogre TV. But I think even though games look like good OD games, all it takes is like 1 or 2 bad fights, and then you are getting focused every single fight, and you can't save yourself because you're just Axe called. And if that's the case, if they don't snowball off of the OD, it's just going to be another OD game where he looked good, but then he lost.
It's a Centaur 4, by the way. So they are, again, throwing a little curveball towards the end here and flexing the Centaur to the 4 position, right?
All right, boys, which facet is he playing on Centaur? Is it Counter-Strike or...
Yes. Counter-Strike.
Oh, that's the one that got buffed. So you're actually getting the damage, not from the player sources, but from the creeps as well. And also the cast range has been increased by 25, so you can actually get some really good trades in the lane.
Could we also see like a Centaur roaming mid to the OD, Astral, into Stomp, into, you know, shutting down the Storm?
Boots for Centaur? Do you remember when that was meta?
Yeah.
Just boots on Centaur, you just go.
How about the Nature's Prophet facet, Avery? Did he take the Prophet or Soothing Saplings?
Unlike me, Neil, he's not going to be stealing your money.
Can I have my wallet back, Avery?
No, I'm going to use it. Also, I have another message for you, Neil.
Oh, God, what is it?
I think Gaming Gladiators have a firm grip on the situation. Here, give me his wallet. I'll grip it in the claw, and I'll really embarrass him. Look at that. Look at that. Bring the camera back to me for a second. There we go. It's Neil's wallet right there. You have condoms in here, Neil?
You want to bet on this game, Avery?
What?
You want to bet on this game?
I'll bet on this game.
I got $20 if Gladiators wins. Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've got 200. Why do you have hundreds in here, man? I got 200 on it that Neil never sees that money again. Take your
What are you, Leroy?
Here, take your wallet. I don't want it. Get out of here.
Goodbye, Neil. Love you.
I'm really upset. But not as upset.
Welcome to the game, everybody! Holy shit, it's Game of Gladiators versus Nick McGalaxy, and we have no idea what the fuck is going on. Noob is already dead. Watson has claimed first blood. And they're going for more. They're going for Yamich, the support Centaur as well. He's fine, he's good. Welcome to game 3, everybody.
What the hell happened?
I don't know. Apparently, somebody decided to dive Game of Gladiators Tier 1 tower. It didn't go well.
How did Ogre deal the most damage in that fight? He doesn't have a spell.
That shouldn't happen.
He just beat him down with the club.
Bounty Runes are still going to be a 2-2 split, so Game of Gladiators, very good start for them.
Did get a base damage buff on the Ogre.
Yeah.
It's really hard now.
78 damage, level 1. That is something.
Smash him, bash him, stick him in a stew. Ogre Magi's coming for you.
This is going to be quite the lane. Ogre Magi versus 2 melee heroes. A support Centaur for Yamich. He has no armor.
Yeah.
He's just going to get his ass clubbed to death.
Did not buy a ring. Very interesting. Didn't go.
Wolfu is dead? Wait, no, he's going to try and heal. Okay, the heal isn't that good.
Yeah, that effect is awesome.
That's pretty nice.
I cannot believe he didn't go the money bags. Just do it. I mean, come on. Like, what? It's just another misclick, I guess. A lot of misclicks in this series. As the wave pulling shenanigans, you can't pull against Ogre. He's gonna beat your ass. He's gonna beat your courier's ass.
Slowed down by the blood grenade. This man is dead.
Okay, well, he needs a couple more buffs. Apparently.
Or maybe he just needs level 2, so he actually has some spells.
That's right, he's too dumb right now.
Real, recognize real. You believe in this support Nature's Prophet?
Not really.
Why not? Because this facet is pretty strong.
Maybe I just need to see it more. I mean, the laning, it has to be broken. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
This is gonna be one
basically
of those
gave him Leech Seed.
Yeah, this hero has to be imbaled, especially the 2-on-2 lane. where he doesn't have to CS and just spam Sprout off cooldown.
Yep.
I believe in that part of it.
I mean, later on, you still have, like, you're a global hero. You have a slow with your shard, which you're likely to get off the Tormentor.
If Pro Dota has shown us anything, it's that as long as you can abuse a lane, you tend to be completely viable. The rest is irrelevant. So maybe he will be very strong in meta.
Our mid lane matchup, though, OD. People keep on bringing this hero back.
God knows why. Valve keeps trying to kill him, so.
GH, teleport away. Smart move from Tofu. That'll live GH.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Denying himself on neutrals. Well played.
A long death timer versus an Axe lane, though. I guess Ghost is happy with the solo XP. Maybe not the worst outcome exactly. 3-minute Lotus spawn. Malady fighting for it with the big club versus the 0 armor. He's got 1 armor now.
Now the teleport comes in from Tofu. It's a 2 versus 3. Malady will survive. See if Noob is able to run his way out of here. Hit by a blood grenade, so very unlikely. Watson will gun him down. 3 kills for Gaming Gladiators.
Super strong fight.
Dire's top tower is
Coming
under
in
attack.
as you hit the level 2 on the Ogre. You get your Sprout heal coming through. Power of the Furion being able to rotate, and the fact that GH died to neutrals when he was off the lane so long, you don't get any punish on this Axe. This is a super strong start for Gavin here. Particularly as Terrorblade. You got the first blood, now he gets an extra kill. He is climbing the chart fast.
Yeah, it's feasting for sure.
I mean, what is the build on OD? Is it still just the same? Force Staff, Hurricane Pike. Sumail likes Blink on this hero a lot of times too. Likes to be more aggressive with it.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's anything. There's no item changes that I can recall that would be like, oh yeah, this hero's going to be much better because of this.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. Also not a hero that cares about any of the amplification changes, I think.
No.
He's not really mana regen based. He's just mana based.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer got nerfed, so even that is like, whatever.
He wasn't buying that before anyway. Try and steal some mana out for Quinn, go for the level 6, maybe solo kill him. That's your best bet here for an early game for him, as the pressure is mounting up, man. Ace is just laying into the Phoenix up here.
Still having to dive. GH really trying to hold off on using that. Not much is going to stop Ace from killing this wave. GH has got to be careful, though. If Ace runs at him, he dies away. The Furion might teleport on him, but not right now.
That was a big courier kill, losing boosts on his Axe.
Radiant's top tower
He's trying to
is
creep
under
cut,
attack.
trying to run you down. Removes a lot of the aggressive potential here.
Down to 6 HP. Still had stick charges, but... Another pull for Yamich. I'm surprised he took Counter-Strike on support Centaur.
That is interesting. He wants to deal the deeps, you know?
Or maybe because he's support, he's going to go Tranquil Boots, so he doesn't want the other one.
It's still boost speed, though.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to turn down. I would have taken that other one. Maybe he knows something we don't.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. In the meanwhile, he's just going to stack since his lane is not so good. Trying to play for the power rune. All ins for it and doesn't get it.
Man, that's a nice one. 6-minute arcane for a Storm. Juicy.
If anything, Yamich is lucky to walk away from that situation.
Do have Sanity's Eclipse online. Your biggest spell in this early game is Enigma Galaxy. You don't have a lot of play creation in this lineup either. This feels like a very clunky lineup to play. You need a lot of farm on the 3 cores. They're all kind of independent. Your 2 supports are pretty slow in terms of initiation power. Not a lot of early game damage. Very slow lineup. Dangerous lineup to play against a team like Gabe.
Yeah, particularly since you said this series, Ace, will go down here. You said this series felt like game 1 and 2 was a lot about whoever could get the ball sooner. And that has got to be favorable for Gaming Gladiators in this setup, right? Definitely feels like their ball to me just makes more sense.
I would agree with that. It looks more streamlined.
Oh, he almost still got it. That help air claps, he might have been able to get the deny. Of course, a decent amount of that is dependent on when Ace is going to be coming online. He's going to play Mel first. Nothing too strange about that. We have seen Ace kind of delay Blink Dagger. He's just not really a Blink Dagger guy, you know? Sumail still trying to play in this as a safe lane, but it's not working out well for him right now.
Just burning out.
TP in from Tofu, drops the Sprout. Immediately the ultimate is going to be put to use by Sumail, but it's not enough to threaten anybody. Gaming Gladiators will just push through it to kill him.
That thing did nothing. That was an embarrassingly useless Sanity's Eclipse.
Yeah, it kind of was.
Why was it so bad? Did he not hit the... What was it? Raindrop, but these heroes are pretty low mana heroes.
Yeah, he has like 1,000 more mana than the Ogre.
Yeah, the Ogre literally has 0 in, so... I feel like that should have done more there. You know, maybe the spell's bugged or something. You can always just blame it on the new patch, right?
Yeah, sure. Welcome to the new patch, same as the old patch. OD, maybe not the best. Noob gets off the Rolling Thunder, so he'll survive, but he won't be able to get a kill for it. As it stands, kind of chill post-laning phase. Everyone's just kind of farming.
You do have a free farm Morphling. Enigma Galaxy secured that lane eventually. Kicked Ace out. You have this Morphling against the Terrorblade matchup. Should be happy with that as this game scales. Tough Terrorblade game to carry in the late game. That is for sure. Against OD Morphling. You just have to get there if you're Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, you're definitely looking at a much earlier game timing for Gaming Gladiators, right? Like the Axe counters the Morphling early on. You've got the Terrorblade matchup against the Morphling, which you don't want to go late. Certainly don't want to be going too late against an OD ever.
Ace did not roll chip vest though.
That hurts.
Ooh, I mean, this just seems like a mistake.
Could have gotten an extra 30 damage every hit when he calls. Surrounded by heroes, Noob trying to protect Sumail, gets a good stomp from Yamich, that helps, but still the OD falls and Yamich isn't far behind. They both go down. Ghost though, I mean, it looks good. Reflection on Forb looks very pretty. He'll pick up the kill on Tofu at least. Noob is still looking at it, looking at Malady, he's low. Rolling Thunder is now up, maybe a bit too late for that though.
Gotta respect this Bloodlust Terrorblade. Kind of nasty in these early fights how much damage you can output just running people down. As Watson gets involved again. And you know what I've been saying, Austin.
Get Watson involved.
Watson involved, win game. Except that Weaver game, that was too involved.
Well, you said he was the only one really doing stuff in that game.
Yeah, I think he played fine. That game was just really
leave it at the feet of everybody else.
And that Sven game, that was also the pick though.
Well, yeah, that was TY's fault. That wasn't Watson's.
We got a lot of curios here.
Noob gonna be pulled back into his death, completely underestimating. I mean, his supports can't do much. If he gets jumped, it's not like Centaur's gonna do anything for you. He's level 4.
Yeah, this Centaur seems useless. Enigma might have overcooked with this one. I don't see what Yamich is going to do with a level 4 Centaur at 11.5 minutes in this game with no other setup other than Astral. I mean, this is a game where it's already, you know, good luck, Mr. Ghost. I hope you carry.
Yeah, it kind of is. Ghost has done amazing things on the Morphling before. Nice deny from Noob.
Got it.
That's something.
Got it. Good. You have very little lockdown for this Storm, though, man. It's gonna be another big problem in this game, particularly if he's jumping Sumail every fight. This is not a hero you can just Astral and ult. He's not gonna have that low mana pool. Yeah, let's get off that jungle Centaur. We don't want to watch this.
Oh no! Whoa! Ace catching Ghost in the jungle, doesn't need a Blink Dagger. Rounds the corner, catches him with the Call Blade Mail. That's good enough.
That's a massive find for him. He's level 10, almost 11 now. It's going to accelerate his Blink. That's the one guy you can't have going down in this game if you are Enigma Galaxy. He has to carry it, and he's going to have to carry it hard.
There is this combo of Supernova plus Rolling Thunder that Enigma have. If they're starting a fight.
This play straight up.
Very slow reactions from Ghost.
Dire's top tower is
Or
under
was it
attack.
tactical?
Dire's top tower is falling.
What? Would you care to explain? It was a tactical death?
I'm just saying if that were a miracle, people would probably say he had a purpose or something. So we should give him the same benefit of the doubt.
Okay. What about this stuff? Is that tactical too?
No. But what are you supposed to do about that?
Ace fighting it out. Rolling Thunder, here comes. And they still have the egg too, so this is not an easy fight.
There's your combo, Austin. Egg Rolling Thunder.
It hits some heroes, unfortunately. Oh, what a Thunder!
Clutch!
Watson thunders Ace, a full HP. Axe back into play, and Watson will still play out the fight with his boys. Nice stomp from Yamich, hits two, but it doesn't do enough damage.
Dunk.
Nobody is doing enough damage. Now Noob's going to be chased down as well. Game of Gladiators, the ball is already online, and it is rolling over Enigma Galaxy.
I'm not gonna lie, these sprouts have looked pretty impactful when you're taking these early of a fight with everybody joining. Just heal everybody back up. You're locking heroes in this annoying spell at the same time. Very good Thunder from Watson. That was absolutely on point. He's able to heal back up anyway. You get a little dunk action on top of it, getting some coats of blood going.
Yeah, already up to 6 charges, 1.8 extra armor.
You could have landed this combo on Ace when he was still under the egg. It's a very different fight, but this fight gets pulled down. Ghost does call him. That was kind of a nice play.
That was cool. Set up the stomp.
But of course, this entire fight is you without your mid. You have no OD for this fight. If you have OD there, you can turn that around.
Yeah, we've only seen one Sanity's Eclipse so far.
Hero's just so slow. He is getting brutalized this game, man.
He's gonna go
When
for the Midas.
Oh, that's a.
Dire are
I think
scanning.
that's. I don't even know if that's a medicinal Midas. That might be the mortuary Midas.
That might be the.
That's a Midas you build to claw your way out of the grave.
It's pumping up the hits on the Morphling, just for a sweet release at the end. Any other Midases?
No, a lot of Curios and a lot of Polywog Charms.
Yeah, no wonder the Sprout looks so good. There's 3 Polywog Charms everywhere. Everyone's regenning up.
There's a lot of threats Enigma are going to have to answer in this game. A Storm Plane versus very limited stuns. An Axe who can solo kill your carry if there's no Astral save.
Yeah.
Bloodlust Terrorblade, Bloodlust Storm going through. Just wreaking havoc. Your support Centaur still isn't level 6.
Oh god, he isn't.
This is
16
really
minutes
bad.
in.
This is really bad. We just got it.
Immediately smokes up.
I mean, I don't know if Sumail wants to smoke right now. Like, smoke him to some neutral.
Got the initiation onto the Morphling and dunks him down.
Man.
Wrath of Nature and the Axe Call. It's a heavy amount of burst. And now the smoke breaks. Malady, the Ogre, he just trundles on through, forcing an initiation out of Sumail. Or the imprisonment's going to be used. GH has to use the egg. Can they get to the egg? The Rolling Thunder
They're
hit,
missing a
but
lot.
there's 2 different heroes hitting him, and he will fall. Enigma backing up to the base, long step in, all the way into the tier 3s. There's just nothing Enigma can do.
This might be over.
It's looking kind of over, Avery. A call to go. They have one last person left. It is a team wipe.
This is looking like a severe outdraft the more we watch it. I just don't know how you're supposed to find enough pace in this lineup. Definitely some missed execution, but this game looked really difficult to execute for Enigma. I just don't know how this Centaur was supposed to have an impact in this game when his cores are this slow.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question to ask. Poor man shield Terrorblade. Good luck hitting him with any physical damage ever. Buffed up with the Kyrgyz. Blocks 39 damage from melee heroes, 26 from range.
Not the best PMS game, to be honest.
No. But he was probably already untouchable. Noob. Oh, that's a dangerous move. Shows on the creep wave. Should have got caught by Ace. Instead, will be caught by Quinn. Another chop. It's stacking up. He's got 6 bonus armor already.
Yeah, that's a lot this early in the game.
Stamail thinking about the mana difference between him and Game of Gladiators. They should be thinking about the armor difference between them and the Axe.
Instant loss on the ward. There is nothing going right for Enigma Galaxy in this game 3. It's hard to see the comeback potential. I mean, maybe some high ground holds Bonanza into a Morphling Rampage. I don't know. It's got to be Supernova going off while Gaiman all try and hit it and just getting crushed by Rolling Thunder Eclipse. It's kind of it.
While Ghost turns into the Terrorblade and swings on him.
Gaiman can just play the map though, right? You have Storm Fury on Axe. Super good heroes to push the lanes in and give a lot of kill threat. Any wards you drop, anybody you see, you just jump them. Enigma do get to game inside of the map with a couple of heroes, so do a little creep cutting. A little farming of their own. That's something.
Yeah, got a nice high ground ward to play around.
A little Ancient stealing.
That's a big Ancient stack, jeez. Game of Gladiators having 2 successful game. Nobody went back to clear this out.
In fact, you've seen what's getting drawn on that minimap. It's probably Gaiman going, they're here, guys. Which means we should just push or do Roche or go catch them. But you don't want to let these guys just farm.
Probably want to go high ground just to force him back for the Wisdom Shrine timing that's coming up in a minute, right?
That's another move you can make. You can also just go there. I mean, you have some global capability.
You're going to TP back, smoke back. You're still going to check the Dire jungle first. Long sip over. Not quite finding its mark. Mid lane, though, Stamail gets caught by a solo Ace move. It's not enough to get the kill. And now he's going to have to use his BKB. And if he doesn't use his BKB, he might just die. Gets it off now.
The fact he already has BKB is pretty back-breaking here.
Yeah, 20-minute Blade Mail, Blink Dagger, BKB.
You just solo called your mid in the base and walked it off. That's not a good sign. Double bounty rune, though. Gotta take it from the tree. You gotta get out.
Make a run for it. Quinn hot on his tail. Gets the pull back, and now they're going to wait for the morph. Ace. He was just waiting for him to try and make that TP move the entire time.
More armor for the Axe. Chop, chop.
Stacks keep stacking.
That little Treant Scout. That's all it takes. Do you like having the 5 Treants back?
I like having the big Treant gone.
Okay. What about the micro? You know, now we can finally go back to the traditional gameplay of blocking 5 enemy camps every 45 seconds that everybody was just thrilled about.
I will take that over the giant Treant that 3-shot tier 3 towers. 100%.
Until you have it done to you for 45 minutes straight.
There's no way somebody does that for 45.
I have had someone do it to me in a scrim.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a you problem because you had a 5 versus 4 game pretty much.
No, it was a core Furion at the time. It was an offlane Furion.
Okay,
And he
okay.
perma-blocked all our camps for a 45-minute game.
Damn, slick move from GH, though.
You know who it was?
Who was it?
I'll give you one guess. Think of the cheekiest offlane player of all time.
I'm actually struggling with that. Ice, ice, ice?
That is correct.
Yeah,
it was
there we
ice,
go.
ice, ice.
Cheeky off lane. Yeah,
Yep,
there.
Carol. Bugger.
Dire's bottom tower.
Off lane Furion, that's all he did. I should have thought immediately from the micro, honestly.
Yeah, I used to do it with the Broodlings too.
Yeah.
He's so annoying.
I remember when he would do he would kill the web so the spiders would surround you.
Oh yeah, that was next level.
That was very next level. Pretty much waiting for Game of Gladiators to force a high ground push. They have a little poke, do some good damage. They can back up and do Roshan. Now they force Nigma Galaxy back inside their base.
I mean, they're doing whatever they want right now.
Also, do you think Scotty is broken this patch?
It's too early to make a call like that.
I mean, I'm just going to say Game of Gladiators clearly think it's the item of the patch. They've wanted to build it all 3 games on one hero at least.
It has to be far better on the carries that want it because it's a stat item now.
For sure. But he tried to build it on Huskar. He wanted to build it last game. I can't remember on what hero.
Taunt action. They got the Storm stun.
Storm going to be able to zip away. He will. Just not enough burst damage. That being said, Nigma Galaxy haven't lost anybody yet. Oh, Tofu. He teleports into the wrong neighborhood there. Slowed down by the reflection. Nigma Galaxy is still fine. So they actually get a kill. Not what they were originally looking for, but a kill nonetheless.
That was a GH buyback. You're not making headway. You can contest this Roshan. Probably not. Still meta available, in fact.
They still have Supernova.
Oh, yeah, maybe you can. You have Supernova Rolling Thunder. I think, actually, with all your old stuff, you should contest.
Yeah, what else do you have to lose?
I agree. I reassess the situation.
Also, Roshan might switch over to the other side, which might make things awkward.
Oh,
yeah, he went his initiation.
Roshan needs to think about joining the
They'll
fight, too.
still kill Malady. And now, Rosh is definitely going to go over to the other side of the map.
I still think you want to look.
Tofu trying to catch somebody.
That's Astral on cooldown, though. This is free jump for Ace.
He is going to be able to get that jump, too. And he saves. They do have GH up here on the high ground. Gets a Glimmer Cape save. Did not have to use the Supernova.
Ogre buyback plus meta down. That's a win. And Roche is a-coming.
Looks like Game of Gladiators are maybe going to call it quits on doing the Roshan for now. No sense in like risking things or with this like big, potentially explosive 5-on-5.
That's a really nice ward if it stays up. GH sneaking in there with that Glimmer Cape, planting it right in the river. You just need one good combo at a choke point. You can crush this lineup who... They have BKBs on the Storm and the Axe, but you can definitely catch this Terrorblade.
Oh, they could run him down right now. They could go after this Terrorblade. Game of Gladiators are focused on map control right now. If Nigma doesn't make a play soon, they're going to be forced out of position by all the lane pushing. Arcane Room gets grabbed. Quinn not going to be caught on it.
And just not enough confidence to man up for the Roche yourselves with this Vlad's Morphling. It's too scary sitting in that pit blind. You don't know if this Axe is just going to smoke in, jump you.
Yeah. So now, bottom lane's pushing in from Treants, top lane's pushing in from Terrorblade Illusions. You can see the connection. Game of Gladiators saying you have to split up unless you're going to ignore all this juicy, juicy farm. Somebody's going to have to come down here. Ghost wisely is taking it with his Illusions right now. But if he goes up the side of the map, he will end up underneath a ward.
Another Arcane Rune for Quinn, too. That does not make the next fight easy, and the Scotty is done.
Spooky. Got the catch? No, they didn't. Call. A little bit off the mark as GH is able to dive out of the way just in the nick of time. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they're doing a good job of holding things, but they still have to get this fight around Roshan. Feels like the only way they can come back in the game.
Did finish the Ags on the Pango. Hurricane Pike for Ghost. They have double Hurricane Pike now. Could make a massive difference in the fight if you can get him off on the Axe jump or hit this Terror Blade with one. But they're going to be late. This is way too slow.
Late. And Ace, he's ready to intercept. Enigma Galaxy, don't get near the pit. Make a run for it. Got a stomp onto the Storm. The follow-up is not there, though, and the call on 2 is beautiful. It sets up the kill on Sumail. Got the chop on him. Ghost, he turns into the Terror Blade, but he just doesn't win that fight, especially up against the Scotty. Maybe he can get out because GH is Supernova, and the Rolling Thunder from Noob, it's very strong. They managed to burn out the Axe, and Watson almost dead as well. Not that it matters too much to him. He still has Aegis and Thunder, but...
Supernova Rolling Thunder doing some work there. But ultimately, the Storm is still going uncontested. In fact, it's GH pulling the damage load. I mean, he's... all the damage in that fight is this Phoenix with the double Sunray Egg.
Yep.
Sumail gets nothing off. The call was perfect for Ace on the counter initiation. And his fight's straightforward. Anytime he can jump OD, there's no other save in the lineup.
Yeah, that's true. Next, he's going to get an Aghanim Scepter, which pretty annoying for that Morphling. Reducing his attack damage 15%. He's just all base. Even if he doesn't die to the call, he's not going to do any damage either.
Aegis period not forcing the high ground. Oh, I guess that's a win for Enigma. Tormentor on the menu for Watson. 3 minutes though. You gotta want to go high ground with this. I think that's too much time to just play the map. Eventually let Enigma get to some bigger items.
Well, if you had damage realms before, now there's going to be a fire shield on these heroes that assault your high ground.
Oh, that's the tipping point.
It's that damn
the
fire shield. How are you mocking me for this when last Dream League I was mocking you for this?
For what?
For the fire shield.
It's a good spell. I'm just saying that this game really, like, it's not.
If anything, this is exactly when it matters most, when you're so far ahead that they struggle to kill a single hero. Then the fire shield just pushes over the edge. They don't kill a single hero.
Yeah, but it's anti-synergy with that.
Mentally, they're like, guys, we can't get through a fire shield.
No, it breaks Ace mentally because it absorbs attacks, which means you're not hitting the axe blade.
Well, don't put it on him then.
Oh, okay, let me just
put it on the Terror.
Multicast it purposely on everybody else.
I mean, you could position so you're not.
Look at me.
Axe.
I'm the smartest Ogre Magi that's ever existed. I know how to target cast my multi.
What if you could do that? What if you could put a multicast priority, like a 1 through 4,
yeah,
1 through 5 on your hero?
What if Slardar had an M60? I mean, these are ridiculous suggestions, Austin.
I mean,
let's stay in the real world.
In the new patch.
That would be kind of badass. That's what we call a U.S. Marine coming in from the river. Watson coming in,
brother.
Straight up the high ground. He's bloodlusted. He's fire shielded. He's solar crested.
He's got so many auras, and he's so big. A bloodlusted metamorphosis Terror Blade.
That's intimidating. They say size can be intimidating. I've seen it firsthand. Quad Gale Guard as well.
Yeah.
A lot of damage block. What are you laughing at?
You've been intimidated by someone's size before?
I'm just saying, it can be.
Okay.
How much longer on this Aegis? 45 seconds. Oh, that was a move from GH. Dives right in front of them. They're getting good damage on Watson.
Really?
Again, it's still the Aegis. So you're going to lose something for this. Ace made his initiation. They killed the OD and the Centaur. Sumail already out of this fight. It's up to Ghost now to be able to carry it.
Well,
he gets his life cut short by a Culling Blade. Noob will experience the same. Buyback if you can. Some of us don't have it. There are only 2 damage dealers. The OD and the Morphling do not have buyback. It's useless.
Oh, Quinn's out of mana. Kind of.
Supernova. Quinn just mans up. Takes it with the BKB. And GG.
Okay. A fast game 3 as Gaiman close it out. They're looking pretty solid in this tournament. They're going to be playing some fast lineups, it looks like. Figuring some stuff out in this series that they liked after that game 1 debacle with the Huskar. They get the dub. Who would have thought?
Well, they have to be good. They beat Enigma Galaxy.
That's true. And I mean,
that's the #1 MENA team right now.
They're the #1 in the groups. Top dog of this event. So
True.
yeah, things are looking really good for Gaiman here as Watson ends this game 11-0 and 13. He continues to step it up. That man right there to me is the biggest difference between Gaiman earlier in the year now. He's fitting in better, playing faster, he's joining more of the fights. You love to see it. Some nice, fast Ogre Furion support duo. Doing some work here. Quinn with a 0-death game as well. This Enigma lineup, I can see how it scales. I can see how it gets the team fight going, but those were bricks tied to your running shoes right there. Like you're going in for the sprint, and this guy is just duct taping weights to your calves. It's brutal. He got nothing done. He got owned. He was a liability. I feel for him.
Yeah, it was pretty rough out there. Noob hit some good Rolling Thunders too, but just did not seem to be enough. Game of Gladiators will beat Enigma Galaxy in Game 3.
Guess we get to see both ends of the Morphling spectrum throughout this entire series. Game number 1, Ghost went unkilled and brought Enigma Galaxy to a very comfortable win. And now, Mira, it seems that in Game 3, we're seeing a very, very different picture of what Morphling can be capable of.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this hero's nerfs at length today, but it was a question of can this hero still win through disables, through stronger lineups, and he really isn't able to do it the same way, but I don't want to make it about Morphling, honestly. There was a last pick OD in this game and a support Centaur. I think those are the bigger questions. So they flexed Centaur to 4, and I honestly didn't feel its impact. All I did was like drag waves on that bottom lane, but I didn't really see a good entry point for Centaur in that game, and that OD mid, it was cool in the laning stage, but then what happens when the enemy team just starts throwing every single hero at you? You just die over and over again.
I think there's been a lot of flexing, a lot of maybe even overcooking for this patch, because we had some like really weird support duos game 1 as well. This one they flexed the Centaur, which didn't really do much. I can see some of the potential with this hero with the Counter-Strike facet, but this was just not it. And also big difference for Morphling. He was just a ghost of himself from game number 1, where he was unable to replicate. I mean, there's a big difference. They picked him on 18th, and this time they actually first picked Morphling after seeing Terrorblade, so you had all the responses. So I think Gaming Gladiators did go in a very different route when it comes down to the draft. And also this Nature's Prophet as a support with the healing facet, it does feel very, very strong.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's probably one of my favorite changes to the hero, because I think it feels like it needs to have some other thing to it than just the carry Furion with the main Treant. And I also always like playing Furion support. I always like the idea of having these 5 Treants that you can use a micro on the map. There's a lot of room for high skill cap, I guess, with this hero blocking camps and like giving vision, things like that. So I think that's really cool. To finish off the point about Enigma's draft, I think the problem with the last pick OD was that it kind of made that draft too greedy overall. Like you end up with having the Centaur support, the Pangolier on your offlane, and a Morphling, and now you also have an OD and a Phoenix. It's like too many things. You already have a solid draft with the Centaur offlane, a Phoenix, and a Pangolier mid. All you had to do was last pick a strong support, and then the Morphling would carry this game, I believe. But you overcooked. I really think you did with this OD pick. It had no impact whatsoever. He can't defend his tower. He can't fight. He had to go Midas. You know, he's like dead
That's
weight.
a bad sign. When you
Dead
see
weight
that
the
item,
entire
you're
game.
like, uh-oh, we're in trouble for the next 15 minutes, and we haven't been really doing good for the first 15.
Yeah, and it's not even about the player, right? It's just
Yeah.
the hero. There's just too much greed going around.
Yeah, it feels like for OD to work, you have to be willing to give him your supports for a long period of the game. So you need like self-sustaining side laners who don't need your help. Like we did see Betboom run OD a couple of days ago, and it was a good OD pick on paper. And they did bring supports mid to play with him and make sure he didn't get ganked or die. But then the side lanes suffered because of that. So there are a lot of like boxes that need to be checked for it to be a good OD game. And with the supports that they had, the Centaur and the Phoenix, they weren't in a position to even play their supports with OD. Like, they don't play with him very well, and they themselves were suffering on the side lanes.
You think any of it was dependent on maybe not respecting the capabilities of an Axe? Because this is a hero that we don't see very often. Ace brought it to immense success.
Oh, he played it really well. He got, I believe, 2 solo kills on Ghost, which was very impressive. Even 1 kill pre-Blink Dagger, so he just ran in, caught him by surprise with the Blade Mill, which was pretty nice. But also, throughout the whole game, you will have that jump, you will have something against the Morphling. I guess this whole idea of OD was to counter the Axe, but we really haven't seen it, and he had a pretty good game. Like, after picking up a Blink Dagger, did go for a BKB, and they have no abilities that really are going to threaten him. So when he gets the jump, rest of the team is going to be ready to back him up, get that dunk, try to reset one more time.
So is there anything anti-morphling specific that made Axe good? Like, what is the criteria that I'm now like, oh, this might be an Axe game that I wouldn't have considered a patch ago?
I mean, I think first of all, pretty much every offlane hero was banned. But second of all, I think Axe is one of those heroes that can kill the Morphling even before the shard, right? The shard, he can activate his shift, but before shard, he dies to the Blade Mail Blink Axe. So it is a pretty good timing for Axe. Also, you can just call the Morphling and you won't take that much damage from. So you have a way of kiting him in the fight and controlling him. So I think Axe is not a bad response to Morph. It's just the hero has not really been good overall, so we haven't seen it in the last patch. I think also one last point about this is like, the contrast of the drafts from Gaimin also punishes Nigma, right? They have really fast hero in Furion, they have a fast hero in Ogre. The Terrorblade is like, they just have Storm Spirit, they have very punishing draft, they have a very fast-paced draft, and Nigma's draft might have worked in other circumstances, but it's just that Gaming Gladiators play too fast overall.
Yeah, that speed has ended up being a common theme throughout today. I don't know if it's attributed to the fact that every single team is learning the patch, and once you get the advantage, it stays that way. But I think typically whenever there is a new patch, games end fast. And as a result of that, we get a chance to quickly speak to a winner from that game. We get a chance to speak to the Axeman himself, Ace. Congratulations on the 2-1 victory for your first Group Stage 2 match. I'll keep it real simple at the beginning. How's your impressions on 7.39? How's it feel from an offlaner perspective for you?
I mean, I'm very hyped about the new patch, like, been waiting for it. But I think actual offlaner heroes, like the offlane heroes, not too many big changes, I think. Some heroes got killed, but I don't really feel like there's like some new really hype heroes. Like, I just played X, but like, realistically, the changes they did to him is very minimal, right? It's like 5 damage on something, and like, so like it's nothing too big for me to cook on yet, which I would have liked more, but like, I'm happy still.
How compatible is that with where you guys were as a team? Were you hoping that there would be something big to shake things up, or did you finally feel like you were getting a grip on the current meta, and if things changed too much, then maybe it would have been a bit overwhelming?
I think like we are full chaos, man. Before this patch, like, we win, we own one game and we think we're back next game like with full despair. So like, I think it's good with a little shake up for the boys there.
How's the trust building up between you and your teammates? Because we saw this Axe game, we saw Watson on the Terrorblade, we saw a Sunder play come out, and I know typically you as a Danish guy probably don't show too many emotions, but surely whenever you got that Watson Sunder, you had to have gotten a little excited.
I don't know. I didn't really expect that. He didn't really say anything, and then suddenly I just expected out of that. So, but yeah, I think overall, like, everybody trusts each other in this team, and yeah, it's nice.
How's it been having Malady on site? Because I know we got a chance to speak to him, and he said that this was his first boot camp with you guys. How's the experience been for now, like 5 days?
Like super good, like super chill. Everybody's like having a good time. we're also watching some movies like in the evening and stuff. Yesterday we were watching a movie and then like half into it the patch drops, so we just peaced out. But we have the rest of the movie left for today, maybe.
You can celebrate with that, maybe, assuming you finish reading the patch. I'm going to pass you on over to Misery, who's got some questions as well.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, what's up?
So I was thinking, now that you said that there was not that many offlaners that are, good for you right now, but was there anyone you were hoping that would get a buff?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they killed Brood pretty hard on the offlane.
Yeah.
I'm kind of always hoping that they will bring him back a bit, but like they didn't really do it this time. So yeah.
Okay, I see. And then a second question is, do you have any rituals or any way of preventing overcooking in the draft? Because we've seen a lot of like, for example, ending up with the last pick OD when it's not really necessary. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, like our first game perhaps.
Or your first
was
game
also
perhaps.
pretty overcooked. I would say mostly Quinn would probably prevent us from overcooking if anything. But like Topher can also me and Topher likes to like cook it up real badly sometimes. And like you can end up with the no stun drafts, like no nothing and like weird lanes and everything.
Yeah, I'm happy you guys
Force
brought back the Furion at least. That was one of my favorite changes to the hero. I think the new Sprout looks pretty strong.
It felt pretty good.
Man, see you.
That's it.
I got one more question before I let you go. So, what is the captaining and picking situation right now like for you guys? Because I'm seeing Tofu on the cams. Who's pressing the buttons? Who's CY talking to the most? Who's, I guess, championing the draft ideas?
Honestly, I think it's very everyone like in over the draft right now. But of course, it's mostly CY. CY is always doing like prep, and sometimes it's a bit different. Sometimes Quinn joins into the prep, sometimes Tofu, sometimes me. But overall, everybody's actually like chipping in with ideas, which can be a bit much like lately. But yeah, we're like working on it.
What's the reasoning for everyone chipping in? Do you sometimes just get a stroke of inspiration, or you're just kind of sharing the responsibility so it's not overwhelming for one person?
I mean, it's basically people are playing like their heroes, right? And especially in the new patch, whatever the people are cooking on and what they're confident on, like you can kind of see in the draft where it's like your time to like chip in with a hero, and then that person will naturally like chip in with like, yeah, you can pick me this hero if you want it. And another guy's like, you can also pick me here if it's like, and then you have some options and like you start talking about it.
Nice. I'm happy to see the collaborative effort, because I oftentimes see so many teams that are like, one guy, he's got the decisions, he makes all the calls, and that has success also, but you guys are trying out a different strategy, which in this series has brought you success. Ace, can't wait to see what you guys cook up, not overcook, just the right amount of cooking for the rest of the patch and the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Catch you later, Ace. Thank you so much for your time, and now we get a chance to, as per tradition, get a chance to speak to some of the regulars here at the Jazz Bar here in DreamLeague. Although for this one, maybe I might be the recipient, because I believe I'm joined by none other than
Dr. Otto von Neustattel, Neil. Do have a seat. You are my next appointment, of course.
my therapist has finally arrived.
Yeah, please put your feet up on the couch and relax. Now then, Neil, what seems to be troubling you at the moment?
Well, Dr. Neustattel, I've come to you in many times of need and anguish, and right now I feel like I'm maybe being a bit overwhelmed by the patch as a whole. Maybe I feel like I'm getting too old for this.
Ah, yes, the new patch and the fear of aging. This is a very common complaint. That is not to diminish what you are feeling, of course. Now tell me, Neil, what is it about the patch that makes you feel like you are growing older?
It's overwhelming, Doctor. So many numbers and names and spells. They're swirling around in my head, and I thought I had a grip on things years ago, and sometimes I now start remembering things that are ancient history, patches that don't even exist anymore, changes that aren't relevant.
I see. When you talk about ancient history, Neil, let's go back to your childhood and discuss that a little bit. So when you were a little kinder, tell me, what was your happiest memory, Neil?
I was there, sitting there at my computer. It was probably maybe 9 years old.
Yes, 9 years old, yes. This is when the trouble tends to begin, of course, yes.
You
wanted to have sex with your mother, didn't you, Neil? That was the key. Yes, I will make a note of it right here. You were jealous of your father and were sexually fascinated by your mother.
Doctor, do you have what happened to your like plaque with your graduation diploma and stuff like that? What are your certifications?
Well, I came up with the tiebreak formula for Dota, and I'm breaking into psychiatry. I've only on book 1.
Yeah, of course, and we're familiar with your expertise on that. We didn't even need you for group stage 1. We did 1 best of 3. We didn't need to figure out any doctor. No, how did you even come up with your formula, Doctor?
That is not important, Neil. The main thing is this. I want to continue to probe into the depths of your mind using something called the Rorschach test. I will give you a picture. I want you to tell me the first thing that comes to mind when you see it. Take this. Look at it.
Okay.
Yes, that is upside down, Neil, but you carry on. Or is it?
Oh my god.
What do you see?
I see 2 bears high-fiving.
Ah, very interesting. Very interesting, Neil. And have a look at this one next. Tell me what you see.
I see soothing saplings. I'm telling you, this new patch is all I can think about. This Nature's Prophet facet, it turns out it's actually pretty good, and now I need to remember what it does.
The soothing saplings, that might be soothing for your little brain, Neil. Now have a look at this one, Neil, and tell me what you see.
Oh, this is dark. This is a feast of souls if I've ever seen one.
Feast of souls.
Never thought this spell would be viable, and now people are starting to level it up a little bit.
Oh, very interesting, Neil. I'm making some notes here. One final image, and then I will be able to draw my conclusions.
Doc, I'm scared.
Look at it. What does this image say to you?
There was a man. Years ago, there was a famous YouTuber. He slowly began to lose relevance in the Dota scene.
Damn, Neil, that cuts to the quick.
And eventually we found purpose for him.
What was the purpose you found for this restless old man?
He warmed my heart.
Ah, well, then perhaps when times are dark, Neil, you should think of this man and be warmed by the fact that he too considers you ein Freund, perhaps. Although in truth, I don't think he respects you very much at all.
It's okay. At the end of the day, I'll hold him close to my heart, and I hope that eventually he gets an opportunity to show up and join me on the broadcast.
We will have to see about that, Neil. Until the next appointment, I hope you are well, and I will recommend a course of leeches to be applied directly to the brain.
Another one? Oh my god.
It is the only way, Neil.
Well, I guess that'll have to wait until after our last series. And if all of you need an extra dose of Dota, I've got just the treatment. Flipster Talon versus Parivision for our last series of the night, coming up next.
Our tale of mysticism and mimetic mercantile unfolds near the Bleeding Hills, its name state derived from a strange, highly flammable tar that oozes from the earth as if from a womb. Coveted by the hill trolls for its ancestral spiritual properties, but largely ignored by the citizens of the Hoven below, much like our plucky protagonist. But our story does not begin with him. It starts with a con man.
Welcome to Tales from the Lorekeeper, Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman, narrated by the Lorekeeper himself. That's me, Mr. Actionslax, but it's brought to you by DHL.
Magic, spiritual, medium, medicine, he did it all, or he claimed to, but his pitches lacked a certain pizzazz. He had traveled here to bolster his act with the exotic, but what he found was an eager assistant. An orphan outcast, half hill troll and half who knows. The child lacked any skills, but what he lacked in aptitude, well, he made up for in eagerness, despite if the con man wanted him to or not. Eager to leave his situation behind, the young Rasta pledged himself to be the ward of the con man, an exotic hill troll bringing the perfect mix of the unknown to their sham shows. And it worked! Rasta's mentor would teach him every trick in the book, and what began as a business soon became a bond. From escaping a town swindled patsies to swapping stories from father to son, it was a never-ending adventure of friendship, skill, and a whole lot of lying. For Rasta, the perfect life. until everything changed. It was a stressful show. Traveling Marauders are tough crowds. It was fine though, until one tiny problem. Their switcheroo had flown the coop, and with this crowd, well, there's no talking your way out of swindling at a gloaty horde. Something had to be done or they were finished. Rasta focused with all of his might, awakening a dormant power from within. Whispers of hexes and shocking power when the comment revealed the trick. Ever shocked to discover it was no trick at all. Rasta had real magic within it, and with the comment showmanship, they traveled from town to town, kingdom to kingdom, as they dazzled audiences, raking in a fortune for years upon years. To many, hill trolls are strange, but humans, in some ways, well, they're even more odd. Rasta could not understand why his father, after finally achieving his dreams, would grow more, well, empty as the years went on. Why do humans, when they grasp everything they've ever longed for, find themselves emptier than before? Rasta would never get his answer. He awoke to his master missing, tracks leading to the nearest town, one that they had hit back in the old days. And there, among the rubble, he found his father's stage, ruined and burned. He had no chance to escape. Rasta found his master with his curtain drawn. Grief for his lost father quickly boiled into rage as the townsfolk gathered around him. They recognized him as the meek assistant, but now he would show them the true power of shadows, using his skills to do harm for the first time. That was many years ago. Rasta still travels from town to town, performing his acts of mysticism in the arcane for any really willing to pay to see his show, making good but strange friends along the way. His audience never truly knows if his powers are for entertainment or something more, but to any that would seek him harm, the great traveling shadow shaman can quickly show that his magic is very real indeed.
Your votes are in, and the next episode of Tales from the Lore Keeper will be Hoodwink, premiering at DreamLeague Season 27. But now is your chance to vote on what hero you'd like to see next. You can choose between Silencer, Lone Druid, Ringmaster Razor, or Dawnbreaker, and win a free trip to ESL 1 Winter 2025. Brought to you by ESL and DHL.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never knew. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach.
You'll never guess who I managed to find for our final series of the night. He's here in the flesh, live and in person. It's Pyrian Flex!
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be here, as ever. Sandwiched between two fine people. And next to Neil as well, who I also love.
And you'll never guess who we had earlier. The Dr. Otto van Neustadtel.
Really?
Yeah.
Good heavens. I thought
know.
it was. I thought he'd been disbarred.
I had the same feeling.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him.
His credibility's been waning recently.
Yeah. Well, his formula is solid.
That part
we
I
don't
can't doubt him
understand
for.
it, but it is a solid formula.
There's method to the chaos.
Yeah.
He said something concerning about familial relations, Neil.
He studied from the school of Freud. I mean, that's what they all think is happening.
Standard Freud. Standard Freud.
What can you do? Meanwhile, though, there are other things that I am excited about specifically in this game, because I'm not supposed to show bias, but if there was one team that I'm always keeping my eye on when it comes to a new patch, it's Parivision. They have consistently raised the bar on what I expect flexibility and role swapping to be capable of, and one player has really been the forefront of that, and that's 9 class.
You're very correct, Neil. That's why when this new patch dropped and I knew we were doing Paravision today, I just had to kind of examine the patch through the lens of 9 class. What's 9 class thinking? What's he up to? How are his heroes doing? But so basically, I just want to take a look at his two popular heroes, his darlings of last patch that everyone would ban against him or just feel his terror, which are the Slark and the Tinker. If we could pull up the first slide, I just want to look at, okay, we'll start with the Tinker changes. So Tinker got the base armor decreased by 2. This is massive, because in the laning stage, this hero made so many good trades, and even though he was nerfed over the last few patches, you know, his mana costs are bad, like his Matrix got nerfed, he still had strong laning presence with his laser and his ability to trade. This significantly decreases that. Also, the March of the Machines, they've gone down in damage, and you'll think, okay, is that a lot of damage? Honestly, it makes a difference, because when you only have like the mana to do maybe 2 or 3 rounds of marches before you have to go back and you're farming stacks, think of how many times that a Centaur creep lives or the big Hellbear lives. Like, so often these scenarios happen, and this really adds up. So I do think this hero, we might have to say goodbye to him for a little while, at least from the support role. If we could pull up Slark's changes. Now,
he's got other stuff in his pocket. Tinker was one of his favorites. Slark has been consistently first phase banned every single time for the past 4 days. What happened to him?
yeah.
Next slide, please.
Slide, please, if we could look at Slark. Thank you,
You're
Ted.
welcome.
Okay, so Slark got some smaller changes, but these are pretty significant for support Slark. First of all, the duration of Essence Shift at level 1 going from 20 seconds to 15 seconds makes level 1 support Slark's gameplay that much harder. The way 9 class played was he would go Windlace into an Orb of Frost, which also got nerfed the Orb of Frost, and he would trade doing that. And this makes it weaker. Also, the Depth Shroud, which was his save ability, his like #1 key ability as a support, got the cast range nerfed. So maybe potentially we could see 9 class steer away from this little fish man.
Okay, that sounds like bad news for him then. Surely he's got something in his pocket that we haven't seen in a while that got buffed rather than just getting nerfed all the time.
Yeah, so now that, you know, these two heroes, what's going on with them? I thought it would be cool to take a step back to last year. What was 9 class really fond of? What was he playing a lot? What was he innovating? And if we could pull up the next slide. Venomancer. If you guys remember our boy 9 class, he is the jungle Veno guy. Veno got some pretty significant changes. Is that Plague Carrier, which allowed you to stack your wards on top of each other. You can't do that anymore. So you can be like, okay, we're kissing goodbye to jungle Veno. We're kissing goodbye to all of these shenanigans. But, I mean, it got pretty interesting change because the Aghanim Scepter in the past would give his Plague Ward Septic Shock. Now he just gets that naturally, which makes his Plague Ward stronger at level 1, even though he can't stack them. They also give less gold and have more HP. So maybe this is a hero that 9 class has been eyeing, maybe not as a level 1 jungle, but as something that can eventually move to the jungle after securing the lane.
Played against him this afternoon, Mira.
How'd it go?
It was not pleasant. We lost.
You played
Really?
against 9 class?
No, Veno. He didn't play against 9 class.
But
Would have lost.
I'd love to hear about that right after this. Let's
Sure.
wrap this up real quick. But the next hero that 9 class was very famous for as well last year was the Bat Rider. If we could pull up
Oh my
that
God, this
slide.
hero is
that's a lot
Yes.
of text.
This dude is just replace all that text with the word busted.
Right. So TLDR is Bat Rider got a big change in his sticky napalm. Now it's 20 max stacks. Everything got halved in 2. Why did they halve it in 2? Because they made it so that on Arsonist, you can just get 5 levels of sticky napalm, and each hit will apply a level. This way, you're making it so that it's not going up by an insane amount. But this facet is incredibly cool for core Batrider. Whereas the stoked facet also became very interesting in that you're losing HP over time, but you're getting move speed and you're getting damage amp, which can make it so that you have a lot more impact in that early game with that bonus move speed, especially because it's percentage and not flat. So again, a hero that 9 class used to be really fond of, it got pretty significant buffs. We'll see if he's looking at it this time around.
Yeah, this is just what happens when you are a team that is winning most of the tournaments. When you are doing the best, you're kind of setting the meta, which also means that most of the heroes that you are playing are going to get nerfed. That's just how competitive Dota does work. And them being a team who really theory crafts a lot, I don't think Paravision will have any troubles coming into this patch and finding new ideas, finding these new broken heroes, something that is very interesting that they can bring to the table.
That's why I had whenever the Dota 2 Pro Tracker changes were removed, it was right
Big
as
buff.
Raleigh was approaching, and Astini was like, great, it's about time. People need to figure stuff out on their own. And now we're finally on the first patch that will have, hypothetically, a longer patch cycle, because now it's going to take people longer to figure things out.
It's scrims only and actual watching tournament games and replays of your own. I guess that's it. But it is interesting because what used to happen was that kind of wall, if you like, existed between regions, where people were coming from other regions that have different ideas about Dota. You'd see Chinese Dota was different from European Dota, was different from North American Dota. Whereas now everyone's like, what's Watson building? And they copy that. And that filters all the way down. Lack of innovation. Like Jean-Guy Tupperware said the other day.
I vividly recall he was bemoaning the death of the flexibility of old Dota.
Yeah.
Now things are just so binary.
But I honestly think getting rid of this Pro Tracker stuff, great move. Really, really good move.
Sports like really binary. They're obviously Jean-Guy. Maybe his opinions are a little bit outdated. You know what I'm saying?
Say that. I think it's a bit. You can take it up with him
All right,
himself.
this is not a bullshit take. You know who makes some of the most broken things that pros actually pick up onto? It's some of these divine brackets. This is what people have been doing.
That is true.
Not even kidding. Where they get something that is super broken,
Right.
and they get that idea, and suddenly they turn that into something bigger with itemization. They just improve the idea. I think it was who was it? It was the guy that wanted to fix Liquid. It was the big buff guy. Last DreamLeague, they had a team. I can't remember his name.
I'm not putting the
He wanted
together.
to fix
Chimera
Okay.
player.
Oh, Dahak.
Dahak. He's the guy that
Yeah.
invents stuff, but he also, because he invented Green
I
Bristleback,
remember.
but he got it from some divine player that was actually playing, and he just improved the idea.
Wow.
The hero spammers are the ones that know them
That's
the
a big
best.
meme that he improves Team Liquid.
Oh,
in a
okay.
way.
He did.
He knew what was wrong with it.
He claimed that he would have the solution, and then Liquid proceeded to win the very next tournament, shockingly without him. The ideas that are being brought to the table right now, though, still involve banning out the support Slark, because Flips or Talon are not missing a beat regardless of change logs. They're still banning out 9 class with his Terrorblade and his Slark, as well as a Darkseer. Meanwhile, Parivision, they take out their own Tinker, an Omni Knight first phase ban, which we did see earlier today, as well as an Ancient Apparition and Bristleback taken out. Flipster start off with a first pick Templar Assassin, and Parivision respond with a Medusa.
The big change to Omni was Hammered Purity no longer costs any mana. I think it's a bit of a bait, but we'll see. I often feel like a lot of the things that seem obvious on patch day, when everyone's like, oh my god, they're so broken, end up actually not being that broken. And the stuff you didn't notice that's snuck in there kind of sneakily, that is what's broken. And of course, the pros always go for heroes that have been gradually buffed over time because they weren't getting picked. Now they get one more buff and suddenly they're all over the place.
Betboom did win with their Omni Knight, so it has a somewhat proven track record as Miero took it on the offlane.
Was he 3 or 4?
He was 3. He was offlane. 3,
of course. Okay, well, it's I mean, I love Omni Knight. He's a lot of fun to play, and 0 mana sounds great.
I think there's potential there, but what I really want to talk about, guys, is this Medusa, because I thought this is one of the big losers of the patch, but Paravision still seem to believe in it, or maybe they want to try if it's good, because this hero got nerfed in a lot of ways. Like, her Mystic Snake damage went down, then her mana costs all went up. The mana return for Mystic Snake is lower. It's going to be 15% always instead of 17%.
Good.
Her Gorgon's Grasp mana went up, her Stone Gaze mana went up, but then guess what? Also, Kaya got nerfed, and Meteor Hammer got nerfed, and you don't get the the spell lifesteal stuff or whatever from Kai anymore. Like she's lost so much this patch that her flex to offlane doesn't seem very legit anymore.
It does seem like this is gonna be carry Medusa, because offlane Medusa does feel like it's been nerfed too heavily. I'm sure you can still make it work, but it's just not gonna be as impactful. And the reason why Medusa is so strong is it has USA in the name. Like, it's not called Med
Look at this guy
EU.
struggling. Look at this. He can't open a straw. He's given up. No,
Straw
he's
or
done. He's gonna go
chopsticks?
get a tool.
He's gonna get a fork now. He doesn't want to eat with chopsticks anymore.
I'm fascinated.
10 seconds.
Okay, so it's also on Meteor Hammer, sorry. The mana regen amp bonus went from 50% to 40%, which may not seem like a lot, but when all of her other mana costs got gutted,
It's basically
It's a
your
lot.
HP on Medusa we're
Yeah.
talking about. So basically, if we're talking about any
Yeah,
other
of
hero,
course.
this would be his strength gain has been reduced for, like, I would say 20%.
Right,
with all
right.
these nerfs that did happen to Medusa.
I mean, also, if you think about the effective hit points of every point of mana for her, if
Yeah.
something goes up by 50 mana, that's like going up by 200 health or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Oh, wow, Beastmaster. Okay, all right.
it has to be that they're just comfortable with Medusa in a carry-to-carry matchup versus Templar Assassin. They just think it's good. Satanic's very good at it, and it's as simple as that, really.
I think DM might need another water bottle. He only has 3 water bottles. Let's see.
This man needs to hydrate more. He's got 3 different brands of water bottles.
Or he's really hydrated and those are pee bottles.
That's true.
Yeah, he pulled off Skeeter during one of the games. Paravision also did pick up Dark Willow, which is the hero that got decent buff. Like when she's in Shadow Realm, it does allow her to get 50% more mana and more HP regeneration, and also extra bit of cooldown reduction on Shadow Realm. So that's okay. I'm not sure if this is like good enough just to be able to push her to like S tier hero or anything, but the Disruptor is a very interesting one. This is the hero that Paravision does use, and also we were introduced with the new facet on Disruptor.
Yeah, I think the -1 second on Shadow Realm will always be nice because she got her Shadow Realm talent taken away that reduces the cooldown. It naturally got its cooldown increased over the many patches. So for her to have another second off makes a difference. But also, it's a 9-class hero. This was one of the heroes that he would play all the time before Slug and Tinker became his favorites. He loved to play Batrider and Willow, and they love to pair Willow with any kind of like DM offlane that can get kills. Beastmaster, after his nerfs, I do expect him to be an offlane hero more than a mid-flex, but maybe no one still sees potential in it. I surely do not, but maybe he does.
And we're putting Medusa back as carry now, right? Like, no more offlane Juicer.
I mean, off of the changes, it looks significantly worse, but that doesn't mean that they're not willing to play it. But then that would mean that they're willing to play Beastmaster carry or mid as
Which
well.
no one didn't play yet this tournament. He's playing more like, I would say, traditional mid-heroes. He did have some of the flexes with the Stinker. He did play OD as well, Nature's Prophet, but I feel like they're going to be looking for a mid-hero for no one than this one. It's a very strong draft. Like, both of the supports, they do provide you with a lot of control, a lot of magic damage as well. And the new facet I was talking about on Disruptor does allow you to use basically what's his innate ability, to use it on yourself or use it on allies and still deal some of the damage, 10% of the current HP on Disruptor, which is pretty nice, but you can push people away, so that's nice. But if you use it, then also it does increase the cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice. This hero needed a little bit of extra something on the lane because he just felt a little bit too weak. But Disruptor, he's always been a Ducalis hero even before the buffs. So he definitely eyed that change and was like, I want to play this. No matter what happens, I'm playing this. But conceptually, it's also quite cool versus Furion, right? Like, we saw support Furion be played just now. The Soothing Saplings looked really strong. But Disruptor, if they get TP'd on by a Furion at any point, you can just send the Furion away.
Oh, yeah.
Just, see ya.
10 seconds remaining.
A Dawnbreaker last phase ban out by Paravision, along with a Pango and Flipster Talon, most likely banning for the mid lane. They take out a Monkey King.
Is Ember, did he get touched too much?
He got a good buff.
No, Ember is chilling. He's
We're
out.
chain ganging now. Root 4 people.
Although Chain Gang Ember today didn't win.
That is true.
But he's still strong. He was
Well, as far as I can see, all the spirits have made it through so far. Void Spirit has looked like he may conceivably be back if that's your bag. Ember Spirit.
Emo was making
Storm
it look
Spirit.
good.
Let's see.
What about Earth Spirit, Ted? How's Earth Spirit doing? Give me your
No
verdict.
idea, mate. I played him like 5 times. Bloody impossible.
Don't worry, you know all there is to know about the hero.
He doesn't
Not
exist.
good enough right now.
He doesn't exist. That hero lacks identity. And that's on Valve, by the way.
Here he comes.
Identity. Rose. Anyway, Kunkka.
Avery gets his special arrival music now.
Keeping the camera people guessing.
You're like Enigma Galaxy, 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Not yet, not
Mean.
yet. This is day 1, Lacoste. of
Just
this
kidding.
group
Big
stage.
fan, big fan.
We have time to grow.
I always say that they're back.
But
Backstage, they hate each other. Yeah, I was going to say. Tied, okay.
And
Ooh,
Kunkka
this
on
is
the
an interesting
same
one.
team.
Tide into Disruptor, usually this is something that Paravision does use as a counter to Tide Hunter, because other heroes, they're not really good at countering Tide. Maybe later down the line, Medusa can pick up some Silver Edge so that you have a break mechanic available. But against the Disruptor, it also does allow you to just focus him down with Static Storm, use Beastmaster's Roar, so you have ways of dealing with him. But there's also quite a lot of tankiness.
yeah, I mean, I think Tide versus Disruptor is just annoying for like the bigger team fights later on when he gets silenced. But online, it's pretty chill. Like you gush Disruptor, if you have a ranged 4, he's just hitting away at the Disruptor, and you can kill him repeatedly. Also, it gives them the team fight that they needed on Flipster Talon, because they did have a lot of damage, they had a lot of control, but not necessarily like the team fight anchor.
Did they do anything for Necro?
They
got
buffed
small
him.
buffs.
Sadist.
Small buffs.
Because it wouldn't be the end of the world, but...
Well, you see
Great.
Tanky Hero, you want to kill Tanky Hero?
That's my feeling.
Mm-hmm.
For Paravision, we're just gonna see like if they believe in this first pick Medusa carry, second pick rather, sorry, or if they're willing to flex it to the offlane.
And some Medusa who will be laning
yeah.
against a Tide Hunter.
Still just a carry Medusa.
And no one will take an Ember Spirit mid.
That's his jam. My bold brother. Good lad.
I mean, Ember has had so many great performances this tournament, and I feel like he's been untouched. He's always going to have good games, even against control like Shaman. He can bully and pressure the Templar Assassin. The question is just going to be if Paravision have enough damage before Medusa's strong, right? But that's the nice thing, is they have the support that can do so much damage in Willow that Medusa can just farm. They can play as 4 with the Ember Spirit, and they've got a lot of aggression, a lot of means to run at Flipster Talon.
Yeah, Flipster, they got themselves a good draft. Even though I do prefer what Paravision drafted for themselves, I think it's a more well-rounded draft. Overall, I could see them taking objectives. Tormentor has been pushed from minute 15 to minute 20, so there's not that objective to take, but you can definitely take Roshan with Deso on TA, with Shadow Shaman wards as well. Also, which facet did he choose on Shadow Shaman? Are we going to be seeing the Giga ward or not?
Let's tune into our casters, Cap and Avery, and see what they're able to pull out of some Cap and...
Yeah.
Where's...
It's just me now, Neil.
So first you steal my wallet, then you murder your co-caster?
Mr. Walsh had a little run-in with the boys backstage, if you know what I'm saying.
I thought you were doing a Peaky Blinders thing with the hat earlier. Why'd you lose confidence in the accent?
I didn't want to do a British accent in front of Ted because he said he'd murder me if I did Ted.
True. That's true.
And that's true.
Also, true, and yeah, that's true. He does the British accent backstage constantly.
Oh, it's me.
Hey, there he is.
The Bournemouth Cherries.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. This Shaman did not go the Mega Ward.
A little disappointed.
But I'll tell you one thing, Neil.
Oh, God, no. Please not another prop. You've got to be kidding me.
No, I don't have a prop this time.
Okay.
But I'm a Mega Ward, man, Neil. I come to your town and I put a Mega Ward down, you see? And that Mega Ward, it sucks up all the other wards. And it goes to your town. And with my straw into your milkshake with your Mega Ward, I slurp it all up, Neil.
You drink our milkshake, huh?
Back to the panel. Back to the panel. Take it away.
Yeah, there will be blood in this game number 1. Flipster Talon going up against Paravision in game number 1.
Are you gonna get up?
No.
All right,
It's
just
kind
me.
of comfy down here, honestly.
Well, welcome everybody
I might
to
just cast the game from down here.
Flipster Talon versus Paravision.
That was a very rude gesture, Ted.
I'm your host, your caster, the only one left alive on this stage.
I don't want to move, Neil.
Neil, I don't have your
Can I
wallet
just lay
anymore.
down here? Oh, look, they got a TV back here for me and everything. I don't know if the crane can ever see this, but
is there beer
my
down there?
setup's kind of sick. Yeah, I brought some chips
The
too.
whole six-pack. They didn't tell me that. Anyway, let's get into game number 1. Hori Vision versus Flipster Talon.
You gotta commit.
Commit to what?
It's the most awkward part, but whenever you do the last name, you gotta go hard to the end.
I feel like I went pretty hard. To be honest, I kind of blew my voice out with that There Will Be Blood bit, so you might have to cast this one a little more heavy-handed there.
If I have a ward, I plant my ward here. Here it is. See, here it is.
You're all washed up.
All right, so what are we looking at here?
You're a
Draft-wise,
trusty mate.
I see a bunch of team fight for Pari Vision.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Lots and lots and lots of team fight. Flipster Talon, I mean, they got a Tide. They got a Kunkka. They've got plenty of team fight there. What's the ebb and flow of this matchup?
I feel as though Flipster Talon just want to be the first ones to the objective.
Okay.
And they'll be happy in this game. If they're the ones doing Roche, Pari Vision have to go into them. If they're the ones doing Torment, Pari Vision have to go into them. If they're the ones pushing high ground, Pari Vision have to go into them. With like an Aegis on the TA, some minus armor synergy, dropping the wards with a boat. That looks pretty good to me. If they have to start chasing Pari Vision around the map, trying to catch and kill Adusa in the jungle, doesn't sound fun.
All right. So, Flipster Talon are trying to set the tempo for this game. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. If they have a really slow early game, it just feels like it's going to be rough for them.
And that's part of what you're supposed to be able to accomplish with a Nature's Prophet, right? Even as the support.
I would hope so, especially Cuckoo playing that. He's going to do something. He's going to make something happen, good or bad.
We'll hope it's good. We'll hope it's good. This is going to be quite the brawl. Kunkka versus Beastmaster with the... Oh, Dakalis is going to end up going down. Jokum finds him. This is a much more one-sided lane, at least when it comes to the kill threat. Tidehunter, Shadow Shaman. I don't think Satanic's going to do too much to protect his Disruptor.
Especially with kinetic fence.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one. I'm still not a big believer in this facet. I guess we'll find out what it can do in the hands of a Disruptor Master, such as Ducal. I have to imagine this lane also goes Flipster Talon's way. This Kunkka Furion versus Beast. Seems hard to man up into the sustain from the Sprout, the constant Tidebringers. He's going to push the lane in, maybe get the Lotus. Another little poke onto the Disruptor here.
Fence goes out, pulls him back in. See if they can get him. Nice dodge. Shadow Shaman dodging away from the Medusa hits. Will survive as a result. And pretty well set up for the incoming Lotus, I would believe. So what about our mid matchup? If Flipster Talon is likely to win the two side lanes, how's mid going? 16 and 8, going very well.
Nice scoring. He got caught in them brambles. Gotta be careful. Yeah, mid is going Makoto's way. He's owning this matchup right now. 8 denies. Getting an XP advantage over no one. Really building it up here.
Yeah, this is getting kind of crazy how far ahead he is. This is a matchup the Templar Assassin is supposed to win, though, right?
With the early melt, I would think so, but he did not go melt. He's just landing side blades.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine since the change to Refraction, Ember is quite bad against TA now.
Yeah, it's not as good against the Refraction, and I guess with the meld nerfs, Makoto just opting for faster points in the side blades Refraction, just dealing more damage, right-clicking him off the lane. Looks pretty favorable for him. Not much no one can do here.
Which facet is that one? Is that the, that's not the meld side blade one, right? That's the Refraction one?
That is Refractor. So he's gaining extra damage every time a shield goes away.
Resist the Cobra, little bird.
A lot of ancient farming in this Flipster Talon lineup too, if you want to try and accelerate that way. Get a big old stack for this TA or Tidehunter. Pretty happy with that.
I was wondering if we were going to see more Dark Willow with the buff to her innate, right? The extra 50% regen you get during Shadow Realm.
That does seem like a lot.
Yeah, because typically this hero's like, the laning phase is a little awkward because your attack range is so bad. So against the regular attack range heroes, you usually lose out. But maybe that Shadow Realm, the regen advantage that you have with that might swing the matchup that way.
Well, this mid matchup got swung one way as no one had to go to base. Just a TP back out. He's a full level behind Makoto. This Ember is going to have a slow game. Good sign for Flipster Talon. I feel like anytime you can shut down no one, you should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you said that
TP to mid. Glimpse potential as Makoto is under the tower.
Makoto threatening no one enough. No one's going to try and play back for a couple of bottle hits here, but Fence off the mark. Makoto's just able to walk away.
He is really ramping up the pressure.
And it's only going to get worse because soon you're going to be level 6 on the TA without level 6 on the Ember Spirit. So then you've got the traps that are going to swing things even further.
He already has them online, instantly drops a sentry. Secure the vision here. Both supports mid for Pari Vision, and they're just looking at Makoto. I mean, if you're not doing something here, this is a lot of time committed. Cuckoo's watching him too, though. He's gonna TP in defensively.
Wants to fight for the power rune. Just the two of them might be strong enough, honestly. Deal with the sentry first. Now go after 9 class. No one putting himself on the front lines, gets a chains, but even 2 versus 3, they are not strong enough to fight this Templar assassin. So
win the rune.
A regen rune at top. Kodo.
Not the worst exchange overall. These Pari Vision supports are really suffering right now. They just have not gotten anything in this game so far.
No.
1 assist between them in the first 6.5 minutes for a disruptor. Not what Ducalis wanted in terms of the game pace here.
And the Tidehunter should...
The seeds of force.
What the hell is that?
What the hell? Are you doing the red button segment now? In the middle of the game?
Was that in the game or was that you?
I don't... It wasn't me.
Okay. I hope the chat heard that because you sound like complete psychos.
WS, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Shrugs off the damage. Kraken Shell is going to be pretty potent in this game. The rate that no one is going to be underfarmed, Beastmaster and Adusa.
He's just taking mid tower. This is kind of wild. Pari Vision can't respond and they can't create pressure on either of these side lanes to force Flipster Talon to respond.
No, lanes just haven't gone well enough. Jokub's going to come over and make sure that Makoto can indeed take this tower without losing his life to some sort of support gank. It's not coming, though. Pari Vision have given this up, given up the tower, make a move to bottom, try and go after the Kunkka. It's a Kunkka. Not an easy kill ever.
Always X those glimpses.
Nice. X on the glimpse, even though he was perfectly fine, to be honest, and he'll just feast on some boars.
Now boat's available, even harder to go on him.
Home of the Overlord is coming in for the Beastmaster, so maybe that'll change things a bit. No one grabs the rune, gets out before Jokum can hit him with the Hex.
I will say, Austin, I do appreciate the Kunkka cosmetics. I think he's made an excellent choice here.
The Ghost Pirate?
Yeah, I think we need more cosmetics like this.
Alright, I guess. Hits the boat, hits the torrent, not enough damage. Now he's going to be roared up. And trying to sprout off the Centaur. 23 Savage, he doesn't have X up, so he is going to be glimpsed back likely to his doom as the boat buff was wearing off.
I mean, your damage on this hero is Tidebringer, especially with that facet. This boat is not much to write home about.
Yeah, felt really ill-advised to try and force that.
I did catch no one with the Hex mid, and this is...
Does the disable last long enough? It does.
It's over.
Man, the shutdown continues as the acceleration for Makoto is completely out of control now. This is his game to win or lose. They even get another D-Ward in the river. Pari Vision's vision being assaulted right now. Their stacks are being stolen. Somebody stop this man.
Who can? Got a bramble on him.
Oh, they're going to
Trying
bring
to get
everybody.
close enough for a glimpse. Got the glimpse. Pulled him back into the Ember Spirit. Makoto, he does his best to threaten what heroes he can, but I think he knows he's stuck. He's just going to fight it out, do what damage he can. But ultimately, Pari Vision make a 4-hero rotation to shut down Makoto.
Yeah, they needed to.
By God, they got him. So it's not a question of who can shut him down, but how many.
It's a big kill. Needed to stop this guy. He was getting way too much. I don't think Makoto's going to overstep like that again. He's trying to push it there in the early game. Pays a big price. You have Roar back up bottom for DM. Helmet Dominator already done. It's a nice pressure point for Pari Vision. And you have Static Storm available now. It's that TA kill.
They're trying way too hard to deal with this Beastmaster. You had a good solid lane, but now...
I mean, Kuku has no business being there.
Yeah.
Just dies to the summons. You gotta respect the Beast's ability to run at you on this map with a glimpse behind him. Particularly on this squishy supports.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Might just concede the tower here. Look for the farm in the jungle. Still the free farm Tidehunter top.
Yeah, he hasn't even leveled Ravage.
I mean,
that's the weird part is that, like, I think they can fight. It's just,
Radiant structures are fortified.
you know, matching the numbers of Pari Vision would be nice.
I mean, he's getting full wave plus camps on this Tide. He is out farming the Medusa. A little bit. Satanic does get an ancient stack. That is nice for him.
I mean, they're going to try and TP in, but isn't he just going to get glimpsed? There he goes. Well, at least he helps get the kill on DM.
Honestly, kind of better for him.
Yeah, it actually is. They get the kill on DM and the Centaur, so they get that extra 100 golds, and WS can just continue to cut waves.
And he got that chip. He got that chip vest. That's why he's farming so fast, man.
True.
A nice item versus Medusa too. Nice little move. Recovery off that tower.
2 Curios on Pari Vision to the 1 on flip side.
But 2 chip vests for Flipster Town.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
DM's now going to try and hold this safe lane tower.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
But it seems like Talon don't mind too much.
Dire's structures.
They're just going to try and take the offlane tower. And frankly, 3 minutes until the Tormentor.
Cuckoo? I don't know about that place.
How do you amp it here?
Well, he TP'd for the amp damage, and he got it. Is that worth it to take away an amp damage from no one?
Minions, my fuel.
I don't know. Doesn't feel like it. It's probably close, to be honest, but
I'm going to say no.
Okay, well, you're biased, so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I just feel like they're ahead. Every pickoff that they give to Pari Vision, especially a team as good as Pari Vision, I think significantly is cutting down on their win chance.
Never refuse gold given.
Well, it's a new patch, also. We don't know how good Pari Vision is. Maybe
they've
completely fallen off. Maybe they've been nerfed into the ground.
I have a sneaking suspicion that they're still good, considering the myriad of different lineups that they were able to succeed with.
I don't know. 9 class on his Dark Willow is a signature hero for him, but it's a normal hero.
It is a normal hero. You're right.
His support Stark got nerfed on the patch. Support Terrorblade, nerfed.
Well, it seems like even if his Dark Willow got nerfed, it's still strong enough to get solo kills. So there's that.
Dire's top tower.
Pari Vision with more stacking overall, but Cuckoo the #1 stacker in the game.
Let's see when Flipster Talon decide to combine cores. I think they're going to be the first ones to do it in this game. Combine this Tidehunter plus the TA. It does give you everything, Austin. Don't forget about that. This
Learned
draft
that
is
from the coach of Nigma Galaxy.
That's right. The mouth of Kuroki himself, as he declared it.
Well, they already took mid tower. So there are a lot of heroes grouped up here. I guess for a Power Rune fight, and they'll get it. Congratulations to Makoto on the Illusion Room.
I think normally you'd want to contest Wisdom Shrine, but TA is not the best hero at doing that. I still think you want to go top tier 1 here.
Yeah, for sure.
And kick whoever's up here out of this area. And then at some point, just do this nighttime Roche when it switches over here. You can do it really early in this game with Meld, Gush, Rasta wards.
Yeah, you still haven't used Ravage, though.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Smoke from Pari Vision. Where are they trying to go with it? This is going bottom corner. There's no tower here.
They're going to have to go pretty deep to find 23 Savage.
I don't know if I like the smoke. There's very little to gain if you miss the big core
well, they got it on point. They have a scan exactly where he is, so they know.
This could go very wrong if you don't land it well.
Yeah, if he gets off a fast boat, he survives for so long.
And they're not even willing to go up that hill.
Yeah.
I think the smoke was just kind of doomed to fail. I would have preferred if that went towards mid, because if you kill somebody mid, you bring the beast into that play. Now you're looking at a kill into a tier 1. Maybe a triangle invasion.
Sure. Also an easier hero to kill, I think, in some ways.
Yeah, you're not going to go with the Kunkka.
Run into the Templar Assassin, maybe use some of the supports.
Meanwhile, Flip's Town, they do get that tier 1 top.
Is under attack.
They can now rotate the tide into the river, and this Roche is on the upper side. You have to be thinking about it here. It's so juicy, so fast.
Yeah, he's going for it. Makoto, I thought maybe he would wait for his Deso since he's kind of halfway there, but he definitely finished out the Deso while it's still nighttime. Arcane Rune for no one. Something to fight around. Do they know that Roshan's going down? I don't think they do.
Even if they do, what are you going to do about it? I don't think you're contesting this fight. Into the wards, into the Ravage. There's already Glimmer Cape Vlad's done on this tide. He's super tanky.
I mean, you could at least, like slight the pit, force Talon to be a little scared, a little more grouped up. Maybe they back out of the pit.
That's hopeful thinking.
Down it goes. DM gives us a heart.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, is that the
tower is
ping?
under attack.
Yeah, have you tried the heart ping?
No. Is that what it just spawns a heart in chat?
No, it doesn't do that.
Okay.
That's something different, but.
So what the hell is that?
I don't know. I mean, it must be the same thing, but it definitely doesn't do that when you ping. Well, yeah, you could put a little hearts all around the minimap. It's a good way to start your pubs.
Well, that's completely useless, but thank you for adding it to the game. That's cool.
Team morale is never useless.
Now, if I could spawn a little middle finger, that would be very useful.
Useful for what, exactly?
I'll let you figure that one out, Austin.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Caught the Shadow Shaman, trapped in a double fence hell. But are they going to be able to get out? 23 Savage and Cuckoo racing towards Ducalis. Yeah, it's going to be trade off the supports here. Deso not quite done for Makoto, so he doesn't get a charge out of that or anything.
That's a big-ass wolf.
It is.
He's also dead.
Big-ass watermelon.
250.
Whew. Dormant Curio Tier 2. 9 class didn't find anything he wanted, apparently, out of the Tier 2 neutral items.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He must not have gotten the, what's the magic damage over time one? Searing Signet. Must not have gotten it.
Also, just could be 9 class doing 9 class things. He's looking for that Curio Tier 4 AoE book.
Greedy, greedy, greedy. What's that, 3 greedies?
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
4-man shield, Tide Hunter. With the Kraken Swell.
That seems a little overkill.
Yeah, I mean, what is this damage block? This is ridiculous. There's an additional 275. You can double it. He goes up to like 170 damage block, 19 minutes in the game. Bounce. Very
rather absurd.
Very bounced, OS Frog.
But again, it feels like a little over the top because
Dire
like
are scanning.
there aren't too many heroes hitting him for 100 damage, let alone 150.
There's nobody hitting him for enough to get through the double Kraken when he activates, except Medusa for like 10 damage.
Nice deny from 23 Savage. Hey, by the way, what do you think the overall change is going to be with Tormentor now being at 20 minutes?
Oh, massive.
Okay, like what is the overall effect?
Well, it slows the game down, right? Less snowballing.
Yeah.
It rewards slower lineups or more conservative early game laning
Dire's
lineups.
top tower is under attack. Radiant are
Do you think
scanning.
that has an influence on the map?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe not too much, but it probably does in some ways that we'll never know, you know? I think bottom right corner is more natural than top left corner.
For sure. Less incentive to hold that area if you're Radiant, though. Feels like now you're going to see a lot more teams just give up their safe lane tower if they're Radiant side.
WS saying, lol, nice right click, bro.
Untouchable, and he has the anchor. Good save, though, from the Dark Willow, pushing back these other heroes. Mindhunter's right in front of all these heroes. Can he ever get off the Ravage? The Static Storm, he got off the Ravage! Hits 5 heroes before he dies. Now his team needs to try and clean up off it, but they couldn't get the damage. Torrent lands. Satanic's low on mana. Satanic is out of mana. Satanic is dead. Now it's time to clean house. Jokum jumps in after the Ember Spirit got the chain disables on him. 4 dead. WS survived just long enough to get the job done.
He tanked so much there. Outlasted the Static Storm entirely. It was the poor man shield.
It was the poor man shield.
All the Kraken plus the poor man shield. He just takes no physical. And they only have so much spell damage they can throw into him. Massive Ravage from him. Nice tower defense with this Aegis as Pari Vision trying to get aggressive, push the limit with this butterfly timing. I mean, Satanic was damn near invincible in this fight. It's hard to argue with their idea here. It looked pretty good. But the way it starts is not great. You get leashed on this Ember, limits his damage output, and then you just have to throw every ult on this Tide, and he still gets the Ravage on.
Yeah, the fact that you had to roar him at the end just to try and cover the Static Storm fading away.
This butterfly can only do so much.
Also, the fact that they have all these shards, that's a lot to Talon. They have some really good shards. They have the anchor for the Ember Spirit. That was obviously a very good way to start the team fight. But then the Kunkka also having his shard is pretty impactful in these team fights. Cleanup kill on Dekalis. Makoto finds him in the river. Up to 6 charges for the Deso, yeah.
He's getting up there. BKB is already done for 22 Savage. Team fight's coming together.
Got an X on the Night Class, pulled him back into the Torrent Tidal Wave, pushing him deeper in, threatening to terrorize, but no chance.
They're finding some pickoffs now.
Up to a 10,000 net worth lead already.
One failed push with that butterfly timing, and you're in the hole. And now amp damage on Makoto. Map's starting to snowball. They're going to get some traps out. Your Deuce is still very strong. There's no evasion pierce. But his next item is Scotty, and we're seeing more of the Scotty, but the build-up's pretty damn slow with double ultimate order. So it's going to be a while before Satanic gets to this next big item. A lot of time for Flipster Talon to play the map. Crimson Guard Furion for Cuckoo. Even more damage block.
Okay. I mean, I guess who cares about hitting Satanic if Satanic can't hit you?
It's going to do 0 damage. Time to buy 5 halberds.
Dire's top tower is under
I'll put the Overlord into AC, though. That'll start buffing up the damage a decent amount for the Dusa.
It's still going to be slow, though. Like, you have to go through Boat Rum, the Radiance Mischance, the Kraken Shell, the Poor Man Shield, the Crimson Guard, the Refraction, the Foul Play, the Poor Man Shield. There's 2 Poor Man Shields.
The Sprout heals.
The Sprout heal?
Yeah. The shackle heal?
The shackle heal?
Sounds like Paravision just need to give up.
Or by Divine
Radiant's
Wraith.
bottom tower is under attack.
There is an idea. Well, Scotty is going to be good in this game. Medusa Core.
At least we're not stuck in cords.
Yeah, it's a really good
Radiant's
Scotty
middle
game.
tower
He gets
has
to do it
fallen.
eventually. And it's just so slow. So damn slow. A lot of time for Flipster Talon to take over the map.
Yeah, the thing is, Paravision, when they are on the back foot like that, they're usually very good at playing the map. But how do you do that against a support Nature's Prophet? NAB team's ahead enough that they can just run around the map chasing you. Nature's Prophet cleans up the waves.
I mean, there's a couple things they have going for them. They have some heroes that can stand on lanes incredibly strongly without fear. We see 22 Savage battling no one top. He's just not afraid of anything on this Kunkka. You have the same thing with WS on the Tide. Then you have the heroes that can connect. The Furion, the Shaman, really good catch around the map in combination with TA traps giving you vision. There's a lot of little things making the map difficult for Paravision to play, and they get caught again. Huge pick off here. That was your AC timing on this beast.
Yeah, he just picked up the AC, tries to kill the Shadow Shaman. The Boars?
Oh my.
A foul play. No, they got the Beastmaster. They got him.
I was gonna say if that tidal wave got him out of there, 22 Savage might have been banned from this hero.
And there's the Crimson Guard for the Nature's Prophet. So you get BKB on WS. No chance of ever stopping the Tidehunter from giving off a Ravage.
Not the best body for the Crimson Guard.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But when you gotta get it, you gotta get it, you know?
Not the highest amount of strength. But just so valuable against Ember Dusa.
Especially when the Deuce is going this stat-heavy build. No early damage item. He is going to run into some problems in the fight. You're going to have to outlast the damage. And you might have to concede this next Roshan as Flipster Talon eyeing it up here. Guaranteed spawn in a minute. Right on that top side again. Really good spot for them to just commit for the Roche, fight for it.
Do you think Talon should be concerned at all about the Scotty timing from the Dusa?
I don't think so. I don't
Should they be concerned about late game at all?
Ultra late, yes.
Like Aghanim's Disruptor late game?
I mean, Ag's Disruptor's annoying, but the Ember split pushing you and then this Beast Medusa outscaling you is a real threat here. What is going on here?
It's me.
Dire's courier
Sleeping on the floor right now.
Nice.
What's the weirdest place you've ever been asleep?
Oh, that was not the question I thought you were going to ask.
What you think I was going to ask you?
I don't know. That lead-in sounded really specific. That's all. Wait, what'd you ask? The weirdest place I've fallen asleep?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was too weird, but you can ask your mom about last night.
I knew you were going there. I knew you were going there. You
Stupid-ass
can't
question.
help yourself.
This stupid question has nothing to do with the game.
No, we're in the middle of a pause.
Stay focused. Just like your mom was last night. Fight's coming in. Did your mom listen to these cats?
Yeah, sometimes she
Okay, I
does.
apologize, Miss Walsh. Fight's coming in. 23 Savage, you gotta get out of here,
He's
man.
already at half HP and had to use his BKB. Very awkward. Tidal wave the Dusa out of the pit. They're going to start going after Static Storm, hitting on 3. Really good setup. The boat is going to come in. Roshan is still almost dead. Aurora's going to be used on a WS. Titanic is in the pit. He got the Aegis.
Where's the damage block?
How is this going so badly for Talon?
They just don't have DPS into the Medusa, and that's the only guy they were hitting. They found no other targets. They didn't get a Ravage off.
It's like they panicked, man.
Yeah, that was not good execution. You're just supposed to go on anybody else in that situation.
Yeah, Crimson Guard, anchor smash him, and then run past him to kill everybody else, right? Cuckoo gonna be caught trying to steal away a Wisdom Shrine. Not in front of 9 class, you're not doing that. Though 9 class is going to die for it.
guess you are going to do it right now.
God damn, Cuckoo hits really hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's still Furion.
I guess so. Takes a while, but they finally get him. 850 gold for that kill. That's not too shabby.
Need evasion pierce on this TA. That's a big one here.
Just a wee fairy going about her business.
And you need a big damage item on 23 Savage. He's just not dealing that much DPS into the Dusa. Big Roche snatch here. With that Scotty timing, Satanic continuing to hit his stride. And they will find another pick off. That game is still working well for them. But now this Dusa's really scary. You got the perfect fight with that Scotty timing. Now you're level 20. Now you can go into that big damage item, Daedalus, Swift Blink. And once you have that, you're going to start chunking these heroes. And Flipster Talon do not have the single target DPS for this Medusa in the late game. It looks really difficult to deal with.
Is our Templar Assassin going to build MKB next item? Do you need a Bloodthorn?
It's got to be MKB or Bloodthorn. Feels like we always see MKB nowadays. Too much Dispel action, I guess.
Well, AC and Daedalus after that for the Kunkka, so it's not like it's just going to be the Templar Assassin scaling up. And theoretically, this Dusa should have her damage heavily nerfed by the Tidehunter every fight.
I mean, it didn't happen that fight.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It did not.
I guess the damage block is not good enough if WS went back for Ghost Scepter. Got the base through.
Yeah, why did... I guess he was afraid of the Shadow Shaman?
He did not see a lot of heroes on the map, yeah. Oh, Makoto, I don't know if you know how many heroes are here.
Blinks over, straight into Satanic. Tries to get a Force Staff away. BKB will dodge the glimpse back.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
And it's going to be Pari Vision taking over the area for the second Tormentor.
He gets a shard. Ducalis. It's useless.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The pick-off game has slowed down for Flipster Talon here.
The what game?
The pick-off game.
Okay. Even dropping the Terrorize on him. And the Static Storm. They're really trying to kill this Tidehunter right now. He's still going to get off Ravage. A boat coming in, trying to finish off Night Class. Doesn't actually hit him. And he just blinks away on the Tidehunter. Still, though, they're going to catch Cuckoo. Gorgon's Grass, chained, and surrounded.
I like how he ran in just a psychic headband like this. Even though the Tide was already out of there. It's like, I got you. Sacrificial man. Plays for the team. No one has ever doubted that.
It was a very awkward fight.
These fights are just starting to feel awkward for Flipster Talon. It's like they missed a lot by giving up that Roche.
Yeah.
And are slowly getting outscaled here. I will also say this Dark Willow is chunking the Tidehunter. You have this throwing Shade Facet. You deal a lot of damage with this Bedlam. It's all magic. Just going straight into WS.
How did he deny that faster than the Kunkka picking it up? What?
Because you don't beat Satanic all the time.
I guess not. Well, Aegis timing is running out. See if Talon feel confident about taking a fight with that gone. I guess it's probably waiting for the MKB first.
I just don't know if it's enough. It doesn't feel like enough.
It does not.
You would really need a scenario where you can start on this Dusa and just chain stun him with the Shaman, interrupt the rest of the team with a Ravage, completely all in him with everybody for a good 4 or 5 seconds.
Well, this might be a good timing. BKB on cooldown for the Ember Spirit. They're going to smoke up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not bad. chance to try and find something here.
Yeah, I feel like waiting for the MKB is kind of whatever, because I don't think going on the Dusa is just how you win the fight anyway. Much more about just finding the right initiation on the other heroes.
He does walk over a trap top.
Yeah, they know he's pretty isolated at this point.
This is a really good find.
There is no TP points over here at all. He has no BKB.
Does he sniff it out? Does
WS is going to break. It breaks on the Disruptor. Do they see the Dusa? They spot him. Deuce is actually going to try and help out the Disruptor.
Oh, he's field.
Now they get vision on both thanks to Nature's Prophet Shard.
There's the Shackle.
Static Sword going to be used. There's the Shackle. Tidal Wave following that up. Stone Gaze. It'll get him some distance away. Do they have the follow-up? They do. Joke him. He's ready to go. Medusa just dead. I mean, they were so isolated from the rest of their team.
That's the isolation situation. You just shackle this guy down. You have more than enough time. That is TA Traps doing the heavy lifting right there. That play does not happen without TA Traps set up on these stairways. Parvision getting a little too greedy out on the map. A little too split up.
DM on a trap as well.
These traps are destroying them.
Shackled for forever. Jokum needed a little bit of help there from the Glimmer Cape. That Golem is going to work on him. They'll get the Golem as well. DM doesn't run it away. An extra 250 gold. Big boost for Talon.
This is exactly what they wanted. One key kill on this Medusa, set him back, accelerate your other heroes, look towards this next Roshan, and close the map out with these TA traps.
Yeah, all of a sudden you've got MKB done for the Templar Assassin. You're going to have tied with his BKB, so no longer have to worry about the Static Storm stopping the Ravage. Nice Tidal Wave into the X-Torrent. Good Terrorize, though. That'll help protect him. 23 Savage. Not having the BKB, reliant on the Bolt Bot to be able to keep him alive, but the jump in from WS Makoto dismantled the back line.
Damn.
Killed Takalis, Shred 9 class. It's a tier 3, maybe a little bit more. Satanic's going to try and push him out of the base. It's just him and no one, though.
Can't go too far here. But you do have to think about this Roshan spawn. Potentially be up. Still a banner in the pit, by the way. Nobody took it.
Oh, yeah, I guess
nobody wants the banner.
Satanic was in there, and he grabbed the Aegis and then ran out to fight.
So
everybody
sad.
forgot about it.
Fortune's changed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they should know the exact time that Roshan's going to spawn, so they're pre-set up for it.
They have TA.
That is indeed what I was referencing.
Yeah, third eye.
But they want to fight first.
They have
Trying
a
to catch Power Vision as they get close to the pit.
This BKB on WS could catch him off guard. No control for this Tide anymore.
9 class, he breaks it, immediately Shadow Realms, brambles, and runs away.
If you
Still
catch
got
the
a spot.
back line with a Ravage here,
Oh,
oh
yeah,
my
WS
God.
is in prime position to be able to go for it. He walks down and goes straight to the Disruptor. They deal with him. He got out the Static Storm, easily ignored. Cuckoo's trying to run away. Nice Tidal Wave. That'll help save him. Meanwhile, DM and no one did manage to take out the Shadow Shaman, so both sides going for the backline first. 23 Savage now popping his BKB. Satanic. He's getting a little low on mana. They ravage and they focus him down, and they've got him. Oh, and look at that Shackles. What is that tongue? No one pops the BKB. He'll make a run for it. He will survive, but Parivision, maybe he doesn't survive. WS blinking after him. Tidal Wave back in. Makoto godlike, and even more, it's not a wipe. It's a wipe plus like 2 heroes.
Right outside the base, but now you can decide go Roche, just push the waves in, go base. Very unlikely these heroes have buyback, and they do not.
Yeah, quick heals with the X marks the spot.
Wow, what a fight. Flipster Town. I'm surprised he didn't ravage that.
Oh, 23 Savage. Finds the and one. That teleport ain't making it.
I'm not gonna lie, this carry Kuka has looked really strong. this
Yeah.
last week.
Number-wise, it didn't look so good. I think it was like 7 and 13 when it got picked here.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of the games we casted, it's just been owned.
Yeah.
Facet's really good on the carry version. He's a solid Radiant Spire, contributes in the early fights. His scale is pretty solid. Just a pretty fast game here from Flipster Talon. Stumbled a little bit in the mid game with Satanic's Medusa timings, but cruising through the team fights now. Just gonna get Megas off that. It's gonna be really close.
Power Vision. They're not gonna have to scramble out of the fountain to get here in time. It's not looking good. One last building left. It's going to be Megas before they can even get there to hit them with a single disable. Ember Spirit pops out trying to grab some of these heroes before they retreat. But Talon seem to be making a clean getaway.
Very balanced lineup, and they've played it very well. You have heals, you have auras, you have single target instant stun, you have team fight, AoE control, Roshan, single target physical burst. Got a little bit of everything in this lineup, and it's come together in the fights. Now you have a Shivas on the Tide. That is incredibly good here. And Satanic, he's going to buy out for BKB. This is your last hurrah. Try and get in here and deal the damage with this BKB Daedalus. But you are not contesting Roshan, you are against Megas. Feels like you need Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah, it really does.
And Refresher Shard Roshan, that is a happy Tide Hunter. Look at him. Such a happy watermelon. He's living life.
Yeah, with his Shivas, he's got plenty of mana to hit a double Ravage. With the overwhelming blink.
Oh, look
and
who they
level
found.
25 talent. Found Satanic. Go after his backline first, though. Deal with Dakalis. Kite out Satanic during his BKB. And now that that's gone, they have Hex. They have Shackles. They have a Ravage if it's ever needed, which it's just not. They'll get him eventually. No one. He goes to the back line. Satanic calls GG. He says, if I'm dead, we're dead. Don't even bother fighting it out, boys.
He's right. This lineup does nothing without Dusa in the middle of the fight. He gets caught up a couple times in this game. Not sure the full-on fights would have gone their way at that point. But Flipster Talent showing up in game one with an impressive performance here against arguably the best team in the world right now. 14-1 for Makoto. He owned that mid lane. Snowball that had the one bad death, but that was his only death that entire game. Was when he tested that stack. Never died again. 23 Savage, only one death on him. In the end, it was Power Vision who had trouble bringing down these heroes. Just too much tank, too much raw HP and raw meat. No one does not like what he sees. Says that matchup was not fun.
He looks shell-shocked. I mean, considering the way his laning phase went, he got handled by Makoto, man.
Yep. I'm telling you, the best way to beat this Power Vision lineup is just shut down no one. Like, Satanic is always going to get something. He's always going to be a threat. But if you shut down no one, their games become really slow. They don't have as much playmaking. They don't have that aggressive frontline fight-starting initiator a lot of times. DM is a farm-heavy offlaner. If you cripple this guy mid, you have so much time to do whatever your strategy wants to do, and as long as you believe in that and you execute it well, you have a very high chance to win. And they did not do it through the ganks this time. They just did it through Makoto having a good matchup and going ham.
Something that definitely looks to change, I'm sure, in draft of game number 2. But Talon start off with an early lead in the best of 3.
And boy, I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen no one get handled mid this year. And I guess I'm going to have to add one more finger because Makoto putting on a clinic in this Templar Assassin versus Ember Spirit matchup. I don't see this happen often, Ted.
Well, we haven't seen TA come through much.
That's true, at least in mid lane.
I mean, I'm assuming that the matchup isn't great for Ember against TA because she could poke him from a mile back and he's melee's got to come
But she got nerfed.
Well, apparently not.
At the early stages, but I was very surprised with how well he managed to do still at the early stages of the game. But I think one thing needs to be said that Makoto, he was always a super strong laner. I would say even highly underrated in his role because every single time I watch this guy, he heavily delivers. This is pretty much flawless performance. He did die once, but he did put quite a lot of pressure on the map when they paired up with Shadow Shaman to kill Roshan, kill Tormentor. This is what TA does. And even after the nerfs, still the hero feels very, very strong once she gets to her item timings.
For me, I just really like that 23 Savage is able to take a backseat to Mikoto in times like this, because they picked this Kunkka and TA in their draft, and it felt like Paravision just assumed the Kunkka was going mid and then the TA would be played on the safe lane because they last picked the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
And this TA was picked early. Or maybe they thought that no one had more confidence playing into the TA if it got flex mid, because that matchup can be skill-based, although I do think it's TA favored. But the fact that you're just throwing this Kunkka safe lane versus the Beastmaster, it's a great lane. You have a Nature's Prophet with the new Soothing Saplings to back you up, to keep you healthy. You let your TA just go ham is pretty cool, because I feel like in the past, when you saw like old Talon and the way that they interacted or the dynamic that they had, it often felt like 23 had to be the carry. It had to be him, the flashy hero, the Morphling, the 1v5er, the TA. This time around, he just chilled to let Mikoto do his thing and be the one carrying them in this game.
I mean, if that's the way it is in your pubs, maybe you carry it over into your pro games. You're like, I'm so used to having to put everyone on my back and carry them. You've got to have some faith in your teammates. I also want to say this Tide performance. Nice to see Tide back in. Love that hero. So I thought some really nice Ravages. The one at the Roche pit they just showed where he flanked around the back, caught everyone else out, let them isolate the Medusa. Really good.
Yeah, I think WS has been on the radar for a lot of people, but hasn't really gotten much of an opportunity to show off his capabilities on an international stage. And I can see why so many people in Southeast Asia are saying he's the next big thing, because this was a Tidehunter that was going into a Disruptor. We said that Disruptor is generally picked as a counter pick to Tidehunter. He picked it into Disruptor.
He itemized real nicely because of the matchup. He did go for the Glimmer Cape, an item that we usually don't see. Magic resistance has been nerfed for Glimmer Cape, but you also got higher barrier as well, so that's pretty nice. So it does keep you alive during the Static Storm, and also did opt to go for a BKB just so that he can get in. Doesn't care about that Static Storm, gets the Ravage, and he has been very, very stable. This is something that I noticed when he joined the team, when he was like, we had one interview during one of the Fisher Universe online tournaments where he was like, you know, I just played out TB. This is my second game of TB. Suddenly, he goes godlike. It feels like, you know, he doesn't need much preparation coming into the certain heroes. This guy's hero pool is also pretty big, but every single time I watch him play, he also delivers on some of these heroes that he doesn't actually play as much.
Doesn't need much preparation on a patch either, because it's a very, very less than, like 16 hours before the patch dropped, and he's already adapting to it. Whereas Parivision, on the other hand, Effie, this is the team that I was hyping up to be doing new, cool, and exciting things whenever this patch drops. And what am I looking at? It's like 80% of the heroes are old patch.
Right? Second pick Medusa, that's your opener into Beastmaster. Come on, you guys are Paravision. You guys are the new meta. You guys are the innovators. I mean, Medusa, we talked about her getting pretty nerfed. Oh. Okay, let's just talk about this highlight reel. Okay, so what I wanted to show you here is Mikoto was winning mid so hard that Paravision had to bring their supports so early to that mid lane, like freeing up either side lane. Like as you can see here, Decalis and 9 class are just sitting mid, but regardless of all the resources they put on Paravision into the mid lane, Mikoto doesn't care. He still took the tower minute 7. He was still crushing that lane. And because of this tower being taken, they got this really cool wraparound angle there on the Ember Spirit. I mean, they killed him. After that, they just, around minute 12, they used his first set of wards to get this bottom tower down here. So they've got the mid-tier 2, they've got the mid-tier 1, the bottom tier 1, they got the pick off on Ember. They were making a lot of really cool moves on Talon as the Shaman and TA, and I wanted to point that out. But going back to Paravision, Medusa nerfed you guys. Sorry, that really threw me off guard.
That's all right. No,
somebody
Medusa,
take it from here.
You could actually feel in most of these fights that int gain and the mana that you're getting back from the snake isn't really as high, because she didn't feel like that unkillable Medusa in the previous patch, where she would sit, she would get one snake in the middle of a fight. Also the way they itemized, like even though she had relatively early Butterfly, there was also nice itemization coming from Nature's Prophet with the Crimson Guard. They also had Vlad's, so she was basically not dealing damage, even though she was staying on top of the net worth. And I think last fight, you're fighting against TA, actually 0 damage, not even scratching TA.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. At that point, it may have been a bit too far gone. Why must we
Oh, here we go again.
revel in Party Vision's
It was
pain?
so good. Let's
yeah, it
watch
was
it
this
again.
fight.
Here we go.
Okay, so Satanix on the high ground,
so there's
BKB.
Satanic.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even see the barrier going down on refraction.
No, it's
6,
actually
7,
nothing.
8, 9,
Yeah.
10. Nope, nothing.
Yeah, he did nothing. I can't remember what his damage stats were at the end of the game. But
14, 1, and 9.
No, sorry. I mean on the Medusa. How much damage the Medusa did? But I love the way Satanix just like
22,000.
call it 22.
In comparison to what? Give me another hero.
Mikoto, 25,000.
Huh.
That
Well,
didn't
it's just
feel
it's
that
all
close.
AoE.
No, a
It's
lot
all
of that damage was
yeah.
soaked up by the items.
And TA's just there. One hero.
Single focus.
Kill the juice.
And then maybe a spill behind.
Yeah, well.
Whatever it is, Mikoto made it look damn good in that game number 1, and we'll see maybe if Party Vision want to get a little bit more creative in game number 2, but that's going to be after the break. Stick around, everyone, and we'll have more of our final series of the night after this.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah. We can do this. Yeah, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us down. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey,
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of Flipster Talon versus Parivision, where these Southeast Asian upstarts are somehow making the best team in the world look like chumps. Parivision have been dominating all season long, and Southeast Asian, well, they've been all but forgotten. In fact, if I had to choose an upside-down power ranking of regions, Lacoste, North America obviously at the lowest. I'm not even going to bother talking about that. But if we're talking about South America, Southeast Asia, China, what's the power ranking between these three?
Ooh, China, they had, like, in the last 6 months, some of the teams looked really good.
I agree.
Maybe not Extreme Gaming, but we have Tidebound, and now we have new team on the rise, Yakult Brothers. They've been looking very good. And you said North America is not included?
Do you think it should be included?
Probably not. So
Okay.
it's,
South America?
South America versus Southeast Asia. Which one has been more despair this year?
I would say South America.
Yeah.
Southeast Asia, they had some okay performances. South America, I think South America, ever since we swapped or put apart these teams, EG and Thunder Awaken.
I mean, Heroic had their
had their
good
good run, sure, but after what happened with Parker, Dalai Lama, and everything, they haven't really felt the same.
My answer is going to be, I think Southeast Asia has been more despair because at least Heroic won something like earlier.
That's true. They won a Wallachia. Whereas
Southeast Asia hasn't won anything in a while.
Southeast
so.
Asia may have not won a tournament until the Chengdu Major, which was 2019. It may have been 6 years since then.
And if you're looking at the last few TI performances as well, South America outperformed Southeast Asia.
That is also
You guys
true.
know why it is?
What happened?
COVID. When COVID happened,
The
all the
LAN
LAN cafes
cafes.
shut down. Winter knows from bitter personal experience, the LAN cafes all shut down, and the places where these lads played games stopped being in a LAN cafe or at a PC and started being on their phones. And if you look at all the people playing all the mobile competitive games, huge in Southeast Asia. Huge. So I think that really hit hard, and it might have hit South America hard as well.
Yeah, and I also think the roster shuffles that they did in Southeast Asia were truly bad. Like, they were separating into teams that didn't work when they already had pretty good formulas.
Yeah.
Like, the Talon of a couple of years ago was a great team. I don't even know why they would disband that team in the first place. They were consistently getting, like, top 4 placements.
Part of it was Makoto deciding to take a break. He was deciding that he had enough and wanted to spend a little bit of time off of the competitive scene. It didn't last long. It was maybe like 3-4 months, but people were shocked that a mid laner who was pretty much at the top of his game would just abandon competitive Dota. And now seeing him back, he hasn't missed a beat. That Templar Assassin performance was vintage Makoto.
But he's been back on other teams, right? Like, he has been playing, and it just hasn't looked good. I guess nature is healing. If you put 23 Savage and Makoto in the same team, you get results. Or if you put 23 Savage and Kuku on the same
Master
team,
Kuku.
you get the T1 energy of 2021. This is what Southeast Asian Dota needed. We are revived, revitalized.
And an injection of some new blood with WS.
True.
That has been working out really amazing for them so far. But speaking of being back, is Bristol back? This is my question, considering all the nerfs that he did get for Viscous Nasal Goo, base armor loss decreased. So, I mean, at level 4, it's still the same, but at the early levels, you might feel the difference. And also base movement slow has been decreased from 15 to 10%, which could be pretty big, especially when you're playing the green facet. Red facet has been buffed a little bit.
So I think, like, with Slark and with Bristol, the changes they made were to make them less viable in these supporty kind of roles. And to say, no. Bristol back as a core. We don't want him being some stupid run-at-you guy with just snot. We want him back to what he was. So they improved seeing red, didn't they? They made up and all this stuff. So
it's not what he was before.
Right. Hey, he's back, baby. I reckon when there's a new patch, the smartest thing to do is to pick some decent bloody team fight. I really do.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows what's going on. But one thing wins Dota games, Neil, good team fight.
That's why WS saw that Tidehunter and was like, Ravage will never be bad.
Yeah, get me
in.
Tide.
He made it look good. Flipster Talon, though, respond to that Bristleback with an Abaddon right away, and they banned out the Templar Assassin, as well as the Ancient Apparition, Darkseer, Slark, and Terrorblade, so 9 classes old pivots still getting targeted. And Parivision actually first phased banned the Batrider that you had talked about earlier, Effie, along with Omni Knight, Shadow Shaman, Timbersaw, and Marcy.
I think the emphasis on Omni Knight makes me feel like a Paravision player ran into a Flipster Talon player in pubs today.
Maybe.
And they were like playing Omni Knight or something, because we've only seen it one time from BetBoom and no other, like the last series it went ignored. It wasn't banned or anything. So I do think that maybe some Talon players are Omni Knighting it up in the pubs right now. We can't check because rest in peace Pro Tracker.
Yep.
We
pepperonis indeed.
miss you a lot, especially during patches.
Nope, I say good riddance. Everybody was copying my strats.
You were a trendsetter, period.
Thank Cardell.
You were there first.
My
Then
clockwork.
XM kind of realized it's really good. 4 Dream Leagues ago.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I've been very impressed by this Nature's Prophet position 4/5, what he brings to the table in terms of healing with this new facet that has been like buffed, and also with the items that you can go for, having a bit of a global presence, whether you need Urn, whether you need a full Spirit Vessel. In this game, probably just Urn to have extra bit of damage early on because you're playing against the Baton, so that can be dispelled. But something that Flipster Talon did really well in the previous game is picking the heroes who can't really die that easily. You had Refraction on your Templar Assassin, Shadow Shaman die as easily. You have Kunkka with the boat with his rum buff, and also Tidehunter, and also the way they itemized makes it very difficult to kill the heroes. And now again, you're picking Ringmaster, which is relatively durable. How many times we've seen this hero getting initiated on, he gets a neutral item, he gets some Essence Ring, gets extra strength from his ability, then he gets the box off. Now you also have a Baton on your side, so the fights are going to be relatively long, I would say, for Flipster Talon.
This I'm interested in. You saw the change to Monkey, where he can become one of his Monkey soldiers in his ult, and he's like gone for a second and still hitting and everything like that. This is like, how do you kill him? He can do that in his ult. You've got Ringmaster saves, you've got Abaddon, a Photic Shield, so it's going to be pretty tough to kill this
Easy
Monkey.
answer is no.
Yeah.
You do not kill this
You do
guy.
not kill him.
I mean, I think Monkey King is an interesting one because he lost range on his Boundless Strike, which took away his like shard escape. Like he jumps a lower distance now, and then his level 1 Jingu stacks went from 7 seconds to 5.5 on the counter, making his level 1 and 2 lane presence weaker than before. So he did get nerfed while also getting a cool new facet. So I'm not exactly sure how to feel about it. This one will be a good sample size for me. But I want to talk about Baton actually, because we didn't talk about it yet, but this hero got Mephetic Shroud removed entirely, which was the facet that everybody was playing on. Like he just doesn't have it anymore. So he either has the way that it was standardly or the new facet, which used to be his old shard, where if you got shard in a Baton, his Miscoil did all of his attack damage.
Right.
But now that's a facet.
Yeah, and now you're taking more damage. It did get increased from 40 to 70% from Miscoil, which is quite a lot. Some people, when he got nerfed on the other facet, they started to play the Quickening facet, so lowering the cooldown. I believe it reduces the cooldown when you kill the creeps by 0.2 or 0.4, and I believe 6 seconds when you kill a hero. So basically you have your abilities ready again.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because so typically people are just you pick a Baton versus Bristle because he can follow him to either side lane in terms of what role he plays, and then also you can dispel all of the Bristle stacks. But I wonder if the dynamic has changed at all with a new facet coming in. That is something I wonder.
Do you feel, well, I guess it does have to be a core, or is Phoenix
it's a
core potential?
I'm kind of surprised by the Phoenix pick, really.
This is something, sorry.
No, I was just going to say that they don't seem to have... I mean, you can Phoenix Egg in the Monkey ult, but then you've just given them 2 reasons to run away, rather than the sort of do I stay or do I go thing that you want to have with Phoenix.
This is where Ringmaster comes.
Yeah, he's got to land a hell of an ult, though, right?
That's a lot of team fight. But knowing DM, he is the guy that plays offlane Phoenix.
Yeah.
So this potentially could be him playing either Abaddon or playing this Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing core Phoenix here. I feel like it's quite good with an early Vessel, also good versus Nature's Prophet. But even if it's just to support, it's good as well. You're going to do percentage-based damage. You're going to do a lot of AoE healing. You do damage through Willow's Shadow Realm, which is pretty cool.
I mean, do you think this is carry Abaddon? Could it be?
I think this is WS Phoenix. I'm scrolling back to one of the online tournaments that he did play, and I remember him playing it really, really well. Again, Spirit Vessel has been buffed. You are getting the extra stats. This is exactly what Phoenix does need. And you could also pick up some Orchid, some Road of Atos to have a little bit more control as well. And Weaver again.
I mean, they are lacking lockdown for Storm and Weaver at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Also, you're gonna have a tough time in that backline. If it is a Phoenix support and a Ringmaster support, you're gonna have this Weaver like throwing the Storm at you, with the Storm zipping in, with the Nature's Prophet TPing on you. Like, it's a pretty scary game to be support.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh.
I'm not gonna sign for this one.
I heard you needed an extra hand on the panel.
Send it back. I'm not paying for the shipping on this.
This was a good one. I gotta hand it to you.
Hey! I love the way they waited for the final pick until this.
Yeah, they handled
nonsense
it.
Was over.
They handled it pretty well.
They did handle it pretty well. I can't put my finger on it, but whatever this last pick is going to be, it's going to be a handful for someone.
I mean, in one hand, this could be a very good pick for Flipster Talon if they're thinking about. I don't know. I don't have anything.
Well, let's see if you give this final pick the thumbs up or the finger. We'll find out. It's Slaughter. All right,